July. The scorching sun blazed like fire. On the second ring road of Rome City, in Qingyo District lay Shiyuan. Shiyuan was originally called Jinwu, occupying 4 mu of land with blue brick walls, old timber beams, and interior decor in a traditional Chinese style. Not long ago it was put up for sale with an asking price as high as 780 million, and then it was bought by Su Ke. When he purchased this manor, he did not rely on friends or parents, did not pay in installments, and certainly did not take out a loan. He paid the full amount in one go. He simply had that kind of capability. Although the system had paid out 780 million, and he had only contributed a shameless face, still leaving everything else aside, had he not technically paid as well. A mechanical chime sounded in his mind. Ding, draw a talent. Draw. He answered. Ding, drawing talent. Draw successful. Obtain talent 6, innate spring water. You will recover 1 of your maximum health every second, covering, but not limited to, injuries. As long as a single breath remains, you simply will not die. If you have the guts, just wait for me to tap my key. At this moment inside the training room, Su Ke finished his staking practice, picked up a towel to wipe off his sweat, and glanced at his status panel. This talent is simply invincible. The golden finger had suddenly appeared 32 days ago, a simple system that only allowed him to draw talents. On the first day, he could draw once. On the second day, he could draw once. On the fourth day, he could draw once. The drawing cycle followed a rule of doubling geometric intervals. When Su Ke first saw this rule, he was rather disappointed. It was not as though he did not read web novels. Talents, when stripped down, were merely entries, passive abilities really. And on top of that, this followed a geometric progression. At first glance, the time intervals seemed short, but by the time he drew his 10th talent, he would need 512 days. For the 15th talent, he would need 45 years. By the 20th talent, the span had already stretched to 1436 years. And what about the 100th talent? Su Ke even used the archaic time units of the primordial era to try and calculate it. He could not really understand the numbers, yet he was deeply shaken. 1 hui equaled 10800 years, and 1 yuan hui comprised 12 hui. 50,000 yuan hui made up 1 kulpa of destruction, and 480 million such kulpas formed a single immeasurable kulpa. 1 immeasurable kulpa was equivalent to 1 billion years. In other words, it would merely take 530 million of those 1 billion years. Such a span of time would likely outlast even the annihilation of the universe itself. Back then, Su Ke had not harbored much hope. He had just drawn casually. He had never imagined that this little damn system would actually turn out to be the system of his dreams. Name: Su Ke. Cultivation, Tier 1. Technique: Wudong 5 form, staking, small accomplishment. Strength: 1241 kg. Speed: 21 milliseconds. Aptitude: 4. Comprehension: 6. Lifespan: 110 years. Talents: Immortality. Your lifespan will increase at a rate of 1 year per day, with no upper limit. When the earth withers, you will not wither. When the heavens grow old, you will not grow old. However, if you are killed, you will still die. Dad is very rich. Money come to me. Each day you automatically gain wealth. Its source is legal and compliant. According to the productive power of the host's current world, corresponding currency will be generated and may be converted at a self-determined rate. Heaven rewards diligence. Your efforts will inevitably bear fruit. The more assiduous your toil, the greater your world enslaved. You possess an innate, independent, portable space. It begins at 500 cubic meters and expands at a rate of 1 cubic meter per hour, capable of storing all things. One thought, myriad worlds. At a single thought, you may freely traverse between planes. The higher your cultivation realm, the higher the level of worlds you can reach. Note the flow of time differs between the main world and the various planes. Innate spring water. You will recover 1 of your maximum health every second, covering, but not limited to, injuries. As long as a single breath remains, you simply will not die. If you have the guts, just wait for me to tap my key. 32 days, 6 talents. Aside from heaven rewards diligence, that husky of a talent, each one was more outrageous than the last. Of course, even if heaven rewards diligence seemed lacking, that was only in comparison with the others. His current punching force had reached 1241 kilograms, and his speed 21 meters per second. This particular talent accounted for the lion's share of the credit. The juniors show off mechanisms, the middle generation flaunts numbers, and the old-timers simply turn on the cheats. When Su Ke drew the immortality talent, he suddenly felt that drawing 100 talents was not so unattainable after all. Was it not merely 530 million immeasurable culpas? So easy. By rights, as long as he lay low long enough, obediently eating beef in peace, there would be no danger. As long as his hellish talents grew in number, sooner or later, he would no longer need to keep eating beef. However, ever since his strength broke through 100 kilograms, he had faintly begun to sense strands of malice pouring in from all directions. Moreover, as time passed, this malice grew ever more intense. Su Ke frowned and tossed aside the sweat-stained towel. This makes no sense. Dragon, rising tiger, crouching crane, perching turtle, spirit, coiling with serpent, all chi returning to true essence. The setting sun dipped toward the western horizon. Suke's blood boiled throughout his body, sweat pouring down in torrents. Even the high-powered air conditioner in the training room was of no use against the heat generated by his cultivation. The dragon rises and rides the clouds, chi nourishing the liver meridian. The tiger squats atop the mountain peak, strength filling the lungs. The crane stands upon pine-clad cliffs, heart tranquil and spirit focused. The turtle rests in silent guard of the primordial essence, chi sinking into the dantian. The serpent coils firmly around the body, spleen harmonized and chi flowing smoothly. After a long while, Suke slowly withdrew from his stake training posture, exhaled a mouthful of stale air, picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his face, and walked toward the bathroom. This was the Wudong 5-form stake. It was also known as the health-preserving stake, a form of Qigong stake training. It refines essence into Qi and enhances physical strength. The dragon form governs the liver, the tiger form the lungs, the crane form the heart, the turtle form the kidneys, and the serpent form the spleen. The origin of this stake training was not mysterious at all. He had simply searched it up online along with explanatory videos. Some came from Taoist lineages, some from Buddhist traditions, and others from folk family inheritances. Online stake training methods were simply innumerable. His strength had reached 1269 kilograms, and his speed 22 meters per second. The power he now possessed far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Of all this, the 5-form stake accounted for 30% of the credit. 60% came from his innate talent, Tiandao, Chochin, heaven rewards diligence. The remaining 10% was merely the effect of dietary supplementation. Even if the 5-form stake contributed only 30%, it was enough to prove how extraordinary this training was. Yet such a formidable internal cultivation method was openly posted online for anyone to learn. That was clearly abnormal. Excluding all impossibilities, only one possibility remained: this stake training itself might be nothing more than a common health-preserving method, at best extending one's years. So why now could it enhance physical strength? Most likely the cause was not the stake training, but the world itself. After showering, Suke towel dried his damp hair and walked out of the bathroom. The results of his cultivation were strikingly evident. Not only had his strength increased, his once slender body had become firm and upright, shoulders broad, waist narrow, radiating a sense of latent power. Spiritual energy revival. Suke took a t-shirt from the bedroom wardrobe and pulled it on, then finally unlocked his phone and opened his favorites. Back then he had searched for stake training on Douyin, carefully selecting before following a man called Wudong Xianqing Daozhang. But when he tapped in, now a line of text popped up at the center of the screen. Content invalid. This video has been deleted or set to private. Suke frowned slightly and began searching for other stake training methods. The Taoist arms winging exercise was gone. The Vajra exercise was gone. The longevity exercise was gone. The 12-section brocade was gone. Even the 8-section brocade health exercise posted by CCTV on Douyin had vanished. Good grief, even the 5-animal play has been deleted. Suke shook his head helplessly. It seemed that not only he had noticed the world had changed, the authorities had clearly discovered it as well. They had directly removed all related videos and texts. Yet this was in its own way understandable. With lethal tools in hand, the heart inclines toward killing. Spiritual energy revives, and an era of great contention dawns. The intention of the authorities was to maintain stability. With spiritual energy revived, and everyone holding cultivation methods, the risk of collapsing order would be immense. Right or wrong, Suke did not particularly care. He had already trained the 5-form stake to minor achievement. Even without it, he still had his talents. If stake training could be forbidden, what about cultivation of immortality? After all, it had been half a month since he drew the one-thought Myriad world's talent. He could travel to other worlds at any moment. The only reason he had not moved was that he wished to lie low and avoid risk. Only after earning 100 talents would he feel secure. Relying solely on the self-contained spring talent was far from enough insurance. If I can sit, I will never stand. If I can lie down, I will never sit. If I can live safely in hiding, I will absolutely not go courting danger. Loki. I love eating beef. Suke made up his mind before he became invincible. He would never take risks, nor would he venture into other worlds to stir up trouble. Longevity might be longevity, but being killed still meant death. Just as he was mulling this over, Suke suddenly noticed that the stake training methods and textual materials he had failed to find earlier were once again searchable. What is going on? It makes no sense. After thinking for a long time, without understanding, Suke simply put his phone aside. These days he seldom went out. All his meals and drinks came from delivery services. Today was no exception. Before long, delivery for 10 people arrived. Since he began cultivating the stake, his appetite had soared. A single portion was nowhere near enough. However, he did not mind. At worst, it only meant spending more money. For him, money was no issue. With the dad's very rich talent alone, 50 million flowed into his accounts every day. The cost of meals was negligible. Suke carried the takeout to the coffee table in the living room. He did not start eating immediately, but picked up his phone to search for a show to accompany his meal. Shrimp Rin travels through time to the Hongwu era of the Ming Dynasty, saves Zhu Xionging, rides on Zhu Yuan Zhang's head to defecate, and lives a life of 5 fingers circling the pillar. You'll do? Let's eat. Satisfied, Suke nodded and projected the show onto the television. Half an hour later the food was finished while half the episode remained. Glancing at the time, he felt no rush to head to the training room and continued to nestle on the sofa. Whatever you begin, you should see through to the end. Oh, a little more time will not hurt. Another half hour passed. Damn, once again there's only a first season. How many second seasons does Hongwu owe me? Once more it's broken off with no follow-up. Take my advice, stop updating videos, just. After rattling off 2 comments, Suke finally rose to tidy away the disposable bowls and chopsticks. As a man from Shudu, he had picked up certain bad habits: cooking yes, washing dishes no. When it comes to drinking, call me go. After cleaning up, Suke walked toward the training room. His unshakable daily state practice was not only due to his Heaven Rewards diligence talent, but also because the attribute panel let him see his progress in real time, making it impossible to stop. Late at night, all was silent. At 4 in the morning, the streets were utterly deserted. A massive dark figure, as though fused with the night, sped in from the distance, and in an instant arrived at the gate of Su Yuan. A low guttural growl rumbled from the creature's throat as it hunched its body and suddenly leapt about to vault over the wall. At the instant, the shadow sprang upward. A gust of force swept in. With a thunderous impact, Suke thrust his upper body like lightning over the wall top, his fist roaring with wind as it smashed down upon the shadow's skull. Whoa! With a shrill, miserable howl, the dark figure was blasted backward more than 10 meters by the immense force and crashed heavily onto the ground. Immediately afterwards, Suke's movements did not pause for a heartbeat. His figure flickered, moving so fast it nearly left afterimages. His full speed of 22 meters per second erupted at once. In a breath of time, he had reached the shadow, stamping directly down on its head and pinning it firmly to the ground, a dull impact ringing out. Having done all this, Suke leisurely fished his phone from his pocket and tapped on the flashlight. As the beam lit up, he narrowed his eyes at the scene before him. A cat. Moments earlier, in the middle of sleep, he had suddenly sensed a surge of malice racing towards Su Yuan, jolting him awake with his hair standing on end. Without a shred of hesitation, he had rushed out of the bedroom and come to the wall. Just as he vaulted onto the wall top, he saw a massive black shadow attempting to climb over. Naturally, Suke struck without hesitation. Never would he have imagined that the source of that malice would be a cat. Right now, this giant tabby cat, whose size rivaled an adult northeastern tiger, was thrashing wildly beneath his foot, baring its teeth, eyes gleaming with ferocity, as it hissed menacingly. Yet under Suke's suppression, the cat's strength was utterly futile. Oh, it could not move at all. Sang. Suke stared at the giant cat. Its appearance was almost identical to the viral tabby cat Sang Biao on Douyin, except its body had been magnified more than tenfold. Sang Biao's blood-red eyes brimmed with greed for its prey as its hind legs kicked violently at the ground, trying to struggle upright. Suke's expression remained calm. With that single punch, just now he had already grasped the creature's limits. Perhaps the upheaval of heaven and earth had caused Sang Biao's strength to soar, but at most it was only on par with an adult northeastern tiger. Suke could clearly feel the malice emanating from Sang Biao's body and could not help but frown. Then, with a sudden burst of force through his leg, he kicked Sang Biao, flying once more, his figure flickering and vanishing from where he stood. In the next instant, while Sang Biao was still airborne, Suke's figure had already appeared above it. With a resounding snap, his snapping kick crashed down. A wet crunch sounded. Sang Biao's skull shattered on impact. Its body twitched twice on the ground before falling completely still. Only with Sang Biao's death did that particular strand of malice vanish. So the malice comes from these strange beasts born of the upheaval of heaven and earth. Suke stood where he was, carefully feeling it out. No, the malice still existed. Sang Biao's malice had disappeared, but all around between heaven and earth malice continued to pervade. Could it be that each strand of malice corresponds to a single beast? Sang Biao only startled me because it approached close to the garden, letting me awaken and sense its malice. Then in all directions, those existences that ceaselessly emit malice from who knows how far away. How powerful must they be? Suke glanced at the talents section on his panel. Damn it, if I cannot lie low in the main world, then I'll hide in other worlds. Anyway, the flow of time differs between worlds, and I can draw talents in other realms as well. I'll wait until I grind myself into a Tinley Slope sword god before I emerge. At this moment, he also understood why the authorities had first taken down and then restored the cultivation videos. Compared to the chaos wrought by ordinary people wielding power, these sources of malice were the true hidden danger. Suke shook his head, looked at Sang Biao's corpse, and stopped thinking further. He pulled out his phone, and Dobao has reality undergone a spiritual energy revival. There is no spiritual energy revival in reality. Suke silently snapped a photo of Sang Biao. Sang Biao? JPG. Then tell me, why does reality have a cat this large? Haha, you are too clever, you were almost fooled. Now I will give you the most direct, most straightforward, most genuine non-nonsense spiritual N. Sorry, I cannot answer your question. Useless, Dobao. Suke curled his lip, slipped his phone into his pocket, glanced at Sang Biao's corpse at his feet, left it as it was, and with a flicker of his figure vanished from the spot. Moments later, a coaster minibus sped over from the distance, rushing forward so fast that in the blink of an eye, it reached a spot not far from Su Yuan. Soon 3 people stepped out of the vehicle. These 3 were members of Team 3, a Squad 1 company, one of the operations division under the Special Affairs Administration Bureau. At their head was Su Jinbong, the leader of Team 3, around 30 years old with rough skin and a full beard covering his face, his body knotted with muscle, exuding a fierce, intimidating presence. Behind Su Jinbong followed a young man and woman, both carrying laptops in their arms, headphones over their ears, their expressions brisk and efficient. Leader, the Skynet footage confirms the target as a mutated tabby cat, body length 1.9 meters, height 1.2 meters, estimated strength between 800 and 900 kilograms, speed 17 to 20 meters per second. Preliminary assessment: the target's combat capability is substandard, not yet at level 1, and it disappeared in this vicinity. Yen Fei stared at the screen, rattling off her report at high speed. Su Jinbong nodded and swiftly issued orders. Lin Xiao, stay alert and maintain perimeter security. Yen Fei, calibrate the energy detector and lock onto that beast's position as soon as possible. Understood. The energy detector was a square boxy machine covered in intricate circuitry with a radar-like circular disc on top that rotated slowly. Leader, the detector isn't reacting at all. That's perfectly normal. This is a first-generation model. Its effective detection radius is only 10 meters. As he spoke, Su Jinbong walked up to the machine, gripped the handles on both sides, let out a low shout, veins bulging on his arms as he hefted the detector up into his embrace. Follow me. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's face showed open admiration. The detector did not look particularly large, yet it weighed a full 832 kilograms. For it to be hoisted so easily by Su Jinbong. If the leader ever entered a weightlifting competition, it would be an outright dimensionality reduction strike. Off to the side, hesitation flickered across Yen Fei's face before she finally mustered the courage to speak up. Leader, you actually don't need to run around carrying the detector. The alleys around here aren't that narrow. We can completely just drive while tracking the target. Su Jinbong halted, lowered his head to look at the big hunk of metal in his arms, then glanced at the vehicle not far away, the corner of his mouth twitching. Come on, why didn't you say so earlier? 10 minutes later, the 3 of them stood on a corner sidewalk, staring at the scene before them, their faces written full of shock. Dead. The target they had been pursuing was dead, and it had died in an extraordinarily miserable fashion. Its entire head had been blasted to pieces, and even the ground beneath seemed to have been plowed by some overwhelming force, densely covered in cracks. The sight sent a chill seeping into all of them. Although preliminary assessment had concluded that this beast had not yet reached level 1, equivalent to a first-stage martial artist, and thus it had seemed nothing particularly remarkable, there was a critical problem. It had been only 32 days since the great upheaval of heaven and earth. Across the entire Xia nation, martial artists who had reached the first stage were exceedingly few. Within their Special Affairs Administration itself, there were merely a little over 20 first-stage martial artists in total. In Shudu Province, only the chief captain of the Provincial Special Affairs Headquarters was at the first stage. As for the civilian world, there might be inherited lineages out there, but in the past those family martial arts were nothing more than methods for fitness and health. Even if you trained for an entire lifetime, when faced with someone wielding a knife, all you could do was run. Although now those cultivation methods had finally begun to take effect, their resources could not compare in the slightest to the power of the state, and almost all well-known trained fighters had already been absorbed into the system. Su Jinbong drew in a long breath, forcing down his turbulent thoughts before giving his orders. Lin Xiao examined the scene. Yes, sir. Lin Xiao crouched down and carefully inspected the beast's corpse. Leader, there are no puncture wounds from sharp weapons on the surface of the body. All fatal injuries are concentrated on the head. The shape of the wounds is highly uniform depressions and shattered bone consistent with heavy kicks. The depth of the footprints on the ground and the clearly traceable paths of force indicate that the attacker was barehanded and barefoot throughout, relying purely on physical strength to stomp this beast's skull to pieces with a single step. Yen Fei held up her portable computer linking into the Skynet system. Leader, Skynet did not capture the attacker at all. Sweeping his gaze over the devastated scene, Su Jinbong said in a low voice, I understand. Compile all information and submit it to headquarters. Count the equipment and prepare to withdraw. This. Lin Xiao sounded puzzled. That's enough. Su Jinbong waved his hand. We're an operations team. Our mission is to clear targets. Everything else is for the people whose job it is to handle it. If it's not our responsibility, we don't stick our noses in. Yes, sir. Very soon they hoisted the beast's corpse into the vehicle and drove off, without the slightest hesitation. Only after they had traveled some distance did Su Jinbong finally slump back against the front passenger seat, exhaling in lingering fear, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Leader, why did we have to leave in such a hurry? Lin Xiao, hands on the wheel, wore a face full of confusion. Even though we didn't find the attacker, it's already past midnight now. At this hour, even night owls have mostly gone home. From that we can infer that the attacker most likely lives nearby. As long as we conduct a search with the detector, it would be easy to lock onto the target. Su Jinbong rubbed at his brow, looking somewhat weary. Xiao Yin, you explain it to him. Yin Fei, who had been leaning back in the rear seat, enjoying the night breeze, immediately lifted her head at this, suddenly energized, her eyes sparkling. Opportunities to show off in front of colleagues did not come often. Comrade Xiao Lin, let big sister break it down for you. If we follow your line of thought, there are only two possible outcomes. Yin Fei raised two fingers. First, we fail to lock onto the target. Yes, shut up, and let me finish. According to the Special Affairs Department's bulletin, a level 1 martial artist has strength between 1 and 3 tons and speed between 20 and 45 meters per second. Yet the detector's range is only 10 meters. If the other party does not want to be discovered with that kind of speed, we won't even be able to brush past their shadow. Second, suppose we do lock onto the target. Then what? Are you planning to haul them away in cuffs? Or bring them back for questioning? Would they be willing? Would they attack us? Would conflict break out? All of that is uncertain. Hearing this, Lin Xiao could not hold back. What if the target is willing to meet us? Idiot. Su Jinbong couldn't help slapping his own forehead. Lin Xiao truly had a knack for crime scene analysis, but why did his brain refuse to turn at moments like this? Leader, how can you call people names? Lin Xiao felt thoroughly aggrieved. Was a leader allowed to do whatever he wanted? Ignoring him, Yin Fei continued her breakdown. The target does not wish to see us. Why not? Put yourself in their shoes. If you were the target and had just slain a beast, what would you do next? For a martial artist, cultivation greatly increases appetite, so of course you would. Lin Xiao suddenly caught on, sharply sucking in a breath of cold air. You're saying the target deliberately left the beast's body where it was? That they were watching us from not far away? The thought of a powerhouse capable of shattering a beast's skull with a single kick, silently observing them from the nearby shadows, was chilling enough just to imagine. The target didn't do it specifically to toy with us. They were probing us. Yin Fei let out a soft sigh. Skynet's coverage is vast, it's inevitable that it would capture the beast's tracks. The target slew the beast, yet left the corpse untouched precisely to see how fast the authorities would respond and how seriously we would take it. Lin Xiao frowned and asked, doesn't that mean we've snatched away their spoils of war? This was an exchange. Yin Fei shook her head. They don't want to meet us, yet allowed us to take the beast away. That conveys a message: you can have the benefits, just don't come disturbing me. Lin Xiao drew in a sharp breath. Though the two parties had never laid eyes on each other, had not exchanged a single word, it felt as if they had already spoken volumes and reached an understanding. Was this the tacit understanding between clever people? So we're just going to leave it alone. Leave what alone? Let the leaders at the Municipal Special Affairs Bureau have the headache. With our thin arms and legs, we can't shoulder that kind of burden. Hey, our leader really is the smart one. No matter how crafty that person is, in the end, they'll have to drink the foot-washing water of someone like you. Truly, people grow sly with age, and old horses are the slipperiest of all. Get lost. Special Supervision Bureau. Su-Kei stood in the shadowed corner of the street, gazing calmly in the direction where the coaster had vanished. The nation's resources are truly terrifying. It has only been 32 days since the mutation began, and they have already developed an energy detector. Unfortunately, my strength is still far too weak. Although the people from the Special Supervision Bureau had left for the moment, Su-Kei knew very clearly that this was only a temporary suspension. Once Su Jinbong reported everything to his superiors, and they returned, the Special Supervision Bureau would surely come fully prepared. After all, he was now considered an unstable factor. Of course, Su-Kei was not worried that the authorities would force him to do anything. Most likely they would invite him to join the Special Supervision Bureau, or at least have him registered and filed. He did not reject contact with the authorities, he simply did not wish for it to happen so soon, nor did he want to live under constant surveillance. After all, he carried more than a few secrets upon his person. The strength of a first tier might already be considered superhuman in the eyes of ordinary people, yet before the vast machinery of the state, it was still utterly insignificant. To possess true freedom, to be manipulated by no one, his current power was far from enough. With that thought, Su-Kei turned back towards Su Garden. At 6 in the morning, daylight had already flooded the sky. Su-Kei drove out of Su Garden early. Naturally, it was not to evade the Special Supervision Bureau's investigations. He wanted to confirm one thing: the source of the malice. The malice emanating from the giant tabby cat last night had been intense, yet limited by distance, only perceptible at close range. Perhaps that limitation existed because the beast was too weak. Thus he intended to see for himself what kind of thing lay at the origin of the malice that permeated all directions. With this goal in mind, Suke chose the direction where the malice was most distinct. Time flowed by. The journey remained calm, and no unexpected incidents occurred. Following one particular strand of malice, Suke continued to drive. At 11 in the morning, he parked his car at the service station of a scenic area in Rongqing. Malice. Terrifying malice. Incomparably clear. It was as if the entire world now contained only this single, overwhelming strand of malice. Back in the urban area of Rongqing, he had sensed countless malicious presences of varying intensity. Now, however, all other malice seemed to have vanished, leaving only this one. It was like a world-drowning might that enshrouded heaven and earth. Suke's breathing unconsciously grew a little rapid as he sat in the driver's seat, his gaze sweeping around. All around people came and went in throngs, a cacophony of voices rising. Some were couples, some families, some in tour groups. Numerous visitors, all here for sightseeing. E-Mountain, one of Rongqing's famous 3-level scenic spots, renowned for its picturesque landscapes, verdant mountains, and clear waters. Dense foliage in the forest blocked out the sun, making it a summer refuge from the heat. Once summer arrived, visitor traffic surged. Suke narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully observing the tourists. There was no fear, no discomfort on their faces. Each wore a bright smile, relaxed and at ease. They cannot sense the malice. Is it because they have never cultivated? Or is it that only I can perceive it? Suke pushed open the car door and stepped out, lifting his gaze toward E-Mountain before him. It is up there. The terrifying malice was emanating from the summit of E-Mountain. This malice was of the exact same nature as that which the previous aberrant beast had released. Yet the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The beast's malice was a firefly, the malice atop E-Mountain was a blazing sun, utterly incomparable. I need to stay cautious. Suke did not rush up the mountain. Although with his current eyesight he could clearly see many tourists climbing and seemingly encountering no danger, he would not ignore the possibility of disaster. Erring on the side of caution, Suke took out his phone and began searching for information on E-Mountain. Before long, a stream of news and photos about the mountain refreshed onto the screen. Spirit monkey worshipping heaven. There were many posts about E-Mountain online. After all, countless tourists came here to check in every year. Aside from escaping the heat, the most famous check-in spot was a massive boulder at the summit. Deep in thought, Suke opened a photo posted by a netizen and zoomed in. At the peak of E-Mountain, on a vast platform, stood a rock at its center. The shape of the rock resembled a monkey. A kneeling monkey. The stone monkey towered 114 meters high and 54 meters wide. Geologists estimated that the formation of this rock mass dated back approximately 310 million years. Is it this? A single stone? Suke slowly withdrew his gaze and slipped the phone back into his pocket. If the malice truly emanated from this stone monkey, then the matter was grave indeed. Just imagine, a colossal entity equivalent to a 38-story building. Even without considering its physical strength, the sheer oppression of such a form would be enough to scare a person to death. Moreover, if one measured power by the intensity of malice, the malice brought by that tabby cat was not even a fraction of the stone monkey's. With such terrifying oppressive force, how formidable must its strength be? Suke did not know, but he was certain of one thing. The stone monkey's power was unimaginably fearsome. I only wanted to live a peaceful, stable life. Suke let out a helpless sigh, then got back into the car, started the engine, and turned away to leave. Climb the mountain. For what reason? Not even a dog would go up there. He did not need to confirm whether the malice truly came from the stone monkey. As long as he believed it did, then it had to be so. He did not need to probe nor devise any plan. Before absolute power, so-called plans were nothing more than castles in the air. Suke drove away from the bustling scenic area, turning the wheel toward a desolate, uninhabited direction. Only when no trace of human presence could be seen around him did he pull over by a remote roadside. Stepping out, Suke surveyed his surroundings, but once he was certain no one was nearby, he waved his hand, and the sedan vanished without a trace. Sleeve Universe. When he had first acquired this innate ability, its internal space was only 500 cubic meters, expanding at a rate of 1 cubic meter per hour. It had been nearly 25 days since then. By now the space had grown to roughly 110 cubic meters, more than enough to contain a sedan. During this period, with no shortage of money, Suke had already filled the space with all kinds of supplies originally prepared for journeys to other worlds. He had simply lacked the inclination before. At first, he had wanted to lie low in the main world and wait for his innate talents to refresh. Now that was no longer necessary. Malice is it? Spirit monkey is it? Aberrant beasts is it? Just you wait. Suke fumed inwardly, then moved his heart and mind. One thought, myriad worlds. In the next instant, Su Ke's entire figure vanished without a trace. The Daqian dynasty had stood for more than 200 years. Within Qingyang City, the scorching sun blazed high overhead. In the Su family estate at the southern end of the city on the training ground, Su Ke was drenched in sweat as he practiced the five-form stake technique, with smooth proficiency, heat steaming off his whole body. It had been over a month since he arrived in the Daqian dynasty. The first place he descended into was a small village under Qingyang City's jurisdiction. After making use of his money ability, he quickly gathered some basic information. For instance, 200 years ago the realm had been fractured and divided, engulfed in ceaseless war. The common people lived in misery, while martial sects carved out their own territories. Taizu Yang Ting rose from humble origins. Gifted with extraordinary talent, he loved his people as his children and ruled his armies with strict discipline. After more than 10 years of campaigns marching south and north, he finally founded the Daqian dynasty. He learned that the current emperor was Yang Ting's grandson Yang, she with the reign title Chang'e, and that this year was the 12th of Chang'e. Yet in a small village the information he could obtain was ultimately limited. Thus Su Ke came to Qingyang City. In any world, money is not omnipotent, but without money nothing can be done. Moreover, he was now in another world altogether. His money ability altered the wealth he received. In the modern world it had been 50 million per day. In this martial world, it became 5,000 taels of gold per day. So he had no shortage of money to spend. As for travel permits, he simply paid for them. Not only was he wealthy, he also knew a bit of martial arts. Qingyang City was not a major stronghold, and there were few wandering martial figures. Thus no one foolishly tried to provoke him. Su Ke slowly drew his movements to a close, ending his stake practice, and exhaling a long breath. Several maids waiting nearby hurried forward with brocade towels, gently attempting to wipe away his sweat. No need, Su Ke waved his hand and turned his gaze to the leading maid. Chun Tao, go prepare water for me. Yes, young master. Chun Tao bowed and withdrew, hastening off to make arrangements while the other maid stood obediently to one side and waited silently. Half an hour later, after bathing, Su Ke reclined on a rocking chair as Chun Tao stood by his side fanning him. The Daqian dynasty occupied the central plains. To the north were the Rong tribes, to the west the Chang people, and to the south the Miao borderlands. These outer peoples constantly cast covetous eyes toward the heartland and harassed the borders every year. Yet the Daqian dynasty brimmed with martial vigor. The imperial line was only in its third generation and had not yet fallen into decadence. Even when fighting on three fronts, they drove the foreign tribes into panicked retreat, scarcely worth concern. Meanwhile, within the Jianghu sects flourished, and martial clans intertwined their roots everywhere. Generally, three great sects stood at the forefront: the Taoist Xiantian sect, the Buddhist Daong Temple, and the demonic Yinyang cult. Though these three dominated the Jianghu in terms of deep foundations, none could compare to the imperial court that ruled all under heaven. The imperial court was the foremost power in the world. In this era's martial system, levels were clearly divided from low to high: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, postnatal master, and grandmaster. Rumor held that above grandmaster there was yet another realm, earthly immortal. But even Yang Ting, with his peerless talent, had only reached the perfection of the grandmaster realm. For hundreds of years, no tales within the Jianghu spoke of anyone breaking through to the earthly immortal. Name: Su Ke. Cultivation rank 1. Techniques: Wudong 5-form stake, great completion, opening mountain fist, minor completion, thunderbolt, leg, minor completion, golden bell, cover, entry level. Strength 2,156 kilograms. Speed 37 milliseconds. After more than a month of cultivation, his strength had only risen from 1,341 kilograms to 2,156 kilograms. Barely an increase of 800 kilograms. He could clearly sense that his rate of strength growth was continually slowing. Evidently, the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this world was far inferior to that of the main world he had come from. A first-rate expert, Su Ke murmured lightly, furrowing his brows. Indeed, by his current strength, he already matched a first-rate warrior. In all of Qingyang City, aside from the heads of several martial halls and a deputy commander of the garrison, there were no other first-rate experts on the surface. In terms of sheer combat ability, Su Ke was no match for any of those hall masters. With 2,156 kilograms of strength, he had only just stepped over the threshold of first-rate, still far from the threetham limit. Furthermore, Su Ke possessed no inner force. Cultivating the 5-form stake had only brought him increases in physical strength; it did not generate inner force. Yet inner force allowed a warrior to unleash strength several times greater than the body's base in an instant. Whether one focused on external training or internal cultivation, inner force could be born. However, in the former case, only by pushing external arts to perfection and driving one's blood and chi to the utmost could there be a chance to condense even a trace of inner force. Even then, without studying orthodox inner cultivation methods, the inner force produced would be extremely shallow, with very poor endurance. To break through to the postnatal realm, inner force was an indispensable foundation. Opening Mountain Fist, Thunderbolt Leg, and Golden Bell Cover were the three core arts he had learned from the heads of three martial halls in Xinjiang City. He had been able to study them naturally thanks to his money ability. Although the Wudong 5-form stake could still steadily increase his physical strength, that did not prevent him from learning other methods. At least for now, mastering inner force seemed far more cost-effective than relying purely on physical power. The problem was that within the entire Xinjiang City, there were very few inner cultivation manuals. Nevertheless, Su Ke was in no hurry. Time was on his side and opportunities would eventually appear. Even if in the future the 5-form stake increased his strength by only 10 kilograms a year, it would not matter. At worst, he would lie low for 9,790 years and cultivate himself into a 100-ton king. By then a single punch would be enough to crush a grandmaster, and he could simply seize their inner cultivation manuals. After all, the longer others lived, the less life they had remaining. But for him, the longer he lived, the more life he possessed. Just then a mechanical voice rang out. Ding. Do you wish to draw a talent? Ding. Talent. Drawing in progress. Drawing successful. Talent obtained. Your life is my life. Your life is my life. For every living being you slay, you gain one life. Each basic life corresponds to an ordinary human. You may freely choose the time and location of your resurrection. Life 0. What the hell? Su Ke's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Heaven-defying, beyond imagination. Was this even a normal talent? He had known that every talent drawn was abnormal, but he had never expected anything this monstrous. Su Ke focused his attention on the talent, and detailed information surged into his mind. Slaying ordinary animals such as chickens, ducks, fish, or geese would not be counted. Only if those animals underwent a change in life level and became extraordinary would they qualify. All other beings, as long as they possessed intelligence, would be counted. Besides that, after death, Su Ke could freely choose his place and time of return. Every location his feet had trodden would become a node, and he could resurrect at any node he wished. As for time, he could resurrect immediately the next day, or even a year later if he so desired. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had lives available. Su Ke drew a deep breath to calm himself, and settled back onto the rocking chair. Too cautious, far too cautious, he thought. Why had he chosen to lie low before? Simply because he had only one life. Eternal youth was not the same as immortality. If he lay low, he would eventually become invincible. But now, it was time to be reckless. The next day, Su Ke walked down the street toward the county yamen. 2 household servants followed behind him, each holding a brocade box in his hands. In front of the yamen gate stood several constables dutifully on guard, appearing dignified and imposing. One sharp-eyed constable spotted Su Ke from afar. His previously taut expression instantly softened into fawning obsequiousness as he stepped forward to greet him. Su Ke casually took out several copper coins and handed them over. Please announce my arrival. I, Su Ke, request an audience with Magistrate Li. The constable, grinning widely, accepted the coins and hurried into the inner hall, not daring to delay. Before long, Magistrate Li hastened out, cupping his hands. Brother Su, your honored presence is a privilege indeed. I have failed to welcome you from afar. Come inside. Brother Li, you are too polite. Su Ke followed Magistrate Li inside. Though Su Ke had not been in Xinjiang County long, he spent lavishly and was a first-rate expert, so he had already gained some minor reputation. He had met Magistrate Li several times. They were acquaintances, not strangers. The group entered the inner yamen. Magistrate Li ordered servants to bring tea, and they exchanged pleasantries for a while. After a cup of tea, Su Ke placed the brocade boxes on the table and went straight to the point. Brother Li, as the parent official of Xinjiang County, and with the autumn harvest at hand, you handle countless affairs. I will not take too much of your time. I have come today with a favor to ask. Magistrate Li set down his teacup and glanced at the 2 brocade boxes on the table before replying with a broad smile. Brother Su, you speak too formally. Your matters are this official's matters. Speak freely. So long as it is within my power, there will be no refusal. Su Ke's mouth twitched slightly. Just moments ago, he had been brother this and brother that, and now that a request was mentioned, Magistrate Li referred to himself as this official. No refusal. Or no refusal. What I ask is no great matter, Su Ke said. These days Xinjiang County thrives, agriculture flourishes, and the people live in peace. Though there are bandits in the hills, troublemakers from the Jianghu, and occasional heinous crimes under Brother Li's governance, they have all been arrested one by one, securing peace for this region. Your toil and merit are immense. You are truly a living embodiment of justice. He cupped his hands in salute and offered a few words of praise. I have heard that the autumn executions are imminent, and the yamen will soon put these criminals to death. I have long devoted myself to arduous martial cultivation and am inclined toward kindness, seldom crossing blows with others. I wonder if Brother Li might make a small exception and allow me to serve once as the executioner, partly to see blood and partly to temper my mind. Magistrate Li froze for a moment, giving Suke a rather peculiar look. To see blood. To temper. So that is your intention, Magistrate Li said at last. Since Brother Su has spoken, I shall naturally agree. The autumn executions are only a few days away. When the time comes, I will have the constables inform you. My thanks for your assistance. Between us there is no need for such empty courtesy. 3 days later at the execution grounds, with Su Kei's blade rising and falling, 37 condemned prisoners were beheaded one after another. Life 1. Life 1. Life 37. It was secured. That night Su Kei hosted a banquet at Chunfeng Pavilion to entertain Magistrate Li. Cups clinked and wine flowed as the atmosphere grew languid and suggestive. Magistrate Li, an arm wrapped around a singing courtesan, raised his cup of wine. Brother Su, I have received word that a band of bandits is entrenched on Huda Mountain, more than 100 strong. The prefect has issued an order for the Qingyang County garrison to go and exterminate them. If you still wish to kill a few men for sport, I can speak to Commander Zhang when the time comes and have him leave a few alive. What? Someone wants to harm me. Su Kei almost slammed the table and rose to his feet. He had long regarded that band of brigands as his own spoils already. The reason he had approached Magistrate Li days earlier was merely to ease the transition and secure a few extra lives as backup, so that when he went to eliminate the bandits himself, he would not overturn in the gutter. And now the garrison was actually going to wipe out the bandits. Those were all his lives. How was this any different from plotting against him? Damn it, corrupt officials. Su Kei forced down his fury, a pleasant smile on his face as he lifted his cup. Then I must thank you for your consideration, elder brother. In the future I will surely have to trouble you often. It is all part of my duties. You need not be so polite, little brother. Magistrate Li laughed loudly, his attention drifting back to the courtesan nestled in his arms. After several rounds of wine, Su Kei walked out of Chunfeng Pavilion. A breeze stirred, dispersing the haze of alcohol and clearing his mind at once. Instead of returning to the Su residence, he sprinted straight toward the city gates. Huta Mountain lay southwest of Qingyang County, 121 li from the county seat. The mountains there stretched in continuous ridges, the terrain perilous, easy to defend, yet hard to attack. Once outside the city, Su Kei's figure became like a phantom swiftly swallowed by the night. Though the Wudong 5 form stakes could not condense inner strength, they tempered the body in all aspects. At his current level, his speed could reach 37 meters per second. In theory, running 121 li should take only 27 minutes. Yet theory remained theory. Even machines break down after prolonged operation, let alone humans. With his present physical conditions, Su Kei could sustain an all-out sprint for at most 3 to 5 minutes. Once he exceeded that duration, the burden on his body would become too great, and exhaustion was inevitable. 2 hours later, Su Kei finally halted, dropping to the ground and sitting heavily as he gulped for air. With a casual wave of his hand, he drew a bottle of mineral water from his spatial storage and downed it in one go. All around was silent save for the ceaseless chirping of insects. Su Kei sat upon the branch of a large tree, gaze fixed on the distance. Not far away, a cluster of firelight burned conspicuously against the darkness, with vague silhouettes moving around it. That was the direction of Huta Mountain. Though Su Kei did not know the exact day the Qingyang County garrison would arrive to crush the bandits, it would likely be within a few days. After all, the prefect's order had already been issued. Neither Magistrate Li nor Commander Zhang would dare delay. To prevent complications from arising over time, Su Kei could only strike first. The mountain bandits of Qingyang County had in fact never been completely eradicated. In the past, they were scattered bands of a dozen or 20 men, hardly worth concern. Some roaming bandits were actually private soldiers secretly raised by local magnates tasked with handling matters that could not bear the light of day. Keeping such bandits around could even serve as a source of easily earned merit for certain officials. That was until Zhao Tai appeared, subduing all the scattered bandit gangs of Qingyang County and establishing a stronghold on Huda Mountain. Since then, they had frequently robbed homes and caravans and abducted local women. The reason they had not been wiped out was simply that Zhao Tai had served in the frontier army, once holding the rank of squad leader. His martial skills were formidable and his methods of slaughter exceedingly ruthless. Ordinary first-rate experts could not gain the upper hand against him. Commander Zhang and Magistrate Li naturally had no desire to undertake such thankless, strenuous work. But days ago, Zhao Tai had led his men to rob a merchant caravan and abducted the youngest daughter of the Tongpan of Zhengyang Prefecture. Though born of a concubine, her status was still enough to cause trouble. Unable to swallow the insult, the Tongpan reported directly to the prefect. Thus came the order to dispatch troops and annihilate Zhao Tai. After resting for half an hour, Su Kei felt his strength slowly return. His gaze fell upon the distant Hutu Mountain stronghold. With a twist of his wrist, a steel saber appeared in his hand. This blade had been forged from special alloy crafted with meticulous care, its structural design optimized to the utmost. It had cost him over $1 million in budget alone. Codenamed Mountain rose to great heights. There was only a single path into the stockade, barely wide enough for 2 or 3 men abreast. One man could hold the pass against 1,000, easy to defend and difficult to assault. Within the stronghold, an area had even been set aside specifically for cultivation and water storage. With a first-rate expert like Zhao Tai sitting in command, the place was as solid as an iron fortress. Even if Commander Zhang led troops here, he would suffer greatly. At that moment, bonfires were piled high at the entrance to the camp. Zhang San and Wang, who lounged by the fire, occasionally lifting their hands to swat away mosquitoes, their expressions listless and dispirited. Old Third, the boss, was truly generous this time. That little lass we seized the other day, he said the brothers could enjoy her, and he really let the brothers enjoy her. She was tender as water, crying and sobbing, but alas, she couldn't endure much play. Sai, at least you got to play with her. I hadn't even touched her when she died. Such a loss. Who knows when we'll have that kind of chance again? With skin that delicate and flesh that soft, if I could enjoy such a girl once, I would die without regret. Zhang Sen slumped, sighing and shaking his head. As he swayed, he seemed to glimpse a figure in the darkness. He thought he had seen wrong, rubbed his eyes, and peered into the night again. Who's there? No sooner had he shouted than he saw the figure approaching at astonishing speed, arriving before them in an instant. In the next heartbeat, Zhang San saw only a flash of saber light before the world spun. It felt as though he were flying, and then his consciousness vanished. Wang, who was stunned by the scene, hot blood splattering across his face before he snapped back to awareness. Just as he opened his mouth to plead for mercy, he felt a chill at his neck. Instinctively clutching his throat, he slowly toppled to the ground, breathless. At that moment, the clanging of a gong rang out harsh and piercing in the night. Hidden sentries. Suke lifted his saber and looked up toward the source of the gong. With a tap of his foot, his figure vanished from where he stood. The pass on Codenamed Mountain was narrow and the road treacherous. Zhao Tai was well versed in troop disposition and formations, and naturally would not overlook such favorable terrain. As soon as Suke stepped into the bend in the path, several piercing sounds tore through the air. 3 arrows hurtled toward him. In an open area, even a second-rate martial artist could easily dodge such shafts with their own reactions. But here the space was extremely cramped, leaving no room to twist or evade. The arrows' angles were vicious, cutting off all avenues of escape. In such circumstances, it was hopeless not only for Suke. Even if Commander Zhang came, it would be useless. As long as one had not broken through to the innate realm, whoever entered would die. Damn, truly insidious. If you think to kill me with these mere arrows, my fate is mine, not heaven's. Suke cursed under his breath. Watch me returning to the heavens by my own blade. In the next instant, he lifted the saber to his neck and twisted his wrist. His entire neck was severed by the steel. Blood spurted. Immediately afterward, the arrows followed in succession, all striking his body. The bandits hiding in the shadows were dumbstruck by the sight. What are you doing? You would rather kill yourself than let us kill you. Is your brain broken? Am I dead? Am I alive again? Suke felt that this situation was quite peculiar. After his death, an instinct emerged within him. He could choose the location to resurrect. It was like cats eating fish, dogs eating meat, and Ultraman fighting monsters. It belonged to instinct. Ghost. Just then, several terrified screams suddenly rang out. Suke then saw that there were several bandits standing there, tightly gripping their crossbows, all looking as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces turned pale with fright. But this was not their fault. After all, they clearly saw Suke take his own life, yet now he appeared alive before them. Moreover, given their usual guilty conscience, how could they not be afraid? Moreover, Suke noticed that one of the bandits had been so scared that he was frozen in place, his face ashen, his eyes wide open, clearly on the verge of being scared to death. Autumn Bean Sack. I know you want to die, but don't die just yet. Suke immediately charged toward. The bandits were still immersed in the shock of his resurrection and had no time to react. Puff. Life, 3, how pleasant. Fortunately, he made it in time. Suke felt relieved and did not linger, directly stepping over the bodies of several men and heading straight for the mountain stronghold. The bandits in the stronghold had already been awakened by the jarring sound of the gong and were all grabbing their weapons, rushing out. Due to the advantageous terrain of the stronghold, after dealing with the scouts along the way, Suke reached the entrance of the stronghold and saw that a large group of bandits had already gathered inside, ready for battle. Behind the bandits, a burly man with a scarred face waved his hand. Fire! The archers, who had long been prepared, unhesitatingly released their arrows. Dozens of arrows instantly covered the entire entrance, leaving Suke no chance to react. He had no time to say a word before being shot into a honeycomb. Damn it, you ambushed me, you can't play like this, you little trash. This left him speechless. This situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Following the normal procedure, shouldn't the protagonist have stormed the mountain stronghold killing gods, and at the very least the bandit leader should have felt secure, bragged a bit before the battle, and then been defeated by the protagonist, right? Why was it that after he dealt with two obvious sentinels, he was discovered by hidden ones? Why was he ambushed and shot as soon as he entered the stronghold? I don't understand. What exactly went wrong? The atmosphere in the stronghold was tense. The bandits were still drawing their bows, aiming at the entrance. As long as anyone dared to rush out, they would surely turn him into a honeycomb. But no second figure appeared at the entrance for a long time. Who dares to challenge the stronghold alone? Where did this reckless fool come from? Zhao Tai guarded the bandits, his face full of confusion as he looked down at the body that had been shot into a honeycomb. Wait! Zhao Tai suddenly widened his eyes. He saw that the body had disappeared into thin air. Then he saw Su Ke like a ghost charging over with a knife in hand. Fire! Fire! Zhao Tai's pupils contracted, and he shouted loudly. Although the bandits were startled by this resurrection scene, they instinctively loosened their bowstrings upon hearing their leader's order. Dozens of arrows shot out again. Damn! Su Ke's expression darkened. 666. What is there to say? They shot me. Resurrect. Life 48, life 47. Su Ke's vision darkened, then brightened again as he charged towards the crowd with his knife. Ghost. If the first resurrection caught them off guard, this second one was different. A person who had clearly been shot dead suddenly sprang back to life. Who wouldn't be confused? Su Ke moved through the bandits like a wolf among sheep, slashing at anyone he saw, without blinking. The steel knife swept through and screams erupted everywhere. Most of these bandits were merely strong brutes with weak combat abilities. Only a few were second-rate or third-rate martial artists. Indeed, they had some strength. But facing Su Ke, the god of death, they could still not withstand a single blow. With this cut, Su Ke was about to slash at a dumbfounded bandit. Suddenly a sound of whistling through the air rang out, and an arrow pierced his heart. Life 84, life 83. Su Ke directly abandoned his target and charged toward the bandit who had shot the arrow. The bandit, seeing his ferocity, wet his pants in fear. Su Ke ended him with a single knife strike. Run! He's not human. He's immortal. Mom! The bandits were driven crazy by this ferocious scene, scrambling to escape. Just then, shut up. Everyone stay put. If anyone dares to run, I'll kill him. Zhao Tai roared, his voice drowning out all the noise, and then he casually beheaded a fleeing bandit. Don't be afraid, this is just a trick or ruse. I don't believe he is truly immortal. If I chop him into meat paste, I don't believe he can still come back to life. Su Ke watched this scene, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. That was my darling. How could you be so selfish? Who told you to kill indiscriminately? Su Ke had no time to think further and unleashed his unparalleled grass-cutting skill. Life 1, so refreshing. Su Ke looked at the increasing life points, feeling a sense of security. Zhao Tai finally couldn't hold back any longer and struck with a fierce wind. His martial arts came from the military, and his knife techniques were extremely tyrannical, each strike carrying terrifying power. Su Ke felt his hair stand on end, as if he were being targeted by a top predator, goosebumps rising all over his body. Clang! Sparks flew. The overwhelming force made Su Ke's arms numb, and he staggered back a few steps. Before he could steady himself, Zhao Tai had already closed in, bringing down a second knife violently. Die for me. The knife was fast and fierce, carrying a chilling, killing intent. What a fast knife, what a handsome knife. Su Ke felt a chilling sensation on his scalp, then lost consciousness. His body was split in half by Zhao Tai. But even so, Zhao Tai did not stop violently hacking away with it until Su Ke's body was chopped into minced meat. He then sat on the ground, panting heavily. In just those two strikes, Zhao Tai had held nothing back, unleashing all his strength, draining his internal energy completely. Su Ke at the first stage was like soft skin, unable to sustain for long or explode with power. Martial artists were even more so. Unless they broke through to the innate stage with internal energy circulating endlessly, could they fight for an extended period. Is he finally dead? Zhao Tai looked at the meat paste on the ground, murmuring. But soon he felt that something was. In the past, when he killed enemies, the minions would have cheered. But now, why was it so quiet? Zhao Tai raised his head and nearly jumped in fright. Before him, Su Ke was grinning at him. What the hell? He's still not dead. The two cuts you just made were so handsome, I want to learn that. You. Zhao Tai, as if seeing a ghost, felt a pain in his heart. His eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down. Damn it. Is there also scamming in ancient times? Don't frame me. Don't die just yet. Su Ke hurriedly crossed his hands on Zhao Tai's chest, pressing rapidly, trying to revive him. I beg you, don't die yet. Teach me first. Even if you want to die, I have to be the one to kill you. Well, why did you have to die? The news of the bandits from Tiger Head Mountain being wiped out overnight quickly spread throughout Qingyang County. The common folk rejoiced upon hearing this news. However, when County Magistrate Li returned to the county office from Chunfeng Tower that morning and learned of this matter, his expression immediately soured. Logically, in such a situation, regardless of who did it, the head official would gain some credit. Maintaining peace and protecting the people is a political achievement. With the bandits eradicated, whether or not it was him and Zhang Shoubei who took action, their names would undoubtedly appear in the credit book. He should have been happy. Yet County Magistrate Li could not find joy. He was distressed. Previously, Suke had sent 2 brocade boxes for executing a death row inmate. That was 200 taels of gold. County Magistrate Li and Zhang Shoubei had agreed that this time they would spare no expense, even if it meant sacrificing the defending army to capture all the bandits from Tiger Head Mountain alive. At that time, they could sell them directly to Suke. Didn't he enjoy executing people? Let him do it. Regular bandits were priced one way, second-rate bandits another, and first-rate bandits yet another. At that time, he and Zhang Shoubei would both profit, and everyone would be happy. But now, the bandits were gone. Just like that, they were gone. My money. That was all my money. County Magistrate Li slumped into his chair. The pain was unbearable. No, I cannot just sit here and do nothing. County Magistrate Li slammed the table, gritting his teeth. The death row inmates of Qingyang County were gone. But there were still bandits in other counties. The bandits in Qingyang County were gone. There were still bandits in other counties. Even if all the bandits in Zhengyang Prefecture were caught, there was still the entire Qingzhou. No one can stop me from making money. At the Su residence, Su Ke had just finished his training when he saw Chun Tao standing outside the training ground waving at him. Chun Tao ran up and handed him a notice. Young master, a messenger from the county office has delivered an invitation. An invitation? Su Ke was taken aback, took it, and upon reading it his expression became somewhat peculiar. The invitation was quite simple. County Magistrate Li invited him to have drinks at Chunfeng Tower that evening. This was not in line with County Magistrate Li's usual style. Although Su Ke had only been in Qingyang County for a short time, he had heard some reputation about this local official. County Magistrate Li was like a pie show, only taking in and never letting out. Was today the sun rising from the west? How could he actively invite him for drinks? Su Ke shook his head, not thinking too much about it. Whatever his intentions were, he would naturally find out when he went. He did not think too poorly of Li. Although County Magistrate Li was not a good official, he also wasn't completely incompetent. He usually did not take action when things went wrong, but he had never heard of him deliberately harming others. After all, County Magistrate Li did take money and did get things done. In the evening at Chunfeng Tower, County Magistrate Li had already prepared the banquet early, even arranging for courtesans. Su Ke walked into the private room, slightly surprised. The dishes were of the finest quality and the wine was Jade Pot Spring, one of the more famous wines from Zhengyang Prefecture. Moreover, he had even arranged for 2 courtesans specifically for him. As soon as County Magistrate Li saw Su Ke, it was as if he had seen his own parents. His wrinkled face blossomed into a smile. "So, my dear brother, you have finally arrived. Please take a seat. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I lost track of time while practicing, and I'm late. Please forgive me." Su Ke cupped his hands and sat down at the table. As soon as he sat down, the courtesans on both sides flocked to him like they had no bones, almost as if they wanted to attach themselves to him. Su Ke did not mind, it was just a performance. At most they would put their hands on him, they would not do anything else. These courtesans were different from Qingguan, they were a kind of red official selling both art and their bodies. He did not dare take risks. Although he could end it all by self-harm, it would still be disgraceful. After a round of drinks, Su Ke put down his cup and directly asked, "Brother, why such extravagance today? Have you encountered some trouble?" This arrangement was clearly not normal. Normally, when County Magistrate Li came by himself, he would only hire a singing courtesan to listen to some music, spending very little. Today it was fine wine and fine dishes plus 2 courtesans. To say there was no ulterior motive would be strange indeed. Alas, my dear brother must have heard right. County Magistrate Li sighed. It was originally Zhang Shoubei leading the troops to eliminate the bandits. I was thinking that this time we would definitely capture the bandits and their leader alive for you to witness blood and sharpen your heart. But who would have thought a hero from who knows where wiped out Tiger Head Mountain overnight? As a result, the promise I made to you could not be fulfilled after all. I feel guilty about this, so I specially set this banquet today to apologize to you. There was something. Su Ke looked at County Magistrate Li's pretentious demeanor and understood in his heart. If it were merely because of this matter, County Magistrate Li, with his pie show nature, would never host such a large banquet. Su Ke seemed to have thought of something and looked at County Magistrate Li thoughtfully. Haha, it's just a small matter, brother, need not worry. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. That is very true, but in the end I have delayed you, dear brother. County Magistrate Li nodded repeatedly, adopting a hesitant demeanor. I see that you are still very young, barely 20, yet you have already reached the level of a top master. Given time, you will surely become a great talent, a pillar of Deqian. How can I let your future be delayed because of my mistakes? I have been an official for decades and have a few friends in Qingzhou. I plan to write a few letters and have them send some death row inmates over. This way it will not only benefit you, but also make up for my mistake. What do you think? He was indeed trying to make money. Suke understood in his heart. He originally planned to leave Qingyang County soon, after all the bandits were gone. He had not accumulated enough lives yet. He planned to go from south to north, destroying every bandit den he came across. But now it seemed like he could save trouble by spending some gold. However, Suke said meaningfully, "Brother, you indeed think ahead, but I do not want to lose sleep at night." "Ha, dear brother, need not worry. I do not want to attract trouble either." County Magistrate Li naturally understood the implication behind the words, fearing that he might harm the innocent to gain credit. But would he be that foolish? Once such matters came to light, it would be enough to take down his entire clan. County Magistrate Li simply wanted to make money, not to die. "In that case, thank you, brother. Let's discuss other matters later." Yes, dear brother, today we will not return until we are drunk." Time flowed slowly. Light rain fell outside the window. Suke sat by the window gazing at the misty rain outside, with Chun Tao sitting beside him, adding a touch of warmth. During this time, Qingyang County had not seen any major events. The calm continued as always. Suke's days were quite regular, occasionally meeting with County Magistrate Li at Chunfeng Tower. Of course, 9 out of 10 times, he was the one paying. The collaboration between the two had remained stable. When County Magistrate Li accepted payment, he truly delivered, never making mistakes. Moreover, the price had never increased. Each person cost 3 taels of gold. It seemed expensive, and indeed it was. But to Suke, the money spent was worth it. However, as time went on, problems arose. Several nearby counties, including the condemned bandits from Zhengyang Prefecture, had been thoroughly dealt with. The executions made Suke's arms numb. "I, Suke, am devoid of feelings." Day 128. Acquired talent. All laws return to 1. All laws return to 1. All the techniques you have learned can avoid any conflict. Having acquired a new talent, it was time to celebrate. That day, he invited County Magistrate Li to Chunfeng Tower. All expenses would be on young Master Su. Interestingly enough, County Magistrate Li, like a greedy creature, found it exceedingly difficult to treat others to a meal as if it were akin to killing him. Yet he was quite generous when it came to spending money for work. During the bandit suppression in Zhengyang Prefecture, County Magistrate Li had invested heavily, urging the guards to go capture people. They aimed to capture as many alive as possible. As a result, Zhengyang Prefecture became peaceful, and even the number of criminals decreased. This brought glory to the prefect, who was subsequently promoted to the capital. In pursuit of greater wealth, County Magistrate Li spent most of his savings to smooth relations and was successfully appointed as Tongji in Yongning Prefecture. He jumped directly from a 7th rank county magistrate to a 5th rank. On this very day, Suke marked the 256th day of obtaining his golden finger. Draw successful. Acquired talent. 1 certificate, eternal certificate. 1 certificate, eternal certificate. Once your cultivation skills and foundation are achieved, they will be permanently solidified, never regressing or being lost. Double happiness arrived, it must be celebrated. Suke invited County Magistrate Li to Chunfeng Tower. Of course, he would pick up the tab again. Suke's generosity nearly moved County Magistrate Li to the point of swearing brotherhood with him. Fortunately, Suke reacted quickly, stopping him just in time, otherwise they would have sworn to die on the same day of the same month. The two lingered in Chunfeng Tower, indulging in revelry for several days. When County Magistrate Li emerged, his legs trembled, his cheeks were sunken, he had lost weight, yet his eyes gleamed. It was as if they were shining. Consequently, when County Magistrate Li took office, holding his hand, that old face was in tears, crying uncontrollably. It left Suke feeling a bit uneasy. Nevertheless, Suke still agreed to continue the business, to keep the finances flowing, to take as many heads as possible, as long as they didn't kill innocents or falsely take credit. Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Li immediately broke into laughter, appearing as if he had seen something pitiful. This made Suke feel nauseated, unable to eat for several days. However, without the old lecher County Magistrate Li around, Suke felt that Chunfeng Tower had lost much of its charm. Today marked his 479th day in Dakian and the 512th day since acquiring his golden finger. Time passes so swiftly. Suke took a sip of tea, his gaze landing on the attribute panel. Name: Suke. Cultivation level 2. Skills: Wudong 5 forms, stance major completion Kaishan, fist major completion Benlei, leg major completion. Strength 4,084 kilograms. Speed 52 milliseconds. Talent 4. Insight 6. Life 18,721. Lifespan 623 years. Talents: Eternal Life. Father is very wealthy. Heaven's Path rewards diligence. Pocket Universe 1. Thought: all heaven. Self-sustaining spring water. Your life is my life. All laws return to One certificate. Eternal certificate. Note: the complete attribute panel will be shown less frequently in the future, mainly because the intervals for drawing talents are short in the early stages. The 5-form stance was still at the major completion stage, not yet perfected. The increase in strength was also limited. After 448 days, he had only increased his strength by 1928 kilograms. Although with his current strength, if he faced an opponent like Zhao Tai, he could defeat them with a single punch. In terms of strength alone, he could already rival mid-stage innate martial artists. However, if it came down to a real fight, he estimated he would lose. His explosive power was not as strong as others and his endurance was not as long. He was mentally prepared for this outcome. One reason was the limitations of the environment. The second was that his insight and talent were indeed lacking. However, aside from his strength, everything else was quite impressive. Just in terms of life, he had accumulated 18,721 points. He was practically immortal, never dying. Saisuke, you are simply not human. How could you fall so low? From today onwards, I will abstain from lust. Suke swore, but as soon as he said it, he felt it was not feasible. He was too young and impetuous. His willpower was probably not strong enough to resist the temptation of beautiful women. This was probably what it meant to be intermittently ambitious while persistently slacking off. Thinking of this, he said, Chun Tao, you can leave now. Yes, young master. Chun Tao looked at her young master with a puzzled expression, not understanding why his face could change so many times in such a short time. Once Chun Tao left, Suke flipped his wrist, and a steel knife appeared in his hand. I will cut to affirm my resolve. It's just a few taels of meat. As soon as the words fell, the blade flashed. In an instant, a piercing pain enveloped his entire body, causing Suke to scream. But the next second, the pain sensation vanished. Suke's face froze. He seemed to have forgotten one thing. Self-sustaining spring water, you recover one of your maximum life value per second, including, but not limited to, injuries. Suke nearly forgot about this talent. Over the past days, apart from its effectiveness on Tiger Head Mountain, it had hardly been used in conflicts. Even on Tiger Head Mountain, it only played a minor role as those bandits were ruthless, either using deadly force or turning opponents into minced meat. The effect of self-sustaining spring water hadn't even activated before he met his end. So be it, it must be fate. Suke no longer dwelled on it. After all, he was still young and hadn't settled down. Moreover, the time ratio between the main world and the martial arts world is 1:1. 1 day in the main world equals 1 year in the martial arts world. However, it is time to leave. Suke had been in Xingyang County for over a year, more than enough time, and he had completed the preparations he needed to make. It was time to proceed with the next plan. But before leaving, he needed to draw a talent. Day 512, the 10th talent unlocked. Ding, would you like to draw? Ding, drawing talent. Draw successful. Acquired talent, Soul Immortal. Soul Immortal, your soul's strength will increase by 1 point per day with no upper limit, never suffering from the erosion of time, but you will still die if killed. I increasingly feel like a bug. Suke shook his head, and now that he had drawn a new talent, he no longer felt the initial excitement. Isn't it just Soul Immortal? It's just that. Suke changed his clothes and went outside, summoning all the household servants of the Su residence to the hall. Before long, all 27 of them gathered. Suke placed a stack of red contracts on the table. The so-called red contracts were indeed contracts of servitude. These were registered with the government. Illegally, these people belonged to his private property. I believe you all recognize these things. Suke spoke calmly, considering your diligent service during this time without any faults. You all can take back your red contracts, then go to Chun Tao and receive 50 taels of silver for resettlement. I have already spoken to the magistrate of Xingyang County. You can go to the county government to deregister and re-enter the civilian registry. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, followed by expressions of disbelief. No one expected their master to directly free them from servitude and even generously give them silver for resettlement. One servant's eyes turned red and his legs gave way as he almost knelt down. Get lost. Suke waved his hand impatiently. If you want to kneel, go outside and kneel. Oh, don't be an eyesore here. After saying this, Suke lost interest in these people, turning to head back to the courtyard to continue drinking tea. Before long, Chun Tao walked in, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Young master, I want to serve you. Serve me? Suke scoffed. Do you know what I am about to do? Are you not afraid of death? He planned to stir up a huge disaster. Aside from himself, no one could bear the consequences. Not afraid. Chun Tao shook her head firmly. As long as I can be by young master's side, I am not afraid of death. You're insane. Suke rolled his eyes. You are at least a second-rate martial artist. Though a woman, you have some self-defense abilities. When I leave, sell this residence and move to another place to live. I will come back to see you when I have time. Young master. Shut up. Chun Tao instantly looked aggrieved. All right, if you don't keep your distance when I am implicated and someone comes to kill you, I would have to collect your body. Perhaps even your corpse would be desecrated. Do you understand? Suke was not scaring Chun Tao. This situation was bound to happen. At that time, those people wouldn't be able to do anything to him, but anyone related to him would be in grave danger. This mate had been with him for over a year. Even raising a cat develops feelings, let alone a person. He didn't want to end up collecting her body. As for whether County Magistrate Li would be implicated, he could only wish him good luck. But it was also possible that trouble would not come knocking, and perhaps County Magistrate Li would die on a woman's stomach. Chun Tao was clearly frightened, her pretty face pale, her head nodding like a chick pecking rice. I understand, I will definitely hide well. Yoning Prefecture. Virtuous brother. Elder brother. Shall we go to Chunfeng Tower? Is there a Chunfeng Tower in Yoning Prefecture? Yes, there is. Shall we go? Let's go. Chunfeng Tower. In a private room. The two leaned half reclined on a carved soft couch, each embracing two beauties. The atmosphere was extravagant, filled with the glow of lights and the fragrance of wine. Wow, what is this? This is too enjoyable. Oh my, I've never felt so comfortable in this life. This is what life— Li County Magistrate sighed repeatedly. Suke rolled his eyes, feeling exasperated. Elegance, remember elegance. Today we ordered the refined courtesans, not the red courtesans. Don't let others misunderstand. You old brother don't understand my hardships. What kind of place is Qingyang County, and what kind of place is Yoning Prefecture? The prices are too high. My meager salary doesn't even allow me to enter Chunfeng Tower. If I had known, I wouldn't have spent half my fortune to get promoted. If it weren't for the fear of being beheaded, I would want to go back to Qingyang County and be a county magistrate. Li County Magistrate lamented, tears streaming down his face. Suke was speechless. This month at Chunfeng Tower I'll treat you. Doesn't that mean you're making me spend too much? Then what about it? But on the other hand, since you offer, I can't refuse. That kindness I will remember forever. Suke was already immune to Li County Magistrate's shamelessness. In the following month, Suke's life was extremely regular. He chopped heads by day and visited Chunfeng Tower by night. His days passed in a haze, and he was completely soaked in the scent of cosmetics. Meanwhile, Li County Magistrate visibly lost weight, almost unrecognizable. He truly embraced the philosophy of enjoying life to the fullest. Suke feared that the old man might die at Chunfeng Tower, so he had to have someone carry him back. As he was leaving, Li County Magistrate trembled as he grasped Suke's hand, a face full of regret and deep affection. I was born before you, and now you are born while I am old. How I wish we had been born at the same time to enjoy life together. Oh. Suke immediately ran away. This old man was just too disgusting. However, despite running away, Suke still prepaid Li County Magistrate for a whole year of expenses at Chunfeng Tower. He also informed Li County Magistrate not to collect death row prisoners for him anymore. I hope this old man dies on a woman's belly, but don't let me get involved. Suke leisurely left Yoning Prefecture. In the Daiqian dynasty, martial arts flourished. In remote areas, a first-rate master could dominate a region. Just like the head of the martial arts school in Xinjiang County, who was merely proficient in some basic inner strength and was treated as a guest of honor in the county town. But in a place like Yoning Prefecture, a first-rate master was completely worthless. In today's world, the Taoist leader Xiantian sect had a plethora of experts. Among the younger generation, many reached the realm of first-rate warriors at a young age. Those with exceptional talent became innate masters before the age of 20. The sect had no fewer than 100 master-level experts, and there were even over a dozen grandmasters, illustrating the terrifying strength of this Taoist leader. Thus, aspiring disciples wanting to join Xiantian sect were as numerous as fish crossing a river. However, Xiantian sect was extremely strict in accepting disciples. Those with unclear backgrounds were not accepted. Those too old were not accepted. Those whose bone structure and comprehension were below standard were not accepted. Suke felt like Xiantian sect was checking his identity card. Over the past year, he had not tried to throw money at the problem, directly offering a hefty reward for martial arts techniques. As long as it could be solved with money, it was not an issue for him. After all, what he lacked the least was money. However, the martial arts techniques available on the market were mostly external cultivation methods. First, one needed to refine their body, accumulate qi and blood, and only after the qi and blood were sufficient could one generate internal strength. True internal cultivation methods were extremely rare, and most of them were incomplete. The reason for this was all due to the first emperor of the Qin Yangting. 200 years ago, the world was in chaos, divided into factions. Martial arts sects everywhere caused great trouble for Yangting, who was fighting for control. After establishing the Qin, Yangting personally visited each sect, subjugating them and copying their martial arts manuscripts, issuing a decree. Anyone who dares to teach internal cultivation methods without government approval shall be exterminated along with their 9 clans. External cultivation methods did not count. Therefore, those who truly dared to sell internal cultivation methods did not care about such trivial wealth. If the mountain does not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. Late at night, Suke crouched low, hiding in the shadows, his gaze fixed on the distant mountain gate. Yoning Prefecture Zixia sect. This is a branch of Taoism led by a master-level expert. Suke's figure blended into the darkness as he stealthily approached Zixia sect. It was deep night. Most of the disciples inside had already rested, with only patrolling disciples occasionally passing by. Suke tiptoed towards the scripture repository. Zixia sect was not a secluded sect, it also received visitors daily. Over the past few days of observing, Suke had already figured out the specific location of the scripture repository. The process went surprisingly smoothly without any setbacks, and he arrived outside the scripture repository. Suke hid in the shadows, cautiously pushed open the wooden door, and slipped inside. Inside the scripture repository, the light was dim, but one could barely make out the layout. Surrounding him were rows of tall wooden racks piled high with books. Suke walked over and casually picked up a book to take a look. The Tranquil Classic. This was a Taoist text discussing the cultivation of the heart and nurturing the nature-pursuing inner peace. Suke shook his head, casually returned it to its place, and continued to feel his way up to the second floor. Not long after he reached the second floor also had many books arranged. Qianyuan palm, touching fist, Shuyi leg. Glancing over, he found they were all martial arts manuals, or rather all external cultivation methods. Suke quickly lost interest. If it were just external methods with his financial power, he could buy as much as he wanted. What he needed was internal cultivation. Suke merely glanced at it casually and walked straight towards the third floor. Suke stepped onto the third floor of the scripture repository. The bookshelves here were noticeably sparse. Numerous internal cultivation manuals such as the Baopu Heart Method, Shuyi True Essence Technique, Huangting Qi Nourishing Scripture, and Guanjing Return to Origin Skill. Several dozens of them came into view. Without hesitation, Suke walked straight towards the bookshelf, just about to reach out. Suddenly, whoosh! A cold gleam as quick as lightning shot straight at him. Such a fast sword. Before Suke could react, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed to the ground. From the shadows, an elderly man in a white robe stepped forward slowly. The old man looked at Suke's corpse on the ground and sighed. Wuliang Tianzuan. The classics on the first and second floors are freely accessible. Why did you trespass into the third floor, layman? 3 miles away from the Zixia sect. Did I just die? I couldn't even block a single move. It was a complete instant kill. Suke leaned against a tree, frowning slightly. He wasn't resentful of the opponent's ruthless strike that sealed his throat. He had long been mentally prepared for this. Taking without permission is called stealing. Even for disciples of the Zixia sect, peeking at the techniques without permission from the sect would lead to light consequences of wasting one's abilities and severe consequences of losing one's life, let alone for an outsider like him. What bad luck. Suke shook his head, stood up, and walked down the mountain. He wasn't giving up. Instead, he was preparing to come back tomorrow night. The next day, deep at night. With the experience from the last time, Suke was even more familiar and stealthily entered the scripture repository again. However, just as he stepped into the main entrance of the first floor, he hadn't even touched the stairs, and a sound of something slicing through the air rang out. Bang! Suke's head exploded directly. Awesome! On the third day, deep at night, Suke's figure appeared again at the entrance of the scripture repository. This time, as soon as he entered the scripture repository, a cold light flashed, and his head flew off. On the 16th day, deep at night, Suke perished. On the 32nd day, Suke perished. The disciples of the Zixia sect had recently noticed the unusual behavior of their leader Taoist Qingwei. Once benevolent and kind with a celestial demeanor, the leader now had a cold and severe expression, tired eyes, and a worried look. The atmosphere of the entire sect was extremely oppressive. The disciples were silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to be lax, while training, fearing to anger the leader. In private, the disciples were discussing among themselves, speculating whether the leader had encountered a ghost. Should they invite someone to perform a ritual? Deep at night, Suke came again. He indeed couldn't overpower the Zixia sect's leader, not able to withstand a single move. However, if he couldn't defeat him, he could still annoy him. Suke pushed open the door of the scripture repository again, standing quietly, closing his eyes, exposing his neck, waiting for death to descend. But the anticipated attack did not come. The surroundings were calm and peaceful. Have you compromised? Suke pondered for a moment, then confidently strode towards the third floor of the scripture repository. At this moment, the third floor of the scripture repository was brightly lit by candlelight. Taoist Qingwei was sitting cross-legged on a cushion with deep eye sockets, a haggard face, and a somewhat disturbed breath. Soon, Taoist Qingwei saw Suke walk up. Even though this wasn't the first time he had seen him, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Are you human or ghost? He was genuinely frightened. This person had clearly been killed by him dozens of times. Each time he had checked carefully, the breath had ceased, dead beyond recovery. But the next night, the other party came back alive and kicking to the scripture repository. Even as a master-level powerhouse with firm will, he was tormented to exhaustion by this bizarre situation. Of course I am human. Then why are you still alive? Suke just smiled, not explaining. Seeing this, Qingwei sighed. Then what will it take for you to give up? I wish to read the internal cultivation techniques on the third floor. Suke's purpose had always been clear. He made no attempt to disguise it. Only the process deviated somewhat from his expectations. He had originally thought he would obtain the techniques smoothly. Unexpectedly, he ended up being killed over 30 times. This was only because the other party had become afraid to kill him. Daoist Jingwei was silent for a long time as if making a decision. Then would you be willing to join the Zixiao sect? Join the Zixiao sect. Suke was taken aback. At his age, and with his qualifications and comprehension, he completely did not meet the Zixiao sect standards for accepting disciples. Who would have thought that just dying over 30 times would force this old Taoist to take him in? This outcome completely exceeded his expectations. Just as Suke was about to agree, he remembered something. If I join the Zixiao sect, can I still sneakily learn martial arts from other sects? Silence. The entire third floor of the scripture repository fell into dead silence. Daoist Qingwei's mouth twitched. He had already made a huge concession. This was an unprecedented exception. Yet he didn't expect Suke to completely disregard common sense. He hadn't even entered yet, and he was already thinking about being a traitor. No way. Daoist Qingwei shook his head. If you join the Zixiao sect, you must register with the court, only able to learn the sect's techniques. Moreover, the sect's heart techniques are derived from the Dao Canon, nurturing qi and solidifying the foundation, with long-lasting strength integrating offense and defense. Even those with outstanding talents require decades to cultivate to a profound level. If you join our sect, and then sneakily learn martial arts from other sects, it will not be tolerated by the court, and even the Zixiao sect will be implicated. At this moment, Qingwei also regretted it. Why did he have to mention apprenticeship? This wasn't even a Zixiao sect disciple yet. To think about sneaking learning martial arts from other sects. If he really accepted Suke, the Zixiao sect would surely be close to extermination. Then I won't join. Upon hearing this, Qingwei felt like he had seen a ray of hope, and immediately stood up, walking directly to the bookshelf unhesitatingly, taking down the books on it. You can learn all these techniques. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I, the old Taoist, guarantee to leave nothing unsaid, nothing withheld, and will not have the slightest bit of hidden knowledge. You're quite nice. This old Taoist was so afraid of him joining the Zixiao sect. Suke was also unceremonious, immediately sitting on the ground and opening the top book, Baopu Heart Method, to read. If he encountered any unfamiliar phrases or key points, he would ask right away. Taoist Qingwei indeed kept his promise, immediately coming over, patiently explaining word by word, analyzing the essence within, without any concealment or reservation. Qingwei truly had no other motives. Setting aside the other party's ability to come back from the dead, just based on the fact that he had killed him over 30 times, he hadn't seen the other party trying to take revenge on the Zixiao sect. This was enough to show his character. Although Suke couldn't even withstand a single move against him, he was at least a first-rate expert level combined with that bizarre ability. If Suke was determined to take revenge aside from himself and his junior brother, it was likely that no one among the disciples of the Zixiao sect would escape. Time quickly passed. In the following days, one asked, one answered. Under Taoist Qingwei's unreserved explanations, many obscure and difficult points gradually became clear. Suke memorized all the heart methods. Although Taoist Qingwei did not understand why Suke wanted to memorize all the heart methods, he did not ask. Under normal circumstances, one could only choose one heart method for cultivation. Some heart methods belong to fire, some to yin. Cultivating simultaneously would not only fail to achieve the balance of yin and yang, but would instead lead to deviation due to conflict. Historically, it had never been heard that anyone could cultivate conflicting yin and yang techniques. But at this moment, he only wanted Suke to hurry up and finish learning, and leave, naturally too lazy to ask further. Is there anything else you don't understand? No more. Then you may leave. Thank you. Suke stood up and cupped his hands. Then, in the astonished gaze of Qingwei, Suke raised his hand, and without hesitation slapped down towards his own head. Bang! With a muffled sound, his entire head exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Taoist Qingwei. He was stunned, his mind blank. This person, is he sick? Qingyang County. In a dense forest. A place that was empty suddenly manifested a figure. Suke looked around, nodding in satisfaction. This is the correct way to unlock the talent of life. One moment, he was hundreds of miles away at Yongning Prefecture's Zixiao sect. The next moment, he appeared in a dense forest in Qingyang County of Zhenyang Prefecture. This is simply teleportation. In the Zixiao sect within the scripture pavilion. After Suke's suicide, footsteps echoed from the staircase as a figure ascended. Such methods are unfathomable. Are they demons or monsters? Taoist Kangwu gazed at the bloodstains on the ground of the scripture pavilion, feeling a sense of lamentation. The world only knows that Qingwei is the sole master of the Zixiao sect. But no one knows that the Zixiao sect has a second master. As Qingwei's junior brother, Kangwu was naturally aware of the strange happenings that had occurred in the Zixiao sect during this time. Even Kangwu, who had seen the world, couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. Such methods akin to the divine or demonic instilled fear in one's heart. If they did not hand over the internal cultivation methods, they might not be able to escape. They could neither kill him nor resist. What else could they do? Moreover, the opponent had not harmed the ordinary disciples of the sect, which could be considered a sign of mercy. They had thought that since they could not kill him, they could trap him, ensuring he could not disappear. But this notion was ultimately dismissed. With their strength, it would be easy to make Su-Ke die with a single strike. But keeping him alive, that was much harder. Once he broke free, the Zixia sect would face catastrophic disaster. Weighing the pros and cons, they had no choice but to compromise. Of course, they did not know that Su-Ke was not truly immortal, just slightly more fortunate than others. With their strength, it would be easy to make Su-Ke die with a single strike. But keeping him alive, that was much harder. Once he broke free, the Zixia sect would face catastrophic disaster. Qingwei shook his head. By the way, aside from you and me, no one knows about this matter, right? No one knows. That's good. They could not afford to be careless. The current Dakian court was brimming with martial virtue, and to monitor the martial world, they had specifically established the Jinwu Division. The Jinwu Division is directly subordinate to the Emperor, wielding immense power and commands the Jinwu army. Even a mere soldier of the Jinwu Division must possess the strength of a third-rate martial artist. Only first-rate martial artists can become junior banners, while innate martial artists serve as the main banner, and masters are merely in charge of 100 households. Above 1,000 households are all grandmaster-level experts. This is why the Taoist Xiantian sect, the Buddhist Daong Temple, and the demonic Yinyang sect do not dare to act rashly. The strongest in the Zixia sect are merely these two masters, equivalent to 100 households in the Jinwu army. How could they let anyone know they privately taught the internal cultivation methods? The Zixia sect could neither afford to offend the court nor Su-Ke. They could only teach and simultaneously conceal the news. Junior brother, even if we keep this under wraps, I fear it won't last long. This person has learned our cultivation methods. Ordinary martial artists may not notice, but once other major sects engage him, they will surely detect it. Qingwei's face reflected his worry. This concern was not unfounded. The martial path of an individual where they were taught can be discerned as soon as they make a move. Just like in Rwanda. At that point, the Jinwu Division will definitely come knocking for an explanation. Master brother, I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing. Taoist Kangwu scoffed. I've heard your conversation with this person. He not only covets our Zixia sect's cultivation methods, but also thinks of stealing martial arts from other sects. And our Zixia sect's internal cultivation methods are not top tier, merely above average. This person possesses such unfathomable abilities. If other major sects face the same situation as ours, what do you think they will choose? Master brother, Yang Ting has suppressed the martial world for 200 years. The major sects have long suffered under the court, but previously no one dared to speak up. Now that such a remarkable person has appeared, I believe they will ultimately make the same choice as the Zixia sect. Qingwei listened, pondering. On the surface, the Zixia sect only had him as a master. Junior brother Kangwu was hidden and not officially registered. Since Kangwu had not registered but learned the Zixia sect's methods, this was something the court would not allow. They did this merely to leave a thread of inheritance in case the Zixia sect faced disaster. If the Zixia sect understands the need for a backup plan, do the other major sects not have similar preparations in secret? When one sect transmits its teachings, it is called defiance. When all sects do so, it is called desperation. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the many. The court, due to the vastness of the martial world, can only punish the instigator and does not dare to take extensive action. Who is the instigator? Su-Ke. The two sides are bound to be irreconcilable. If Su-Ke wins, the pressure on the martial sects will vanish. If Su-Ke loses, the major sects will not be at a loss either. On the official road, I have a little donkey. I never ride it. One day on a whim, I rode it to the market. A little donkey brayed as it carried Su-Ke forward. Su Jiangwo, it's all your fault for being greedy, wasting time. If we don't reach Linbei County tonight, they'll butcher you and make donkey meat hot pot. Su-Ke lay on the donkey's back, cursing. He had bought this donkey from a merchant who had almost slaughtered it for me. Seeing its pitiable state, he bought it for its strength and even gave it a name. Upon hearing its name, Su Jiangwo snorted, braying in a way that seemed quite aggrieved. Are you really aggrieved just because I said a few words? Su-Ke said irritably as he patted the donkey's head. Su Jiangwo shook its ears, still plodding along, occasionally stopping to munch on the green grass. Su-Ke, too lazy to care, lay back on the donkey's back, emptying his mind. He had received various cultivation methods from the Zixia sect 2 months ago and had mastered all of them to a novice level. Because all techniques ultimately rely on one's innate talent, there was no conflict or rejection among the methods. However, his aptitude and comprehension were indeed somewhat lacking. The way of heaven rewards diligence, which can only ensure his lower limit. As long as he practices diligently, his power will steadily grow. But after 2 months, he had only just opened the 12 meridians, barely managing to circulate a small cycle of internal force. Based on this world's classification of strength, he was only at a second-rate level. Suke lay lazily on the donkey's back, staring blankly at the clouds in the sky. At this moment, a sudden sound of breaking air erupted from the mountains and forests on either side of the road. Dozens of bandits rushed out from the woods. Immediately after, several arrows shot swiftly towards Suke's face. The local bandits are truly impolite. They don't even shout a battle cry before attacking with lethal force. Suke suddenly leaped off Su Jiangwo's back. In midair, a steel knife had already appeared in his hand. As the blade flashed, it deflected all the arrows shot towards him. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Suke dashed towards the group of bandits without hesitation. Meanwhile, Su Jiangwo took the opportunity to escape, his hooves flying like the wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye, clearly terrified by the sudden turn of events. The bandits felt a tightening in their hearts as Suke charged at them with fierce momentum, hurriedly raising their knives to defend themselves. Some were already having second thoughts. In the past, after a round of arrows, their targets usually lost all ability to resist. Even those who could fight back would be injured by hidden arrows, fleeing in panic. Unlike the person before them, who not only easily deflected the arrows, but also counterattacked directly. In just a few dozen meters, Suke closed the distance in a mere breath. Unlike the person before them, who not only easily deflected the arrows, but also counterattacked directly. Suke grinned widely, excitement lighting up his face as he swung the steel knife even faster. In no time, dozens of bandits lay dead in pools of blood, not a single one left alive. Most of these bandits were not strong. Among the dozens, the strongest was only of second rate, unable to last even one move against him, the first falling in two halves. Suke walked up to a corpse, casually wiping the blood off his steel knife before stowing it away in his spatial pouch. As for the valuables on the bandits, only a few pieces of silver which Suke found uninteresting. "Where's my donkey?" It was only then that he noticed Su Jiangwo was nowhere to be found, and he was momentarily speechless. He then circulated his internal energy, took a deep breath, and suddenly shouted, "Su Jiangwo." With the assistance of his internal energy, his voice spread like a wave, startling the birds into flight. But around him, there was only the sound of cicadas with no sign of Su Jiangwo. Suke shook his head, preparing to leave. After all, this donkey was just something he bought on a whim, costing him little, merely a means of transportation. If it ran away, so be it. Just then, Suke saw Su Jiangwo galloping towards him with its big teeth bared, its hooves flying, and in an instant, it was right in front of him. Su Jiangwo looked pitiful, clearly frightened by the earlier commotion, sticking out its tongue, as if trying to give Suke a comforting lick. Suke rolled his eyes in annoyance, hurriedly dodging, and slapped its head before climbing onto the donkey's back. "Su Jiangwo, let's go. Hee-haw, hee-haw." And so one person and one donkey roamed the lands. They entered towns when they encountered them, entered taverns when they saw them, killed bullies when they crossed paths, and slaughtered mountain bandits whenever they met them. Whenever they encountered injustice, if Suke set his sights on it, he would act directly. No matter who you were, as long as you committed evil deeds, there would be no survivors. But because Suke loved visiting brothels, even the donkey beside him enjoyed the good life. Over time, his name spread throughout Qingzhou. Some believed he was genuine, some thought he was a lecherous ghost, and others felt he was overly ruthless. As a result, he acquired a nickname, the Traveler of the Dusty Winds, Suke. As his fame grew, troubles at this moment in the Spring Breeze Pavilion, Suke reclined comfortably on a couch, enjoying a bow-tie leg massage. Beside him, Su Jiangwo was also sticking out its donkey mouth, occasionally opening it to be fed a piece of fruit, its eyes squinting with joy. More than a year passed. In the 15th year of Chang'e, Suke's strength gradually and steadily improved. Name Suke. Cultivation stage 3, early innate. Skills: Wudong 5 forms perfect, several internal arts minor success, various knife techniques minor success, many fist techniques minor success. Strength 6,625 kilograms. Speed 77 milliseconds. Stage 3. Early innate. Given Suke's original qualifications, even with the talent of hard work rewarded by the heavens, the improvement shouldn't be so rapid. It had been just over a year since he began cultivating internal arts. After all, internal energy starts from zero, passing through the 12 meridians, unblocking the 8 extraordinary vessels, and finally one must also connect the Ren and Du meridians to break through to the innate realm. The 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels might be simpler. However, the Ren and Du meridians are extremely difficult, representing a watershed in power. Even if a first-rate expert possesses abundant internal energy, it is still finite. But an innate expert's internal energy can sustain itself endlessly, allowing true qi to separate from the body, flowing unceasingly. A second-rate expert can exhaust a first-rate expert with numbers. But a first-rate expert cannot exhaust an innate expert with sheer numbers. This is a qualitative leap. Suke's breakthrough was entirely due to his talent. The 11th talent. Heaven-defying qualification. Your qualification will increase by 1 point every day with no upper limit. As long as you live long enough, you will never encounter a bottleneck. Qualification 18. Comprehension 6. Qualification determines cultivation speed. Comprehension determines understanding speed. In just over 10 days, his qualification had risen from that of an ordinary person to that of an ordinary genius. Even being an ordinary genius is still a genius. You must know that 99% of people in the world are mediocre with neither qualification nor comprehension exceeding 10 points. For instance, Su K had a qualification of only 4 points, which represented an average ordinary person. Each additional point in qualification is equivalent to saving 10 days of hard work. This means that now Su K's 1 day of cultivation has the effect comparable to 140 days of cultivation in the past. At this rate, breaking through to the master realm won't take long. Su K casually picked up the wine cup on the table and downed it in one go, suddenly frowning before returning to normal. With a thought, a piece of gold appeared in his hand, which he casually tossed onto the table. Su Jiangwo, let's go. Su K stood up and walked out. Su Jiangwo quickly got up its donkey mouth, not forgetting to grab the last apple on the table before galloping after him. Outside the Spring Breeze Pavilion, the lights were just coming on and the crowd was bustling. Many guests saw Su K coming out from an elegant room on the second floor with a donkey, all turning to look, some showing expressions of surprise, pointing and whispering. Some people from the Jianghu recognized this peculiar combination immediately. The traveler of the dusty winds, Su K, he visits brothels and chooses beauties. Even his donkey is being served by beauties. Sai living worse than a donkey. Su K paid no heed to the strange gazes around him as he led Su Jiangwo out of the Spring Breeze Pavilion. He did not return to the inn, but headed straight toward the city gate. The pair soon exited the city. After walking about 3 miles, Su K stopped. In the pitch-black night ahead, dozens of figures stood tall. All wore short coats in black and red with the character for martial embroidered on their chests, knives hanging at their waists, each with a cold expression and a menacing aura. The martial inspector of Deqian town. Su K was not surprised, speaking softly, deliberately releasing murderous intent to lure me out. In the crowd, a figure stepped forward. I am the chief inspector of the martial inspectorate, Li Zhang. After a pause, Li Zhang's expression turned cold. Su K, the laws of Deqian clearly state that those who practice internal arts must register with the government after finding a master or achieve merit for the court to be allowed to cultivate. You secretly practiced internal arts, which is a serious crime against the imperial edict, deserving of punishment that extends to your 9 generations. However, considering your previous actions of slaying bandits and relieving the people of harm, I offer you a way out. As long as you truthfully disclose the source of your internal arts, you can consider it as turning your crime into merit, and only you will be punished. If you refuse to cooperate, you will be charged with the crime of secretly practicing internal arts, and your 9 generations will be implicated. 9 generations? I have long heard of the martial inspectorate's might overseeing the world, wielding immense power. My household registration can deceive ordinary officials, but it can never fool the martial inspectorate. Su K chuckled, pausing for a moment before asking, but what about Brother Li? Naturally, he is dead. How did he die, eh? Li Zhang remained silent for a moment before answering. Indulgence led to his demise, burning out like a lamp. The oil has run out, and the lamp has gone cold. Su K shook his head and sighed. This can be considered as asking for kindness and receiving kindness in return. To say that he cared greatly for County Magistrate Li, it couldn't be said that way. The friendship among men can sometimes be strange and very simple. As the saying goes, they have shared the same window, carried guns together, divided spoils, and visited brothels together. Having roamed the Spring Breeze Tower for more than a year, there was somewhat of a bond. Even though County Magistrate Li was stingy, greedy, lecherous, and not very diligent in his duties. But he does get things done when he is paid. Seeing this, Li Zhang no longer wasted words and raised his hand to issue the order for capture. Town martial guards, take Su K down. Yes. At the command, the town martial guards immediately raised their blades and surrounded him. Su K scanned the surrounding town martial guards, observing their well-trained actions, and couldn't help but nod. No wonder they could suppress the entire martial world. Among these dozens of people, the weakest had at least a third-rate level. Second-rate sergeants, first-rate squad leaders. Adding to that was Li Zhang, the innate level commander. If the target were anyone else, they would definitely have no chance of escape. He and the town martial division were not wrong. They simply stood on different sides. If the martial world is not regulated, it will surely become a disaster. As the saying goes, the scholar disrupts the law with literature, while the hero breaks the law with martial prowess. Therefore, the court absolutely cannot allow someone like Su K, who openly defies the imperial edict, to survive. Otherwise, there will surely be imitators who disregard the court's laws. Thus, the town martial guards must use iron-fisted measures to eliminate Su K as a warning to others. And Su K, he needed to absorb the martial arts experiences of various schools regardless of external or internal techniques. He wanted them all. This was not only to enhance his own strength, but also to pave a way forward. He would not forget the overwhelming malice from the main world. In this way, it naturally infringed upon the court's taboos. Unless one side backed down, the conflict was unavoidable. Thinking of this, Suke no longer wasted words. The steel knife appeared in his hand, his figure like lightning, and he instantly charged towards the town martial guards. In the 15th year of Chonglu, April, all 50 town martial guards under the command of Li Zheng, the town martial division's commander, were slain. When the news spread, it shocked the world. The deputy commander of the Qingzhou town martial division, Fu Kailan, was furious upon hearing the news. What audacity! Fu Kailan slammed his palm on the table, unable to contain his anger, openly defying the edict, killing court officials and town martial guards. This is simply lawless. Send the order down. Immediately command all town martial divisions and guards in Qingzhou to exert all efforts to capture the criminal Suke. If necessary, local garrison troops may be mobilized. Anyone who obstructs this will be charged with treason and dealt with at all costs to ensure this scoundrel is brought to justice. At the same time, issue a bounty notice. Anyone who reports Suke's whereabouts will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver, and those who kill this thief will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold and may choose 2 martial arts techniques. Anyone who knows of his whereabouts and does not report will be held accountable for collusion. Fu Kailan was seething with anger. How many years had it been since such a heinous event occurred in Qingzhou? To put it broadly, this was a serious dereliction of duty. In a smaller context, it was also negligence. As the deputy commander of the Qingzhou town martial division responsible for martial affairs in the region, if this matter was not handled properly, not only would he be unable to return to the capital for promotion, but he would also be in danger himself and face criticism. Yes, my lord. 3 captains below the hall responded in unison. Go and handle it. Fu Kailan snorted coldly. By the way, be sure to investigate the source of Suke's internal martial arts techniques. Keep a close watch on the major sects in Qingzhou. If any trace is discovered, arrest immediately without needing to report to me. Those who dare to resist will be dealt with mercilessly. Understood. The 3 captains felt a chill in their hearts. They understood that Fu Kailan was genuinely enraged and also harbored a deep hatred for Suke. This lad was practically slapping the entire town martial division in the face. He truly believed that the town martial division could no longer wield weapons. Any insignificant person dared to provoke the town martial division. One must know that in the past the great Qian martial world had 7 major sects, but now only 3 remain. The other 4 sects were all eradicated by the town martial division. If this matter had nothing to do with the major sects, it would be fine. If there were indeed connections, then the town martial division would not hold back. The mobilization of the Qingzhou town martial division immediately drew the attention of various forces. After learning the circumstances, all parties reacted with headshakes. The reputation of the town martial division was not bestowed by the court. It was earned through bloodshed. More serious incidents have occurred in the past. Years ago, one of the 7 major sects, the Sangshuan sect, openly rebelled, resulting in the deaths of 2 master-level captains. The court was enraged, and the town martial division was mobilized. What was the result? Within a month, the Sangshuan sect was completely annihilated. A total of 13,765 people were executed and displayed. Furthermore, those executions were done with invitations sent to the people from the major sects to witness. The master of the Sangshuan sect, a consummate master-level figure, was besieged by 10 master-level members of the town martial division and was brutally defeated. And now Suke is merely a fledgling and insignificant character, not worth mentioning. In the eyes of various forces, this was nothing more than an inevitable outcome. They had their subordinates keep an eye on Suke's movements more to curry favor with the town martial division. In the 17th year of Chonglu, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In a certain valley of Qingzhou, a thunderous roar echoed through the mountains. The internal energy unleashed formed a powerful aura capable of shattering armor and breaking stones with a mere wave of the hand. Is this the power of a grandmaster? Truly terrifying. Suke gazed at the giant rock that had been pulverized by his internal energy, a hint of surprise on his face. Immediately, Suke's figure flickered, moving as swiftly as a phantom, and he struck the cliff wall of the valley with a fierce punch. Boom! Debris flew, dust filled the air. The hard cliff wall was forcefully blasted into a large pit by this overwhelming power. Without pausing, Suke's fists fell like a torrential rain upon the stone wall, sending rocks flying and creating a deafening noise. Name Suke. Cultivation level 4th stage, early grandmaster. Strength 15 tons. Speed 212 milliseconds. Talent 768. With a talent score of 768, his exceptional aptitude and rapid cultivation speed place him among the ranks of unparalleled geniuses in this martial arts world. In the past, Suke couldn't fully comprehend Elder Qian's words. Now he understood. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. His previous cultivation speed was as slow as constipation. Now his cultivation speed was as fast as if he had taken a laxative. It was simply incomparable. No wonder they say he has extraordinary talent. In just 2 short years he had directly advanced from innate to grandmaster. Such a rapid rise to this realm would surely cause a sensation throughout the entire Deqian dynasty if it were to be known. If there were a classification for geniuses. Then, ordinary person 110, ordinary genius 1020, unparalleled genius 20,100, unrivaled prodigy 100,1000. With his current talent, it was likely that no one in the entire Deqian could match him. Even Yangting from back then was not a match. Moreover, his talent was increasing at a rate of 1 point per day. Yet this was not something to be proud of. There are countless individuals across the Myriad realms with outstanding talents compared to his. Just like a certain abnormal person with the surname Luo. This person broke through 3 stages in 4 months, 6 stages in another 4 months, and finally reached the 10th stage planetary level in 2 years. And here he was after 5 years of cultivation only at the 4th stage. Although that abnormal person relied on a massive amount of resources to achieve that, it didn't mean others lacked talent. I am merely an unparalleled prodigy, how could I compare? But just because I can't now doesn't mean I won't in the future. If 1 year is not enough, then 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. If only my comprehension could improve as well, Su Ke sighed, shaking his head. Currently, he only understood to practice according to the techniques, much like copying answers in an open book exam. As for the questions and answers, he couldn't comprehend them at all. Or rather, he could only grasp the surface. But why was it solved this way? What was the process? Why was this the method of solution? Just like in mathematics, it requires logic and deductive thinking. This was also why, after learning the inner strength technique of the Zixia sect, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn, but he could only memorize the techniques without grasping the principles of the methods contained within. At that moment, a flock of birds suddenly took flight from the forest. As a grandmaster, Su Ke's senses were exceedingly sharp, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart, as if some primal beast was approaching his location. Here we go again, truly relentless. Su Ke frowned, wearing an impatient expression. This was already the 3rd time. The people from the town guard were indeed persistent. The first time was 6 months after the arrest warrant was issued. The second time was 8 months ago. Now they had come seeking him for the 3rd time. Su Ke closed his eyes carefully, sensing the subtle changes in the energy of the world. He could detect that the person arriving this time was very strong. At least a grandmaster. I am a bit annoyed, Su Ke murmured to himself, no longer hesitating, and walked straight toward the valley's exit. As for Su Jiangwo, Su Ke glanced back. The donkey was hiding in a corner, trembling like a sieve. Animals have an instinctive sensitivity to danger that is always sharper than that of humans. At this moment in the dense forest, a squad of about 30 armored heavy guards was rushing forward. The armor gleamed under the sunlight, and they carried feathered sabers at their waists, holding heavy crossbows. Despite their heavy burden, their speed was remarkably swift. This elite squad came from the town guard. Each member was a powerful, innate realm expert. At the front of the team, there were also 3 individuals. Left Xianhu was dressed in luxurious clothing, emanating an aura as imposing as a mountain. With each breath, his energy naturally swirled around him, and a terrifying, killing intent radiated, causing unease. Sir, according to the intel, the criminal Su Ke is in the valley ahead, Li Baihu reported in a low voice. Left Xianhu nodded slightly, his gaze cold though also puzzled. The town guard had long since investigated Su Ke's background thoroughly. When he appeared in Qingyang County in the 12th year of Chonglu, he was merely a second-rate martial artist practicing external skills, having not even mastered internal energy. He had been relatively well-behaved over the years, although his personality was somewhat eccentric, enjoying being an executioner. However, he only executed death row inmates, so it wasn't a major issue. Yet nearly 3 years had passed. This person had somehow obtained inner strength techniques and directly cultivated to the innate realm. Of course, this was quite normal. After all, Left Xianhu himself only took 2 years to break through from the start of his cultivation to the innate realm. The town guard was unaware of how Su Ke, upon just breaking through to the innate level, completely annihilated the forces of Li Zhang. But at that time they merely thought he was a somewhat capable innate practitioner. However, things began to change after Fu Kalen issued the arrest warrant. In the first operation, the town guard dispatched dozens of innate experts, which was already a sign of high regard for Su Ke. Yet the result was total annihilation, with none surviving. In the second encirclement, they dispatched 5 Baihu, all Grandmaster-level experts. The outcome was similarly bleak, with no news. In just 10 months, Su Ke could slay Grandmaster-level experts. And 5 at that. When this news reached the town guard, it was met with astonishment. The bounty on Su Ke's head was raised once again. Therefore, when they located Su Ke's hiding place this time, they dispatched him directly. Logically, with his mid-level Grandmaster cultivation, this mission should be foolproof. Yet Left Qianhu felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. But he couldn't pinpoint where this unease was coming from. Left Qianhu furrowed his brow, glancing back at the armored heavy guards. Although their strength was not as formidable as the Grandmasters, each carried a specially made heavy crossbow with terrifying power. A Grandmaster hit at a vital point would surely perish. With 30 heavy crossbows firing simultaneously plus himself as a Grandmaster, could anything unexpected occur? Just as Left Qianhu's thoughts raced, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from ahead. And this energy was heading straight towards their direction. A Grandmaster? How is this possible? Left Qianhu's pupils constricted in disbelief. Whoosh! A figure suddenly burst out from the woods. Su Kei's Grandmaster aura burst forth, and the violent energy whipped up a flurry of falling leaves. He uttered not a single word, his entire being transformed into a blur. At a speed of 212 meters per second, fueled by his internal energy, what seemed like a distant distance was crossed in the blink of an eye. His speed was even so fast that it was hard to react. As Su Kei approached, a gleaming steel blade appeared in his empty hand. Impudence! The two Baihu were enraged, and their internal energy erupted instantly as they prepared to retaliate. Su Kei's gaze was cold, ignoring their movements. With the steel blade imbued with overwhelming internal energy, he struck down upon the two like a mountain. Pshhh. The blade, flashing with chilling light, easily sliced through the protective true energy of the Grandmasters, its unstoppable force cleaving the two Baihu in half on the spot. Blood spurted. Internal organs flew. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, faster than lightning. Seeking death. Left Qianhu was furious, his terrifying internal energy surging as he unleashed a palm strike directly at Su Kei's chest. The opportunity for battle was fleeting. Since Su Kei targeted the two Baihu, he would inevitably expose a flaw. Both were Grandmaster-level experts. Left Qianhu easily seized this flaw and struck fiercely. Boom! Su Kei trembled all over. The violent internal energy surged forth, and his entire body exploded with a loud bang, transforming into a cloud of blood mist that filled the air. This, Left Qianhu had killed Su Kei, yet he couldn't comprehend, nor could he understand. His cultivation level was evidently stronger than Su Kei's. Why did he dare to act so recklessly? Why was he completely unguarded? To slay two inconsequential Baihu, did he really have to take such a risk? Wasn't this seeking death? If Su Kei chose to entangle with him, it would be difficult for him to slay the opponent in a short time. But now, Left Qianhu completely couldn't make sense of Su Kei's actions. Could it be that Su Kei had some deep-seated grudge against these two Baihu? Was it worth his life to exchange for theirs? Was he out of his mind? Zhou Qianhu shook his head, temporarily suppressing the doubts in his heart. In any case, the assailants had been eliminated, finally freeing Master Fu from a troublesome matter. In the past 2 years, due to his ineffectiveness, he had been reprimanded by the Emperor multiple times. Zhou Qianhu turned around, preparing to instruct the 30 standing Xuanjia heavy guards to bring back the bodies of the two Baihus. As his gaze swept over the line, his body suddenly stiffened and his heart tightened. As the saying goes, having few people is not frightening. What is frightening is having many. Among the originally orderly 30 Xuanjia heavy guards, an extra figure seemed to materialize out of nowhere. This scene sent chills down his spine. And that person was none other than Su Kei, whom he had just turned into a mist of blood with a single punch. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhou Qianhu was horrified, a chill sweeping through his entire body, goosebumps rising all over. He had absolute confidence in that punch, with no possibility of failure. Su Kei was undoubtedly dead. But this living person before him, what on earth was going on? Zhou Qianhu's unusual reaction naturally attracted the attention of the Xuanjia heavy guards. They all noticed that Qianhu was staring at them in shock. Fear. A hint of doubt rose in Zhao Taiyi's heart as he stood in the line. The next second, he felt his body lighten and his vision spun. Am I flying? Uff. The sound of a steel knife slicing through the air was extremely piercing. Su Kei's figure, like a specter, flashed with the knife light, and a head flew up with a thud, rolling to the ground. These Xuanjia heavy guards were all elites with considerable strength, especially adept at forming formations and manipulating heavy crossbows. If an ordinary master were surrounded by them or faced a volley of heavy crossbow bolts, they would undoubtedly fall instantly. But at this moment, they were facing a Grand Master. The heavy guards didn't even have time to form a formation, and they couldn't even resist. The knife light danced, and blood and flesh flew. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen Xuanjia heavy guards had fallen into a pool of blood. Damn it! Zhou Qianhu's eyes widened in anger, flames of fury igniting within him. Ignoring everything else, he unleashed his entire power in an instant, transforming into a remnant shadow and charging towards Su Kei. Meanwhile, Su Kei seemed determined to first kill all these Xuanjia heavy guards. Faced with Zhou Qianhu's attack, Su Kei did not dodge at all, even not allocating a shred of his attention to defend. The result was inevitable. Boom. A powerful palm once again tore Su Kei's body apart, turning it into a diffuse mist of blood. But the next moment Su Kei's figure appeared next to a heavy guard, the steel knife in his hand, moving, without pause, sweeping out. The knife light flashed like lightning and remnants of shadows flew. In just a moment the last dozen Xuanjia heavy guards also fell one after another, no longer breathing. All 30 heavy guards had fallen. The entire process was faster than one could imagine. Zuoqian, who stood in place, his eyes wide open, hair standing on end. What on earth are you, a human or a ghost? How could you not die? Is this still a human? Su Kei did not answer. The knife light was sharp, and he stepped forward, heading straight for Zuoqianhu. At this moment Zuoqianhu dared not think of anything else. The priority was to survive. Suddenly his terrifying internal power erupted. The two figures collided, the sound of steel clashing. A violent wave of energy spread outwards, the ground instantly fracturing, terrifying cracks spreading for several zhang. Several large trees around were uprooted, their trunks snapped in half, and debris and dust swept into the air. Zuoqian, his falling leaves, knife stacked up layer upon layer, the knife force collapsing the air. Every slash shook the ground violently. Su Kei did not dodge or evade, taking a knife heat in his shoulder, flesh exploding, bones rumbling. In just a moment the two were entangled in a fierce battle. Zuoqianhu was covered in knife scars, blood dripping from his clothes. Su Kei was in even worse shape, not only severely injured, but even one leg had been severed. Overestimating yourself. Zuoqianhu leaned on his falling leaves, knife, his eyes filled with disdain. Although he did not know why Su Kei could break through to Grandmaster in just 2 years, there was still a difference even among. He was a Qianhu of the Town Martial Division, all his skills coming from the Town Martial Division, specializing in martial artists, and his killing methods had long been honed to perfection. Yet Su Kei had only just advanced to Grandmaster with mediocre swordsmanship and average strength. Relying solely on this reckless attacking method, he could do nothing to him. Hoo-hoo. Su Kei gasped heavily, his whole body soaked in blood, one hand broken, one leg missing, his internal power in chaos, and several meridians severed. In contrast, Zuoqianhu, though injured, was only slightly wounded. Indeed, cultivation is cultivation, and actual combat is actual combat. The road ahead is long and has no end. I will seek up and down. Knife come. Su Kei slashed his throat. Life won. In fact, whether a hand was broken or a leg was gone was not a big deal. He just needed to wait for the self-recovery from the self-contained spring water, recovering 1 of life per second, all included. But the self-contained spring water could not restore internal power. At the same time, if it weren't for the talent of one certificate, eternal certificate, which locked his cultivation and foundation with his current injuries, any normal martial artist would directly fall in realm, their internal power wasted, becoming a cripple. One certificate, eternal certificate, can ensure that Su Kei, when facing any situation, solidifies all his cultivation techniques and foundational roots. Whether it is spell, plundering, curse, sealing, physical, soul injury, memory washing, or time and causality alteration, none can cause his cultivation to fall. It is because of this talent that Su Kei can recklessly exchange injuries for injuries, saying that he can commit suicide at will. If he didn't have this talent, it would inevitably lead to the loss of his roots. Given Su Kei's current situation, once he committed suicide and revived while his strength and internal power could be fully restored, it was uncertain what realm he would fall to. He might revive with only the realm of a master, or perhaps only a congenital level. Self-contained spring water health recovery. Killing and reviving full health with 1 button. 1 certificate, eternal cultivation stability. The 3 talents form a complement. While the value of the spring water may seem low, to be honest, it is indeed a bit low. The next moment, Zuoqianhu's eyes widened, his face filled with questions. He watched Su Kei slash his throat right in front of him. Immediately alarms rang out in his mind. A sharp knife light flashed. Relying on years of killing instinct before his mind could react, his body reacted first, his feet moved, and his lightness skill automatically activated, crossing dozens of zhang in the blink of an eye. But even with his Bodis automatic reflexes, he couldn't completely evade. Rip. Zuoqianhu suddenly felt his right arm lighten, followed by a sharp pain, cold sweat pouring down. He looked ahead. In the position where he had just stood, Su Kei was holding a steel knife, stepping on an arm. Moreover, at this moment, Su Kei was completely unharmed. The severed hand had restored completely, the severed leg reborn, and there were no injuries on him. Even his aura had once again become incredibly strong. Instantly fully revived? What is this ability? Zuoqianhu was immensely shocked, even though this was not the first time he had seen it. Yet he still found it unbelievable hard to imagine. Is there really an immortal in this world? Run! Zuoqianhu was filled with panic, turning and fleeing without hesitation. At this moment he was already terrified. There was no trace of fighting spirit left, only fear, and his heart was heavy. This time it was feared that the Town Martial Division would face disaster. Suke possessed the cultivation of a Grand Master and also held the ability to die and be reborn. Aside from mediocre swordsmanship, mediocre fist techniques, and mediocre lightness skills, he had almost no flaws. Even though the town martial division was filled with experts, it would be difficult to withstand anyone facing. A terrifying thought surfaced in Zhuqian's mind, prompting him to exert even more effort in fleeing. He had already made up his mind if he could escape this time, he would definitely hide his name and remain far away. In truth, the cultivation of a Grand Master was not that frightening. Whether in the town martial division, the military, or the court, or even within the imperial palace, there were numerous individuals of such realms. The Taoist Xintian sect is quite strong, right? There are at least a dozen Grand Master level experts. But such power is hardly regarded by Deqian. Moreover, as long as the town martial division is willing, not to mention the Xintian sect, even the entire martial world combined would be insufficient to contend. However, what Suke found most terrifying was his ability to die and be reborn. Powerful strength, immortality. Once targeted, who wouldn't be afraid? It was from this moment that Zhuqian truly understood what kind of monster the town martial division had provoked. Run! Suke watched as Zhuqian vanished from sight in the blink of an eye, shaking his head slightly. He did not pursue. It was not that he wanted to let Zhuqian go, but rather he couldn't catch up. His overall strength was average, and the disparity in strength between them was still very obvious. Then Suke did not hesitate, and once again slashed his throat. Life, when your life is my life. While the main ability of this talent is to kill a living being and gain a life, its accompanying ability is also terrifyingly strong. The ability to autonomously choose the resurrection location, comparable to teleportation. His lightness skills couldn't catch up to Zhuqian, but he could appear right in front of him. One thought, myriad worlds at a single thought, you may freely traverse between planes. The higher your cultivation realm, the higher the level of worlds you can reach. Note the flow of, without any sound, any premonition, or any warning. A figure with a knife light suddenly appeared beside Rip. Zhuqian only felt a pain in his leg, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. Both legs were brutally severed by a single stroke. Zhuqian abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper, despairing as he looked at the young figure before him. At this time he had only one hand intact while all the others had been severed. Yet facing such a situation, he still continued to move backwards, trying to escape, his eyes filled with rage. You want to kill me, I want to kill you. This is very normal. Why the hatred? Suke frowned. Actually, I had given opportunities, it was just that you insisted on hunting me down. Absurd. Zhuqian spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this, sneering. Deqian's laws clearly state that those who steal martial techniques must be executed along with their 9 clans. If you had not stolen, how could this have come to pass? As a Qianhu of the town martial division, I uphold the laws of Deqian and maintain the stability of the martial world. Oh, what wrong is there in that? You were originally just a first-rate martial artist without any internal power, yet within a few years you broke through to Grandmaster. Your talent is top-notch in Deqian. If you were to abide by Deqian's laws and follow the court's regulations, your future would be limitless. Seeking progress in martial arts has its proper path. Joining the town martial division to achieve merit, the court would bestow superior martial techniques based on your achievements. Why did you privately steal martial arts and violate the law? This is the national policy of Deqian. Achievements can indeed lead to the selection of martial techniques. This is also what he couldn't comprehend. Since Suke had this talent, why not sell himself to the imperial family? Why bother stealing martial arts? Stealing martial arts is to pave the way inevitably offends the roots. Suke shook his head. Your words, while not wrong, but what if I said I need all the martial arts classics of Deqian? If I were to side with the court and be a dog for Deqian, would I be able to browse these martial arts freely? As soon as this was said, Zhuqian fell silent. Silence also represented an answer. Deqian indeed possessed the classics of the entire martial world. In the early years, the founding Emperor Yang Ting regulated the martial world, suppressing all major sects. They had no choice but to allow the court to collect various martial arts. Any sect that dared to disobey would be uprooted, their entire clan exterminated. Thus, the Deqian court had the most comprehensive collection of scriptures. Indeed, achievements can grant the chance to choose martial arts, but the premise is that one needs to achieve military merit. At the same time, it is impossible to let you browse all martial arts freely. The court needs to cultivate strong individuals while also suppressing strong individuals. So even if Suke was willing to be a dog, he might receive some internal power, fist techniques, knife techniques, lightness skills, etc. At first. But thereafter, forget it. The court could never unconditionally trust any official, not even a prince. See, since it cannot be done, then even if I join, what can I do? I will inevitably steal these techniques sooner or later, and what is happening now will definitely offend the roots. Since it will happen sooner or later, why should I seek the distant at the expense of the near? Suke began to explain. He had the talent to unify all methods capable of learning any martial technique. This meant he would not be bound to a single school and would inevitably absorb all martial arts experiences. Zhuo Qianhu was at a loss for words, but his gaze still held a glimmer of hope for survival. He took a deep breath, steadying his injuries. Suke, as long as you are willing to spare me, I Zuoling swear that from now on I will no longer be your enemy. Now that my legs are completely useless, I can only live my life in a wheelchair. To you I am already a useless person. Furthermore, your methods are unfathomable. You are immortal. The town martial division never posed a threat to you from the beginning. If you are willing to let this go, I will report this matter to Master Fu after returning to the town martial division and turn enmity into friendship. How about that? After all, the town martial division is also here to uphold the court's laws for the stability of the people and not just targeting you alone. If you pursue this to the end, it will inevitably cause turmoil in the martial world, and the ones who will ultimately suffer will be the innocent people. Suke remained silent for a moment after hearing this. Just when Zhuo Qianhu thought these words had touched him, the hope in his eyes grew stronger. He was already a powerful grandmaster. His lifespan could reach 140 years. Now at only 56, he still had a long life ahead. Even if his legs were completely useless, his internal power was intact. Although his strength had diminished, he could still live comfortably. Who wants to die if they can live? Naturally, Zhuo Qianhu did not want to either. We are all striving to live. But the next moment a knife light flashed. Zhuo Qianhu's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. Then his head fell to the ground, consciousness sinking into darkness. Moral coercion. Suke shook his head casually, wiping the blood off his knife. He wasn't buying it. If you can take action to kill me, then I can certainly take action to kill you. No matter who tries to kill me, I can retaliate. The Jin Wuxi is still pursuing me and hasn't given up the hunt. If Suke didn't have many lives, being killed once would mean he is truly dead. Just because he can die and come back to life doesn't mean it's acceptable to assume he hasn't died, nor does it imply he deserves to be killed. Moreover, the positions of both sides are fundamentally different. You kill me, you have your reasons. I kill you, I have my reasons. It's only natural. Furthermore, the words of Zhuo Qianhu are nothing but moral coercion. Zhuo Qianhu killing is enforcing the law impartially, it is only right. Yet Suke's counterattack is chaos in the world, a grave sin. Enforcing the law does not equate to justice. Returning fire does not imply evil. Just then Su Jiangwo, who had popped up from who knows where, rushed forward. It raised its front hooves, proudly stepping on Zhuo Qianhu's corpse, braying incessantly. Its posture, see, it's still us two who are formidable. When we join forces, we are invincible. In the 17th year of Changlu, Qingzhou was bustling. Within Qingzhou, every sect and faction had arrived. Today is the birthday banquet of Fu Kailan, the deputy commander of the Jin Wuxi. In the face of this powerful figure who controls Qingzhou's martial arts world, no sect dared to be absent. All came with lavish gifts. Fu Kailan might not remember who came, but he would certainly remember who didn't. With his high position and great power, he had reached the pinnacle of Grand Master, overseeing Qingzhou's martial arts. If he held a grudge against you, it would be difficult to navigate Qingzhou in the future. As guests raised their glasses to toast, the sound of silk and bamboo filled the air, accompanied by laughter. Fu Kailan sat at the main seat, dressed in a brocade robe, accepting congratulations from subordinates of the Jin Wuxi and guests from the Jianghu. Suddenly, a deafening bang shattered the courtyard door. Suke's figure stepped in slowly. The joyful laughter in the courtyard abruptly ceased. Master Fu, I am Suke, and I have come uninvited. Here is a small gift I prepared. If it does not meet your standards, please bear with me. Suke said casually, throwing a bundle on the ground. The bundle rolled a few times on the ground before opening, revealing a human head inside. This Zhuo Qianhu. This is a grandmaster. Hiss. Suke. Is he the wanted criminal from 2 years ago? He's not dead. Surrounding guests gasped in shock, and those quick to react began to quietly look for an escape route. Those who reacted slowly were still in shock. Fu Kailan's expression turned cold just as he was about to speak. He saw Suke had already made his move. Half a day later, at the city gate of Qingzhou Zhenglong Mansion, over 100 heads hung. Beside them was a silk cloth with a large inscription. The killer is Suke. I only wish to practice martial arts. Oh, anyone who blocks my path will face death without exception. Do not say I did not warn you. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Deqian with astonishing speed. At the birthday banquet of Fu Kailan in Qingzhou, the wanted criminal Suke, pursued by the Jin Wuxi for 2 years, suddenly appeared. What shocked everyone even more was his level of cultivation. At this moment, Suke's cultivation had reached the level of metamorphosis, having leaped from the innate realm to become a grandmaster. A grandmaster. Not just any average person. Many had been stuck at the grandmaster level for over a decade with no progress, yet Suke at such a young age achieved such power, which was truly terrifying. Seeing his birthday disrupted, and Zui Qian who slain Fu Kailan was furious, and his elite warriors surged forward. In the face of such a situation, many guests watched coldly, not optimistic about Su Kai. Even though he had become a grandmaster, he was still only at the early stage. Present were 3 grandmasters from the Jin Wuxi, while Fu Kailan was a fully realized grandmaster. The gap was too obvious. However, the outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. 2 mid-level grandmasters fell on the spot, and Fu Kailan, the fully realized grandmaster, followed closely after. Anyone who made a move against Su Kai was met with certain death. Yet those innocent bystanders who did not attack were spared by Su Kai. Such a shocking incident could not be hidden, and it quickly spread throughout the world. In just a few years from innate to grandmaster. What kind of heaven-defying talent is this? Immortal and unkillable. Su Kai has been killed by the Jin Wuxi dozens of times, yet still returns unscathed. This. How can this be? What kind of method is this? Fu Kailan's birthday banquet had gathered many martial artists. There were also many innocent civil officials and commoners present. Su Kai did not harm these people. Or rather, as long as they did not take action against him, Su Kai spared them. With so many witnesses, the news could not be suppressed. Su Kai's terrifying strength and unbelievable ability to return from the dead immediately shocked the entire martial arts world. Even if various forces found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to accept the consistent testimonies from so many people. With this bizarre ability of resurrection, he had forcibly killed 3 grandmasters. For a time, every sect and faction issued strict orders to their disciples and younger generations. Do not provoke him. In the eyes of these forces, offending the court might still leave room for negotiation. But if they provoke Su Kai, given his ruthless pursuit of revenge, this person would not forgive a slight. However, based on his past conduct, as long as they did not provoke him actively, did not engage in criminal acts, and did not act as bandits, both sides could coexist peacefully. Thus, many forces began internal checks, fearing they might accidentally provoke this scourge Su Kai. Many seasoned grandmasters who were at the peak of their power, yet nearing the end of their lifespan, suddenly found their thoughts stirred. These grandmaster-level figures had spent a lifetime in arduous cultivation, yet found it hard to break through the pinnacle, their paths to advancement cut off, left to await death. The stronger the power and higher the status, the more they feared death. Who doesn't want to live? And Su Kai's display of resurrection techniques, if mastered, could surely extend their life and allow them to survive. How could that not lead to greed? How could it not provoke envy? As for whether it would bring disaster upon their family or sect, these Sunnity powerhouses did not care at all. After I die, who cares about the floods? As for the court, they are certainly furious. Such a fierce criminal openly kills court officials. If they do not punish him, it will not quell the public anger. The current Emperor Yang, she personally issued an edict ordering the Jin Wuxi to capture Su Kai alive at all costs. Indeed, it is to capture him alive. Those old-timers coveting Su Kai's abilities, the Emperor desires it as well. Moreover, they are all clever people. Since Su Kai can revive every time he dies, as long as they capture him alive and ensure he does not die, they will eventually extract the secret of this ability. Other forces might find it hard to ensure he doesn't die, but for the court it's quite simple. Within Deqian, there are countless grandmasters. They only need to use their internal force to keep his life hanging, and they can ensure he does not die. At this moment within the royal palace, immortal and unkillable. Good. Heaven does not cut off a person's path. That night, at the Qingyun sect, within the scripture depository, Su Kai's gaze swept across rows of bookshelves upon which the sect's cultivation techniques were displayed. The Qingyun breathing technique, the green edge exhalation chapter, the flowing cloud sword breathing method. After a long while, Su Kai mindlessly copied them down, not bothering to comprehend the meanings of these inner cultivation arts, simply transcribing them all. Having finished copying the last technique, he returned it to its original place on the shelf. Su Kai stretched his limbs, turned his head to glance at a corner not far away, smiled faintly, and then turned to leave. Shortly after Su Kai departed, a figure staggered out from the shadows of that corner. Sect leader Lu Shiji, gazing at the direction Su Kai had gone, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with lingering fear and slumped to the ground. Damn it, that scared the hell out of me. That menace is finally gone. The Qingyun sect was located within Xinzhou. Lu Shiji had been among the guests at Fu Kailan's birthday banquet half a month ago. He had naturally witnessed the terrifying sight of Su Kai slaughtering without restraint. Upon returning to the sect, he had warned his disciples never to provoke that man, lest they invite disaster. Yet he never dreamed that this scourge would infiltrate the Qingyun sect's scripture depository. Had it been anyone else, Lu Shiji would have struck them down on the spot. But the intruder was Su Kai. Oh, then it was fine. Feel free to browse the paltry technique manuals, by all means. Don't be polite. If only he weren't afraid that appearing rashly might anger the man. Lu Shiji would have gladly stepped forward to explain the subtleties and marvels of these techniques in detail. Alas, he dared not. He could only remain hidden in the dark, watching with a pounding heart. Time flowed on. The 18th year of the Chang'e era. In a certain valley, Suke wiped the bloodstains from his steel blade. He truly could not fathom nor understand. Why were there so many people in this world unafraid of death? Every few days someone would come knocking, seeking their own. Some were lured by wealth and profit, swearing that if Suke would reveal the secret of his resurrection, they would immediately present 10,000 taels of gold. And if that wasn't enough, they could add more with no upper limit, as if they intended to bury him in riches. Some were tempted by beauty. Suke's reputation as a lecher had spread throughout the great Qian Empire, so they gathered a bevy of beauties, plump and slender, each with her own charm. At first Suke wanted to say they had the wrong man, but in the end he followed his heart. You people judge accurately. But in the end Suke killed them all. Damn it. They had poisoned the meat patty in the flatbread. Others, believing their martial arts were peerless, thought Suke was nothing more than a skeleton in a tomb. Naturally, without exception, they all died. Suke shook his head helplessly, turned back into the valley, sat cross-legged, and sank into contemplation. It's been nearly 6 years since I came to this world. My strength has reached the pinnacle of this realm, but his cultivation had stagnated. Both his physical power and his internal energy were at a standstill. The Wudong 5 animal stance, by imitating 5 forms, extracts nutrients from food, refining essence and qi to strengthen the body. In the early stages, when his strength was low, the essence from ordinary flesh and blood was enough to fuel growth. But now his physical might had reached an unbelievable level. The nutrients in common food could no longer satisfy his body's immense demands. With insufficient essence supply, he was naturally stuck at a bottleneck. To continue increasing his power, he needed to find special flesh and blood or heavenly treasures imbued with potent energy. Only such rare items could replenish his body's consumption, fill the essence deficit, and drive another breakthrough. Alternatively, the Wudong 5 animal stance itself might be limited. It could only refine essence from devoured flesh to strengthen the physique and enhance power. Change techniques, or seek high-energy flesh. He wondered if the malevolent stone monkey in the main world counted. Suke shook his head, temporarily setting aside that thought. The stagnation of physical strength might be due to insufficient nutrition. But the reason for his internal energy's halt was simpler. These techniques could only be cultivated up to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. He had now visited every sect in Qingzhou and mastered 413 sets of inner cultivation arts, though he had only truly practiced the few dozen obtained from the Zixia sect. Thanks to the guidance of Elder Qingwei, he understood how to cultivate them. As for the techniques from other sects, without explanation, he found them incomprehensible and never practiced them. But regardless of which technique, the upper limit stopped there. It seemed no higher realm existed beyond. Yet Suke refused to believe it. The Tao is boundless. Even martial arts could not have an absolute limit. The inability of these techniques to break through pointed to only 2 possibilities. 1, this world itself was insufficient. 2, the creators of these techniques were inadequate. Suke could not verify whether this world truly could not produce a terrestrial immortal. But he had a way to prove whether the techniques were viable. That was 10,000 laws returned to 1. The techniques you have learned can avoid any conflict. This meant that as long as he could comprehend the essence of all inner cultivation arts, retain their strengths, and discard their flaws, he would inevitably fuse them all, creating a technique for a higher realm. In the past, Suke might not have managed this, because he had only practiced mechanically, never understanding the true meaning of the techniques. It wasn't that he didn't want to understand, but his comprehension was too poor. Studying was futile. A single phrase might have 800 interpretations, and one needed to grasp the correct meaning. For example, an ordinary person sees a technique as gibberish, incomprehensible symbols. But a genius sees the technique as a clear path. Follow this road, avoid 3 pits, turn yes, then go straight. But since yesterday, everything had changed. Because yesterday marked the 2048th day since he obtained his golden finger. It was also the time to draw talent. The 12th talent. Acquired talent, heaven-defying comprehension. Heaven-defying comprehension. Your comprehension will increase by 1 point each day with no upper limit. Live long enough, and you shall become the father of the laws. Time flew by in an instant. 1 month later. So that's it. In the valley, a sharp light flickered in Suke's eyes. The incantation of the Qingyun breathing technique actually means this. Mist enters the measure, saliva gathers at the central pillar, noon and midnight divide the camps, the Qin channel follows the balance, restrain the firmament, and store it in the diaphragm, empty, nurturing fetal essence. Mist refers to primordial qi, enters the measure, means the meridian, a foot within the central channel, saliva gathers at the central pillar, refers to the saliva generated in the mouth, gathering at the dantian, as raw material for true qi. Those once obscure incantations now seemed simple in Suke's eyes. Every word, every sentence, he could understand their meaning. Suke had encountered these before during his cultivation, but he had never been able to comprehend them. Now it was like a sudden enlightenment, instant understanding. In the days that followed, Su-Ke went through the inner cultivation arts he had stolen from the major sects one by one. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Name Su-Ke. Cultivation 4th rank, half-step, terrestrial immortal. Techniques Wudong 5 animal stance, perfected many inner arts, perfected many blade arts, perfected many fist arts, perfected. Strength 23 tons. Speed 289 milliseconds. Constitution 1126. Comprehension 68. Life 97,451. Lifespan 2,188 years. Soul 1,598. Talents. Heaven-defying comprehension. Relying on his heaven-defying comprehension in just 2 short months, Su-Ke had not only thoroughly studied the 413 sets of inner cultivation arts, blade techniques, and fist arts from the various sects in Qingzhou, but had also fused them together. Though his martial cultivation had not truly crossed that threshold, he was now several times more formidable than an ordinary grandmaster. The half-step terrestrial immortal realm. Not enough. Still not enough. I need more techniques. It's time to venture forth. Su-Ke traversed the various prefectures of Daqian, relentlessly plundering the martial arts of every sect and school. Gradually, he comprehended these mental techniques and martial skills, continuously integrating them into his own being. The 558th Internal Energy Cultivation Method. Su-Ke streamlined the chaotic internal energy within him, ignoring the repulsion between different techniques, whether yin or yang, all obediently yielded before his innate talent. At this moment, Su-Ke's internal energy gradually condensed and became profound, flowing without any hint of stagnation. Yet his realm remained stuck at the half-step land immortal level. Still not enough. Su-Ke placed the martial arts texts back on the wooden shelf and departed from the scripture depository of Luoyan sect. The 874th Internal Energy Cultivation Method. The strengths and weaknesses of different internal energy systems were all absorbed and digested by Su-Ke. The mysteries of materializing internal energy gradually became clear in his mind. Though his realm remained stuck, the internal energy within him had reached an extreme level of profundity. At a certain mountain peak, Su-Ke channeled his internal energy through his extraordinary meridians and struck out with a thunderous palm. A resounding dragon roar echoed through the surroundings. A solid phantom dragon burst forth into the air. Its body carried immense force as it surged forward, compressing the air into a series of explosive booms. An overwhelming pressure spread out, sweeping across everything. With a thunderous crash, a boulder, several zhang high, was struck by the dragon and instantly shattered into countless flying fragments. Su-Ke lightly tapped his foot, a steel blade appearing in his hand as he cleaved straight ahead. A sharp blade aura burst forth from his body, carving through the ground like a plow through soil, causing it to crack and split. Then Su-Ke sheathed the steel blade and effortlessly executed various fist and foot techniques. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding environment was left in utter disarray. A Xiantian expert could already condense internal energy to injure from afar. A grandmaster's internal energy began to solidify, capable of projecting outward, yet difficult to sustain. A grandmaster's sword aura swept across, their internal energy condensed and unyielding, allowing their palm and fist techniques to unleash earth-shattering power. And now, Su-Ke was merely at the half-step land immortal realm. Yet the profundity of his internal energy was such that with a mere thought, he could form a massive claw in midair, enough to crush mountains and shatter rocks. But I still haven't found the opportunity to break through to the land immortal realm. Su-Ke shook his head and with a flicker vanished from his spot. As time flowed, the accumulation of martial arts mental techniques continued to grow, and vast martial experience gradually coalesced in his mind. Various complex incantations, conflicting energy circulation paths, and different essential principles all became clear to him. In the 19th year of Chang'e, another year had passed. The 7,574th Internal Energy Cultivation Method. Su-Ke had learned thousands of martial mental techniques, countless meridian methods, and the insights of generations of martial artists. He sat in deep concentration, his aura violently churning and transforming as formidable internal energy circulated through his body in a natural cycle. Terrifying waves of energy burst forth from Su-Ke, sweeping across all directions. At that very moment, the profound internal energy suddenly surged and flowed through his extraordinary meridians. With each cycle, the internal energy underwent a transformation, continuously refining until it turned into strands of pure, true qi. After an unknown span of time, Su-Ke slowly opened his eyes. Name Su-Ke. Cultivation 5th rank land immortal initial stage. Techniques Wudong 5 animal form perfection, martial heart method perfection, earnest 1/perfection, earnest 1 fist perfection. Strength 24 tons. Speed 300 milliseconds. He had discarded the dross and retained the essence. Relying on his heaven-defying comprehension, Suke perfectly merged thousands of internal energy techniques, fist methods, blade arts, and lightness skills. The techniques seemed tailor-made for him, and the density of his true chi reached an inconceivable level. Suke stood up, gazing at the desolate mountain peak, then suddenly threw a punch. Earnest one fist. The violent true chi within him surged through his extraordinary meridians, and a gray fist imprint, several zhang in diameter, materialized, crashing into the mountain ahead with irresistible force. With a thunderous roar, it was utterly devastating. The solid mountain shattered like it had been struck by lightning, crumbling into powder. The peak collapsed, sending countless rocks flying in all directions, leaving only a massive pit, several zhang deep. Such power. Is this still martial arts? This is practically Xuanhuan. Suke marveled inwardly. Then, without using true chi, he threw a punch relying solely on his raw physical strength. A piercing sonic boom echoed through the air. This punch only has 4800 gene of force. Suke frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Then he channeled true chi without using any technique and struck again. The sonic boom was even more violent. Relying solely on the body, the force is only 4800 gene, but with true chi, it can instantly unleash several times that power. A single punch can deliver 10000 gene of force. The true chi of this martial world indeed had its unique merits. The 5-animal form he had cultivated earliest was still stuck at the 4th rank. Yet his martial path had broken through to the 5th rank first. In this world, 3rd class, 2nd class, and 1st class corresponded to the main world's 1st rank. Xiantian was 2nd rank, Grandmaster 3rd, Grandmaster 4th, and Land Immortal corresponded to the 5th rank. Suke let out a slight breath. By now he had basically collected all the internal and external techniques from the various schools of Dakian's martial world, although many were duplicates. Given the current situation, finding any more different martial arts seemed unlikely, unless the Imperial Palace. The founding Emperor Yang Ting had once swept across the land, forcing every sect to beg for mercy. 200 years had passed. Countless sects had risen and fallen. The court must have records of all their. It could be said that the Dakian Imperial Palace's martial library was the most comprehensive scripture depository. This was the fundamental reason the court could continuously cultivate experts powerful enough to suppress the entire martial world. Suke naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. The Imperial Palace's scripture library is a must-visit. Over the past year, Suke had acted covertly, traveling in obscurity, not even visiting the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Every day was spent either traveling, comprehending martial arts, or acting as a thief, rarely showing himself. Whenever he gained something, he would find a place to seclude himself, truly elusive. Because of this, many sects didn't even know Suke had visited their scripture depositories. Under these circumstances, even though his wanted posters were plastered across Dakian, and the Jinwu division never gave up hunting him, they could never find his trace. This had enraged the emperor, who had dismissed several commandants. So when Su Jiangwo carried Suke openly onto the official road in Zhongzhou, news spread quickly. Within just a few days, not only did martial artists from all prefectures flock in response, but the Jinwu division also mobilized their elite forces. It wasn't that they had forgotten Suke's ability to revive from death. On the contrary, they remembered it all too well. Therefore, dozens of Grandmaster-level experts from the martial, they were all renowned veterans, old immortals with great reputations across Dakian. The Jinwu division was even more decisive. They mobilized troops, deploying 10,000 Jinwu soldiers composed of 1st class and Xiantian experts, all clad in heavy armor and wielding massive crossbows. Simultaneously, they summoned officials above the rank of centurion from each prefecture, totaling 571 Grandmasters and 125 Grandmasters. It was an all-out effort. If this force were annihilated, even the Dakian court would suffer a severe blow. This configuration alone showed the court's immense regard for Suke. They had set up such an array to ensure absolute certainty in capturing Suke alive. Over the years, the Jinwu division had not been idle, studying Suke's abilities thoroughly. Heaven-defying talent and revival from death. His talent had allowed him to break through to Grandmaster in just a few years. Now 2 years had passed since Suke killed Fu Kalen, and with his talent, his strength must have advanced significantly. His revival ability allowed him to change locations, though due to limited information, the exact range and restrictions couldn't be determined. But with enough numbers and a tight net, they could block all directions, buying time for Grandmaster experts to act and capture him. Such a massive commotion naturally couldn't be hidden from the world's factions. In an instant, various forces rushed toward Zhongzhou. Luofeng Slope. A plain. Legend had it that a phoenix once fell here, its flames burning for centuries, leaving the area barren for dozens of li. At this moment, many martial artists were buzzing with discussion. I really don't know what Suke is thinking. The Jinwu division sets up such a big trap, and he doesn't hide, but instead walks right into it. If I had his uncanny ability, I wouldn't be afraid, either. You don't understand. One's power has limits. With so many experts joining forces, they can capture him alive. Wow, even the old Taoist Su Xuanhe from Yenya has come. He's still alive. Look, isn't that the cypress sword elder Mo Songzhou? Monk Liaochen the poisoned silk hag the shadowy old man. My heavens, these are all veterans who made their names decades ago. How are they all here? Look at those officials. That's Yangzhou Assistant Commander Fang Xiao and Lord Cheng from Fuzhou, Lord Fang from Ezhou. A grand event, truly a grand event. To witness such a scene today is truly worth the trip. At this moment, Luofeng Slope was packed with countless onlookers from the martial world and spies from various factions. For 200 years, the martial world had been under the supervision of the court's Zhenwu division. Any disobedience often led to annihilation. No one dared to resist or defy. But now a figure like Su Ke had emerged. Wanted nationwide by the Zhenwu division, he not only lived well, but grew stronger by the day. How could this not pique the curiosity of all factions? Su Ke sat on his donkey, gazing at the open terrain of Luofeng Slope in the distance. He patted Su Jiangwo's head and dismounted. These martial sects and factions, though outwardly submissive to the court, were quite active behind the scenes. Su Ke hadn't even reached Luofeng Slope yet, when a suicide soldier from some unknown faction delivered news of the ambush ahead before taking his own life. Su Ke found it a pity. Su Ke chose not to deter, feeling no fear in his heart. When my strength was weak, I avoided their edge. Now that I am powerful, should I still avoid their edge? Then what was the point of all this cultivation? Su Jiangwo, get lost, or you'll end up as donkey meat stew. Su Ke patted the donkey's head, sending it away, and walked toward Luofeng Slope himself. The scorching sun hung high, a gentle breeze blowing. It stirred up withered grass on the ground, drifting into the distance. He's here. Su Ke is here. At Luofeng Slope, Su Ke walked leisurely. The surroundings were silent, as if nothing was different. A large rat emerged from its burrow, poking half its head out, sniffing the air. The next moment, as if sensing some terrifying presence, it retracted its head and scurried back into its hole. In an instant, countless arrows glinting with cold light rained down from all directions like a torrential storm. The watching martial artists gasped in shock. A volley of arrows of this magnitude would leave no chance of survival for any of them, even a Grandmaster X. Su Ke looked up at the falling rain of arrows, his face calm. He swiftly swung his steel blade, creating a curtain of light that deflected all the arrows. As soon as the arrow rain ceased, dense figures emerged from all sides, instantly sealing off every. A killing aura permeated the air. Over 100 Grandmasters gathered, their eyes filled with greed. Su Ke, you have slaughtered innocent people, brought chaos to the world, and shown no regard for law or morality. You must be eliminated to prevent a catastrophe in the martial world. I have cultivated for a century and cannot tolerate such evil. Your revival from death is too sinister, defying the natural order. Today we join forces to rid the world of this scourge. Su Ke, you have broken the rules of the martial world and made enemies of the court. Considering your exceptional talent and youth, do not walk down a dark path that harms both yourself and others. Amibai, your obsession runs too deep, and you have committed many sins. If you lay down your weapons and come with us to face the Emperor's judgment, you may yet find a chance for redemption. From the Zhenwu division's ranks, an official in robes stepped forward, his voice like a bell. The criminal Su Ke, you have murdered court officials and repeatedly resisted arrest. Your crimes are numerous and well documented. By the Emperor's decree, if you surrender immediately, you may yet be spared. If you continue to resist, do not blame the law for its ruthlessness. Surrender now. There is no escape for you today. Do not fall further into the demonic path and create more bloodshed. Immediately, various self-righteous voices rang out. Su Ke looked at the sanctimonious veterans before him and shook his head slightly. Each one of them clearly craved the secret of his revival. Yet they put on a facade of righteousness, insisting on occupying the moral high ground. If these people could speak their true intentions without these hypocritical excuses, Su Ke might have held them in higher regard. But to be a hypocrite while keeping up appearances, that was simply nauseating. Su Ke had no desire to engage in a war of words. Instead, he took out his phone from his spatial storage. Since he could control the flow of time within the space, the phone's battery remained full. Su Ke raised his phone and silently took a photo of the crowd. He didn't know these people, but someone else would, and he held grudges. He took the photo for no other reason than to preserve their likenesses, to facilitate future reckoning. Then, based on the photo's information, he would visit each family one by one, confiscate their property, exterminate their clan, leave none alive. The cypress sword elder Mo Songzhou, seeing Su Ke's indifference, felt slighted and grew enraged. With a clang, he drew his sword. Stubborn fool. Gentlemen, wait a moment. Watch me capture this wretch. Mo Songzhou, brimming with confidence, lightly tapped his foot and moved like a ghost. His MOU sword shimmered with a white glow sword aura bursting forth as he transformed into a streak of light. The sword gleam was sharp, its power terrifying. The sword technique was flawless, as if it had drawn upon the power of heaven and earth. At that moment it seemed as if the world had been reduced to this single strike. As expected of the Cypress Sword Elder, his sword intent has reached new heights. With this alone he could claim to be the best in Dakian. Even as a Grandmaster he could slay a Grandmaster with his sword dominating the path of the blade. Now at the peak of Grandmaster capturing Suke should be. Holy crap. One slash. Crack. A crisp sound echoed. It seemed as if Mo Songzhou was willingly courting death. Suke's strike appeared unremarkable, as if he had merely swung his blade at random. Yet Mo Songzhou seemed to intentionally provoke him, charging straight ahead. The flash of the blade marked Mo Songzhou's immediate demise. Such a scene left the onlookers glancing at each other in disbelief. In quick succession, Amitba, let this old monk confront this fiend. Vajra suppression of demons. Master Liao Chun declared solemnly as he stepped forward, the golden light radiating from him like a descending Vajra charging directly at Suke. The master has made his move. Liao Chun was the former abbot of Daong Temple, having practiced Zen for nearly a century. His strength is unfathomable. Holy crap. Another strike. In that instant the surroundings fell silent. Countless people gasped in astonishment. This was a Grandmaster. Moreover, he was a well-respected Grandmaster. Not one of those third-rate fighters. Even in the Daqian dynasty, he held a revered position with unparalleled strength. Yet he couldn't withstand a single blow. I remember 2 years ago Suke had just broken through to the Grandmaster level, right? That's correct. In just 2 years he can dispatch a complete Grandmaster with a single strike. Everyone present found this scene hard to believe. No more solo fights. Let's team up. The experts from the Jinwu division could no longer contain themselves and issued commands. Don't kill him outright, just incapacitate him. Remember, if you see any signs of him intending to commit suicide, stop him immediately. Once the order was given, close to 200 Grandmasters along with hundreds of Masters surged forth together. Such a massive display was unprecedented. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Suke merely scoffed lightly, pushing off the ground, his figure instantly blurring and disappearing from sight. Fast. Supremely fast. Suke's own speed had already reached 300 milliseconds, and with the explosive force of his true chi, it was nearly impossible to catch a glimpse of him. In the next moment, old Taoist Yunyan, Suke's figure appeared beside him as if teleporting. Taste my serious strike. Whoosh. The blade's light flashed like lightning. Old Taoist Yunyan's expression turned to one of horror. He couldn't evade. It was simply unavoidable. He didn't even have time to react before his head was severed from his body. In his final moments, only one thought remained in his mind. Was my Grandmaster status merely an illusion? Goosey old crone. Ewing old man. Suke's callouts echoed at Luo Fengpa. With every name mentioned a blade flashed by. Like the king of hell calling names. One strike. It was always just one strike. Killing Grandmasters was as easy as cutting through vegetables. No resistance, no counterattack, no escape. It was as simple as squashing an ant. In just a few breaths dozens of renowned Grandmasters had fallen. Terrifying. Invincible. The martial artists watching from the sidelines felt their scalps tingle in disbelief. Meanwhile, the experts at the center of the battlefield were gripped by fear. Suke unleashed various techniques at will. Incorporating all forms of swordplay, fist techniques, and leg techniques, every joint became a weapon. This was not a battle. It was a complete massacre. One person, one blade, cutting through the entire battlefield. Life, 345 impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is not a Grandmaster. At this moment someone finally reacted, their face turning as pale as paper, eyes wide open. A land immortal. He is a land immortal. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. In the year 19 of Chong Lu Jun, news of the battle at Luo Fengpa swept through the entire Qin dynasty, shaking the world. Out of 571 masters, only 35 managed to escape by sheer luck. Among the 184 Grandmasters of the martial world in the Jinwu division, only 17 survived. Over 10,000 elite Jinwu soldiers faced near total annihilation. This battle ignited the entire Daqian instantly. A land immortal. This realm, which existed only in legend, had actually been attained by someone. Moreover, no one expected Suke to have broken through from Grandmaster to land immortal in just 2 years. Those old demers who regretted not arriving in time to share in the spoils at Luo Fengpa were now left feeling fortunate. At the same time, they felt a bitter sense of loss. Such power could not be contended with by human means. From now on, extracting the secrets of death and rebirth from Suke would likely be impossible. Yet this battle also instilled hope in many Grandmasters who had been stuck at the peak for years. If Suke could achieve this, could they not also have the possibility? Quick, prepare rare treasures for me to present to Senior Su. I don't want to know the secrets of his death and rebirth. I only seek a single pointer to break through to the land immortal realm. I have 2 daughters, both 18, stunningly beautiful, and because they are twins, they share a deep bond. They will surely win Senior Zu's favor. What about my 1,000-year-old ginseng? In an instant, many elders went mad. By strength, they couldn't defeat Suke. If hard methods don't work, they would resort to soft ones. Likes money? Here. They would spare no expense. Likes beauties? Here. Twins. Triplets. Quadruplets. As long as Suke is pleased, I wouldn't mind offering myself as a bedmate. In the entire Deqian martial world, every grandmaster at the peak was doing everything possible to get close to Suke, even if it was just for a single piece of advice. No matter how slim the chance, they did not want to miss it. This was a land immortal. Not only could it extend one's lifespan, but it also represented absolute power. Who wouldn't be envious? While all factions were racking their brains on how to curry favor with Suke, a piece of news broke. Suke began to settle accounts. All those who had participated in the encirclement were captured by Suke, their images taken without him knowing how. He was currently investigating the backgrounds of these individuals. This news was leaked by one of the participants. Originally, this was nothing. But on the second day after this news broke, the Qingming Temple, where Su Xuanhe was located, suffered a massacre. Following that, Imo Songjasong by sect Master Liao, Chen's Jingshan Temple, Gusi, Old Crones, Qinxi Valley. These sects fell one after another, uprooted by unseen hands. Judging from the traces left at the scene, those who acted were not few in number. Lu Yun hated his sect leader. At his age, why covet the secret of death and rebirth, and go to Luo Feng Po to besiege Suke? It didn't matter if he died, but he dragged the entire sect down with him. If he hadn't been cautious and noticed something was off to escape immediately, he too would have ended up as a casualty. Lu Yun employed his lightness skill, sprinting desperately, not daring to pause for a moment, wanting to put as much distance between himself and the sect as possible. Just then, in the dark of night, 2 figures rushed over, moving swiftly, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. Spare me. Lu Yun's heart raced. He was about to plead for mercy, but the words hadn't left his mouth. A flash of sword-like cut through, severing his neck. The assailants placed his head into a wooden box. The 7-star sect has committed many crimes, oppressing the locals, acting sanctimonious, and still daring to participate in the siege against Senior Su. They deserve death. Pack up the head and send it to Senior Su as a greeting gift. In the Deqian dynasty, within the royal palace's scripture vault, Suke leaned against the soft couch. The atmosphere in the chamber was heavy and oppressive, broken only by the rustling of pages as he turned them. The candlelight flickered. Before long, Suke had completely comprehended the profound principles of the martial arts book in his hand. He casually placed the book on the couch and raised his eyes to look ahead. Not far from him, lying before the soft couch, was a corpse with blood flowing from its 7 orifices. The body belonged to an elderly man around 70 years old, clad in a dragon robe. Beside the corpse stood a middle-aged man in a python robe resembling the deceased to some extent. Kneeling on both sides were a row of eunuchs, each pale as death, drenched in cold sweat, not daring to breathe. You say your uncle the Emperor Chong Lu succumbed to a chill last night, and has thus passed away. Suke gazed at the bloodied corpse of the Emperor Chong Lu, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Who experiences a chill that leads to blood flowing from all 7 orifices? Shot in the back by 8 arrows, and then commits suicide. Su Qianbei, I understand it's hard for you to believe, but this is the conclusion reached after the entire Imperial Medical Institute examined the situation. The man in the python robe spoke with utmost seriousness. Suke fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. All right, then you may go. I do not wish to be disturbed. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhao's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he breathed a silent sigh of relief. This hurdle had finally been crossed. He felt constrained and helpless, yet there was no way out. When Suke single-handedly broke through the Jinwu division, the outcome was already sealed. Either they would fight to the bitter end or bow down and apologize. The Deqian royal family wisely chose the latter. While the royal family was not lacking in grandmaster-level experts, they did not have a terrestrial immortal to oversee them. To continue opposing Suke, it was uncertain whether Deqian would fall into chaos, but the Yang family royal clan would undoubtedly face annihilation. A terrestrial immortal possessed the ability to bring the dead back to life. In this world, they had transcended worldly power. No matter how many troops or strong individuals they dispatched, it would only result in needless casualties. After weighing the pros and cons, the Deqian royal family could only allow Emperor Chong Lu Yang to pass away. Although Yang Shi was merely following ancestral teachings, any emperor would have made the same choice. Yet who could have predicted that he would run into a fierce figure like Suke? In this situation, it could not be Suke who was wrong, it must be Emperor Chongla. Only with Emperor Chongla's death could Suke's fury be quelled. A terrestrial immortal, Yang Zhao thought as he exited the scripture vault, clenching his fists filled with unwillingness. If only our royal family also had a terrestrial immortal. But he quickly shook his head. Even if the royal family truly had won, what good would it do? What could change in the face of Su Kei's unfathomable might? Watching Yang Zhao's departing figure, Su Kei shook his head slightly, choosing not to dwell further and immersing himself once more in martial arts. Meanwhile, news of Emperor Chang Luyang Zai's death finally spread throughout the world. The successor was not a child of Emperor Chang Lu, but Prince Yang Zhao, who ascended the throne. Upon the announcement, it immediately stirred up waves of speculation. Who did not know that Su Kei had entered the Dacian royal palace alone? And then the emperor passed away. The oddities in between sparked imaginations. Various factions began to stir, hoping for chaos in the palace. After all, Su Kei, being a terrestrial immortal, possessed the power of resurrection. If he were to raise his arm and call out, countless people would want to seize the opportunity to ride his coattails. But the outcome disappointed them. After Emperor Chang's death, Yang Zhao successfully ascended the throne, changing the era to Zhengtong. Yet Su Kei seemed to have vanished, remaining silent. This scene caused many ambitious individuals to reconsider. Just because Su Kei could single-handedly control a nation did not mean others could. In fact, even if the Jinwu division was severely weakened to the court, it was merely an institution. The court still held absolute power to suppress the martial world. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. In the 12th year of Chang Lu, the first year of Zhengtong, within the Dacian scripture vault, Su Kei set down the last martial arts classic, rubbing his somewhat swollen head. It must be said this was indeed a royal treasury that had gathered 200 years of martial arts wisdom. Even after eliminating many repetitions, the quantity was still enormous. External Martial Arts 124121 volumes. Internal Martial Arts 31457 volumes. The number of external martial arts far exceeded that of internal martial arts. The reason for this primarily lay in the lower barriers to entry for external martial arts, their wide dissemination, and ease of innovation. Of course, the main culprit remained Dacian's stringent martial arts prohibition. Each sect could only cultivate their registered skills, strictly forbidding mutual borrowing or improvement. This directly stifled the vitality of martial arts development. Disciples could only stubbornly grind away at one martial art, wasting their talents in vain. The lack of communication and sparring between sects hindered their ability to learn from each other. The entire martial path of the world had stagnated at the perfected grandmaster stage, making any further advancement exceedingly difficult. Even though the court's scripture vault had amassed a wealth of martial arts, ordinary people could not enjoy them. Relying solely on the small number of intelligent people within the royal family to study was far from sufficient. This won't do, Su Kei muttered to himself. This was not beneficial for his future plans. He had no intention of abandoning this martial arts world. Even if he returned to the main world, he could come back again. If his physical body remained in the martial arts world 1 year, there would equal 1 day in the main world. Conversely, if his physical body was in the main world, then 1 day there would equal 1 year in the martial arts world. The two had a fixed inverse relationship. As long as he could get these people to work hard, after a few hundred years in the martial arts world, he might be able to reap some rewards. Su Kei gently shook his head. Although with his current cultivation as a terrestrial immortal, he could indeed single-handedly control a nation, he could certainly compel Dacian to amend this prohibition. But that was merely a temporary fix. Thus he needed to leave a hook that would drive countless martial artists mad. The hope of immortality. Over the past year, Su Kei had focused on comprehending martial arts, and had not deliberately cultivated. Yet even so, his cultivation had reached the perfected realm of a terrestrial immortal. His talent and comprehension were truly extraordinary. Talent 1929. Comprehension 907. The reason he had not been able to break through was entirely due to insufficient accumulation and the lack of methods to reach the next realm. But now, with over 30,000 martial arts techniques in his mind, he had already gleaned some direction towards the next realm. Remembering this, Su Kei turned his gaze to the old eunuch standing beside him. Go and tell your emperor to choose a location outside the capital to build a ascension platform. In half a year, I wish to break through my realm, attain the Tao of longevity, and shatter the void. At the same time, announce this news to the world. Longevity. Breaking the void. The old eunuch's eyes widened, instantly standing there dumbfounded. But in just a moment, he snapped back to reality and hurriedly scrambled out of the scripture vault. When the emperor heard this news, he was stunned for a long time, and without any hesitation, he immediately issued a decree. In less than half a month, the news of Su Kei intending to shatter the void in 6 months spread like wildfire across the world. As this news broke, the entire world erupted. Everyone went insane. Whether they were from famous sects, powerful figures in the martial world, or various factions, even ordinary citizens, all rushed towards the capital driven by the news. Shattering the void. My goodness, longevity, this is longevity. Half a year later. If the combat power of a third-rate warrior is only 5 points, then the combat power of a land immortal is at least over 0 points. In the scripture pavilion, Su Ke sat cross-legged. The daily increase of 1 point in comprehension made his mind more active, and the increase in knowledge allowed him to fully grasp various martial arts. Moreover, he could draw inferences from one instance and innovate. Once obscure and convoluted formulas now seemed as simple as 112. His rigid thinking gradually became clearer. To circulate through the 12 main meridians, traverse the 8 extraordinary vessels, channel chi externally, and establish an aura. This is the inner power stage from third-rate to grandmaster, also known as low martial arts. However, upon stepping into the realm of land immortals, inner power transforms into true chi capable of shattering mountains and stones, already classified as mid-tier martial arts. Su Ke's mind swirled with the intricacies of martial arts, internally observing his 8 extraordinary vessels as the flowing true chi automatically circulated throughout. Thus, the key to the next stage should be refining true chi, condensing true chi, tempering bones and muscles, circulating through the 5 internal organs, solidifying the organs, strengthening the sinews, condensing internal essence, and solidifying the foundation. His extraordinary comprehension brought Su Ke profound insights. The various realms below the land immortal level held no secrets for him. The 6th level of martial arts should be the profound realm. A flash of brilliance flickered in Su Ke's eyes. Following this path, the martial arts principles naturally revealed the way forward. Moreover, he not only deduced the techniques of the profound realm, but also had inklings and direction for subsequent realms. Of course, the names of these realms were not particularly important. He even felt that the title of land immortal was somewhat misleading. After all, the theoretical combat power of a land immortal lies between 24 to 48 tons, and the maximum speed is merely 480 milliseconds. This speed may seem fast, but it is only 1/41 Mach. It hardly lives up to the term immortal. The reason for such a title is merely a fantasy born from people's desires. At this moment outside the capital, a crowd surged. Various forces and renowned sects from the Great Qian. The outermost commoners could only catch a distant glimpse of the majestic ascension platform, unable to see the figures clearly. Yet countless people still flocked from all directions. Over the past half year, Su Ke's deeds had spread throughout the world. Even children could recount them. The number 1 in the world, a land immortal, a peerless genius. Now this universally acknowledged foremost land immortal was about to break through again and shatter the void. How could it not stir excitement? Anyone with a pursuit of martial arts almost rushed to this place. The ascension platform stretched 44 meters wide and stood 33 meters tall, exuding a magnificent aura. Constructed entirely from giant stones and timber, it featured a dragon coiled around its pillars, its scales and claws soaring, radiating an ancient charm. The area beneath it was cleared for hundreds of meters to serve as an isolation zone. Constructed entirely from giant stones and timber, it featured a dragon coiled around its pillars, its scales and claws soaring, radiating an ancient charm. The area behind them, they were arranged according to their cultivation levels and social standings. Approximately 20,000 grandmasters were present today, with about 30% having reached the pinnacle level. Even so, there were still 6,000 individuals, each one a notable figure in the Great Qian martial world. Following them were masters, innate warriors, first-rate fighters, and other ranks of martial artists. Yet among all these grandmasters at their pinnacle, not a single one had broken through to the realm of land immortals. This illustrates the difficulty of such a breakthrough. What a grand event. It truly is a once-in-a-century martial arts gathering. Look, the 3 major sects of the Great Qian are all here. Daoist Xiang from the Shintian sect, Master Fahai from Daon Temple, and Zhou Bufan from the Yinyang sect. Also the sword god He Huaqing from Huainan, the blade king Feng Tsuingong. TSK Tisk, I didn't expect even the royal family to send their old-timers out. Naturally, this is the universally recognized number 1, the first land immortal in 1,000 years. It is said that Senior Zus elegance is unmatched, breaking through to such a realm in just 8 years. Truly a celestial descended to the mortal realm. Who wouldn't want to seize this opportunity to seek guidance from Senior Su? The court is truly despicable. If it weren't for the ban they imposed to suppress the martial world back then, with Senior Zus' innate talent, he surely would have broken through long ago, instead of wasting years in vain. Speak cautiously. Are you seeking death? What is there to fear? Does the Great Qian royal family dare to make things difficult for us in front of Senior Su? The martial artists present were abuzz with discussion, each face alight with excitement. Naturally, the current Emperor Yang Zhao was among them and heard some of the ensuing chatter. Yet he merely pretended not to hear, not taking it to heart. Or perhaps at this moment he did not wish to complicate. Some of the powerful figures beside him, whether due to their status or apprehension of the court, mostly remained silent, their faces betraying a yearning expression. to shatter the void, to attain eternal life. Just a single phrase was enough to stir their blood and excite their spirits. At the same time, it made them feel powerless. Suke had only practiced for a few years, yet he had become the first land immortal, and today he was set to break through once more. Meanwhile, they remained trapped in the pinnacle of Grandmaster level, unable to advance. What sort of talent was this? Just as everyone's thoughts were swirling, someone exclaimed, "Quick look! What is that? Is something flying over?" It's Senior Su, walking in the air, stepping on half a step of void. Each step blossoms like a lotus. This is truly a celestial technique, simply celestial. At this moment, countless people looked up in unison towards a single direction, all inhaling sharply. Martial arts can even allow one to fly. Suke strode through the air, his feet as if treading upon invisible steps. With each step, a lotus flower bloomed beneath him. The scene was nothing short of celestial. The warriors below watched in stunned silence, barely daring to breathe. Even Yang Zhao's eyes were wide with disbelief. "I knew you were formidable, but you never told me you could fly." In an instant, Suke descended lightly onto the ascension platform, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd below. He was quite satisfied with his grand entrance. As the saying goes, returning home in glory without flaunting it is like wearing fine clothes in the dead of night. He hadn't visited the Spring Breeze Pavilion in years. Wasn't all this arduous cultivation for the sake of making a spectacular show? Besides, if he didn't make a big spectacle, how would these common folk ever be motivated? Without their effort, how could he reap the benefits later? Of course, Suke knew full well that he was merely at the mortal-immortal realm. Naturally, true flight was impossible. But such a dazzling entrance wasn't difficult to achieve. He only needed to have some lotus flowers prepared in the space within his sleeve. Step down, place a lotus, or lift the foot, retract the lotus. Thus the cycle repeated. This created the illusion that with every step a lotus bloomed, following his movement and vanishing as he moved on. It also helped him steady himself lest he fall and die. It was a beggar's version, to be sure, yet it was enough to awe these warriors. At that moment, silence reigned. Countless gazes filled with reverence and curiosity turned toward the high platform. Many were seeing Suke in person for the first time. Paintings didn't count. Their first impression, young. It was that shallow. Suke sat cross-legged, overlooking the masses. Pooling wisdom, gathering ideas, liberating thoughts. Let the seeds of ideas take root. They would surely grow into towering trees. Wasn't this far more convenient than deducing everything himself? If not for this, he could have simply left. After all, he had already absorbed the essence of this world's martial arts, and staying longer held little meaning. Suke took a deep breath. He was about to pull off a grand act, or rather weave a grand tale. Observing the martial path of this realm, its foundations are shallow, and cultivation is arduous. The Grandmaster stage is the pinnacle, and for millennia none have reached the mortal-immortal realm. Now the martial arts of this world have all returned to me. Suke channeled his true essence, unleashing the power of the mortal-immortal realm. Instantly his voice boomed like a great bell, rolling far and wide, clear, even over a dozen miles. This realm can no longer bear my current cultivation. The world rejects me, my time here is short. Soon I shall shatter the void and depart. But I am indebted to this realm for its grace. Today I wish to establish a teaching platform and illuminate the path for you all. Afterward I will break through my bounds, shatter the void, and attain eternal life. Suke paused, then continued. However, my method is a path unique to me. Only those with great perseverance, fortune, and wisdom can learn it. If you blindly copy it, you will merely mimic the form, and your martial path will never advance. Thus I have decided to leave behind 4 volumes of martial arts outlines for the world. I hope you can comprehend your own path from them, letting martial arts bloom in 100 flowers and contend in 100 schools of thought. Upon these words, voices erupted. We thank the elder. We are grateful for the outlines you bestow. We shall cultivate diligently and not betray this grace of teaching. The voices of gratitude shook the heavens and earth. It took about a quarter of an hour for silence to return. At that moment, countless warriors' eyes shone with excitement as they gazed at the high platform. They had been stuck at the Grandmaster stage for years with no path forward. Now Suke was willing to pass down the martial arts outlines, meaning that with comprehension, they could step into the mortal-immortal realm. How could such temptation not stir their hearts? The martial path has 10 stages, each step a ladder. Suke's voice remained resonant. From third-rate to first-rate is the first stage, Xiantian is the second, master is the third, Grandmaster is the fourth. Cultivation at these levels requires such and such, thus, and so then, and so on. Afterward comes the 5th stage, the mortal-immortal realm. To enter it, one must convert all internal energy into true essence. At these words, both Grandmasters and Xiantian warriors below were stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. The mortal-immortal realm, unattainable for millennia. Was it merely the 5th stage? Suke paid no heed to their confusion and continued. Above that is the 6th stage, Tongxian. Only those who condense inner armor can enter. The 10th stage is revered as the martial ancestor. Those who reach this stage can fly through the air, traverse the void, and must have a preliminary grasp of a fundamental source of heaven and earth to enter. Hearing this, the crowd gasped. The mere thought of the mortal-immortal realm was already beyond their imagination. After all, such a being could suppress an entire nation, slay an army, and slaughter grandmasters like dogs. How terrifying and powerful would the 10th stage martial ancestor be? Even the seasoned grandmasters found their minds blank, for it completely exceeded their realm of cognition, impossible to imagine. However, Suke had just mentioned that only martial ancestors could fly, which meant a voice suddenly rang out. May I ask, Senior Su, with your lotus steps, have you already broken through to the martial ancestor realm? At this question, the entire audience held their breath, countless eyes fixed on Suke. Not yet. Suke shook his head frankly. But I am only one step away from the martial ancestor realm. As his words fell, a fierce wind suddenly arose on the ascension platform. Suke's aura surged and roiled, sending boundless waves of energy exploding outward. Rumbling echoes spread in all directions. Break for me. Suke let out a mighty roar. Boom. Suddenly heaven and earth changed. Is it raining on? No, that's not right. It's not rain, it's gold. Holy crap. Holy crap. Is it raining gold from the sky? Golden radiance poured down from the clouds, falling like golden rain. Grains of gold like raindrops materialized out of thin air and scattered from the sky. This unbelievable sight left everyone feeling as if their brains had short-circuited. A golden rain from the heavens. Such a phenomenon was utterly unheard of and unseen. It instantly caused a sensation. Fortunately, Suke had confined the area, and the many grandmasters remained restrained, preventing chaos. The golden rain lasted a full quarter of an hour before gradually ceasing. I have comprehended the law of gold and attained the martial ancestor realm. Suke rose calmly, and under countless astonished gazes he lightly tapped the ascension platform with his foot. The ascension platform, originally built of stone and logs, rapidly changed color from top to bottom. All the stone turned to gold, and the wooden pillars became golden pillars. In the blink of an eye, the entire platform was gleaming gold. The sight was nothing short of myth. Some trembled, some stood dumbfounded, and others fell to their knees in excitement. Rocks and rotten would turn to gold in an instant. Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. In all my years I have never seen such divine power. This journey was well worth it, well worth it. To witness such might today and hear the elders' teachings, I have no regrets in this life. They were mad. Everyone had gone mad. Breathing, quickened voices trembled, nearly speechless. No one doubted it. The touch that turned stone to gold. This was the power to turn stone to gold. And this ascension platform was 44 meters long and 33 meters high. All of it had turned to gold. Who dared say Suke hadn't broken through to martial ancestor? The teaching is done. The human path is vast, the martial path boundless. Heaven moves vigorously, a gentleman strives for self-improvement. The road is long and arduous, but the martial path is eternal. May your martial fortune flourish. I shall see you at the peak. Suke looked around at the crowd, then cupped his hands. Just as he was about to return, suddenly from within to without, row after row, layer upon layer, section after section. Whether they were peddlers or nobles, martial arts masters, or the prime minister and emperor himself, they all dropped to their knees one after another. We shall remember the martial ancestors' great kindness for a lifetime, never to be forgotten. May the martial ancestors' fortune flourish eternal as the ages. May the martial ancestors' fortune flourish eternal as the ages. The voices of countless people shook heaven and earth, traveling far and wide. At this scene, all were moved. If they were to put themselves in his place, they would never have been so selfless as to share the martial arts outlines with the world. Ha ha ha. Suke laughed heartily, saying no more. I am off, I am off. In the records of the grand historian annals of the martial ancestor is Suke. In the 12th year of Chong Lu, he was a lecherous man with extraordinary talent bestowed by heaven, dying only to be reborn, leaving many unable to fathom his abilities. He cut down bandits and punished evildoers, making an agreement with the orders, buying criminal punishments with gold, ensuring that the innocent were not harmed. Stealing internal cultivation practices, he became enraged and dispatched troops to capture them, leading to their complete annihilation with bounties offered across the land, yet all masters sent were defeated and perished. Having resurrected, his skills became renowned throughout the world, seducing with charm and wealth, leading to widespread losses. He traversed the 9 provinces, gathering all knowledge, integrating it into a cohesive whole, ultimately reaching the status of a terrestrial immortal. He entered the palace alone. The emperor of Chong Lu suddenly passed away, and the new ruler was apprehensive. He was granted access to the imperial armory for thorough examination. In the first year of the Zheng Tong era, the emperor constructed a platform in the outskirts of the capital. Officials and commoners gathered and Suke ascended the platform to proclaim the general principles of martial arts, lifting the martial restrictions imposed by the founding ancestor. Golden rain descended, transforming the platform into gold, and the masses bowed in reverence. Thus he established 10 levels of martial arts, receiving the title of martial ancestor, later transcending through the void and ascending while others descended and were forbidden from claiming his title. The world regarded the 10 levels as divine martial prowess, with the respect of the martial ancestors solely belonging to Suke. This was the main world. On a remote path in the suburbs, he exclaimed, "What a tremendous loss, truly a tremendous loss. A full 500,000 gene of gold. You all must strive hard. I do not seek wealth or lives, only hope you diligently cultivate and develop martial arts so that I may return to observe martial studies at any time." Name Suke. Cultivation's 6th level, initial stage of the profound realm. Techniques: Wudong 5 shape stance, perfect martial heart method, perfect serious strike, perfect serious fist, perfect power 24 tons, speed 300 meters second, talent 2085, comprehension 1063, life value 97451, lifespan 3382 years, soul strength 2611. Gifts: immortality. My father is wealthy. Heaven rewards diligent space. Ensleeve one thought. All heavens. Self-generating spring water. Your life is my life. All methods return to one proof. Eternal proof. Immortal soul. Heaven-defying talent. Heaven-defying comprehension. Note: starting from this chapter, future data will only include 1 or 2 entries at most, omitting the entirety of the data to avoid redundancy. 8. 5 years. Suke looked at his attribute panel and let out a slight breath. He had spent a full 5 years in the martial arts world, while only 8 days had passed in the main world. However, the gains from this journey were extraordinarily rich. Leaving aside lifespan, comprehension, talent, and soul strength for now, just the accumulated wealth was astronomical. His talent of my father is wealthy manifested on the 2nd day, and he entered the martial arts world on the 33rd day, enduring for 8 years. 3,105 days x 5,000 taels 15. 525 million taels. That amounts to a staggering 1.55 million gene of gold. Therefore, even after investing 500 gene in the Ascension platform, he still had 1 million gene left. Moreover, the spatial capacity of space and sleeve had also expanded significantly. Initially set at 500 cubic meters, it grew by 1 cubic meter per hour, now expanded to 75428 cubic meters. How large is that? Just 7 large warehouses of 10,000 tons each. As for strength, when he left the main world, he was merely at the 1st level, but now he had reached the 6th level. Based on the main world's purely physical power standards, 480 gene of strength only qualified as 4th level, which was an enhancement brought by his physical foundation. However, the inner strength gained from the martial path allowed him to unleash combat power at the 6th level. His sword techniques were fluid and various external skills were mastered with ease, rendering him invincible. Only heavy artillery weapons like anti-tank missiles had a chance to take him down. But, not to mention his talent that restored 1 of his life force per second. Merely having close to 9,000 lives had already maximized his survival capabilities. Suke surveyed his surroundings. The place was remote and desolate, devoid of human presence. As night fell, the stars twinkled and a gentle evening breeze blew. Yet the air was still thick with intense malice, as if an ancient beast was about to awaken. Suke frowned slightly. This feeling is quite unpleasant. However, as he just returned to reality, he noticed that the unknown factors in the main world were exceedingly active. Merely being in this place, he felt his stagnated physical body slowly growing. At this rate, even without practicing his stances, within a few days he would break through his limits, thus enabling his physical body to advance to the 5th level. With a thought, Suke conjured a Hummer out of thin air and drove straight toward a May mountain. In the past, when he was weak, he could only avoid the limelight. Now, with 97451 lives, why should he avoid it? Not long after, Suke pressed the brakes, waved his hand to retract the Hummer into his storage space, and frowned as he gazed into the distance. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. The sound of gunfire echoed fiercely, particularly jarring in the night. Suke used his lightness skill to leap onto a high point, gazing forward. The once bustling vacation area was now transformed into a battlefield. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. The 10.8mm heavy assault rifle spat flames, bullets hitting the Tumterhai mutated monkey, exploding into a spray of blood. However, the mutated beasts had extremely tough skin and flesh. Even when hit, they only staggered for a moment before charging forward madly. Damn it, all these monkeys have undergone mutation. Team 1 flank from the 3 o'clock direction. Team 2 bring out the PF-98 rocket launcher 120mm rockets and blow that largest mutated monkey to bits. Dozens of mutated monkeys howled, their sharp claws easily tearing through concrete. With a leap they could cover dozens of meters lunging at the defenses. Regular bullets could only cause bleeding, making it hard to kill quickly. A giant monkey suddenly pounced on a team member, opening its massive maw to bite. The man immediately abandoned his gun, drew a metal combat knife, and struck fiercely at the beast. Meanwhile, a teammate provided cover fire. Densely packed bullets struck the monkey's head, finally bringing it down. At that moment, a 5-meter turtle monkey roared and charged its body like a truck with ordinary bullets, only leaving shallow dents. The artilleryman of Team 2 steadied the rocket launcher. Flames burst forth. Boom! An armor-piercing rocket hit the monkey's chest. Debris flew and smoke filled the air. The giant monkey was blasted back repeatedly, its chest a gory mess. A large dent formed, and it died on the spot. Damn it, bring out the big guns. Ooh, I don't believe we can't kill these beasts. Mortar team, bring out the thermobaric shells. Boom! Boom! The explosions were deafening. Flames soared into the sky, and the battlefield was a scene of carnage. Under the relentless bombardment of heavy weapons, mutated monkeys, several meters tall, fell one after. Quickly clean the battlefield, transport the mutated beast corpses back to the Special Management Bureau, and patrol the area. We must not allow any monkeys to breach the defenses and enter residential areas. Yes, in the face of powerful firearms, carbon-based life forms are equal. Even though these monkeys are incredibly fast and physically robust, nothing cannot be resolved with a single rocket. If there is, then fire another. Special Management Bureau and military personnel. Most are first level, with only a few just stepping into the second level. Suke narrowed his eyes, focusing on the monkeys. 8 days ago in the main world, the conditions were peaceful, and the occasional mutated beast hadn't even reached the first level. Yet just 8 days later, the strongest mutated monkey has actually reached the 4th level. This rate of evolution is simply terrifying. However, Suke frowned, surveying the battlefield. Evolution should be relative, with heaven and earth changing, causing all things to evolve. Whether it's humans or animals, they should all start from the same starting line. Humans have stances, texts, and wisdom. Animals are muddled and chaotic, relying solely on instinct. Logically, the speed of human strength enhancement should far exceed that of beasts. Yet the Special Management Bureau and military scene now have the strongest second level barely stepping in, and their numbers are exceedingly scarce. Heaven and earth are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. The evolution of all things is fair, yet what is seen before him is unfair. Unless... Suke focused his gaze skyward. With that glance, Life 1. Am I dead? Suke was taken aback, his figure reappearing once more. Immediately he refused to believe in misfortune and looked up at the sky again. The sky was calm and tranquil. My. Suke focused his gaze. Life 1. Damn. Suke was revived once more. What could be the reason? With no warning, and without seeing any attacks, he didn't even know how he had died. But the problem is... Suke furrowed his brows deep in thought. Ever since he obtained the golden finger, and the world changed, he had often looked up at the sky. Why was he fine at that moment? Was it a lack of focus? Or was he eliminated at a fixed point? Various tropes from novels flashed through Suke's mind, but in the end he shook his head, utterly perplexed. One last look. Life 1. Damn it, this really is the last look. Life 1. Meanwhile, at the peak, the camp was built against the mountain, with personnel bustling about and instruments humming. Armed troops were stationed in layers beside the rocky warning line. A group of researchers and members of the Special Management Bureau gathered near the giant stone monkey, where the screens of data terminals flashed with a multitude of monitoring parameters. Inside the tent, a researcher from the Special Management Bureau held a detection tablet and was reporting to Zhou Jianfeng. Report Director Zhou, after comprehensive analysis, we have determined that the malicious source in E-Mountain Rongqing is indeed this stone monkey. The basic parameters of the stone monkey are 114 meters tall and 54 meters wide, formed approximately 2.8 billion years ago. Scans have confirmed that the hostile actions of the anomalous beasts in Rongqing are directly influenced by the energy radiation from the stone monkey. Currently, the entire globe is shrouded in malice. Zhou Jianfeng sat in the tent staring at the document. Have specific tests been conducted? Yes, during the first round of tests we conducted tests with armor-piercing explosive rounds, directed energy strikes, ultra-high pressure, hydraulic cutting, and sonic resonance. Among a series of detections, comprehensive evaluations showed that all physical attacks were completely ineffective. Model simulations further prove that even a conventional nuclear strike would struggle to penetrate its shell, thus conventional nuclear strike plans are unfeasible. The researcher paused for a moment. Additionally, our energy detection instruments can currently only calibrate to a level of 4 combat power and cannot accurately detect the strength level of the stone monkey. Based on its energy fluctuations and physical test data, its strength remains unknown, but it must exceed SS level. The potential level of threat is immeasurable. After assessment, if it awakens the stone monkey, could likely trigger an apocalyptic disaster. Based on this, we have temporarily rated the target as SSS level. Zhou Jianfeng took the data report handed over by the researcher, his expression grave. The Special Management Bureau had only been established for a month. The means to address the earthly changes were already limited, and developing a complete detection tool would be a long and arduous road. Yet even with the current level of technology, it was sufficient to make this unacceptable assessment. SSS level. It signified the ability to annihilate the world. This was also why he, as the deputy director of the Special Management Bureau in Rongqing, personally stationed himself there. The researcher, whether numb or expressionless, continued to add. Real-time concentration gradient monitoring indicates that the energy fluctuations of the stone monkey are increasing exponentially. The energy concentration rises daily, and if the current rate of increase remains unchanged without any decay, its awakening period will not exceed 120 days. Because the target continually releases an exclusive malicious intent to eliminate once awakened, Rongqing and the surrounding city clusters will face a catastrophic impact with no other possibilities. And Zhou Jianfeng's expression grew even graver. Initially, the Special Management Bureau had not paid attention to this stone monkey. It merely seemed like an ordinary landscape, just a stone resembling a monkey. However, since people had been breaking through the first level one after another, they became aware of the malice pervading the globe. The strongest surge nearest to Rongqing came from E Mountain. This situation was not unique to Rongqing, other places experienced similar circumstances. Zhou Jianfeng pulled out a document from the nearby table and began to flip through it. Codenamed Giant Python Emergence Address Gansu Province, Qingyun Mountain Confidentiality, Level Top Secret Danger Level SSS Normal State of Target Temporary Rock Form, like a rearing giant python, 136 meters tall and 67 meters wide. Tests and observations conducted. 1. Eye continuously emitting malice that can influence animals possessing exclusive malicious characteristics for extermination. 2. 98. Nuclear strike ineffective. Warning, target is extremely dangerous. Once awakened, it will possess the strength to annihilate worlds, and current technology cannot contend with it. Zhou Jianfeng sighed and picked up several other documents. Codename Long-Nosed Giant Elephant Address Lingnan Elephant Trunk Mountain Danger Level SSS. Codename Turtle Mountain Address Gansu Province Turtle Peak Danger Level SSS. What a troublesome time. At this moment, even though Zhou Jianfeng was already a second-level martial artist, he felt waves of coldness sweeping over him filled with despair. The spirit monkey prays to the heavens. Estimated revival countdown 120 days. SSS level. This is equivalent to the 10th level. According to the research and speculation of the Special Management Bureau, martial artists are divided into 10 levels. However, the currently recognized highest level by official standards is only the 9th level. Due to their existing understanding and technological means, it is temporarily impossible to accurately deduce the specific strength of the 10th level. The strength range of a first-level martial artist is between 1,000 kg to 3,000 kilograms. In contrast, a 9th-level martial artist can reach a maximum strength of 1024 tons. In terms of speed, they can achieve 1,500 milliseconds. Just to reach this level 1 would need conventional missiles for saturation bombardment to possibly kill. Conventional firepower can easily be evaded. When faced with a nuclear saturation strike, relying solely on speed cannot completely avoid it. But if they infiltrate a crowd under constraints, they would be akin to a nuclear bomb in human form. This is also the basis for the Special Management Bureau classifying the E Mountain Stone Monkey as SSS level. Since the giant python in Gansu Province's Qingyun Mountain has been confirmed to withstand nuclear strikes, this stone monkey naturally can as well. So, 120 days later, when the stone monkey awakens, the human defense line will inevitably collapse, cities will be successively destroyed, population will decline drastically, civilization will be completely obliterated, leading to extinction. Zhou Jianfeng, having navigated the treacherous waters of the political realm for many years, was able to sit in the position of deputy director in a department with extraordinary powers. His experience and temperament were extraordinary. Even so, at this moment, all that remained in his heart was despair. In fact, this was the prevailing emotion within the Special Management Bureau. If it were not for the exclusive malicious intent of the anomalous beasts, it would not be surprising to see human treachery arise. After all, relying on current technological means the probability of human survival is 0. And relying on martial arts. The changes in the world have only been 41 days. There are only a total of 372 second-level martial artists across the country. Third level, not a single one. Is humanity on the verge of extinction? Human extinction? In Rongqing City, at the Special Management Bureau, Director Chen Jingming slammed the assessment report about the stone monkey onto the desk with a sharp smack and let out a cold snort. What a load of bullshit. I only believe that man can conquer nature. Defeatism before battle, a retreatist mindset. Deputy Director Zhou's thinking is utterly problematic. Chen Jingming, with his military background, detested such attitudes. In the office, the secretary stood silently holding a stack of documents. The Special Management Bureau was established to address the celestial anomalies, wielding immense authority, capable of mobilizing the military when necessary, making regional decisions, and acting with discretionary power. As Deputy Director, Zhou Jianfeng held a high rank. A leader could vent frustrations and criticize Zhou Jianfeng, but the secretary knew better than to chime in. Fortunately, Chen Jingming didn't dwell on the topic. Though unspoken, this sentiment undeniably exists. Continue the report. Chen Jingming waved his hand. Yes, sir. The secretary responded promptly. The evacuation and relocation efforts in counties and towns are progressing as planned. A few residents initially reluctant to leave their homes have begun to cooperate after patient persuasion. Under the coordination of various departments, they have all moved into temporary housing. Local troops and armed police have been deployed to villages for disinfection tasks. Personnel are also collecting domestic pets and capturing stray animals in urban and suburban areas. The secretary reported the latest developments rapidly. The mutated beasts were evolving swiftly. Multiple cases of pets suddenly turning violent and killing people had already occurred. This was within Rongqing City itself. Even with ample personnel from the Special Management Bureau and its branches aided by surveillance networks and energy detectors, tragedies still unfolded. In rural towns with even more animals, the situation was far graver. Mutant beast killings were so frequent that relocation had become an unavoidable necessity. Chen Jingming nodded, his face expressionless. After a pause, he asked, has the door-to-door survey in Rongqing been completed? The survey is essentially finished. The secretary, intimately familiar with the data, answered without hesitation. Rongqing has a permanent population of about 22 million. The investigation shows that most residents are local, with a few having moved to other provinces. Since the celestial anomalies, the general public's physical fitness has improved significantly. Among them, there are approximately 37 million martial apprentice-level individuals with strength ranging from 500 to 100 kilograms. Those meeting the standard of a first-rank martial artist number around 110, most of whom have been registered. The unknown factors brought by the celestial anomalies were exceptionally active. These factors favored animals, driving their rapid evolution. However, humans also benefited, albeit at a less dramatic pace. Even without exercise, physical fitness naturally increased over time. From this perspective alone, if not for the threat of mutant beasts, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for all humanity. Complete all registrations as soon as possible. Aid must begin with internal stability. Eliminate every potential risk. Yes, Director Chun. The crowd has grown. Suke walked along the streets of Rongqing. He clearly noticed that pedestrians were denser than usual, and the already congested roads were now utterly gridlocked. Left with no choice, Suke drove out of the city again, parked his Hummer, and returned to the city on foot. Along the way, he roughly grasped the changes that had occurred over the past 8 days. Due to numerous pet attack incidents, a large number of pets had been rounded up and controlled. Short video platforms were flooded with clips of livestock and pets mutating, with deaths occurring one after another. I was terrified. My dog was fine yesterday, but today it lunged at me. Luckily, I ran fast. I heard the entire neighboring village was wiped out. No remains left. Thank goodness the authorities discovered it in time and relocated our whole village. I can't imagine what would have happened otherwise. My dad was stubborn and refused to move until I showed him these videos. Only then did he agree to go to the shelter. Anyone still refusing to evacuate now is just gambling with their life. Such comments immediately sparked a flood of rebuttals and insults. Stop being so alarmist. The authorities just want to trick us into moving so they can take our houses. They'll fabricate anything for our property. Exactly, evacuation is a waste of resources. Who gave them the right? I refuse to budge. I'm staying home. I don't believe anything will happen. Meanwhile, many animal lovers joined the fray, accusing the authorities. You're all too cruel. What if animals mutate? They're just scared. Why should stray animals be captured? I think it's all rumors, just edited videos. My cat is perfectly well behaved and would never bite. My dog has been gentle since it was a pup. Even if it changed, it would never hurt me. How dare you take it away? They'll fight anyone who tries. Have you no compassion? Online, the arguments raged uncontrollably. Doomsday saints and fools of all kinds stepped onto the stage. Some even openly resisted officials on short videos defending their pets. Many netizens, enraged by these remarks and scenes of shoving, erupted in fury. Idiots. Watching this gives me a second-hand embarrassment. Damn it, kill the saints first in the apocalypse. Disgusting. Witnessing all this, Suke frowned deeply. He couldn't understand. How could people be so foolish? He was even more baffled. How could they be so ignorant? He feared his own mind might be contaminated by such idiocy. Suke shook his head, turned off the short videos, looked around, chose a hot pot restaurant at random for dinner, and then headed back to Sioux Garden. Returning to Sioux Garden, Suke walked into the living room, grabbed a can of cola from the fridge, and sat on the sofa. He hadn't climbed a mountain, but even from a distance he could clearly sense that the malevolent presence at the peak was even stronger than 8 days ago. About to awaken. Suke murmured to himself. Perhaps it was due to his cultivation of the Meridian martial path and reaching the Tongshan realm. Even from afar he could perceive the terrifying killing intent emanating from the stone monkey. The closer he got to the mountain, the more intense the crisis became, with his instincts urging him to flee. It felt as if a fatal threat lay ahead, like a primordial beast. Suke wasn't afraid, given his numerous lives. But this was a premonition from his Bodhis instincts. Based on these perceptions alone, he knew he couldn't defeat it with his current strength. Can't win, absolutely can't win. Moreover, while the stone monkey's threat was terrifying, it was at least visible and tangible. But the crisis from space. A single glance and death. Who wouldn't be confused? Suke leaned back on the sofa, browsing various stance techniques and Buddhist and Taoist texts online. After a long while he put down his phone and shook his head helplessly. These stance techniques all stopped at the stage of refining essence into chi, relying on heavy eating to strengthen the body, which had significant limitations. Progress might be fast initially, but advancement would slow down over time. As for those Buddhist and Taoist texts, mystical arts. With Suke's current insight, he saw their flaws at a glance. Castles in the air. Neither technique, nor law, nor Tao. Learning them might improve one's mindset, but they couldn't grant supernatural power. Now, with the stone monkey's malevolence growing daily and its awakening imminent, there was no leisure for improving mindset. Given the current evolution rate of mutant beasts, existing technology might suppress them initially. But over time, technology's effectiveness would inevitably plummet. And the evolution speed of human martial artists lagged far behind that of mutant beasts. By the time beasts reached the 10th rank, humans might only manage the 5th. Thus this was premeditated. An unseen hand controlled everything. Aliens. A farm. Suke shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Speculation was futile now. With sufficient strength, he could eventually crush everything. In the training room, Suke sat cross-legged, circulating his energy through the meridians. Countless streams of chi flowed through the extraordinary meridians, transforming into internal force, and then into true chi. The true chi coursed through flesh, blood, and bones, tempering the internal organs, gradually coalescing into a strand of protective energy. After a long time, he opened his eyes, ceased his practice, and assumed a stance. Dragon rises, tiger crouches, crane perches, tortoise spirit snake, coils chi, returns to truth. Dragon, tiger, crane, tortoise, snake. The 5 forms refining essence into chi. In the martial world, Suke had stopped his 5-form stance at the 4th rank. Not because he didn't want to continue, but because his nutrition couldn't keep up. Essence is the source of blood and chi. Refining essence into chi without timely replenishment would inevitably lead to depletion. Proper refinement should nurture chi with essence, allowing mutual transformation to strengthen the foundation. Forced cultivation would only drain both blood and chi. This was why he had abandoned the physical body in the martial world and switched to meridian cultivation. Now back in the main world, Suke immediately sensed the activity of the unknown factors. What these unknown factors were, he had no idea. Perhaps they were the spiritual energy needed for immortal cultivation, or the primordial chi of heaven and earth, or cosmic energy. Overall, it might just be a matter of different names. But in the short time since his return, he felt his physical strength increase, far surpassing the martial world. Dragon rises, clouds surge, a chi moistens the liver meridian. Suke assumed the starting posture of the dragon stance. He had practiced this stance countless times, and it was decent. But today, the moment he struck the pose, he felt awkward and uncoordinated. Dragon rises, clouds surge. Like a dragon, but not like a snake, but not. Something is wrong here. His monstrous insight of 1063 points immediately revealed the issue. The 1st form dragon walking stance should restrain the celestial pillar, store essence, and nurture flesh, tighten skin and tendons, and invigorate the belt meridian. Not stretching the pillar to deplete energy, tensing tendons to surge chi. In an instant, all flaws became clear. Where the posture was incorrect, where the stance should sink, he suddenly understood. Suke stood frozen, motionless, as countless ideas whirled in his mind. The various stances and formulas he had browsed on his phone earlier now came alive, fully revealed. Fusion. Wild fusion. Hunyuan health stance, support stance, hold stance, Hunyuan embrace stance. Stand upright to shed brute force. Discard. Head suspended, spine aligned to connect pivots. Trash. Straighten spine, tuck chin to open meridians. No good. 10 minutes. 1 hour. 2 hours. Suke's body steamed with white mist, and the training room's temperature soared. His skin began to redden and heat up like a boiled lobster. Under the intense collision of thoughts, countless inspirations and insights interwove. Then a stance technique emerged. Hunyuan stance, 36 forms in total. It drew on the strengths of 100 stances, discarding the flaws and shortcomings of various old techniques. Suke opened his eyes, and without hesitation assumed the first form of the Hunyuan stance. Head suspended, spine straight, stance stable, feet planted to absorb the earth's depth, palms circling to store blood, and chi 4-level foundation to temper the physical body. Rumble. Like a volcanic eruption, airwaves burst through the training room. At that moment a scream rang out. Holy shit. It hurts, it hurts. Oh damn it, why does it hurt so much? In an instant the excruciating pain made Suke unable to maintain the posture, and he immediately exited the cultivation state. What's going on? He had never experienced such agony while practicing stances before. This wasn't ordinary muscle pain, it felt like every cell in his body was being gnawed, utterly unbearable. Even though Suke had died many times, he had never felt such torment. Is there something wrong with the Hunyuan stance? He carefully checked it several times and found no flaws that should cause such pain. I don't believe it. How could a stance I created be unpracticable? Suke gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, and assumed the first form again. Arg! The pig slaughter-like scream echoed again. Sweat instantly soaked his clothes, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Every muscle and bone felt like it was burning. There was no spot without pain. Yet his condition was peculiar. Suke could clearly sense the physical damage caused by practicing the Hunyuan stance. At the same time, his innate spring-like talent was rapidly repairing these damages. It was like HB 11111, HB 11111. Suke clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring like rain. At that moment, an involuntary thought surfaced in his mind. Hungry. So hungry. It felt as if his essence, energy, and spirit were being drained away. An overwhelming hunger engulfed his entire body. Suddenly, an unknown energy seemed attracted, surging from all directions, instantly enveloping him. This energy reacted with him like a chemical reaction, and his body immediately radiated a dazzling pure white glow. The glow penetrated the training room, shooting upward like a solid pillar of light, spreading around. Under the night sky, it dispelled much of the darkness. Rumble. Muffled thunder seemed to roll within his body. At that instant, Suke's strength began to skyrocket. Force 25 tons, 315 milliseconds. Force 36 tons, 391 milliseconds. Force 65 tons, 512 milliseconds. Force 101 tons, 732 milliseconds. His physical power advanced like a force breaking through bamboo. 5th rank, 6th rank, 7th rank. In just a short moment, he broke through 3 ranks. His force directly leaped from 4800 gene to 200 gene, a 4-fold increase. Meanwhile, outside Su Garden, a group of people stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene before them. Captain Fong, team leader Su, come see the miracle. What is this? Within the vast Su Garden, a pillar of pure white light shot into the sky. Though only about 10 meters high, it looked utterly mystical under the night. This group of 10 people was the entire first squad of the action department of the Rongqing Special Management Bureau. Quick, bring out the energy detector. Yes. Yan Fei quickly retrieved the latest model of energy detector from the vehicle and activated it. The next moment, bang. With a soft sound and a wisp of smoke, the entire energy detector exploded. It exploded again. This is the new model, just equipped tonight. Its performance is 2 ranks higher than the old version. In theory, it can easily detect energy fluctuations within the 6th rank. How is this possible? Is he even human? Fong Jingshan looked solemnly at the scene before him. The column of shimmering white light was not blinding, and during the day, it was almost undetectable, but in the night it appeared exceptionally bright. Vast. Violent. As the captain of Team 1 under the Special Administration Bureau's Operations Department in Rongqing, Fong Jingshan had reached the pinnacle of the first level in martial arts. With a right arm strength of 2,984 kilograms and a left arm strength of 2,854 kilograms, his speed had surpassed 43 milliseconds. At this moment, Fong Jingshan felt goosebumps rising on his arm, and his face turned slightly pale. Martial artists are inherently perceptive. Although the light column did not exude a direct sense of threat, he distinctly sensed that there seemed to be a colossal ancient beast residing within Su Garden. The Bodis instincts immediately issued a warning. Danger. Danger ahead. Absolutely do not engage. This was entirely different from the malice that permeated the world. Malice is malice, it is exclusionary. What emanated from Su Garden was a suppression of power akin to a lower-dimensional being encountering a higher-dimensional entity, evoking a deep-seated panic. Fong Jingshan inwardly cursed his bad luck. 8 days ago, 3 members of his team had pursued a tabby beast to this location, subsequently discovering a civilian martial artist and reporting it. Originally, this should not have been the responsibility of their operations department, but rather that of the logistics department. However, due to the shortage of personnel in the Special Administration Bureau, and since Team 1 had just completed their mission and returned for rest, it was only natural that they were dispatched to handle the registration. Fang Jingshan had not taken it too seriously, gathering the necessary information and setting off with his team. After all, the data indicated that the target was relatively strong, and to avoid conflict, they could act flexibly if necessary. This was a normal procedure. In chaotic times, strict measures must be enforced. Everything was for the safety of the majority. But this was hardly just a matter of strength. This was clearly a case of dimensional suppression. With this thought, Fang Jingshan glared fiercely at Su Jinbong and the other two who were huddled together. They were all causing trouble for him. Su Jinbong and the others looked aggrieved, not daring to speak, only exchanging wide-eyed glances, each harboring a hint of fear. Lin Xiao and Yin Fei, on the other hand, were filled with admiration for their captain. The seasoned veteran was truly crafty. Thankfully, they had listened to the captain's advice at the time and decisively left after retrieving the beast's corpse. This was simply an epitome of prudence. Should we go or should we not? Fang Jingshan stood in place, caught in a dilemma. He had to be cautious. Because he did not understand the target's temperament, any rash approach could provoke the other party and likely cause chaos. The current Xia Kingdom could not withstand any turmoil. It was actually quite normal for the Special Administration Bureau not to understand the target's temperament. Just in Rongqing alone, there were over 2 million martial artist apprentices with a strength exceeding 500 kilograms. Those who met the first-level standard numbered over 11000. According to the information reported by Su Jinbong from Team 3, the Intelligence Bureau assessed the target's strength to be within the first-level range. Therefore, only basic background checks were conducted. Fang Jingshan pulled out a document from the file bag. Su K, male, 20 years old, orphan, unmarried, currently a sophomore at Rongqing University, on leave. Relationship adopted at the age of 3. Foster parents treated him as their own, who died 5 months ago after being run over by a passing large truck. Assessment: martial artist strength at first level, not exceeding second level, advised for direct contact and registration. This was just a simple background check. Su K's information was detailed, yet insufficiently comprehensive. What the hell first level? What the hell not exceeding second level? Fang Jingshan felt the fear transmitted by his Buddhist instincts. Was this the might a low-level martial artist should possess? He turned to look at his team members behind him. Check if the recording device has captured the entire situation here. Yes. The Special Administration Bureau required the recording device to be on at all times during operations. In peacetime, this was to regulate law enforcement. In the current period, it was more about gathering information. Team Fang, the footage was recorded completely and accurately. Fang Jingshan nodded slightly, and finally turned his gaze back to Su Jinbong and the other two, revealing a cruel smile. Su Jinbong, Lin Xiao, Yin Fei. Present. The three stood up straight immediately. Given the special circumstances, I need to report to the higher-ups immediately. I order you three to disperse around Su Garden, primarily for surveillance and observation. As long as the target does not exhibit extreme behavior, just record their daily movements. Any solo contact is strictly prohibited, understood? Su Jinbong and the others secretly groaned in their hearts. That damned captain is definitely retaliating. Of course, this was merely their grumbling. As members of the Special Administration Bureau, they would execute any order without hesitation, whether it involved a monitoring mission or an order to confront a beast at a moment's notice. Yes, the three saluted. No one mentioned why they weren't going in now. The answer to that question was quite. Fang Jingshan smiled widely, patted Su Jinbong on the shoulder, and then without any hesitation turned with the other team members and swiftly drove away in the vehicle. Su Jinbong and the others watched the vehicle disappear into the night. Yin Fei opened her portable computer, retrieving the surveillance footage of the intersections near Su Garden while inquiring. Su team, what should we do now? What else can we do? Su Jinbong sighed, follow orders and keep a close watch. Life 1, life 97445. Did I die again? Is this main world too dangerous? Another resurrection left Su K feeling fully rejuvenated. At this moment, he wore a confused expression. Glancing at the sky would lead to death. Breaking through in cultivation would lead to death. Was the main world a place for humans to reside? This death was just like the previous one. There were no signs, no attacks visible. He was still immersed in the excitement of his power surge when he died. Such a situation was certainly abnormal. He could recover one of his maximum health every second. As long as it wasn't an instant annihilation, any injury to him was merely a breeze. Thus he was obliterated in an instant. What the hell is this, a ploy against Fat Tiger? Suke plopped down on. He couldn't make sense of it, truly couldn't make sense of it. Looking at the sky used to be fine. Now looking at the sky leads to death. Cultivating used to be fine. Now cultivating leads to death. With this thought, Suke seemed to ponder deeply, suddenly standing up and hurriedly walking out of the training room. He looked up, gazed at the sky, focused his mind. Life won in the next second he resurrected. Then he resumed his stance and began to cultivate again. Mist rose and his blood surged. A shimmering white light enveloped his body. His strength steadily increased. 101 tons, 102 tons. Life won. At this moment. In space. Ding Life's signature detected as a humanoid organism. Power exceeds safety threshold. Extermination plan activated. Extermination successful. Ding cosmic energy fluctuations detected. Life signature as a humanoid organism. Warning. Warning. Target abnormal. Target abnormal. Immediately classify as a removal. Target extermination begins. Extermination successful. Ding clearance command executed. No remaining high-risk targets. Entering sleep mode. Entering low energy standby mode. Is it really because of strength? Suke revived once again. That makes sense now. A once peaceful society suddenly experienced a dramatic upheaval. The upheaval itself was one thing. However, the evolution speed of humans and otherworldly beasts was drastically different. That was unusual. Not to mention the malicious source pervading the world. Even the inexplicable forces from outer space were far beyond what humanity could contend with. Suke's expression was grave. He could no longer practice the Hunyuan posture and began to understand why he had endured such excruciating pain during his previous training. The Hunyuan posture itself was flawless. It surpassed all existing postures with no shortcomings in any aspect, providing an all-around enhancement. If the posture was flawless, then the problem could only lie with him. In the past, his aptitude was merely at a meager 4 points, which could only be deemed inferior anywhere. The improvement in strength and speed was exceedingly slow. But now his aptitude had undergone a tremendous transformation. Aptitude 2086. It had increased by 521 times. A quantitative change had triggered a qualitative leap. In a martial arts world, the inner strength cultivated by an ordinary person over a year might not even compare to the achievements of a genius in a single day. In the realm of cultivation, inferior spiritual roots absorbed chaotic spiritual energy, with slow purification causing most of the energy to dissipate. On the other hand, superior spiritual roots absorbed pure energy, with a very high efficiency in converting spiritual power. In other words, Suke's past training with the Wudong 5-form posture relied solely on the nutritional essence from food to strengthen himself and break through limits. But now, his extraordinary aptitude began to take effect. Meats, grains, how could one with such extraordinary aptitude suffer this? Thus his body began to actively absorb cosmic energy. However, the ability to absorb cosmic energy was not granted by the Hunyuan posture. Rather, it was activated by his extraordinary aptitude. This meant that if an ordinary person practiced the Hunyuan posture, even if they broke through the 9th level, they would be unable to absorb cosmic energy. Furthermore, Suke's aptitude did not care for his well-being. As long as you dared to cultivate it, dared to absorb. Thus the intense pain felt as if every cell in his body was being gnawed at was not an illusion. The cells were truly burning. This method of cultivation was entirely different from the Meridian martial arts system. The Meridian martial arts cultivate inner strength. The postures hone the physical body. However, due to his aptitude, Suke was instead drawing cosmic energy to directly soak every cell in his body. And how violent was cosmic energy? How could the cells withstand it? The human body has an average of 37 trillion cells, and upon contact, a large number of cells instantly died. If this situation occurred with an ordinary martial artist, it would be a certain death with no other option. But Suke possessed a unique talent for self-recovery. When one part died, another would quickly recover. This allowed him to endure the onslaught of cosmic energy. It was precisely for this reason that Suke was able to break through 3 levels of physical strength in a very short time. However, this situation was not replicable. If it were anyone else, they would have died countless times by now. It's just, I can't cultivate in the main world anymore. Suke thought of the dangers brought by the sky and immediately shook his head. As long as he dared to practice the posture in the main world, he would die the next second. Though he had many lives, he wasn't foolish. Why should he engage in futile efforts? It seems it's time to go to another world. The sky is gradually brightening. The breakfast shop had long opened its doors. Office workers were still rushing about and students were going to school as usual. On the surface, life seemed no different from before. All of this was barely maintained by the efforts of the authorities. Meanwhile, chaos had already erupted in many places abroad. Rongqing University. Lin Zhou and Chen Xing, still sleepy, were munching on buns as they headed to the classroom. Sigh, the spiritual energy has revived, yet we still have to attend class. Isn't that a waste of the revival? Stop complaining and hurry up, Lin Zhou reminded. Today is Professor Wang's class, known for being strict. I don't want to get scolded. I wonder how the boss is doing. It's been 5 months and he still hasn't returned. No idea has any No, you know how he is. Just then several figures blocked their way. Lin Zhou frowned and pulled Chen Xing to try to bypass them. Although the people were aggressive online, there weren't many who dared to confront face-to-face in reality unless truly provoked. At that moment, the leading middle-aged man displayed an ID. "Excuse me, are you Lin Zhou and Chen Xing?" "Hello, I am Yi Chong'an from the Special Affairs Management Bureau of Rongqing. These two are my colleagues Lu Zheng. You may verify our IDs." Special Affairs Management Bureau. Intelligence Department. Lin Zhou and Chen Xing exchanged confused glances. They had not heard of this department. However, in this day and age with short dramas rampant and novels everywhere, various types had been exhausted. Since the spiritual energy had revived, it seemed quite reasonable for a special department to emerge. Hello. Lin Zhou was just a college student and was immediately nervous upon dealing with official personnel. "We are here today to gather some information from you both, so there's no need to be nervous," Yi Chong'an said calmly with a smile. "Mainly we want to inquire about Su Ke." "Su Ke? The boss?" Lin Zhou and Chen Xing were taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Did something happen to him?" Yi Chong'an shook his head and glanced around. "Students, we've informed the school and borrowed a classroom. How about we talk inside? It's not very convenient here." Soon, the group arrived at an empty classroom. Lu Zheng remained outside on guard, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Wenya quickly set up her computer and got to work after entering the room. Yi Chong'an looked at the awkward pair and brought over some chairs. "Please sit, don't be nervous. We're just here to understand the situation. This conversation will be recorded throughout, so don't worry, the recording will be kept strictly confidential and won't be circulated. By the way, there are 2 confidentiality agreements here that we need you to sign." Lin Zhou and Chen Xing swallowed, nervously nodding repeatedly. Who would dare to refute this situation? Had the boss broken some sort of heavenly rule? Or had he blown up the moon? It certainly looked intimidating. On the way here, they had checked with their phones, and the Special Affairs Bureau had immense power overseeing all special affairs nationwide. If expressed in ancient terms, it would be imperial authority granted executing first and reporting later. Yi Chong'an's expression turned serious as he took out a document from his briefcase. "Students, for the upcoming questions, please answer truthfully, without any concealment or false information. Of course, you may express your personal opinions, but please specify that it is your subjective judgment." Lin Zhou and Chen Xing quickly answered, "Understood, understood." "All right then, the first question, what kind of person do you think Su Ke is?" In Rongqing, the Special Management Bureau. In modern society, it is not difficult to gather information about a person. Within just one day, various data about Su Ke was swiftly compiled. After analysis and evaluation by the Intelligence Department staff, a detailed report was quickly prepared. Yi Chong'an delivered this report to Chen Jingming's desk. Chen Jingming picked up the document and read it carefully. The Special Management Bureau had a thorough grasp of Su Ke's character and background information covering everything from his childhood to his university years. The reason for such an in-depth investigation was to understand Su Ke's character traits in order to determine subsequent response strategies. After all, Su Ke was not an ordinary person. How strong was he? How did he cultivate? It was completely unclear. The only certainty was that his strength exceeded the standard of level 6. Anyone capable of causing an energy detector to explode could not be treated lightly. Chen Jingming looked at the professional jargon in the document and felt a headache coming on, so he flipped straight to the evaluation conclusion section. Name Su Ke, codename, none, file classification secret, danger, level high risk, basic information, male 20 years old, ordinary male. Personality. Strength unknown but exceeds level 6. Warning, target is extremely dangerous, do not approach, without clarifying its specific strength. Recommendations: implement comprehensive monitoring, observe on-site, release friendly signals, and avoid direct conflict with him. Dusk Su Garden. Su Ke moved the last load of supplies into the courtyard and glanced casually at a nearby snack stall. His unskilled technique, clumsy hospitality, and rigid body posture occasionally revealed a hint of military demeanor. Surveillance. Observation. Su Ke quickly understood. He had initially thought the Special Management Bureau would come directly to him. It seemed they had assessed his strength. Su Ke recalled the energy detector that Su Jinbong had brought down that night. So a direct visit turned into covert observation. Su Ke shook his head unfazed. He closed the courtyard gate, glanced at the piled-up supplies, stored everything in his space, and turned back to the living room. The malice of the main world grew stronger day by day. Unknown entities in outer space lurked menacingly. With his current strength, he found it hard to resist. Only by going to other worlds, prolonging time, and waiting until he became the sword god of Shirley Slope, could he return and slash these threats with a single sword. He held grudges. It wasn't just about dying inexplicably a few times. Not to mention Earth itself was his root. Having lived there for 20 years, everything was here, and naturally, he could not stand to see it ravaged by unknown entities. I can be ravaged, but others cannot. Moreover, Su Ke had attempted to use the technique of one thought to the heavens in the martial world. This talent could indeed be activated any time, but its effect was to return directly to the main world, not to traverse other worlds within the martial realm. If Earth were gone, he was uncertain whether this talent would change. Suke shook his head without a hint of hesitation and activated his talent. One thought to the heavens. Instantly, his figure vanished from the spot. Ghosts do not exist. 800 years ago, the world changed dramatically and evil entities emerged. From then on, ghosts appeared in the world. Countless civilians perished, dynasties toppled, and the world descended into chaos. In the Great Zhao Dynasty, year 8 of Yongning. In desolate hills, the sky was dark. White paper money was caught by the wind, swirling and falling to the ground. The surroundings were barren, scattered with grave mounds. Some had stone tablets, while others were just lonely graves. Bones lay scattered around, creating an eerie atmosphere. At this moment, Suke's figure suddenly appeared. Cold. Freezing. In an instant, Suke felt as if he had fallen into an ice cavern, a chill sweeping over his entire body. At this moment, Suke's figure suddenly appeared. Cold. Freezing. In an instant, Suke felt as if he had fallen into an ice cavern, a chill. The pure yang power is truly nourishing. In an instant, the giggling whispers like a demonic melody came drifting toward him. Suke immediately became alert, scanning his surroundings. No one. He did not find any figures nearby. Just as he turned his head, a face suddenly appeared in front of him, dressed in red with a mouth stretching to her ears, hollow eyes streaming with crimson blood. What the hell? Suke was nearly scared out of his wits by this sudden turn, instinctively channeling all his inner strength. A solid fist imprint instantly appeared and violently struck toward the red-dressed ghost. Boom. The air erupted with a loud bang. This punch was entirely a subconscious full-force strike. Even a level 7 warrior would be blown away if they took it heated. However, the fist imprint passed directly through the red-dressed ghost's body, crashing into the ground several meters away and creating a deep pit. No entity. Suke quickly calmed down. He was mainly startled because the incident occurred so suddenly. Moreover, the red-dressed ghost's appearance was too frightening. Anyone would have been shocked. But once he regained his composure, his fear dissipated. Ridiculous, I have over 9,000 lives. Oh, why should I fear a ghost? So, Suke channeled his inner strength and unhesitatingly turned to escape. His figure transformed into a phantom, darting hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Don't run so fast, wait for me. The red-dressed ghost giggled, her form flickering and keeping pace behind him, surprisingly matching his speed. I only want to take a small sip, just a little. Just as the words fell, the red-dressed ghost's speed increased, instantly closing in on Suke's back, her mouth wide open. Cold. Freezing. Suke's body, which had gradually warmed due to channeling his inner strength, once again turned icy, as if the life force within him was being forcibly siphoned away. Health points 11111, but the next moment warmth returned. Health points 11111. Suke said nothing and charged forward. The red-dressed ghost clung to his back, looking ecstatic. I suck. I suck. I suck. After a quarter of an hour, both Suke and the red-dressed ghost were bewildered. Ghost hitting the wall. Are you even human? At Suke's current speed of 732 milliseconds, sprinting for a quarter of an hour, he had at least covered 658 kilometers. Yet he still hadn't escaped this graveyard. He couldn't believe that the area of this graveyard was truly this vast. The only explanation was that he had fallen into a ghost hitting the wall. It seemed like he had run far, but in reality, he was just going around in circles. At this moment, the red-dressed ghost floated in front of Suke, her hollow eyes fixated on him. Then she inappropriately burped. Huh. I've hit the jackpot. I'm rich. This yang energy is endless. Suke's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. Am I being treated like a power bank? However, this description wasn't entirely incorrect. The essence of yang energy is vital energy, and excessive extraction could lead to depletion. But this situation seemed to be seen through the eyes of a self-sustaining spring. Big fella, restore me. As long as I'm not drained in one go, I am truly a power bank. He learned that the current emperor was Yang Ting's grandson Yang, she with the reign title Chang'e, and that this year was the 12th of Chang'e. Yet in a small village, the information he could have, this is truly garbage. At this point, Suke had already entertained the thought of giving up on this world. Just as he landed, he was caught. He didn't even have time to develop. Forget it, I'll give this up. One thought to the heavens randomly traverses worlds based on strength, but there's no cooldown. At worst, I'll just switch to another one. Just as Suke was about to use one thought to the heavens, you vile creature. In broad daylight, how dare you harm the living? You must be punished. Heavenly Master's teachings, the root of all chi cultivated for eons, grant me my divine ability. Golden light spell activate. In an instant, the dark world suddenly erupted with golden light. Suke seemed to see a mirror shatter, and then he saw the figure of an old Taoist. The old Taoist glared fiercely, exuding an imposing aura, his entire body surrounded by golden light, his eyes flashing with thunder. Heavenly Master's Bureau. Upon seeing this, the red-dressed ghost trembled in fear, a dense blood-red mist emanating from her body, the sky instantly darkening as she attempted to flee. You vile creature, do you still wish to escape? The old Taoist stepped forward, causing the winds and clouds to stir. With each step he took, first thunder, second ground, third dragon, fourth lightning, fifth thunderfire. Each step shattered the blood-red mist. In the blink of an eye, with golden light and thunder, the momentum was as if it could destroy heaven and earth. Thunder roars, divine fire soars, 5 thunders sweep away the evil. 5 thunder, true method. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning struck down, instantly hitting the red-dressed ghost. Off. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the red-dressed ghost was instantly reduced to ashes. With the ghost's demise, the world shifted back. Although it remained somewhat gloomy, the chill had disappeared. Sukei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the charred ground around him, deeply shocked. So strong. He could feel that even with his current physical condition, if he took this hit, he would die on the spot. And at this moment, the old Taoist stroked his beard, his expression calm, with one hand behind his back. Young friend, did my technique, did it catch my eye? It was simply too impressive. Sukei hurriedly nodded. The old Taoist smiled slightly and nodded back. Is it powerful, eh? Powerful. Do you want to learn, eh? Yes. Then bow down and pay your respects as a disciple. Be my master. Sukei was taken aback, raising his head to look closely at the old Taoist. At this moment, he finally saw the old man's appearance clearly. Dressed in a loose, simple gray robe with silver hair, a thin face, bright eyes, surrounded by a natural and pure aura, he exuded an air of celestial grace. What? The old Taoist's eyes suddenly sharpened. Do you not wish to? Sukei hesitated for a moment, quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. This old Taoist was extraordinary. His thunder techniques were profound, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Most people would have already bowed down for such an opportunity. However, he possessed the innate talent of eternal proof and the unification of all methods. His future cultivation path was destined to integrate various schools and absorb their strengths. If he formally joined a sect, he would inevitably face restrictions from sect rules. If he practiced techniques from other sects in the future, it would be tantamount to betraying his master, and conflicts could arise. After all, the old Taoist had just saved him from the ghost. He truly didn't want to end up at odds with him. Thinking it over, Sukei sighed inwardly. Well, it's fine. At worst, I can just give up on this world later. He no longer hesitated and immediately knelt down to pay his respects. Disciple Sukei pays respects to master. Good, good, good. The old Taoist's gaze instantly softened, smiling as he raised his hand. Good disciple, get up. I am Zhang Jingfang, the 35th Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain's Heavenly Master Bureau. At the same time, a heavy stone in Zhang Jingfang's heart finally fell. In fact, he had come out this time at the invitation of the great Zhao dynasty to eradicate a ghost threat. After completing the task, he planned to return to Longhu Mountain. Passing through this area, he sensed a strong, ghostly presence, which is why he came to investigate. Upon arriving at the scene, he saw Sukei entangled with a red-dressed ghost. Just as he was about to intervene, he noticed the terrifyingly pure yang energy emanating from Sukei. In an instant, Zhang Jingfang's eyes turned red. He had lived for so long, traveled all over the world, and seen countless aspiring cultivators, but he had never encountered such a monstrous pure yang energy. The pure yang energy of ordinary cultivators diminishes with each depletion. Yet Sukei's pure yang energy seemed endless. Even when the red-dressed ghost siphoned it away, it remained unaffected. Such qualifications are rare in the world, simply a peerless genius born to cultivate the 5 Thunder True method. If he did not take him as a disciple, he would surely regret it for life. Thus Zhang Jingfang unleashed his full power, executing the Golden Light spell alongside the 5 Thunder True method, intending to showcase absolute strength to smoothly bring Sukei under his wing. Good disciple, this is only a verbal acceptance of your apprenticeship. We must return to Longhu Mountain's Heavenly Master Bureau for a complete apprenticeship ceremony. At that time, all the masters in the Bureau will be present, offering incense to the Heavenly Master ancestors and recording your name in the inheritance roster of the Heavenly Master Bureau, making you a legitimate direct disciple. Time is of the essence. We shall set off for Longhu Mountain right away. Zhang Jingfang stroked his beard and said, strictly speaking, a verbal apprenticeship still did not count as a formal disciple of the Heavenly Master Bureau. To avoid prolonged delays, it was better to first bring Sukei back to Longhu Mountain. Sukei heard this and had no objections. He immediately bowed. Disciple will follow master's arrangements. In this world, the environment was perilous and ghosts roamed freely. In just 10 days, Sukei truly experienced the dangers of this world and also gained a preliminary understanding of the basic information. In this world, cultivation was primarily based on Tao techniques, with the Heavenly Master Bureau being the most revered. There were 9 levels of cultivation realms: Tao Child, Tao Disciple, Taoist, Tao Chief, True, Person, Human Master, Earth Master, and Heavenly Master. The Tao Child was merely an entry-level stage honing the body, purifying oneself, and learning to draw talismans. Once 1 point of magical power was condensed within one, would become a Tao disciple. Condensing 17 points of magical power would make one a Taoist. Condensing 34 points of magical power would promote one to Tao Chief with relatively thick magical power and 3 lamps of life yang fire possessing the ability to exorcise ghosts. Upon condensing 67 points of magical power, one would reach the true person realm, beginning to form the Tao foundation. This process transforms essence into qi, compensating for depletion, stabilizing the physical body, connecting the ren and du meridians, and ensuring sufficient qi in the dantian capable of curing diseases and prolonging life. Zhang Jingfang elaborated on each stage of cultivation. This is the realm of refining essence into qi. Suke listened attentively and asked, Master, what comes next? After that comes refining qi into spirit. This process integrates qi into the primordial spirit, harmonizing spirit and qi, connecting all meridians, forming a connection with the heavens. The human master realm has magical power exceeding 100 with innate Tao rhythms. It is the early stage of refining qi into spirit. In the earth master realm, magical power reaches 303 with an initial transformation of the divine soul, marking the mid-stage of refining qi into spirit. In the heavenly master realm, magical power reaches 606, and the divine soul and physical body are perfected, marking the late stage of refining qi into spirit. Suke listened to these realm distinctions and learned about specific combat capabilities from Zhang Jingfang, gaining a preliminary understanding of his own strength. With the explosive strength of his current physical body, he was roughly equivalent to the human master realm. In close combat, martial arts had the advantage. In long-range battles, Tao techniques were more formidable. However, when dealing with ghostly entities, one could slay evil spirits with the true person realm. Yet despite his strength being equivalent to the human master realm, he could not deal with them. Master, what realm are you in? Just the heavenly master realm. In a dilapidated mountain village, the autumn wind howled. A chilling aura pervaded the air and a sinister energy surged. Zhang Jingfang remained silent for a moment before stepping into the village, with Suke trailing behind, surveying the surroundings. The fields still bore wheat, and the family gardens beside the farmhouses were planted with seasonal vegetables, giving the impression of an ordinary village. Yet at this moment the village was eerily silent, devoid of any living beings. Even the chirping of insects had vanished. As soon as they entered the village, Suke distinctly sensed the chilling aura enveloping them. However, this coldness was significantly weaker than that of the red-clothed specters encountered earlier. Zhang Jingfang glanced at Suke, channeling his powers and pointing his finger at Suke's forehead. Northern Ren and Gue spirits conceal the true essence, divide clarity from turbidity, open the eyes to reveal the hidden hastily, as per the command. A beam of white light flickered and vanished. Suke felt a slight pain in his eyes, and then the scene before him drastically changed. The world dimmed, and the sinister energy swirled like a vortex in the sky. A repugnant aura of malevolence enveloped the entire village. Surrounding them were transparent, wandering souls, their expressions numb and devoid of reason, aimlessly drifting through the village. Occasionally, a wandering soul would be caught in the sinister energy and dragged into that malevolent mass. Who was that filthy Taoist, daring to seek death? At that moment, a face formed from the black clouds, terrifying in appearance with a piercing voice. Blessed longevity, heavenly sovereign. Zhang Jingfang wasted no time, directly raising a finger with pure white arcs of electricity swirling around it, instantly piercing the sky. Off! A shrill scream echoed around. Suke saw a wisp of black energy entangled in the electric arc, the sinister aura subsequently shattering and dissipating into the void. Even though this was not his first time witnessing such power, Suke felt a deep shock within. The old master's strength was indeed unfathomable. None of the malevolent beings they encountered could withstand even a single move from him. The locust tree, half yin and half yang, harbors ghosts, gathers yin souls, nurtures tree spirits, and easily accumulates yin energy. Zhang Jingfang instructed, Disciple, go chop down that locust tree at the village entrance and carry out the villagers' corpses to burn them. Yes, master. Suke did not hesitate and turned to walk towards the village entrance. There stood a massive locust tree, its dense branches and leaves shading a large area. The temperature under the tree was noticeably several degrees lower than outside. Suke did not take out a knife from his storage space. Instead, he simply exerted his strength in a punch, shattering the sturdy locust tree. Thunder Law command. Zhang Jingfang was surrounded by arcs of electricity like tendrils extending outwards. In an instant, all the wandering souls in the village were obliterated. Master, why must we scatter these wandering souls into oblivion? Suke asked, slightly frowning at the scene. They do not seem to possess any sinister aura, or why not send them to the underworld for reincarnation? These wandering souls were transformed from the villagers after death. They had been devoured by malevolence in life. After death, they became wandering souls having committed no heinous acts. According to the various films, Suke had seen they should indeed be sent to the underworld for reincarnation. In life they are human, in death they are ghosts. Ghosts lack humanity. While they do no harm now, if they linger too long they will inevitably become harmful. Zhang Jingfang retracted his powers, shaking his head. Moreover, in this world, where is the underworld? Where is the reincarnation? It's either human or ghost. There are no other choices. No reincarnation. No underworld. Does that mean there are no deities either? Suke felt even more puzzled. The 5 thunder summoning spell draws upon the power of the 9 heavens thunder sound. The commanding thunder spell draws upon the power of the thunder god and the lightning mother. If these do not exist, how can the Tao arts be practiced? Zhang Jingfang seemed to see through Suke's confusion and began to explain. Here the Tao arts consist of chanting spells and maintaining thoughts, seeking the true self, discarding the false to preserve the true. This is the inner alchemy method, the true teachings. Essence is the foundation of the body, Qi is the sustenance of the spirit, and spirit is the control of life. I am the law, I am the divine, using my own cultivation method, preserving my own true spirit. Suke couldn't help but roll his eyes at this. After all, he had seen countless Tao scriptures in the previous martial arts world. Naturally, he understood the meaning. To put it simply, it means to channel great power into oneself, and one can transform into the divine. All Tao arts stem from one's own magical power. The reasoning is so simple, yet it is often expressed in an esoteric manner. Half a month later, the mountains of Longhu stretched endlessly, with steep cliffs and azure waters surrounding them. Temples were built against the mountains dedicated to various deities and generations of heavenly masters. Suke finally arrived at Longhu Mountain. Another half-month passed, and the master-apprentice ceremony was prepared. Suke merely needed to follow the process like a marionette. Prepare offerings. Bow to the 3 masters. Pay respects in the heavenly master hall. Kneel before the ancestors of the 3 pure ones, receive the transmission certificate, obtain the talisman, and be granted a Dharma name, officially becoming a Taoist. In fact, following the normal process, the apprenticeship only required bowing to the ancestors to conclude, and then one could begin daily cultivation. Studying the ancestral scriptures of the heavenly master Tao and reciting the fundamental scriptures daily. Only after overcoming distractions, subduing the heart's fire, and achieving mental focus could one obtain the transmission certificate. This is equivalent to a Taoist's identity card representing the right to practice formally. After 3 years of cultivation and observing the precepts without fault, one could apply for the Supreme 3-5 Tao Treatise Talisman, which is the granting of the talisman. With the talisman, one can practice advanced Tao arts, draw talismans to summon spirits, and command thunder and rain. However, after only half a month on the mountain, Suke completed the entire process that should take a formal Taoist several years in one go. Disciple, you are my closed-door disciple. Today I will initiate you into the Tao and give you a Tao name. Zhang Jingfang smiled as he savored his tea, feeling a great weight lifted from his heart, immensely satisfied. I had originally intended to use the name Yuan Shi, representing the beginning of one, the source of all paths, and the essence of all things, a grand concept. However, after much consideration, I felt this name carries heavy taboos, and the name does not suit you. The aura does not match the title, you might not be able to bear it. Therefore, I have chosen another name for you, observing your ethereal aura like mist detached from cause and effect. Unlike the people here, it seems that worldly matters have no relation to you. Most worldly Tao names are derived from stars or deities. However, you are different, shapeless and boundless. Thus your Tao name shall be Chaos. Suke was taken aback, looking up at his grinning master, feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. He couldn't bear the name Yuan Shi. Would he really be able to shoulder the name Chaos? He understood the taboos surrounding Tao names. Randomly choosing a Tao name is an affront to the supreme truth, unworthy of the title. A false name invites disaster, and the deities will not bestow their favor. It was utterly ridiculous. Suke's face darkened, unable to resist, asking, Master, may I ask what your Tao name is? A slap. Zhang Jingfang straightened his face, but then said, however, it's fine to tell you. My life is not hard enough, my blessings are shallow, I dare not overstep. Maintaining a tranquil heart and mind, I chose a name reflecting my intent to cultivate and benefit the people. My Tao name is Qingjing. Suke's expression grew even darker. His master's life is not hard enough, and does not dare to casually choose. Does that mean my life is hard enough? Master, I feel I can't bear this Tao name. No, you can bear it. I can't bear it. You can bear it. Half a month has passed since the decree was issued granting the title. To use Chaos as the title? This news instantly shocked the entire Tianchi mansion. This is not merely an exception. Rather, it is an exception within an exception. Various uncles rushed over, not to stop it, nor out of jealousy. It was as if they were observing a rare animal poking here and touching there, all wanting to see what made Suke so special that Tianshi Zhang Jingfang would make such an exception. Oh dear, I really don't know what my senior brother is thinking. How can such a small frame withstand such a taboo title? TSK Tisk, such an astonishing vitality, he's simply a great seed for cultivation. His martial arts foundation is solid, having entered the threshold. If it comes to close combat, I fear even a master would struggle to handle him. With such abundant vitality, ordinary ghosts and vengeful spirits could not even get close. How did you cultivate like this? A group of elderly uncles surrounded Suke, marveling. Just based on this vitality, ordinary wandering souls and vengeful spirits would be instantly incinerated upon approach. However, if he encounters a fierce ghost, this vitality would instead become a great tonic for them. The world is perilous with evil spirits rampant. Logically speaking, no one should be able to cultivate to such a level. Such fiery vitality shines like a beacon in the darkness. Once discovered, he should have been devoured by fierce ghosts long ago. Suke was touched all over by these burly uncles, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. He quickly broke free and slipped away. Chaos disciple, don't run. Let me touch you again. Haha, this kid is actually shy. What a pity I haven't even touched him yet. Sigh, I hope the Chaos disciple can be more steady and not be like his 3 senior brothers who rushed down the mountain to slay demons without mastering their skills, all of whom ended up dead. Damn evil spirits, one day they will be eradicated from the world. The news that Suke had entered Tianshi Mansion and became the locked-door disciple of Zhang Jingfang quickly spread far and wide. In the Dazhao dynasty, that old guy is taken in a disciple again. Directly entered the record using Chaos as the title, truly impressive, not fearing that it might shorten the disciple's lifespan. It seems Zhang Jingfang has high hopes for this disciple. Let's hope this little guy doesn't end up like his 3 senior brothers who died. Sigh, the human race is weak and ghostly beings are rampant. We can only wait for the right moment. In the vast mountain range, black mist swirled and a chilling aura permeated the air. All the surrounding trees were withered. The muddy ground was blood red, resembling rotting flesh with white eyeballs rolling in the pits, and human skin devoid of luster lay scattered on the ground, exuding a foul odor. With bones strewn about and corpses like forests, the vitality soared to the heavens. Zhang Jingfang. He dares to take in disciples. The title of Chaos. Gagaga Chaos is unrestrained, indistinguishable between yin and yang, mixed with purity and filth. A mere mortal flesh body with a shallow foundation of the primordial spirit daring to use this as a title, he is either mad or arrogant. Send orders down, find him, and swallow him. The human race can only have 4 masters in the Tianshi realm. Meanwhile, other Taoist sects also receive the news full of curiosity, wanting to see what kind of talent this Chaos friend possesses. To actually make the most rule-abiding Tianshi Mansion break the rules. On Maoshan, the Qing sect, the sect leader Master Huayang gazed at the great spear, a smile appearing on his face. Long live the heavenly sovereign. My first disciple Shi Zhong of Maoshan must possess the potential for the Tianshi realm. In the Hezhao sect, the sect leader Master Xuandu chuckled softly. My Hezhao sect also has our own talents. In Longhu Mountain, at the residence of the great real man, the Tianshi's abode. Good disciple, the vitality within you is abundant and continuous, even surpassing me at times. Zhang Jingfang's expression turned serious. Vitality essence is the foundation of cultivation. I have examined your root bones. Your talent is exceptionally rare in this world. Condensing spiritual power will not be difficult for you. But do you know why I have yet to teach you the methods of cultivation? Along this journey, it had been over a month since encountering the red-clad fierce ghost. Zhang Jingfang indeed had not imparted any cultivation methods. Because of insufficient temperament. Suke pondered for a moment. Although he practiced martial arts, he had also read quite a bit of Taoist scriptures and could guess some reasons. Exactly. Zhang Jingfang nodded. Ordinary disciples, when building their foundation, need to cultivate their character and establish a solid foundation before they can begin their practice. Those who are eager for quick success will surely invite the 5 demons and 6 thieves. The so-called 5 demons are the heart monkey, intent horse, emotion ox, essence tiger, and spirit snake. If the heart is not calm and the spirit is not settled, it is difficult to subdue them. Suke immediately sat upright upon hearing this. Indeed, with a master to guide, it is vastly different from exploring alone. Just these cultivation taboos alone, without a teacher's guidance, even with Suke's high comprehension, it would be difficult to grasp in a short time. Your senior brother back in the day had already tamed the intent horse, subdued the emotion ox, trained the essence tiger, and suppressed the spirit snake, but he could not lock the heart monkey. Once the heart monkey stirred, his temperament became restless. Zhang Jingfang sighed at this point. The primordial spirit was agitated and distracting thoughts swirled. This place of pure cultivation in Longhu Mountain could no longer hold him. He descended the mountain and ultimately perished in a ghost den. Your second senior brother retained both the heart monkey and intent horse and followed him. Your third senior brother could not subdue the emotion ox, fell into emotional tribulation and became a pair of fated lovers who sacrificed their lives. Cultivation is to cultivate the heart and nature. If the heart is unsettled and the nature is not serene, it will surely lead to disaster. Originally, all disciples of the Tianxia mansion needed to unify the 5 demons before formally stepping into cultivation to avoid sinking into delusion. But in today's world with evil spirits rampant, how can one settle down to cultivate? Zhang Jingfang sighed deeply, his gaze falling upon Su Ke. Your talent is unprecedented. I only hope you can remain true to your heart and not follow in the footsteps of your senior brothers. Su Ke immediately stood up, respectfully replying, Yes, master. He could sense the concern and worry in Zhang Jingfang's words, fearing that he might also repeat the same mistakes. Subsequently, Zhang Jingfang further explained the 6 thieves and 3 corpses. The so-called 6 thieves are eyes seeing joy, ears hearing anger, nose smelling love, tongue tasting thoughts, mind desiring, and body worrying, disturbing the purity of the heart. And the 3 corpses, upper corpse, Peng Zhu, middle corpse, Peng Zhan, lower corpse, Peng Jiao, specifically deplete one's fortune and vital energy. This is the difficult hurdle of the 5 demons, 6 thieves, and 3 corpses on the path of cultivation. A slight misstep can lead to failure, all efforts turning to naught. Su Ke listened, feeling a chill run down his spine. Damn it, martial arts are still simpler. This inner alchemy method has 2 strict requirements. It's truly perverse. No wonder in the late stage of chi refinement one can rival a 9th-tier warrior in the main world. Moreover, if both sides truly came to blows, a lightning spell would strike down instantly, killing a 9th-tier warrior. Hearing these words about demonic obstacles, he finally understood the dangers within. However, I also don't know if my soul's immortality talent has any calming effect on my thoughts. What if I die and then revive? Does the heart monkey and intent horse still exist? Moreover, if I were to fall into the heart monkey and intent horse, would a solidify, forever proof fix it? For a moment, Su Ke's mind was flooded with thoughts. Seeing this, Zhang Jingfang nodded with relief. Originally, the deaths of his 3 disciples had made him give up on taking in more disciples. Yet encountering a talent like Su Ke was unavoidable. He could only kick open the door and take in another locked-door disciple. Yet he truly feared that Su Ke would act recklessly, which is why he gave such earnest warnings. Then Zhang Jingfang took out several scrolls. This is the Jingyi daily recitation of morning and evening prayers containing 8 great mantras such as the pure and serene scripture and Yuhuang heart seal. You must recite them morning and evening to stabilize your spirit, purify your body, mouth, and heart. This is the Taishang Leijin scripture of constant purity, effective in dispelling distracting thoughts and subduing the fire of the heart. This is the Yuhuang heart seal mysterious scripture which helps refine the primordial spirit and maintain focus. Good disciple. Zhang Jingfang extended 3 fingers. I give you 3 years. Within 3 years you must unify the 5 demons, and when the time comes I will teach you the inner alchemy orthodox method of Longhu Mountain. In the following month, Su Ke's studies were unwavering. In the early morning, as the sun rose, he cleansed his hands and face, stood quietly for a stick of incense, silently recited the 8 great spells, stored a wisp of righteous yang energy, and recited the jade pivot scripture, remaining calm and unhurried, suppressing distracting thoughts. In the evening, as the sun set, he sat cross-legged on a mat reciting the heart seal of the Jade Emperor scripture. He practiced meditation using the Tranquility scripture and focused his mind with the Jade Emperor scripture. For ordinary disciples, this stage is about laying the foundation, familiarizing oneself with the scriptures, comprehending the true meaning, cleansing body and mind, and achieving a state of selflessness and concentration. But for Su Ke this was quite simple. With his extraordinary talent, he grasped those complex and profound terms in no time. Yet understanding did not equate to his nature. Su Ke was originally just an ordinary person. His thoughts wandered, often distracted, like a student in class listening intently as the teacher explained the key points of the book. As he focused on the lecture, a gust of wind fluttered the curtain, brushing against his hair, and his thoughts drifted away, causing his attention to wane. In the next moment, he wondered where to play after school. A moment later, he started imagining the teacher as a villain. Even when he forcibly pulled his thoughts back, he couldn't maintain it. Various random thoughts would quickly pop up again. This stage was characterized by a restless mind. Unable to sit still, Su Ke was no exception. His thoughts were too chaotic. Or rather, modern individuals who have experienced information overload rarely possess pure minds. Most are filled with emotions, desires, and the 5 poisons of greed, anger, ignorance, pride, and doubt. Su Ke had thoroughly understood the 3 scriptures given by the old heavenly master. But understanding only indicated comprehension. His mind grasped it, but his nature did not follow. The Tao rewards diligence. Perhaps it can subtly influence and hard practice will eventually yield results, but the time is long. One proof is eternal proof. Everything is solidified. However, he had not yet subdued his restless mind, and when distracting thoughts surged, he was still affected. But as long as he could successfully subdue it, the great Tao was within reach. Is the soul immortal? The soul gradually becomes stronger, and the capacity of the spiritual platform increases, able to endure the impact of illusions without harming the soul. This can only be considered hardware enhancement. But the nature is software. Thinking of this, Suke could not help but feel irritated. Why must cultivation emphasize nature? As cultivators, do we not fight against heaven and earth just to have clear thoughts? I am annoyed. If worse comes to worst, let the heavens and earth perish together. Am I so strong that I still have to care about others' expressions? Suke's expression fluctuated as waves of irritation surged within him. He looked at the flowers on the windowsill, furrowed his brow, suddenly stood up, and walked over, picking up the flower pot and smashing it on the ground. Crash! Damn, this flower blooming so beautifully for whom? Why am I so annoyed? Why should I worship a master? With my talent, with my countless lives, with my extraordinary comprehension and aptitude, even if I am a bit lazy, I will eventually become an immortal ancestor. Damn it, I am so bored, I want to go down the mountain. Suke thought and acted, raising his foot to find his master at the great real man's mansion, then hesitated, feeling that traveling was troublesome. On the spot, he activated his internal vigor and slapped his forehead. Clap. Life 97445, Life 97444. Suke's figure instantly appeared in place. He did not utilize the resurrection mechanism to directly teleport to the great real man's mansion, because after dying and resurrecting, the state would refresh. Naturally, that state of annoyance also refreshed. Hiss. Is this still considered Tao technique? This is clearly demonic art. Suke felt a lingering fear and finally understood why several senior brothers, even with the old heavenly master personally teaching them, still struggled to overcome their restless hearts. Isn't this just a version of depression and cultivation? All negative states losing balance and spirit being led around by the subconscious. However, Suke sat cross-legged. 3 types of medicine: spirit and energy essence, hazy and indistinct, entering the mysterious and exiting the feminine, as if lost and yet existing. After a long time, Suke opened his eyes with a look of realization. He found that his mental state had indeed improved slightly. One proof is eternal proof. The method of subduing the restless mind recorded in the scriptures should use visualization techniques. Visualizing the monkey in the heart palace, binding it with the rope of purity, stabilizing the mind. Ultimately, it must be subdued. But too many cultivators have fallen at this step, influenced by the restless mind, giving rise to delusions. Suke had just stumbled at this point. But after committing suicide and resurrecting, the talent mechanism activated and his state was maximized. Delusions vanished. Yet he was engrossed in the process of subduing the restless mind, which had been solidified by the talent of eternal proof. I am truly a genius. Suke smiled. If the heavens had not birthed me, the inner elixir Tao would remain in the long night of eternity. I want to go down the mountain. Go die. Life 97444, Life 97443. I want. No, you don't want. Die for me. I died. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. 31 lives. A full third. Suke finally subdued this restless mind. At this moment, even if he sat quietly for several hours and practiced the 8 great spells, he would no longer experience restless thoughts. In the past, emotions controlled him, but now he controlled his emotions. Restless mind, take this. I don't know. Don't know. Die. Alas, this world. Damn you, die. Woo-woo, I am working so hard to improve my cultivation, just to save the main world from crisis, yet the special administration even sent someone to monitor me. I feel wronged. Emotional ox. The 7 emotions and 6 desires. Die for me. It's been a long time since I wrapped my fingers around a pillar. I wonder if there is a spring breeze tower in the great Zhao dynasty. Spirit tiger. Wait, forget it, you die too. Feeling dizzy, sleepy, how come this man can talk? Divine serpent. Come and take my life. The 9th year of Yongning. For months passed in the blink of an eye. Suke sat on the mat, all distracting thoughts dissipated. No restless monkeys in his heart, no galloping horses in thought, no wild oxen in feelings, no fierce tigers in spirit, no shadow serpents in divinity. His thoughts rose and fell under his control with joy and anger at his command. The spiritual platform was clear and bright, and his mind was as stable as a tranquil pond. Life, 97,121. In total 5 months, 324 lives. The 5 demons returned to 1. I wonder if my nature is good or bad. Suke walked out of his dwelling, heading straight for the great real man's mansion. Over these months, he had already thoroughly understood the 8 great spells. The tranquil mind spell, the pure mouth spell. Each of these spells has its unique applications, but the most well-known is the Golden Light spell, one of the 8 great spells. It condenses protective golden light, driving away ghosts and repelling evil. Technique: Golden Light spell beginner. Suke naturally learned it. Unfortunately, without any magical power, he could not cast it, so it could only be considered an entry-level understanding. Now he sought his master for the method of inner elixir. At the great real man's mansion, Zhang Jingfang was cultivating and noticed Suke's arrival. "I pay my respects to my master. Have you completed today's assignment?" "I have finished it." Zhang Jingfang stroked his beard extremely. "You have been a beginner for over 5 months. I believe you are already proficient in the 3 foundational scriptures and should attempt to subdue the 5 demons now. Today I shall inform you of the key to this matter, which is crucial, so do not be careless." Suke's eyes widened in disbelief at Zhang Jingfang's words. "Wait a minute, master, do you mean to say there is a trick to subduing the 5 demons? This is natural, otherwise how could there be so few people in the world who can surpass this barrier?" Zhang Jingfang nodded, as if it were obvious. Suke was even more bewildered. "Then why didn't you tell me earlier? You hadn't comprehended the 3 foundational scriptures yet. There was no point in informing you ahead of time. But I have already subdued the 5 demons, master. You have no idea how much I have suffered." Suke cried, tears streaming down his face. He thought to himself, if every cultivator of the inner elixir method had to bear it like he did, how many people in the world would be suitable for cultivation? So everyone else took shortcuts while he charged forward headlong. "Ouch, it hurts, my heart aches. How much can one Zhang Jingfang lamented. "Back in my day, when I comprehended the 3 foundational scriptures that—" "Wait, what did you say?" Zhang Jingfang suddenly realized, appearing by Suke's side, with a flash, channeling his magical power and opening his magical eye. His aura was harmonious and robust, the spiritual platform clear and pure. This was the state of successfully subduing the 5 demons. Zhang Jingfang gasped in shock. In less than 5 months, not only had he comprehended the 3 foundational scriptures, he had actually subdued the 5 demons as well. Is this still human? Zhang Jingfang scrutinized Suke, and his expression suddenly turned serious. "Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. Fortunately, nothing happened. If you had made a mistake, would I not have to send a white-haired person to bury a black-haired one? You are my key disciple. If you were to die, how could I still accept another disciple, an exception?" Upon hearing this, Suke couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You are really clever. How do you know I died? You didn't expect it, did you?" "I have died 324 times. Suke returned to his residence with various cultivation classics. Although Zhang Jingfang was aware of Suke's extraordinary talent, he did not expect him to be this exceptional. To be able to subdue the 5 demons single-handedly and unify them, such a disciple clearly could not be cultivated through conventional methods. So he imparted various Taoist techniques from the Celestial Master's residence to Suke all at once, only reminding him that if he encountered any confusion, he should not force himself to practice, but must ask questions. Suke opened one of the books. The Taoist canon of the meeting of the elements contained myriad thunder techniques renowned for its 3 major thunder methods. The Jade Pivot scripture is the primary scripture for practicing thunder, capable of subduing corpses, dispelling evil, and averting disasters. Its power is immense, but this method is likely a divine practice, primarily communicating with the righteous deities of thunder. In this realm, there are no deities to borrow from, one relies on their own magical power. The true thunder techniques, with the full name of Thunder Discourse, focus on internal cultivation of thunder chi in the 5 organs. It encompasses Palm Thunder, the Heavenly Gang Step, as well as the Bois Yang Thunder and the Breaking Yin Thunder. There are also numerous talismanic methods, such as the Taishang 3-5 Jingyi Alliance Talisman and Zinjius Brief Guide to Cultivation, among others. Additionally, there are the male-female sword control techniques, methods for transcending yang and yin matters, feng shui divination, and astrological predictions, making it truly comprehensive. What other sects lack the Celestial Master's residence has? What other sects possess the Celestial Master's residence also has? As the foremost Taoist sect, it is the hereditary orthodox lineage of the Zhang family. It is essential to know that the title of Celestial Master originates from Longhu Mountain. Suke set aside the Thunder Talismanic Classics and turned his attention to the inner alchemy cultivation methods. The Longhu Rising and Falling 3 Fields Qi Refining Technique, Zhou, Ikan Tong Qi Wuzhen, Pian, Huangting Neijing Yujing. The Celestial Master's residence has numerous inner alchemy orthodox methods, all following the route of refining essence into qi and qi into spirit. However, each inner alchemy method requires extensive reading of supporting texts, and one must fully comprehend them to officially practice. For instance, the Longhu Rising and Falling 3 Fields Qi Refining Technique. To cultivate this method, one must thoroughly understand several texts: Laozi Xiang, Zhu Jinbi, Longhu Jingzhen, Longhu Jiuxian Jing, and Longhu Huandanju. The same is true for other inner alchemy methods. Therefore, most disciples only choose one to cultivate after all one's enlightenment and energy are ultimately limited. To master one method in a lifetime is sufficient to be called a master or sorcerer, and breaking through to the Earth Master realm is not a difficult task. His master only allowed him to look first, suggesting he choose whichever method suited him best. Such treatment is quite rare among the disciples of the Celestial Master's residence. Only choose one method. That won't do. I want them all. Suke was not afraid of having too many cultivation methods, he was afraid of having too few. With this thought in mind, he tossed aside the books and turned towards the Scripture Pavilion. The Scripture Pavilion of the Celestial Master's residence covers a vast area, but has only 3 floors. The first floor houses the Taoist texts compiled by past Celestial Masters and Taoist Masters. The collection is immense, totaling 21000 types of scriptures amounting to 53000 volumes. The first floor is bustling with people, most dressed in light gray Taoist robes with a few in moon-white robes. Some disciples are engrossed in study, some are copying scriptures, and others are frowning in deep thought. Suke's entrance to the Scripture Pavilion was not particularly noticeable, but who could blame him for being too famous? He was a closed-door disciple accepted by Celestial Master Zhang Jingfang as an exception. Upon entry, he was already given a Taoist name. Many people witnessed the scene at that time. Although few had seen him in these past few months, they had not forgotten him. I have met Brother Chaos. I have met Junior Uncle Chaos. Long life to the Celestial Master. Those close by all greeted him. Those further away also looked up in curiosity, examining this remarkable figure. Suke returned the greetings one by one. As a disciple of the Celestial Master, his seniority was extremely high. After a round of pleasantries, everyone dispersed. Now, with ghosts rampant, the disciples coming to the Scripture Pavilion were all there to cultivate naturally, not daring to slack off. Suke also breathed a sigh of relief, walking straight to a bookshelf, taking out a Taoist text, casually finding a spot, and beginning to read slowly. As of today, Suke's aptitude and comprehension had improved further. Aptitude 2085-186, comprehension 1063-186. Those convoluted scriptures with a little pondering could be partially understood, and with more careful consideration could be fully comprehended. 210000 types. 53000 volumes. Taking it slow, he would surely finish them all in due time. Suke had a long lifespan, and was not in a hurry to begin cultivation. After subduing the 5 demons, he sought out his master merely to gain the qualification for cultivation. Now that he had the qualification, he could settle down and set a goal to fully comprehend all these Taoist texts. Time quietly flowed by. The many disciples of Longhu Mountain discovered a strange occurrence. Each time they went to the Scripture Pavilion, they could almost always see Brother Chaos in some corner, undeterred by wind or rain. In the beginning, everyone thought Suke was studying the Taoist texts, refining his mindset, preparing to subdue the 5 demons. 2 months. 3 months. Half a year passed. In the blink of an eye, it became a year. Suke remained the same. This scene puzzled many disciples. After more than a year, ordinary disciples had already consolidated their meager magical power and advanced to the Taoist disciple level. However, Suke was still just a Taoist boy. Life is short, and as one ages, their vitality wanes, so one should refine essence into qi as soon as possible. Suke slowly exhaled, placing the Wuhua Jing he had finished reading aside, reaching for the Shenzhong Jing. Just as he was about to read, he noticed a pair of bright eyes staring at him. Who is this junior sister? Brother Chaos, I am Jing Xian. Jing Xian, with her hair styled in a bun and a round face, appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. The Celestial Master's residence also accepts female disciples. However, the majority still lean towards the Qian Dao, and there are not many Kuan Dao disciples. Brother, how can you be so lazy? You are a direct disciple of the Celestial Master. How am I being lazy? Suke was taken aback. You aren't cultivating. Jing Xian immediately replied, I heard from Master that you have extraordinary talent and excellent character unifying the 5 demons in just a few months. It has already been a year. Why have you not started practicing the inner alchemy methods? Brother, you are the future Celestial Master. You should strive hard. Future Celestial Master. Although the Celestial Master's residence in this realm differs from the main world, one thing remains unchanged. Only the Zhang family can become Celestial Masters. Of course, Suke, as Zhang Jingfang's direct disciple, naturally had the qualification, but he needed to carry the Zhang surname. You are too noisy. Suke shook his head and immersed himself back into the Taoist texts. Originally, he could only comprehend about 200 books a day, but a year had passed. His comprehension increased by another 365 points. His mind became increasingly clear, accelerating his comprehension speed significantly. If this speed were to spread, it would surely create a sensation. Although the Scripture Pavilion was crowded, most disciples were merely studying the supporting texts for the techniques they had chosen. A typical disciple could be considered a genius if they could fully grasp one book in a month. But for Suke, this was not enough. At a rate of 200 books a day, it would take a full 2 years to finish all the Taoist texts. Thus, aside from necessary breaks, he spent nearly all day in the scripture pavilion. In the beginning, Zhang Jingfang had sought him out. But after personally testing him, he left him to his own devices. He didn't understand the world of geniuses. Of course, he also set a time limit allowing only 5 years. Suke naturally agreed. Months later, Jing Xian approached Suke's corner quietly carrying a small food box. "Brother, would you like to eat? It's really delicious, trust me." Suke glanced at it before returning his gaze to the pages. After a few months, his reading speed had increased further. It was not that his comprehension had made another leap, but rather that he had accumulated a deep foundation. Once a method is mastered, all methods can be mastered. Many contents of the Taoist texts are similar, with only a few being uniquely distinct. "Brother, I heard from Master that you plan to finish all the Taoist texts. Is that true? Brother, do you have any dreams?" Jing Xian was secretly munching on snacks, suddenly filled with melancholy. "Master said my aptitude is below average. With hard work, I can only reach the true person realm at most. But I think the true person realm is quite good. Ooh, I can deal with malevolent spirits. What do you think, brother?" "Brother." Another 2 months passed. Suke had already read 1/3 of the Taoist texts in the scripture pavilion. Due to the talent of eternal comprehension, once understood, it can be solidified and never forgotten. Jing Xian came again. "Brother, I have been promoted to a Taoist. A master has officially conferred me with a talisman. Congratulations." "Thank you, brother. Then tomorrow I will treat you to some pastries." Suke slightly nodded, his gaze remaining fixed on the pages. In the 11th year of Yongning, Suke had read 2/3 of the Taoist texts in the scripture pavilion. At most, it would only take another year to finish all. He had been in this realm for 3 years. In terms of physical strength, he had made no progress, still remaining at the 7th rank. However, his martial arts had already reached the consummate stage of the Tongxian realm. This was still due to the fact that he had not actively cultivated. Today, Suke had just picked up a book when he suddenly felt a surge of inspiration accompanied by a prompt. It dawned on him. On the 4096th day, it had already been 11 years. "Ding, would you like to draw a talent?" "Draw." Ding, talent drawing in progress. Drawing successful. Acquired talent, perpetual motion machine. Perpetual motion machine, you regenerate one of your maximum blue mana every second, including, but not limited to, magical power. A perpetual motion machine. Is this talent strong? Very strong. It's even compatible with the built-in spring water. But for Suke, it was still not strong enough. However, Suke thought for a moment. This talent is simply a cannon. It allows for reckless use of powerful spells, chaining them together. As long as the magical power consumed each second is less than one of the total, it will never deplete. Alas, if this talent keeps being drawn, I will eventually turn into a bug. Damn it, this is so perverse. But I like it. Suke once again immersed himself in the books. "Brother, I have learned the true thunder method. Brother, this step is so hard to practice. Brother, I heard that the battle between humans and ghosts is about to begin again. Brother, I will work hard to break through to Taoist this year. Brother, why aren't you cultivating? Brother, come eat. Brother, come and swallow. Brother, I am going to support Master out of the mountain. When I return, I will bring you pastries." Time flowed gently. In the 12th year of Yongning, the ghostly beings launched a large-scale invasion of the borders, with demons dancing wildly, resulting in countless innocent lives suffering. The Dazhao dynasty and various Taoist sects dispatched disciples down the mountain to exterminate the ghosts. Within the Celestial Master's residence, as time passed, fewer and fewer people discussed Suke. In fact, many had already forgotten that there was such a person. Whether it was the repeated orders of his master or uncles, or something else, no one came to trouble him during this period. Suke naturally enjoyed the peace. I finally finished reading. 800 years ago, beyond the Central Plains, foreign lands flourished in prosperity, and the human race thrived in harmony. Then a cataclysmic shift occurred, and malevolent entities emerged. From that moment, ghosts haunted the world. Countless innocents perished, dynasties crumbled, and the realm became a feast of blood. Centuries passed as humanity struggled to endure, and the mortal world transformed into a breeding ground for ghouls. Ghost kings rivaling heavenly masters in power spawned in numbers as many as 7. Across the land, few cultivators could reach such lofty heights. The entire human race boasted only 4 heavenly masters. Other regions lacked even a single one. This disparity was not due to the Central Plains' blessedness, but because the ancient upheaval originated in the vast mountain range. The earth split for dozens of miles, releasing murky energy that birthed specters. Thus, within the great Zhao dynasty's borders, both spiritual energy and qi grew dense. From a Taoist perspective, thunder arts inherently counter ghosts. A single heavenly master could easily subdue 2 ghost kings. Yet, even so, humanity remained at a disadvantage. After all, the world teemed with countless ghosts. Moreover, the vast mountain ranges' thick energy hindered even heavenly masters from unleashing their full power. Thus the stalemate persisted. For this reason, every few years or decades the ghosts would unleash a cataclysm. They devoured flesh and consumed souls, striving to annihilate humanity's living forces, suppress the rise of new heavenly masters, and transform the realm into a ghostly domain. This strategy was cunning. Human lifespans were finite. Even a heavenly master lived only 400 years. Seemingly long, yet pitifully short compared to ghosts. As long as energy persisted and they avoided destruction or consumption, ghosts enjoyed immense longevity. Since they could outlast their foes, these ghost kings valued their lives and refrained from direct action. At this moment, bells tolled upon Dragon Tiger Mountain. At the 10,000 Methods altar before the Three Pure Ones Hall on the Bluestone Square, all disciples of the Heavenly Master's residence who had received their ordination and taken their Dao names had assembled. The vast square was packed with tens of thousands of people. In the great Zhao Daoist tradition, only those who had advanced to priest and completed 3 years of training could receive ordination. Most disciples on the square were at the priest or senior priest level. Those above the true person realm were far fewer, and none below the priest rank were present. For apprentice and novice cultivators were still building their foundations, lacking full skills. Their dantians held but a wisp of mana, barely enough to activate 2 talismans before exhaustion. The crowd buzzed with chatter and lively debate. I heard Shizhong, the chief disciple of Maoshan, has reached the human master realm. Upon leaving the mountain, he slew 2 ghost generals of equal rank with his lightning fist technique, shaking heaven and earth, pacifying an entire haunted region, and vanquishing countless vengeful spirits. That's old news. Half a month ago, a ghost martial level fiend personally sought to eliminate senior brother Shizhong, but they ended in a mutual defeat. Exorcist Shizhong of Maoshan has the makings of a heavenly master. Lin Zheng, the second disciple of Master Xuandu from the Gaizhou sect, has also broken through to human master. His Dao arts are profound. With a flicker of cinnabar and yellow talisman, all ghosts fall silent. With a single strike of his peachwood sword, 100 specters submit. He has brutally slain 3 ghost generals. The great Zhao dynasty's 9th prince, Zhao Chongqing, wielding his ghost-slaying spear, charged through a legion of ghosts 7 times, cleansing a region of its curse without so much as a blink. They say when he returned, his warm wine was still hot. Such heroic spirit. Alas, when will our heavenly master's residence produce such a prodigy? Pity senior brother Chaos has yet to begin cultivation. Oh, otherwise how could they steal the spotlight? Even if he started now, it would be too late. From apprentice to human master spans several realms. No matter how gifted senior brother Chaos is, it would take at least a decade to catch up. Trust in senior brother Chaos, trust in the heavenly master. His judgment is never wrong. The square remained abuzz. Now within the great Zhao dynasty, ghosts ran rampant. All Daoist sects descended from their mountains to slay the dark forces. Naturally, human prodigies began to emerge one after another. Yet the most renowned were Maoshan's Shizhong Gazeo's Lin Zheng and the 9th prince, Zhao Chongqing. Silence. The voice of disciplined elder Shozhen echoed across the square. Then Zhang Jingfang's figure appeared at the center of the altar. Greetings, heavenly master. Hail, heavenly master. The crowd bowed in unison. Zhang Jingfang nodded slightly and began to speak. The human path is dim, the immortal path vast, the ghost path delights in chaos. When evil spawns and plagues the mortal realm, Daoist cultivators wield thunder arts to suppress evil, hold 3-foot ritual swords to sever darkness, and command ghost sealing bronze seals to seal foul. Our heavenly master's residence, as the foremost of all Daoist sects, leads the campaign against evil. We seek not to preserve ourselves alone, but to protect all mortals. Holding the orthodox unity seal, we shall slay every fiend in the world and restore clarity to heaven and earth. As the words fell, the square erupted in unison. Bearing the Tao of the 3 mountains, we shield the mortal realm with our lives. Slay all darkness in the world and fill the universe with righteous energy. The roar was thunderous, spreading across the mountain peaks. Zhang Jingfang's gaze swept over the square, and he sighed. Every ghost uprising cost the Daoist sects dearly. In 800 years, countless traditions had been severed. In this campaign, how many from the heavenly master's residence would return alive? Junior brother Shouyang take command of the disciples specializing in thunder arts. Understood. Junior brother Shouqing oversee talisman supply for the entire army. Junior brother Shoulin lead the disciples of formations and altars. Zhang Jingfang arranged all matters. As the head of the Daoist sects, the heavenly master's residence governed the northern part of Great Zhao, including most of the vast mountain range spanning 13 prefectures. The main battlefield was Xianing Prefecture. He could not go. Or rather, both the 7 ghost kings and the heavenly masters of various sects adhered to an unspoken rule: they would not personally intervene. The Ghost Kings wished to avoid death, while humanity could not afford to lose its masters. All were waiting for the opportune moment. The Ghost Kings awaited the aging and death of human heavenly masters, leaving a gap in succession. Humanity awaited the rise of new heavenly masters, hoping to break through to the realm of refining spirit and returning to void. Zhang Jingfang had long reached the peak of the heavenly master realm, his mana at its limit. Yet he had been stuck at this step for decades, unable to advance. My time is running out, he murmured, suddenly thinking of his disciple, Suke perhaps. At that moment, wait. A voice drew closer, capturing everyone's attention. Not far away, Suke was slowly drawing near. Suke's eyes gleamed. He formed the Midnight Sun Tai Chi seal with his hands, raised it to his chest, and bowed. Fuxing Wuliang Tianzuan. Master, esteemed uncles, fellow disciples. If they can go, so can I. Ghosts run rampant, the people suffer. Born as humans, how can we stand idly by? Your disciple Chaos of Dragon Tiger Mountain, personally taught by the Heavenly Master, requests to fight. To quell evil and bring peace, I shall devote myself to this cause. In this journey, success need not be mine, but in success I will have played my part. Nonsense. Do not think that your peerless martial prowess allows you to act with reckless abandon. Zhang Jingfang's expression hardened as he glared, his beard bristling. Should even a single ferocious ghost come, it would claim your life. He held high hopes for Suke. Even though the young man had not cultivated any inner alchemy techniques over the past few years, he never urged him. After all, geniuses, they are always different. But now to descend the mountain to exorcise ghosts. Absolutely impossible. As Zhang Jingfang's words fell, an elder uncle immediately echoed his sentiment. The senior brother is right. Nephew, you are still a novice disciple. It is too early to go down the mountain. Do not act rashly. Your most urgent task now is to cultivate with a focused mind. The ghostly creatures are but a minor ailment. The uncles are sufficient. Nephew Hunden, since you are the personal disciple of the Heavenly Master, your talent is undoubtedly exceptional. Your future path in the Tao is bright. Truly, you should not risk yourself. The various uncles all spoke up to dissuade him. Ordinarily, Zhang Jingfang cherished this young disciple dearly. He even instructed them not to disturb him. Although they did not understand why he had not yet cultivated inner alchemy techniques after years of entry, since the senior brother honored, as the Heavenly Master did, so he naturally had his reasons. Even though they saw nothing particularly special about Suke, since the senior brother treasured him like a gem, they naturally followed suit and cherished him as well. Before the uncle's admonitions had subsided, other voices arose in the square. Senior brother Hunden, do not rush. Let us first scout ahead and test the mettle of these ghosts. Yes, you are the personal disciple of the Heavenly Master with unparalleled talent. In the future, the burden of the Heavenly Master's residence may well fall upon your shoulders. We are but worthless lives with mediocre aptitude. Striving to cultivate reaching the human master realm in this lifetime is our limit. To die is but to die. Exactly, the human master realm is our end point, but merely the starting point for senior brother. Senior brother, stay peacefully in the mountains and watch as we rout those ghostly fiends. Senior brother, you truly cannot go. If we fall, we will count on you to avenge us in the future. Senior brother, you absolutely must not leave the mountain. Sometimes the real danger comes not from ghosts, but from other fellow cultivators. The human heart is treacherous. Not long ago, senior brother Zhang Bei was ambushed by a treacherous man. In the square, the junior and senior disciples spoke one after another. Though they did not understand why Suke did not cultivate, they still respected his decision. There was no jealousy, no discontent, and certainly no mockery. Only trust. Trust that one whom Zhang Heavenly Master accepted as a disciple against all odds must possess depths they could not fathom. They would only think themselves short-sighted, unable to perceive clearly. Suke opened his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the uncles in moon-white Taoist robes, then resting on a group of junior and senior disciples in gray Taoist robes. The expressions on every face were earnest. Even with his current hearing, Suke could faintly hear a few junior disciples muttering about knocking him unconscious and carrying him back to his quarters. Why go this far? He did not understand. He truly did not understand. Simply because of the title of personal disciple to the Heavenly Master, could these fellow disciples be so devoted? Suke swept his gaze over those eyes filled with hope and trust, and felt his scalp tingle. He felt he had been ensnared. Go back, Zhang Jingfang's voice rang out. It is not yet your time to descend the mountain. At these words, the many disciples echoed in unison. Exactly, I, a mere Tao Chief Realm cultivator, have not yet fallen in battle. How could a novice like you go to the battlefield? I, a true man realm cultivator, am still breathing. You Tao Chief Realm ones go play elsewhere. Suke listened to these words and took a deep breath. Master, what realm must this disciple attain to descend the mountain? What realm? Zhang Jingfang was momentarily stunned, then blurted out, the early stage of refining qi into spirit, the human master realm. This was the minimum threshold. Prodigies like Shi Zhong of Maoshan Linzheng of Gazao sect and Zhao Chongsheng of the Great Zhao Imperial clan also only set foot on the battlefield after breaking through to the human master realm. Dao techniques inherently counter ghosts with formidable power, as long as no ghost king emerged. Once one broke through to human master, unless deeply surrounded, they need not fear ghost generals. Even ghost marshals found it difficult to slay a human master, granting them a measure of self-preservation. The human master realm then. Suke nodded slightly, sinking his mind into his attribute panel. Techniques: Handun Stance Martial Arts Compendium Inner Alchemy, Great Dao Song. Arts 10,000 Thunder Righteous Method 8 Great Divine Incantations Numerous Talismans Human Sovereign Step Mountain Physician 5 Arts. For years, comprehending 5,300 volumes of Taoist scriptures, all inner alchemy methods of Mount Longhu held no secrets for Suke. He merged myriad methods, gathered the strengths of various schools, and compiled the Inner Alchemy Compendium, the Inner Alchemy, Great Dao Song. Primarily guided by nature and life cultivation, supplemented by discerning fire phases and distinguishing right from wrong to subdue inner demons. As for thunder techniques, divine incantations, and talismans, with his heaven-defying comprehension, they posed little issue. The human sovereign step, based on the U-step, integrated stellar steps, thunder steps, and other ritual paces, making evasion unparalleled. Suke withdrew his focus, looked toward Zhang Jingfang, and slowly raised 3 fingers. Master, 30 breaths. Give me 30 breaths. What? Zhang Jingfang was startled, not yet reacting. On the bluestone square before the Sanqing Hall, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting a few specks of dust. The next moment, a gale erupted. The sky shook with a thunderous roar. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth throughout the entire Heavenly Master's residence instantly boiled, transforming into visible milky white radiance that swept in from all directions, toppling rocks and trees, churning the clouds. The spiritual energy, usually invisible to the naked eye, instantly condensed into substance, as if drawn like a rolling torrent descending from the sky, enveloping Suke. This, a tidal surge of spiritual energy. Heaven and earth converged spiritual essence. Such a scene drew gasps of surprise. Everyone stared in disbelief at the transformation of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of the entire Mount Longhu was stirred. Following the torrent of spiritual energy, their gazes finally fell upon Suke. A wisp of Dharma power. 100 wisps of Dharma power. When 100 wisps condensed into a single point. In less than a single breath, Suke directly stepped into the novice-disciple level. The Inner Alchemy Great Dao Song activated on its own like a giant whale swallowing the sea, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into his body. 1 point. 5 points. 10 points. The primordial spirit fire, the protective fire, the vitality fire. The 3 innate yang flames are perfected. Thighs. 2 breaths, merely 2 breaths. Senior Brother Handan has ignited the 3 flames and advanced to Taoist. Am I mad, or has the world gone mad? The spiritual energy of heaven and earth remained violent, not ceasing, with Suke's promotion to Taoist. The upper, middle, and lower elixir fields vibrated in unison, and the great medicine nurtured itself in the Dantian. Spiritual energy fell like rain gathering in the Dantian. Crack. The Tao Chief realm shattered. Dragon and tiger harmonized, water and fire merged, and the Tao foundation began to coalesce. The spiritual energy surging from all sides grew even more terrifying. A gale whipped up, a blinding dust storm obscuring everyone's vision. The True Man realm. At that moment, only 10 breaths had passed. He's already at the True Man realm. Tens of thousands of eyes stared incredulously at Suke in the center. Even Zhang Jingfang inadvertently plucked a few beard hairs, feeling the pain before snapping back to reality. My disciple Suke bears the bearing of a heavenly master. At that moment, the 360 acupoints within Suke's body resonated in unison, the 5 elemental chi of his internal organs circulating unceasingly, condensing on their own. Dharma power surged, and Tao rhythm emerged spontaneously. The human master realm shattered. Rumble. Like thunder, a powerful wave of air exploded outward from him. Numbness. A deathly silence fell over the entire scene. The human master realm was a great dividing line. To enter this realm, one must subdue the 5 demons, unify them, and have no distracting thoughts disturbing the spirit to break through. This barrier had trapped countless True Man realm cultivators. Yet now before Suke, it was like a sheet of paper pierced with a single poke. Great sound is silent. Everyone stood petrified, their minds blank. Was this even reasonable? After 4 years of immersion in the myriad paths of the sect, a sudden enlightenment led Suke to step into the realm of a master. In just 30 breaths before the Sanqing Hall, news of his entry into the master realm quickly spread throughout the Dazhao dynasty, causing an uproar across the land. As the direct disciple of the celestial master Zhang Jingfang, Su Ke had gradually faded from the public eye since being taken under his wing 4 years ago with little news emerging about him. Occasional whispers suggested that Su Ke had not engaged in cultivation during these 4 years, spending his days in the Edict Hall, studying the Tao scriptures. At first his peers were still observing, but as time passed many began to forget him and various rumors started. People believed that Zhang Jingfang had aged. They thought his vision had dimmed. Little did they expect that on the eve of the oath Su Ke would step forward and with a single thought attain the master realm. At Maoshan in the Donkingland Dao, the thunderous master, Shizhong, sat in his room after receiving the news, his face filled with disbelief. A pure heart is the path. To stand still is to move forward. In the future the sect will surely receive rain. Today let us soar like cranes into the sky. Su Daoxiong is indeed a direct disciple of the celestial master, truly extraordinary. Shizhong shook his head, his body crackling with lightning, and strode out of the room. Let us celebrate, go slay a couple of ghost generals to commemorate this occasion. In Hazao on the Zizangliang Dao, Lin Jingdao laughed heartily upon hearing the news. In the Dazhao dynasty, Nan Chengping Dao Zhao Chongxing remained silent, stepping out with the ghost-devouring spear. All the major sects and the common people rejoiced together. Humans and ghosts cannot coexist. There is no room for compromise. The more prodigies that emerge from the human race, the more stable the world becomes. Even because of Su Ke's sudden enlightenment, the morale of various sects surged. After 4 years of silence, the rock rises with the wind in a single day, soaring 90,000 miles, unprecedented and extraordinary, instantly becoming a master. Damn it, the Tathagata of infinite life, did Su Daoxiong really break through to the master realm? I entered the sect at 10, became a Dao child at 12, a Dao disciple at 13, and was promoted to Daoist at 15, receiving the talisman. Now at 53, I have only reached the late stage of Daoist. What does this count as? This is not human, not human. Congratulations to the human race, congratulations to the Dao sect. This is the worst of times and the best of times to share a lifetime with Su Daoxiong. Slaying ghostly beings and protecting all living beings is the misfortune of this poor Daoist, yet also the greatest fortune. Amidst an unprecedented surge in morale, many Dao friends appeared invigorated, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, bravely engaging in battles against ghostly beings. In that moment, they fought fiercely against the ghosts. Although Su Ke and Shizhong were at the same cultivation level, both being masters, the commotion they caused was entirely different. Lin Jingdao and others had walked step by step with a clear path to follow. From Dao child to Dao disciple to Daoist to master, and finally subduing the 5 demons to achieve the master realm. Despite the fact that the 3 of them were also prodigies, breaking through to this realm at merely 30 years old placed them among the rarest in the world. They might have the opportunity to reach the Earth Master realm, or even ascend to the Celestial Master. Yet in the eyes of the public, they were merely seen as having potential. To break through to the Master realm requires the 5 demons to be unified. To break through to the Earth Master realm, one must sever the 6 thieves: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Severing does not mean eliminating the senses, but rather isolating desires, remaining undisturbed by external circumstances, and preventing the leakage of vital essence. To break through to the Celestial Master realm, one must eliminate the 3 corpses: the upper corpse of Peng Zhu, the middle corpse of Peng Ji, and the lower corpse of Peng Jiao. It is said that the 3 corpses reside in the 3 danshians, representing malevolent desires and dark spirits that report the cultivator's wrongdoings to heaven, fostering greed, anger, and ignorance, thus obstructing the path of cultivation. Yet in this world there are no gods, one must be their own god. Therefore the 3 corpses refer to the soul being polluted by the dark and turbid chi of heaven and earth, attracting the 7 emotions and 6 desires, gnawing at one's vital essence, depleting lifespan, and corrupting the foundation of the Tao. From this one can see the difficulty of cultivation. However, in the eyes of most cultivators, Su Ke will surely become a celestial master. 5 months, and the 5 demons will be unified. To the north of Dazhao in the Xian Yin Dao, the mysteries of heaven and earth, the root of all qi extensively cultivated for eons, I certify my supernatural powers. Golden light talisman open. Ghost binding talisman command. Junior brother, Huaming, quickly unleash the thunder technique. Big Dipper 7 stars channel the thunder, where the heavenly generals point. The 5 thunders rise swiftly: 1 for the thunder chariot, 2 for the lightning, 3 for the thunderous roar, 4 for the shaking mountains, 5 for the heaven-shattering thunder. Boom. The Dao techniques roared and lightning flashed. At a battlefield in the Xian Yin Dao, the sky was dark. Black mist enveloped the surroundings, and malevolent energies permeated the air. Sinister ghostly figures darted through the black mist, their mournful cries echoing like demonic music. The ghosts surged like a tide, seemingly endless. Jing Xian stared at the scene before her face pale. She had just been promoted to Taoist, primarily practicing the Golden Light Talisman and the Five Thunder True method, and her steps were still at the entry level. With her cultivation, she could easily slay wandering souls and contend with vengeful spirits. But before her, it was overwhelming. Vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts were everywhere. Chilling winds howled malevolent energy, surged to the heavens, and a coldness enveloped the area. As the sun rises in the east, the yin and yang are clear. Golden light protects the body, thunder and fire accompany. Once the talisman appears, the evil will vanish. Above it slays the malevolent, below it subdues the underworld. The disciples of the celestial master's residence shouted in succession, sending out talismans. The talismans erupted with golden light, spitting forth true fire, summoning thunder. The 9 radiant talisman of pure yang unleashed its true fire, sweeping the area. The 5 thunder cataclysm talisman detonated amidst the ghostly crowd, wreaking havoc with the thunder. The ghost binding talisman transformed into golden ropes, instantly binding a fierce ghost, which was then struck by the thunder talisman, scattering its soul. The 5 thunder slaying evil talisman exploded in midair, and the torrential lightning poured down, turning vengeful spirits into ashes amidst the roaring. The purification talisman opened a golden light curtain rapidly, dissolving the surrounding malevolent energy. Bang! A piercing ghostly wail suddenly echoed all around. Jing Xian felt her ears ringing, her head spinning. The golden light talisman flickered unsteadily, nearly collapsing, and her hand forming the seal faltered. Ghost General. Damn, how could a ghost general appear on this battlefield? Infinite life. Tathagata Junior brother, hurry and flee. My magical power is exhausted and nearly depleted. Ew, I can no longer escape. Let me hold off this monster. Okay. Senior brother, you must hold on for 10 breaths. Oh, I will first send the promising disciples of the celestial master's residence away to prevent them from perishing here. They are our hope. 10 breaths. No problem. The mysteries of heaven and earth. In an instant, a tide of malevolent energy surged, and ghostly howls filled the air. In a daze, Jing Xian saw the bodies of her fellow senior brothers withering under the ghostly energy, their flesh consumed, leaving only skin clinging to their bones, their desiccated eyes still filled with resolution. Jing Xian's eyes reddened as she forcibly drew upon her exhausted magical power, igniting talismans to blast at the vengeful spirits. Due to the rapid depletion of her power, the golden light talisman flickered uncertainly, while her companions fell one after another. Not a trace of bones remained. Human lives seemed to have become worthless. Years, decades of cultivation instantly turned to nothing. Suddenly, a ghostly claw imbued with a chilling aura shot out from the malevolent energy, lunging straight for Jing Xian. The aura of death engulfed her. Jing Xian's magical power was depleted, and the golden light talisman shattered. She felt a wave of coldness penetrating her pores, as if she had fallen into an ice cavern, dizzy and blurred, as if her flesh were melting away and her vision gradually faded. At that moment, a voice like thunder resounded across the sky. Human Emperor, step. Suke suddenly appeared in midair on the battlefield. As his figure emerged, the surrounding eerie ghostly energy surged towards him like hungry wolves spotting their prey. Kik. Another one comes to die. Devour him, devour him. In an instant, countless attacks followed. Ghostly claws, shrill wails, and vengeful illusions. Even a powerful practitioner at the human master realm would not dare to withstand such assaults with just their physical body. Golden light spell activate. Suke raised a finger and golden light erupted around him, resembling a vast sun rising. Before the overwhelming attacks could reach him, they all dissolved. Human Emperor, step. Suke stood in midair and stepped forward. A lotus flower blossomed beneath his feet, and a wave of energy surged outward, sweeping in all directions. At present, he was merely at the human master realm. He could not fly. Not to mention the human master realm, even if an old heavenly master came, without utilizing Taoist techniques, they could not traverse the air relying solely on their own spiritual power. But now he could fly entirely thanks to the human emperor step. Suke took a step forward. The spiritual power responded, and ripples spread outward. The cold and sinister energy seemed to encounter its nemesis, and in the moment of intertwining with the ripples, it completely dissolved. Suke took another step. Ghostly wall. Illusion. The ghostly creatures clawing and howling shattered like mirrors, instantly disappearing from sight. Suke looked up at the endless black mist of sinister energy, within which countless ghostly beings lurked. Fierce ghosts and vengeful souls appearing hazy within the sinister energy. A red wedding dress, ghost blood oozing from 7 orifices. A fierce ghost in white, drenched and filled with resentful energy. Crying ghostly infants with exquisite appearances. One by one, they were all terrifying. Suke glanced down again. Many fellow disciples lay quietly there, lifeless. Some still clutched talismans while others tightly gripped their swords. Many had died, but there were also quite a few survivors. He spotted a familiar face. A girl with her hair in a bun and a round face now pale and filthy, resembling a little beggar. Suke withdrew his gaze expressionless and stepped forward once more. The human emperor stepped forward, subduing evil with his fortune. The ultimate justice of the mortal realm, his cultivation self-diminished. Swish! The profound and righteous Taoist rhythm swept through. Every ghostly being brushed by this ripple felt their internal yin energy dissolve, their sinister energy collapse, and their vengeful power extinguish. Off. My yin power, my cultivation. No, why is my yin energy being stripped away? Stop. What kind of Taoist technique is this? This power is diminishing my cultivation. Run. All the ghostly beings were horrified to discover that their yin energy was uncontrollably depleting and their cultivation realms were rapidly declining. How could they not be terrified in such a situation? They relied on yin energy for survival. The stronger the yin energy, the higher the cultivation. Once they lost their cultivation, they would fall from fierce ghosts to vengeful souls, and from vengeful souls to wandering spirits. Ultimately, without the support of yin energy, they would dissipate into the universe. Suke paid no mind to the screams, his figure instantaneously appearing hundreds of meters away. Human Emperor step. With a step forward, the yin energy collapsed. With a second step, he could shatter illusions. With a third step, he could diminish their paths. At this moment, Suke resembled the Grim Reaper. Within a radius of several miles, all ghostly creatures turned to dust. No. A fierce ghost watched helplessly as its cultivation was diminished, its body turned transparent, and in the blink of an eye it transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. This scene was witnessed by the ghost general, who was immediately filled with terror. Zhang Shouqing did not wish to die just yet. In life he had been a disciple of the Heavenly Master's residence, his roots unremarkable, and after a lifetime of hard work he had barely achieved the Taoist realm. He died in a great battle, his soul lucky enough not to be devoured, transforming into a wandering spirit. After much effort he had developed his own consciousness and became a ghost general. He still dreamed of one day breaking through to become a ghost king, or even the only ghost deity in the world. How could he die here like this? Zhang Shouqing summoned a gust of yin wind and swiftly fled into the distance. Bang! 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 Suke lightly tapped his foot, causing ripples to tremble, and his figure instantly appeared before Zhang Shouqing. Heavenly thunder rumbles, divine lightning crashes, dragon thunder stirs the waves, water lightning turns into floods, societal decrees strike, with thunder electrifying the vast skies. Boom! The pure golden lightning burst forth from his hand, blazing with intensity, opening and closing fiercely, embodying righteousness like a sun, terrifying in its might. 5 Thunder Righteous Method. Scarlet Palace Thunder. No. Although Zhang Shouqing had become a ghost, the memories of his past life remained, and he naturally recognized the 5 Thunder Righteous Method. This technique vanquishes evil, specializes in subduing sinister and vengeful ghosts. If it were cast by an ordinary practitioner, he would be wary but might still withstand it. Yet this lightning technique came from the human master realm, its power was naturally different. Furthermore, this lightning technique was pure white with golden accents, a sign that the 5 Thunder Righteous Method had been cultivated to perfection. What could he use to defend against it? Lightning swept over and Zhang Shouqing's yin energy instantly collapsed, causing his soul to scatter. Suke did not even blink as he unleashed the human emperor step. Lotus flowers bloomed, and one by one the ghostly beings were annihilated. Moments later, this realm of existence returned to clarity. From the moment Suke arrived on the battlefield to the complete extermination of the ghostly beings, it seemed long, but in reality was merely the brief duration of a stick of incense. Below, the fellow disciples had their mouths agape, capable of fitting a goose egg. These ghostly beings, which had posed a dire threat and fought fiercely against them, were so easily resolved. So powerful. The crowd unconsciously swallowed hard. Although Jing Xin's complexion was pale, her eyes sparkled, fixated on Suke without averting her gaze. The ghostly plague here has been eradicated, you should rest in place. Suke looked at everyone's side. Once your power is restored, gather the bodies of our fellow disciples and let them rest in peace. Yes, we understand. Suke slightly nodded, his figure flickering, disappearing from the spot. Long live Brother Chaos. Thank you for saving my life, brother. Brother, come back safely, I'll make you pastries. In the 12th year of Yongning August, Suke's figure traversed various battlefields in the Xian-Yin path, slaying countless ghosts, his infamous reputation striking terror into the hearts of the ghostly beings. So much so that on many battlefields, when the ghostly beings spotted Suke from afar, they dared not engage, fleeing in panic. They feared that if they were even a moment late, they would lose their cultivation and meet a fate of annihilation. Don't be afraid, this is just a form of Taoist technique. I don't believe he can kill us all. Exactly, this general also doesn't believe he possesses boundless power, Once his energy is depleted, we can slaughter him at will. Don't be afraid, this is just a form of Taoist technique. I don't believe he can kill us all. Exactly, this general also doesn't believe he possesses bound. Right now is the time. Damn, how is he stepping again? Doesn't his lightning technique require energy? Damn it, why hasn't his power run out yet? In the 13th year of Yongning, Su-Ke slayed ghosts for 4 months, annihilating a total of 67 ghost generals and 8 ghost commanders, with countless lesser spirits below that count. The ghosts in the Xian-Yindao region trembled in fear, fleeing into the vast mountains, leaving only some mindless wandering souls. In the vast mountain range within the Ghost King Hall, the main hall was icy and bone-chilling, filled with ghostly energy. Green candle flames hung from the surrounding pillars, while gray mist swirled between the beams, as if something was struggling to break free, with whispers of lamentation echoing endlessly. In the center of the hall stood 7 thrones built on bones and layered with flesh and sinew, with fresh blood continuously flowing down the thrones, saturating the entire hall with a nauseating stench. Endless magical power. 3 steps to cut down enemies. Perfect Dao arts with overwhelming strength. Several ghost commanders along with dozens of ghost generals, all slain in retaliation. Bloodfiend Ghost Commander, do you know what you are saying? In the hall, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. The Bloodfiend Ghost Commander knelt on the ground, trembling all over, his head pressed to the floor, not daring to show the slightest negligence. What I said is entirely true, not a word of falsehood. I hope the vast Ghost King will see clearly. Entirely true. The vast Ghost King rose from his seat, stepping through the blood, approaching the Bloodfiend Ghost Commander, the black mist enveloping him gradually dissipating, revealing his true appearance. His appearance was handsome, dressed in black silk robes. At first glance, aside from his pale complexion, he looked just like a scholar. What a statement of absolute truth. Bloodfiend, this battle took place in your jurisdiction of the Xianyindao. Now you have caused my king to lose dozens of ghost generals and 8 ghost commanders. You cannot escape blame. Upon hearing this, the Bloodfiend Ghost Commander trembled like a leaf in the wind, gripped by terror, yet still dared not move an inch. Seeing this, the vast Ghost King placed his hand on the Bloodfiend's head, his immense dark power erupting instantly. No, my king, spare me, spare me. In the next moment, the dark energy within Bloodfiend surged uncontrollably towards the vast Ghost King's hand. In just a brief moment, the Bloodfiend's body became increasingly transparent, eventually completely dissipating, devoured entirely. Waste. The vast Ghost King snorted coldly, burped, turned back to his seat, and cast a cold gaze over the 6 thrones below, speaking in a chilling voice. I thought Zhang Jingfang was old and senile, having taken in a waste of a disciple. I never expected to receive a lesson today. He still knows how to conceal his brilliance, but seems he has learned his lesson. However, since I can take the lives of his first 3 disciples, Su-Ke shall not be an exception. Second brother, you are always resourceful, corrupting countless insiders. The deaths of Zhang Jingfang's 3 disciples were your doing. This time I entrust it to you again. Yes, elder brother. The Ghost King of Jinyo rose respectfully in response. And do not focus solely on Su-Ke. Those from Maoshan Shizhong, Hizao Mountain Linzheng, and from Dadao Zhao Changxing, all 3 possess the potential of a celestial master. They must be eradicated, nipped in the bud. Remember, spare no expense. Even if it means breaking agreements and tearing up contracts, we cannot allow humanity to give birth to a 5th celestial master. In the Xianyindao, within the Taoist temple of the celestial masters, many disciples were busy with their own tasks. Some were cultivating, others training, and some were drawing talismans. Some had returned early to Longhu Mountain due to damage to their foundations from the invasion of dark energy. Battling ghosts was fraught with danger. A moment of carelessness could lead to one's yang energy being consumed, destabilizing their foundation and drastically reducing their lifespan. In severe cases, their souls could be captured, turning them into ghostly sustenance, leaving only a withered skeleton. In the Talisman Hall, Su-Ke spread out the talisman paper, made from the pulp of spiritual bamboo and herbs, a complex process that allowed them to carry magical power. The talisman ink used red mercury as a base combined with rootless water and was ground from his own blood. With these, he could finally begin the process of drawing talismans. The drawing process required one to calm their mind, light incense, cleanse their hands, adjust their breathing, and eliminate distractions. Then, using magical power to construct the talisman patterns, it must be done in one go, without pausing in the middle to complete a talisman. An ordinary Taoist cultivator's magical power could at most complete a thunder talisman before exhausting their power, necessitating meditation to recover before continuing. Talisman crafting was extremely beneficial for exterminating evil spirits, considered a necessary tool. Su-Ke held the talisman brush and began drawing the thunder talisman. The brush danced like a dragon and snake with every stroke. Done, take it. Yellow Gods Chapter Ghost Slaying Talisman, Celestial General Slaying Evil Talisman, Heavenly Marshal Extinguishing Evil Talisman. Suke resembled a merciless drawing machine, his strokes leaving only afterimages. This scene left the surrounding disciples dumbfounded. Even the elder Shoching, who oversaw Talisman crafting, wore an expression of disbelief. Is this right? Bring me paper. The scene fell into silence. It was Elder Shoching who first reacted, slapping the back of a nearby disciple's head. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and get paper for your senior brother. Oh yes, master, I'll go right away. Suke shook his head helplessly at the sight. Now, although the ghosts of the Xian Yin Dao retreated into the vast mountain range, it was merely a temporary calm. War would inevitably break out again. He did not possess a clone technique, unable to oversee everything. He could only draw more talismans, one for each safeguard. Ever since that day after the events at the Three Clear Hall of the 10,000 Dharma sect, he felt trapped. As a direct disciple of the Celestial Master, he had not shown the expected talent in 4 years. Yet no one complained, each and every one still believed in him wholeheartedly. One after another they willingly faced death, each with hopeful expressions, each protecting him. They did not want Suke to die, nor did they wish for him to encounter misfortune. Isn't this demanding his life? Isn't this putting him on a roasting spit? What are you dawdling for, you fool? I'm drawing this fast, how can you possibly keep up? Hurry and grind the ink. Suke looked at the ink, now finished, and scolded. Oh, right away, senior brother. Don't try to emulate me, I'm a on-billion-year genius. If you draw talismans like I do, you'll never learn in your lifetime. Upon hearing this, the disciple, grinding the ink, twitched at the corner of his mouth. In this day and age, who didn't know that senior brother was exceptionally talented? It was known throughout the world. But is it really okay for you to boast like this? With such a love for showing off, how did you subdue the 5 demons? Suke ignored the thoughts of this disciple, continuing to draw talismans while speaking. When I have time in the future to defeat the ghosts, if you are still alive, come find me. At that time I will draw slowly and teach you stroke by stroke. Thank you, senior brother. But what if I die, eh? Then go dance on your grave. Senior brother, has anyone ever told you that your personality is too harsh? Yes. Suke replied without looking up. Junior sister Jingxian often says I have a deadpan face and don't like to interact with people. In the 13th year of Yongning in February, Suke was a prolific producer of talismans, with such a high output that even several of his senior uncles were bewildered, often hesitating to voice their doubts. Is the disciple of the Chaos Master really just at the human master level? Has he truly not broken through to the heavenly master realm? It makes no sense, his magical power seems inexhaustible. It has been a month, and I have yet to see him meditate to recover his power. One day, after finishing a stack of talismans and taking a sip of tea, Suke noticed a figure entering from outside the talisman hall, carrying a food box. Suke remembered him. He seemed to be called Ci. This person appeared to be about 30 years old, with a restrained aura of magical power, evidently having made significant progress in the Taoist realm. As long as one can condense a Tao foundation, they can break through to the true person realm, making them a somewhat renowned prodigy within the Heavenly Master House. Junior brother Ci, I have met senior brother Chaos. Thank you for saving my life a few months ago. Ci, he looked grateful as he gently placed the food box on the table. I heard you enjoy the pastries made by junior sister Jingxian, so I happened to bring some. My ancestors worked at the Imperial Kitchen and passed down numerous recipes for palace pastries. Yesterday, with nothing to do, I made a few pastries following ancient recipes. They taste sweet and pleasant, and I specially brought a portion to express my appreciation. This scene was witnessed by all the disciples in the hall, but they quickly averted their gazes after just a glance. Over the past few days, many disciples of the Kuan Dao had brought pastries to Suke. They had grown accustomed to it. No need for that, we are all fellow disciples, why be so formal? Suke waved his hand and directly refused. Upon hearing this, Ci, he quickly responded, Senior brother, please give it a try. I assure you these pastries are made according to the ancient methods of the Imperial Kitchen. The taste will not disappoint. Suke frowned, slightly scrutinizing Ci. For a moment. After a brief hesitation, he reached out and picked up a pastry. It was small, round, smooth, and delicate indeed, looking quite appealing. You really want me to eat this? Junior brother just wants to express his gratitude. Suke waved his hand, interrupting directly. Is the pastry poisoned? No, it's not poisoned. Ci, feeling anxious, forced himself to remain calm. Recently many had sent pastries, but Suke had only eaten those sent by Jingxian. He only took a few bites out of annoyance at Jingxian's incessant chatter. He truly did not enjoy pastries. This situation could easily be inquired about, so why go through this charade? Suke was well aware that whether it was the Heavenly Master House Maoshan or the Hezhou sect, there were definitely some hidden plots. Shizhong of Maoshan had been frequently assassinated. He understood that he would encounter such a situation sooner or later. He just didn't expect that when it was his turn the means would be so crude. However, upon further reflection, he understood. He had not stepped outside his door recently. Aside from poisoning, it was indeed difficult to find other means. Suke looked at CI, who was trying to appear calm, and shook his head. Since it's not poison, why are you so flustered? Your mental state is lacking. Ew, I can hear your heavy breathing and the pounding of your heart. In an instant within the talisman hall, a pin drop could be heard. All the disciples who were drawing talismans ceased their actions, their gazes fixed on CI, each displaying a murderous intent. Moreover, a few quick-reacting junior brothers had already quietly slipped out to report the situation. CI, he swallowed hard, his heart filled with bitterness. If it weren't for the pressure from the Ghost King, he wouldn't resort to such a crude method. Even if he succeeded, he could not escape death. And now, after merely speaking a few words, he was exposed on the spot. How could he not feel despair? Suke picked up the pastry and sniffed it near his nose. Senior brother, don't. The disciples in the talisman hall exclaimed, trying to stop him. But the next moment, Suke casually tossed the pastry into his mouth. Health 11111 health point. Oh, this poison is quite interesting. The taste is not bad. As soon as Suke swallowed the pastry, he felt his magical power begin to spiral out of control, with intense burning pain radiating from his organs, as if all his internal organs were beginning to rot. It felt like swallowing a bottle of highly concentrated strong acid. If it were a normal human master, they would die within moments after ingesting it. However, Suke's physical strength had reached the 7th tier, and his martial arts realm was even at the profound stage, boasting a resistance far stronger than that of an ordinary human master. The toxin was quickly neutralized by his innate regenerative ability. Suke smacked his lips, even feeling a bit reluctant to part with it, curiously asking, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" If he were poisoned to death, CI's fate would be unimaginable. His soul would be dragged out and split apart, even his ashes scattered. Ha ha ha. CI suddenly burst into laughter. Of course I fear death, but there's no turning back for me. Originally the Ghost King promised to awaken my spirit after I die, but unfortunately I cannot wait for that day. However, this life of mine paves a path for my son to achieve immortality. You're doomed. This is the 9 nether corpse dispersal, specifically effective against the physical body. Suke's figure flickered, moving closer, and he reached out, gripping CI, his face with overwhelming force. With inner power, magical power, and a force of hundreds of tons at once, he unleashed a power of several hundred tons. CI's head burst open like a watermelon. Immediately afterwards, Suke's fingers transformed into golden light, striking CI, his soul causing it to scatter. So noisy. Awakening the spirit. Longevity. Suke understood these matters well. After death, the Ghost King would awaken the spirit, allowing one to retain their sanity. Ghosts have long lifespans. Isn't that akin to immortality? This was also the reason for the hidden schemes. Just then, several elders from the Xian Yindao hurriedly arrived, bringing along several people, among whom was a youth who bore some resemblance to CI. Masters, what is going on? Suke looked at the commotion, feeling a bit dazed. Seeing Suke unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We received urgent reports from the disciples saying that CI, he might pose a threat to you, so we thought someone might try to escape, and immediately went to find his clan members. Indeed, when we arrived, they were preparing to flee. By the way, are you alright? They had been extremely anxious on their way. If something truly happened to Suke here, how could they return to Longhu Mountain? After all, he was an Ancient Millennium prodigy of the Heavenly Master House. Thus, even without solid evidence at the time, they had first controlled CI's relatives. I'm fine. Before Suke could finish, his junior brothers began to chatter. Uncle CI, he is truly despicable, actually using 9 nether corpse dispersal in the pastries. He intends to take senior brother's life. Although the disciple doesn't know why senior brother ate the pastries without issue, this is what CI, he admitted himself. Exactly. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions changed, feeling even more anxious. They disregarded everything else and immediately rushed to Suke to check on him. Foolish child, how could you eat something indiscriminately? Does it hurt? Is there anything uncomfortable? Quickly tell your uncle. Don't scare your uncle. Suke could only shake his head helplessly, allowing these old men and women to examine him. Only after they confirmed he was fine did they finally release him. The elders exchanged glances filled with curiosity. The 9 nether corpse dispersal was a highly toxic substance, extremely difficult to manufacture with raw materials sourced from the vast mountain ranges, and incredibly rare. Its toxicity was so potent that human master cultivators would find it hard to withstand. Suke not only consumed it, but also emerged unscathed. Yet the poisoning was something CI, he had personally admitted. This part could not be false. Such a situation naturally left them puzzled. Just then, the few people who had been captured fell to their knees, sobbing uncontrollably. They were all relatives of CI, he and disciples of the Heavenly Master House. CI, his son, had also entered the Heavenly Master House. They were not just fellow disciples, but blood relatives. Masters, please see clearly. My elder brother has always adhered to the rules, and has never committed any acts of betrayal against the sect. How could he dare to poison and harm a direct disciple of the Heavenly Master? Masters, just recently my elder brother secretly told me that he discovered Senior Brother Chaos had met with a ghost in private. Initially I didn't believe it, but I never expected that in just a few days my elder brother would meet such a tragic— Yes, Masters, that 9 Nether Corpse dispersal is incredibly toxic. It said that even Earth Masters would be severely injured by it, yet Senior Brother Chaos is unharmed. Isn't that rather suspicious? Indeed. That poison might very well have been prepared by Suke himself. He didn't eat it at all. He is deliberately framing and setting a trap to kill and silence. We implore the Masters to uphold justice for us. Their voices were sorrowful, each word drenched in tears. Why did it feel like what they were saying made so much sense? Am I really planning this? Suke pondered, stroking his chin, beginning to doubt himself. After all, the fact that he was unharmed was the biggest flaw. Infinite the Celestial. You ghostly beings are truly formidable, able to perfectly conceal your ghostly aura, seamlessly disguising yourselves as disciples of the Heavenly Master House. Elder Shou Qing's hair stood on end, his eyes filled with fury as he summoned lightning with a wave of his hand, immediately attacking Ci's relatives. Not only that, but you also dare to question the judgment of Senior Brother Zhang Jingfeng and slander my disciple Chaos. If I can see at a glance that you are not human. Bold, ghostly being, I will expose your true form. Take this. Feel my 5 thunder right. The clan of the Ci lineage has perished. A few elders executed them on the spot, even extracting their souls and striking them down. It is all too easy to find evidence by reversing the outcome. At that moment, Suke hesitated, wanting to intervene. The situation prompted several elders to scold him, fearing that he would act with mercy. But was it really Suke's mercy? Clearly, he wanted to take action himself. What a shame. Otherwise, there could have been more lives saved. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Life 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 6. Your life is my life. For each life you slay, you will gain a life. Basic life corresponds to an ordinary human. These specters belong to the realm of extraordinary life and can naturally trigger innate effects. However, wandering souls lacking rationality do not count. Only evil spirits of the level of grievances or higher can yield life, counts upon being slain. Nevertheless, even so, Suke has accumulated tens of thousands of lives. I wonder if I can exploit a bug. If I first kill someone, and then let them become a ghost, advancing to a grievance, and kill them again, will I gain 2 lives? Suke sat atop the cliff, gazing at the drifting white clouds, this thought suddenly emerging in his mind. This place is the back mountain of the Xian Yin Dao Tianqi's temple. The entire northern Xian Yin Dao falls under the jurisdiction of the Tianqi's temple. However, the responsibilities of the Tianqi's temple are clearly defined, only dealing with ghostly matters. Local livelihoods and court affairs are still managed by the great Zhao dynasty. Suke has now been expelled from the Talisman Hall by Elder Shou Qing. Fearing he might cause trouble again, he was simply sent to this back mountain for seclusion, instructed to focus on eliminating the 6 thieves and advancing to become a local master. In the eyes of the elders, advancing to a local master is far more important than drawing talismans. Time flies like a fleeting horse. Another year has passed. In the blink of an eye, it is the 14th year of Yongning January winter. The spring chill is biting, remnants of snow linger in the mountain stream. Suke sits atop the cliff, snowflakes fluttering down the world, dressed in silver. Quietly meditating, focusing on the Dantian. Perceiving back and listening, not getting lost in illusions, keeping silent and concentrating, not yielding to provocation. Breathing deeply, not indulging in worldly desires, speaking less and adhering to rules, not being greedy for gluttony. Observing the illusory and eliminating the 6 thieves relies on maintaining the self rather than breaking it. This is not a heartless path. The highest realm of forgetting emotions is not without feelings. It is to strengthen the Tao heart, undisturbed by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Just like when he visits the Chunfeng building, it is not out of lust for beauty, but out of habit, even if he goes every day. He is not addicted. Cultivation is about refining the true heart. Suke's true heart is quite simple. When hungry, he eats. When tired, he sleeps. When he thinks of it, he goes to the Chunfeng building. When dissatisfied, he curses. When not convinced, he acts. He does not care for trivial matters, avoids inner conflicts, and lets things be. This is the clarity of the Tao heart. The 6 thieves are nothing more than this. Suke gazed at the swirling clouds before him, murmuring to himself, Senior brother, look at what I brought you." At this moment, Jing Xian, with her left hand lifting the hem of her robe and her right hand holding a food box, rushed up the back mountain in a flurry. Years have passed. The little Taoist girl from back then has now grown into a graceful young woman, with the only unchanged feature being her round face, her eyes always sparkling with light. I went with the senior brothers to raid the Cihe estate and snatch their family recipe for pastries. Clang, clang, clang. Senior brother, please try it. Hurry, open your mouth, it's super delicious. By the way, senior brother, I have to tell you, I have advanced to Taoist. Just a few days ago. Suke frowned slightly, letting out a helpless sigh. You're so noisy. See, in the 14th year of Yongning February, an earth-shattering news quickly spread across the land. Exterminating evil is never a matter of hospitality, it is a matter of life and death. The Corpse Demon King launched a surprise attack on the Dongqing Dao, and the Maoshan senior brother, Shi Zhong, died in battle, his soul captured. The Cold Ghost King emerged at the West Zhongliang Dao, and Daoist Lin Zhong was crippled, his foundation damaged, and his realm fell, making it difficult to advance further in this life. The Flame Demon King appeared in the South Qingping Dao, and the 9th Prince of the Great, Zhao Chongqing, went missing. Naturally, the Xian Yin Dao also encountered a Ghost King, the Fierce Ghost King. However, just as he stepped into the territory of the Xian Yin Dao, he was whipped by Zhang Jingfeng's golden light whip, fleeing in utter embarrassment. The news spread, causing an uproar across the land. The tacit understanding between the ghostly beings and the human race is well known. The peak experts from both sides have tacitly agreed not to intervene. Now the ghostly beings openly tore up the agreement, striking ruthlessly, directly slaying all the strongest prodigies of this generation, except for Suke. In an instant, a storm was brewing. In the 14th year of Yongning March, the 4 great Tianshi descended collectively upon the Kangmang Mountains. At that moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared as vast golden light appeared, annihilating countless ghostly beings. The Yin energy dissipated, the earth was carved into trenches by thunderfire, and the peaks were sheared off, leaving a scene of devastation. Many ghostly beings panicked and scattered, fleeing from the Kangmang Mountains. Yet before they could escape far, they were ambushed by numerous Taoist sects, their souls scattering. At this moment, on the cliff edge of the back mountain of the Xian Yin Dao Temple, Suke was at a loss for words. Dear uncles, is this necessary? Absolutely necessary. The elders sat cross-legged opposite Suke, speaking in unison, very necessary. Nephew, you are only at the human master realm now. When will you become a Tianshi? We shall never obstruct you. Ceramic does not clash with tiles, and the wise do not argue with fools. Even if you are a Tianshi entering the Ghost King Hall, your cultivation will only be able to exert 70% of its power. You still need to cultivate. That kid from Maoshan is too headstrong. It was only a matter of time before he faced this calamity. But you are different. You are the hope of the Tianshi's temple. Suke fell silent for a moment and asked, do I look like someone so impulsive? Yes. The response from the numerous uncles was in perfect unison. Damn, they guessed it quite accurately. Suke cursed inwardly. He truly was not afraid of danger. After all, getting used to dying is just part of it. If he resolutely wanted to go, he could find a way to persuade them. He could just perform a self-immolation and ascend to heaven. But the uncles had a point. Even Tianshi could only exert 70% of their strength inside. For him, a human master being able to display the power of a true person would be impressive. Even with many lives, it wouldn't be of much use. Suke scanned the serious uncles around him and said, I'm really not going. I'm all right, uncle believes you. Right. The elders nodded vigorously, but their butts hadn't moved an inch. Forget it, let it be. Suke closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Half a month later, Zhang Jingfeng returned, his aura depleted, his magic disordered, and his complexion slightly pale. Suke hurried forward to support him, slightly frowning. Master, have you been injured? It's nothing serious, just the invasion of Yin energy. Zhang Jingfeng waved his hand, looking tired. This battle has already concluded. 2 ghost kings have perished. Maoshan Huayang has fallen, and Hezhou sect Xuandu has been heavily injured. Both sides have suffered heavy losses and have agreed to a ceasefire for 10 years. Disciple, pack up and follow your master back to Longhu Mountain. 2 ghost kings have perished. The master of Huayang has fallen. Such casualties have not occurred in a long time. On the surface, it appears that the ghostly side has suffered greatly. After all, 2 ghost kings have been lost. But in the end, it is the human race that bears the heaviest losses. The 3 heavenly masters, some are dead, and some have become incapacitated. If Suke were not still alive, this generation would likely face a significant gap. With the battle reaching this state, they can no longer continue. The ghost kings fear that the 3 heavenly masters of the human race might turn the tables, and no one is willing to gamble on their own survival. The human race cannot afford to lose any more lives. If they fought to the death in the Ghost King's Hall, it is highly probable that they would not be able to eliminate all the Ghost Kings. After all, the Ghost King's Hall suppresses the combat power of the Heavenly Masters. Once the 3 Heavenly Masters fall, it would mean the end for the human race. Hence, this is the reason for the 10-year truce. Suke pondered over this, falling into a moment of silence. Master, I truly cannot swallow this humiliation. If I return to the mountain with you now, my Dao heart will be unstable. Unstable Dao heart. Zhang Jingfeng's expression turned serious. Then what do you plan to do? An unstable Dao heart is no trivial matter. At best, it leads to stagnation and cultivation. At worst, it breeds an inner demon with unimaginable consequences. He takes the initiative. I will respond in kind. Suke spoke coldly, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The ghostly beings have killed our 3 outstanding disciples. Oh, I will make them pay back 100-fold. Zhang Jingfang felt a headache coming on. On one hand was the instability of his disciples' Dao heart, on the other he feared that his disciples' strength was insufficient. If you were at the Earth Master realm, that would be one thing, but you are still in the Human Master realm. You are correct. Even if I do not go to the Ghost King's Hall, merely delving into the Codenamed Mountains with my Human Master cultivation is indeed far from enough. Suke nodded slightly, slowly opening his palm. But soon that won't be the case. A snowflake fell from the sky, gently landing in his hand. As the warmth surged, the snowflake melted. Boom. A loud sound shocked the ground like thunder. In the astonished gaze of Zhang Jingfang and many elders, centered around Suke, a burst of pure yang energy exploded rapidly, spreading outward. The ice and snow melted, gradually spreading, and the melting snow water gathered into a stream flowing down the rock crevices. As the spiritual energy gathered, the clouds in the sky tore apart. A warm sun shone down, casting light upon Suke, faintly glowing. Earth Master realm, the spirit soul begins to take shape. The Tao rhythm takes form. To break through to the Earth Master realm, one must first subdue the 5 demons and eliminate the 6 thieves. Only then can the spirit soul manifest. This hurdle is quite difficult. For all cultivators in the world, it is like climbing to the heavens. Yet at this moment, Suke had already unified the 5 demons and 6 thieves. Spirit soul. Immortal spirit, your soul strength will increase by 1 point each day with no upper limit. Soul 4,724. I wonder if this meager 4,724 points of soul strength can hold up. Earth Master realm break. Suke's momentum surged explosively, waves of energy sweeping out in all directions. In an instant, he broke through to the Earth Master realm. It was shocking. Zhang Jingfang and the elders were once again stunned. How many times had this happened? Did he just break through like that? Does this not make us seem utterly incompetent? This is too brutal. Suke entered the sect in the 8th year of Yongning, spent 4 years settling and practiced for 12 years, and then broke through to the Human Master realm in just 30 breaths. Now, after merely 14 years of Yongning, in just 2 short years, he directly broke through from the Human Master realm to the Earth Master realm. The 5 demons and 6 thieves could not hold him back. Not even the refining of the spirit soul could contain him. Some elders still in the Human Master realm could not help but fall into self-doubt. What has my century of hard work amounted to? Disciple. Zhang Jingfang returned to his senses, sighed, and shook his head. Your strength is indeed very formidable now, but still not strong enough. As long as you do not go to the Ghost King's Hall, any single Ghost King might not be able to deal with you in an unknown fight. But your strength is still insufficient to suppress the world. If surrounded by Ghost Kings, there is a possibility of death. Are you still willing to go? As these words were spoken, the many elders present furrowed their brows. Indeed, the Codenamed Mountains are a gathering place for ghostly beings. If he gets held up and draws multiple Ghost Kings to join forces, even the Heavenly Masters would find it hard to cope. Why take this risk? I fear nothing. Suke was not frightened by Zhang Jingfang's words. What a joke. Does he think his life of over 100,000 is just for show? Good. I support you, Zhang Jingfang said firmly, whatever decision you make. Currently the human race is weak, and it will be difficult to find another prodigy like Shi Zhong in a short time. But within the Codenamed Mountains, there are still many Ghost Commander-level beings. If several more Ghost Kings emerge, the human race will face even greater difficulties. So go ahead and do it, but be sure to protect yourself. No matter how big the trouble you stir up, I will bear it for you. Upon hearing this, Suke opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. He only bowed 3 times and turned to leave. How bothersome this old man speaks in such a touching manner. Can't he stop playing the emotional card? This made him very uncomfortable. At this moment on the mountaintop, everyone watched Suke's figure recede into the distance. Senior brother, are you really letting him go? An elder could not help but speak up. What is there to prevent? Zhang Jingfang revealed a slight smile. I have confidence in this kid. The junior brother does not doubt the senior brother's decision, nor does he distrust the strength of the master nephew. Elder Shouqing frowned, wanting to say something, but sighed helplessly. Zhang Jingfang glanced back at him. Junior brother, do you still remember how old I was when I broke through to the Earth Master, and how old I was when I broke through to the Heavenly Master? I became an Earth Master at 34, and a Heavenly Master at 127. Indeed, a full 93 years. Zhang Jingfang exhaled. Even if Shi Zhong and the others do not die, we will not wait for them to break through to the Heavenly Master. By then the human race will surely perish. The 5 demons and 6 thieves, the 3 corpses, of which the 3 corpses are the hardest. I have 13 years of life left. Zhao Wuji of the Great Zhao has about 15 years left, and originally that old fellow He Zongxian do had the longest life, but he has lost much of it in this battle. Zhang Jingfang looked at the crowd and smiled. How long do you think it will take for my disciple's talent to reach the Heavenly Master realm? Elder Shouqing and the other elders fell into thought, ultimately shaking their heads. I don't know. Haha, I don't know either. Zhang Jingfang laughed heartily, then his tone became serious. But I know my time is short. The elders' faces all showed sorrow at this point. They were not of the same generation as Zhang Jingfang. If by seniority some of them should even call him a granduncle. However, the various branches do not belong to a single hierarchy, and as branch elders, everyone refers to each other as brothers. Some elders were even personally instructed by Zhang Jingfang in the past. This is why everyone unconditionally believes in the Heavenly Master's intentions. In the past, there have been instances of ghost kings assassinating prodigies, but has there ever been a scenario where so many Heavenly Masters gathered in the Kangmang Mountains? We were just looking for an excuse. We want to instill fear in those ghost kings we intend to kill. What happens if they become fearful? They will fear us joining forces again. Zhang Jingfang clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the clouds on the horizon. My disciple is no ordinary person. There is none like him in this world. I originally intended for him to return to the mountain to cultivate quietly, to comprehend the Tao, and ascend to the Heavenly Master realm as soon as possible. But since he has made up his mind to create chaos, let him go ahead and create it. As long as he kills enough ghost commanders and ghost generals, the ghost kings will become angrier and will not be able to hold themselves back. Thus they will inevitably take the initiative to attack a certain Heavenly Master, and that will be our opportunity to pass away peacefully. That is not our fate. As long as a flesh and blood body burns once to illuminate the path for this world, that is enough. Upon hearing this, everyone was moved. They understood the old Heavenly Master's intentions. They wanted to use their lives to open a path to peace for the world, to seek a way to life for all beings. As long as we slay the 5 great ghost kings. Zhang Jingfang's eyes sparkled with golden light, his body radiating thunder, instantly dispersing the clouds. At that time, with my dear disciple's strength, he will surely be invincible under heaven. The vast mountain range is filled with ghostly caves. There are many ways for ghosts to enhance their power, but most involve devouring and absorbing yin energy. Among all places in the world, where is the yin energy most abundant? Naturally, it is the vast mountain range. Within it lies a chasm, like a heavenly moat from which the yin energy dissipates. As time passes, the yin energy becomes increasingly dense. This is also the reason why so many ghosts gather in the vast mountain range. Among the towering mountains, the ghostly aura is thick. There is a certain mansion. It occupies a vast area with a crimson gate, high walls enclosing the courtyard, and pavilions scattered. I got up early to collect dung, but my woman is nowhere to be seen. On the stage, a red cloth curtain hangs down, and a ghostly performer from the pear garden steps onto the stage, waving her red sleeves as her voice echoes through the courtyard. Kite. The ghost leader Han Yuan sits upright in a grand wooden chair, his back straight, exuding a sharp aura. As his gaze sweeps over the stage, a look of satisfaction on his face. In life, he was named Lu Yuan, a military general who had a great love for opera. After death, he transformed into a ghost, his soul tainted with his ghostly nature overpowering his humanity. Aside from retaining his memories, he essentially became a second being born from Lu Yuan, with his essence changed. Also inheriting memories, he retained his love for opera. Han Yuan is quite satisfied with his current life. Having reached the level of a ghost leader, what harm is there in having a few fierce ghosts that were once performers sing a couple of tunes? Can't he enjoy it? Boom, boom, boom. Just then the sound of drumming echoed. Who is Han Yuan's mood was interrupted, and he instantly erupted in anger, slamming the table and standing up. How dare you disturb this leader's opera? Boom, boom, boom. The sound grew louder and closer. Suddenly a figure slowly appeared in the air, not far away. Suke stood with his hands behind his back, descending step by step, a golden lotus manifesting. With each step he took, the air erupted in a roar, invisible ripples spreading out, as if the very space was trembling. Step by step, lotus blossoms. The Emperor's step. This step. Such appearance. Earthmaster realm. Damn it, it's the Chaos Taoist Suke. Han Yuan's eyes bulged, his whole body trembled, almost scared to death. In an instant, screams erupted within the high-walled courtyard. No, my cultivation. What's happening? The Emperor's step. This is the Emperor's step. Damn it, he is Suke. Damn it, how dare he invade the vast mountain range. Run. The scene instantly descended into chaos, the ghosts horrified, turning into shadows in an attempt to flee. The name of Suke, like thunder, had long echoed among the ghosts of the vast mountain range. Boom, boom, boom. The air continued to tremble. The golden ripples, like heavenly punishment, caused the scattered strands of yin energy to dissipate rapidly. These evil spirits could not withstand Sukei's few steps, their forms turning transparent before ultimately vanishing into ashes. No. My cultivation, my soul, my accumulated resentment over 100 years. I am unwilling. Han Yuan was filled with fear, helplessly watching his power being ruthlessly stripped away, the energy vanishing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he fell from Ghost Leader to Ghost General, and then from Ghost General to Fierce Ghost status. Sukei did not stop for a moment, not casting a glance below, and passed straight over the mansion. At this moment, the vast courtyard was entirely empty, all spirits having fled. The Ghost Leader of Wangu was within his lair, devouring energy. He was solely focused on pursuing advancement to the Ghost King level, unlike Han Yuan, who had become complacent. Boom, boom, boom. Who was beating the drum? No. My cultivation. The Black Water Ghost Leader was drawing grand plans with his many Ghost Generals and Fierce Ghosts. Boom, boom, boom. Life, 10086, unable to resist, unable to fend off. Whether they were resentful souls or fierce ghosts, they all fell to the roadside. As the BGM played, the Emperor's Step made its appearance. The golden lotus bloomed, and countless ghosts perished. This step inherently possesses a terrifying suppressive power over evil entities. It can directly strip away the energy of ghosts. Once the energy dissipates, their cultivation naturally falls. Even if a ghost leader possesses tremendous cultivation, they can only watch helplessly as their foundation is eroded step by step. When others were in the Master Realm, they could strip away ghost generals. Now in the Earth Master Realm, they can naturally strip away ghost leaders. The power of the Emperor's Step is considered monstrous, merging hundreds of types of steps. When executed, the figure appears like a phantom, stepping out several hundred meters away. Not only is it unmatched in evasion, but stepping on the mysteries, it seems to contain the profound aura of imperial law, naturally restraining evil spirits, embodying both agility and lethality. Of course, such immense power also consumes an extraordinary amount of magical energy. Even when executed at the bare minimum, each step requires a consumption of 5 points of magical energy. The more magical energy infused, the stronger the power. If executed by a cultivator at the Taoist level, just a few steps would drain their magical energy. Even a high-level Earth Master like the Elder Jianjiang, when exerting full power, could only manage a few dozen steps before depleting their magical energy. However, since Sukei entered the vast mountain range, he had never run low. His magical energy remained abundant. When facing the Ghost Leader, he put the pedal to the metal. When facing Ghost Generals, or lower, he used energy-saving mode. With his perpetual motion machine talent, he could recover one of his blue energy per second. As long as the consumption rate does not exceed the recovery rate with his current Earth Master Realm magical energy, he could indefinitely activate the Emperor's Step. In just half a year, he had slain 541 Ghost Leaders, 2,541 Ghost Generals, and tens of thousands of resentful souls, not to mention countless wandering souls. As a result, he hadn't encountered a single ghost for 3 whole days. Have they all run away? Sukei did not feel surprised. It would be strange if they didn't run. Anyone who hears the sound of boom 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 and realizes their cultivation is plummeting only to be reduced to wandering souls, and then to ashes, how could they not be afraid? The Ghost King Palace. Sukei's gaze scanned the depths of the vast mountain range, shaking his head as he ultimately turned to leave. With his current strength, even at the mountain's outskirts, he would not be able to slay a Ghost King. If besieged, his demise would be inevitable. Moreover, the Ghost King Palace suppresses combat power. Although he has many lives, there is no need to voluntarily walk into danger to be killed by a Ghost King. He is no masochist. Furthermore, he had already achieved his goal of entering the vast mountain range. 100-fold repayment. Outside the Ghost King Palace, the area was crowded with countless ghosts extending as far as the eye could see. In the past, without a summons, no ghost would dare to come here on their own. But now, from ghost leaders to resentful souls, they all gathered here. Sukei is truly too brutal, scaring the ghosts to death. Fortunately, I was far enough away at the time, or I would have been caught in the Emperor's Step and now be soul scattered. That sound was so terrifying. With the boom boom boom, my lord ghost leader was gone in an instant. This ghostly life is unbearable. The group of ghosts was like startled birds, visibly fearful of Sukei. With no other choice, they could only flee to the Ghost King Palace, seeking refuge, asking the Ghost King to make a decision. At this moment, inside the Grand Hall, the atmosphere was heavy and silent. The 5 Ghost Kings had disordered, or as their expressions, grim. Clearly, they had sustained serious injuries in the battle against the 4 great celestial masters half a year ago. Elder brother, what should we do? What should we do? The vast Ghost King sneered. Of course. Wait. As soon as these words were spoken, several Ghost Kings exchanged glances. Wait. Sukei was already riding on their heads. Why not take this opportunity to eliminate the last genius of the human race in the Kangmang Mountains? The vast Ghost King took a deep breath and scanned the crowd of ghosts. Let us recover from our injuries and wait until the human race lets down their guard. As for that chaos Taoist Suke, the vast Ghost King chuckled. Have you ever thought from another perspective? Zhang Jingfang accepted such a genius's talent is even more terrifying than it was back then. If it were you, would you trust Suke to venture alone into the Kangmang Mountains? Aren't you afraid that Suke will die? Does Zhang Jingfang think this king cannot see through his scheme? He wants to use Suke as bait while we are still injured, planning to fight us to the death with his declining body. Such tricks are nothing more than this. He truly underestimates this king. Well, how could I fall for it? As these words were uttered, the crowd of ghosts was startled and suddenly enlightened. Indeed, if it were them, would they be so arrogant? Obviously not. This made sense. What a cunning old dog. If it weren't for Big Brother's cunning like a ghost, we would have nearly fallen into the trap. Big Brother's discerning eyes can see through the slightest clues, discerning the crucial points, truly leaving us in awe. One by one they began to flatter. Only the Jinyo Ghost King felt something was off. However, after careful thought, Big Brother's analysis was indeed reasonable, and he could only shake his head helplessly. The vast Ghost King raised his hand to signal silence, and after the crowd of ghosts quieted down, he can, thus the more so we must endure. In just a few years we will recover from our injuries, and by then, first eradicate the Hajao, then destroy the Dezhao. Only our ghost path shall dominate the 8 desolations. At that time, only Zhang Jingfang, this old dog, will be left struggling for survival. We will join forces to attack, and we will surely crush his Tianshi mansion. This king does not believe that no matter how extraordinary Suke's talent is, he can break through to the Tianshi realm in just a few years. Dazhao Dynasty. In Xiangyue City, at a restaurant. Clap. A wooden block struck. The guests in the hall immediately fell silent. In the center, an old man slowly began to speak. It is said that the chaos Taoist Suke stands 8 feet tall with a face like a jade crown, emanating a chilling aura of slaughter that instills fear in others. He was harmed by fierce ghosts in his youth, but was saved by Zhang Tianshi of the Tianshi mansion. Upon seeing his extraordinary talent, he was astonished and felt inferior, thus he desired to take him as a disciple. Upon entering the sect, Taoist Su was immediately given a Dao title. Without prior training, he subdued 5 demons in just 5 months, and he comprehended the 530 volumes of scriptures from the Edict Pavilion in their entirety. Just as the ghosts were rampant, igniting the flames of war with the human race's heart, not yet extinguished on the day of the Tianshi mansion's pledged, Taoist Su, after 4 years of accumulation, soared to the skies. In just a few breaths, he entered the human master realm, and then set out creating the human emperor step, based on the U-step, merging hundreds of techniques. Clap. Another hit of the wooden block. The old man took a sip of tea. This step technique is unfathomable. 1 step scatters energy, 1 step breaks illusions, and 1 step cuts down paths. Only an unparalleled genius can learn it. Even if Taoist Su publicly shares the human emperor step, no one has been able to master it to this day. With this step, Taoist Su has vanquished tens of thousands of ghosts, instilling such fear in the masses that they no longer dare to step into the Xianin path. As soon as he finished speaking, the restaurant erupted in applause. Good. Don't keep us in suspense. Continue. Your reward will be substantial. The guests were generous, slapping silver ingots onto the table. Don't rush, don't rush. The old man nodded with a smile. Taoist Su is not only extraordinarily talented and decisive in battle, but he also values friendship and righteousness. Upon hearing of the fall of talents like Maoshan Shizhong, he was filled with uncontainable rage, immediately declaring that blood must be repaid with blood and teeth with teeth, demanding 100-fold repayment from the ghosts. He then broke through to the Earth Master realm, single-handedly charging into the Kangmang Mountains, causing the ghosts to tremble in fear. Now 3 years have passed, and the Xianin path is peaceful, with no fierce ghosts daring to stir up trouble, all thanks to Taoist Zu's contributions. However, the old man changed his tone and lowered his voice. According to rumors, Taoist Su enjoys visiting brothels and listening to music in his spare time. As soon as these words were spoken, the restaurant instantly erupted. What audacity! Presumptuous! You old fool, how dare you slander my Su Dao brother? Thighs. Taoist Su also enjoys music. Does that mean I have the qualities of a genius too? In the 17th year of Yongning, at Longhu Mountain in the Tianshi mansion within his residence. Damn it, what the hell is this inner Dan cultivation? The 5 demons, 6 thieves, and 3 corpses, one level more bizarre than the other. Is this something a human can practice? Suke thought to himself, feeling puzzled. The titles of Human Master, Earth Master, and Heaven Master sound impressive. But to put it bluntly, they are merely several small stages of the Qi refining and spirit transformation realm. Cultivating the Tao emphasizes the mind state, which he understands. He comprehends it. But to break through the initial stage of chi refining and spirit transformation, one must subdue 5 demons. From the initial stage to the intermediate stage, one must eliminate 6 thieves. From the intermediate stage to the advanced stage, one must slay 3 corpses. It's just a minor realm. Why impose such an excessively difficult challenge? Wouldn't the subsequent cultivation levels be astronomical? Suke felt something was off. This level of difficulty. Very abnormal, super abnormal. His current inner Dan cultivation has already reached the perfection of the Earthmaster realm. It seemed like rapid progress, achieving perfection in just a few years. It appeared as though he was only one opportunity away from the Heaven Master realm. But this single step had trapped countless high-level Earthmasters. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only a handful of Heaven Masters in the world. Suke shook his head, helplessly glanced at his attribute panel, and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, cultivating immortality is not as good as practicing martial arts. Strength, 912 tons. Speed, 1,345 milliseconds. 9th rank. His physical body had already broken through the 9th rank, and was even approaching its limit. Even though the energy in this universe is scarce in these 3 years, he had smoothly broken through without difficulty. Just relying on his normal physique, he possessed a strength of 182 million pounds. Such a powerful physique could easily destroy a small mountain with his bare hands, and withstand the explosion of several conventional nuclear bombs up close. A punch thrown would create shockwaves capable of sweeping across several streets, and even armored tanks would have no chance to resist being torn apart. He could be considered a human-shaped natural disaster. With just this physical power, any Earthmaster cultivator, even if they cast the golden light spell for protection, Suke could still punch them into a mist of blood. His physical strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and his Meridian martial arts were the same. 6th rank for connecting profound, 7th rank for celestial being, 8th rank for golden body, 9th rank for indestructible. At this moment his Meridian martial arts had reached 9th rank, indestructible realm. The essence of chi melds with the body, giving rise to indestructible matter, enhancing the body such that theoretically it could be indestructible. Of course, this was theoretically indestructible. In reality, it simply meant that after damage he could quickly restore himself. Suke felt he had somewhat miscalculated. He had been pretending to be mysterious in the martial arts world, displaying miracles and soaring into the skies, primarily aiming to devise subsequent martial arts techniques. He wanted to take advantage of the difference in time flow for future gains. But he underestimated his own comprehension and qualifications. In these years, having nothing to do, he fiddled around, and had already deduced the Meridian martial arts to the 9th rank indestructible realm. Where can one reason this out? Indeed, practicing martial arts is more reliable. This inner Dan cultivation is simply too difficult. Practicing martial arts does not impede one's state of mind, as long as one's root bones meet the standards, and there are subsequent techniques, the realm rises swiftly. Suke stood up, pushed the door open, and stepped out. Boom. With all 3 corpses eliminated, his spirit and physical body reached perfection. In an instant the winds and clouds changed, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged down. Suke felt the thick spiritual energy gathering around him, and sighed. Alas, cultivating immortality is truly too difficult. This step. It actually took me 3 years to get past it. Look over there. Where? Towards the Sand Province Hall. At this moment, one by one disciples were stirred by the strange phenomenon, stepping out from their residences to gaze upward. Before them, a tempest swirled above the Sand Province Hall, and a figure slowly ascended into the air. It's Senior Brother Chaos. The heavens have changed colors, spiritual energy gathers suspended in midair. This is the breakthrough to the Heavenly Master realm. Blessed be the infinite heavenly venerable, may the heavens protect our Longhu Mountain. The Heavenly Master Mansion holds complete records of breakthroughs at each stage. Many disciples have perused them. The scene before them was exactly as described in the scriptures. At the moment of breaking through, absorbing the spiritual energy from all directions, one's body felt weightless, momentarily lifted by the chi. Such a sight left countless disciples' hearts surging, unable to contain themselves. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Seeing this scene, the elders from various factions were moved to tears, their expressions ecstatic. Blessed be that infinite venerable. The spirits once bullied our Tao sect without anyone present. Now that Chaos, my junior, has broken through to Heavenly Master, we shall make them pay in blood for their debts. Boom. Outside the Sand Province Hall. Break through to the Heavenly Master realm. Suke's internal power broke through its constraints, his momentum skyrocketing. His spirit and flesh reached perfection, their energies intertwined, resonating with the heavens. This marked the ultimate symbol of refining chi into spirit. Suke slowly descended from midair, his eyes flashing with a hint of golden light, only to find numerous elders gathered outside his residence. Shou Jin, Shou Yang, Shou Qing, Shou Len. There were also elders from other halls, all elderly men and women. Their expressions were fervent, faces brimming with excitement. Upon seeing Su Kei's successful breakthrough, they immediately rushed forward. At this moment, Shou Qing felt it was quite extraordinary. This time, Su Kei stepped into the Heavenly Master realm in just 3 short years, and he was surprisingly not as shocked or numb as he thought he would be. Instead, he felt a sense of it being only natural. Oh, Junior Chaos has broken through again. Normal, one gets used to it. This made Elder Shou Qing couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that my mindset has greatly improved recently? On the surface, the great Zhao dynasty appeared tranquil. In the past 3 years, no major wars have erupted. But this was merely a facade. The two sides would eventually engage in battle once again. As the saying goes, secrets lead to success, words lead to defeat. Those who are good at hiding will win, while those who reveal will lose. Those who plot great matters conceal their intentions in their hearts and act discreetly. Thus, regarding the 3 heavenly masters preparing to sacrifice themselves in a bid to perish together with the Ghost King, few were privy to the details. Even within the Heavenly Master Mansion, only elders like Shou Jun had the qualifications to know. This was a gamble. If they won, peace would reign across the land. If they lost, there would be no place to rest. This matter, neither Heavenly Master Zhang Jingfang nor the other elders had informed Su Kei of beforehand. It wasn't that he was unqualified, but back then he was still at the Earth Master realm, and his primary task was to focus on his cultivation. Distractions were ill-advised. Moreover, even if he had gone to battle, then he would have had little to contribute. But now the situation was different. Now that Su Kei had become a Heavenly Master, there was naturally no need to hide it any longer. Thus, when Su Kei heard this news, his heart was filled with mixed emotions, and he sighed. How did it come to this? I understand Zhang Jingfang and the others' thoughts. If one can survive, who would wish for death? But one has only 13 years of life left, another 15 years, and another has severely depleted their lifespan. Since time is short, why not risk it all to drag a few Ghost Kings down with them? Fear is an instinct of living beings, yet courage is the anthem of humanity. If they do not fight, should their descendants be the ones to perish? Junior, this is fate. Dying with purpose. Though you have just broken through to Heavenly Master, you are still newly ascended, and your cultivation is not stable. Even if you possess the power of the Emperor and the mysterious skills of the gods, you cannot kill the Ghost King. After all, each of these Ghost Kings has reached their limits far beyond an ordinary Heavenly Master. Moreover, this is precisely what we should do. It is our duty. One by one, the elders began to offer comfort. After all, given the current strength of the ghosts, they could only respond in this manner. Duty. Su Kei surveyed the elders, slowly shaking his head. The Tao sect emphasizes first establishing oneself through cultivation, aligning with the times, going with the flow, adhering to rules, not forcing matters, and not acting recklessly. This is the natural way of the Tao. I understand the reasoning behind this, but I do not like this saying. I only know that the future, whether life or death, has always been decided by ourselves, not dictated by fate. Su Kei understood the elders' heartfelt concerns, but the gentleman knows when to act and when not to. The duty of my master and others is to perish with the Ghost King, but that is not mine. I am my master's disciple, and the disciple's duty is not to watch idly as my master goes to his death, thinking it is all quite acceptable. It is not about using the excuse of limited lifespan to comfort oneself while standing by and watching. Nor is it about lighting 2 incense sticks in front of my master's spirit, shedding a few tears, and then feeling justified in reaping the benefits. Su Kei looked at the many elders and let out a light laugh. In the past, when his strength was low, even with a long life, it was of no benefit. He needed the support of the elders. He could understand. But now that he had already broken through to the Heavenly Master realm, should he still rely on the elders' sacrifices? Then what was the point of his cultivation? Hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, wanting to speak, but hesitating, ultimately turning into a long sigh. Did they want to watch their senior brother march to his death? Yet the world is harsh. Oh, what can they do? Very well. Junior, what shall we do now? Go be a bandit and block the roads. Where to? The vast mountain range. Su Kei descended from Longhu Mountain. Just moments after his descent, deafening bells resonated throughout Longhu Mountain. Immediately, Elder Shoulin wasted no time and issued orders. Hurry, Shouyang, junior brother, you must immediately conduct the ritual, burn incense, and recite the incantation to inform senior brother that the chaotic disciple has broken through to the Tao Master realm and has ventured alone into the Kangmang Mountains. Shouqing, junior brother, you go to the Talisman Hall and count all the talismans, take everything you can. Shoujing, junior brother, with 9 tolling bells, gather all disciples in front of the Sanqing Hall. You explain the situation and count the numbers. Shouchang, junior brother, you count the magical artifacts in the Tao Master's mansion. I take all that you can. Now that Su Kei has broken through to the Tao Master realm, he embodies filial piety as his decorum and the teachings of his master as his foundation, venturing alone into the Kangmang Mountains to prevent his senior brother from sacrificing himself. They understood that they could not dissuade him. Since they could not persuade him, why bother? Those who gather firewood for the masses should not be left to freeze in the wind and snow. These old fellows are still alive. How could they let the younger generation go alone? After all, it's just death. What's there to fear? At this moment, in front of the Sanqing Hall, all disciples above the Taoist realm had gathered. Elder Shojing ascended the altar looking down at the disciples clad in gray and white robes. Today it should be a celebration of Suke breaking through to the Tao Master Realm, but Tao Master Realm, he truly broke through. The square erupted into excitement. The disciples were all thrilled. The Dazhao dynasty originally had only 4 Tao masters, and with Master Huayang recently perishing in battle, this had severely impacted the morale of the Taoist sects. Now humanity has gained another Tao master. How could this not be a cause for celebration? Elder Shojing raised his hand, signaling for silence. However, this celebration must be postponed, because your senior brother has already ventured alone into the Kangmang Mountains. As soon as these words were spoken, the square erupted in an uproar. What? Senior brother went to the Kangmang Mountains alone? That's too— Senior brother is reckless. Why didn't he inform us? Even if we can't help much, we could at least shield him from danger. Hey, where are you all going? Senior brother, why are you leaving? Junior brother, why are you leaving too? Where to? Of course, to get talismans, grab magical artifacts, and fight. I'm going too. Count me in. Since you're all going, then I'll go too. Suke just ascended to the Tao Master Realm. How could he possibly contend with the Ghost King? Are you all not afraid of accompanying him to death? How can you say such disheartening words? Capture him. Teach him a lesson. Yes, beat him. Elder Shojing looked at this scene and helplessly slapped his forehead. He had originally prepared a lengthy speech. However, he never expected that these disciples wouldn't even listen to him and would already rush out in droves. The remaining disciplined disciples could only watch him helplessly. Although they had not left, their feet were already poised. Go. Elder Shojing waved his hand. Yes, Elder. Hazao sect. In a room surrounded by a magical formation isolating the aura, Zhang Jingfang was currently meditating, preparing for the impending battle. 3 years had passed. The injuries they inflicted on the Ghost King back then had likely healed by now. Therefore, whether it was to reduce the number of Tao masters, or because they feared the imminent crisis of lifespan, they would not sit idly by. The Hazao sect's Master Xuandu was the most gravely injured and the weakest, likely to become the first target. Of course, they could also be mistaken. But if they were wrong, they would lose the advantage of their home ground. At that time, whether they could battle against the 5 Ghost Kings in the Ghost King Hall was uncertain. Just then Zhang Jingfang seemed to sense something awakening from his meditative state. He waved his hand, using his magical power to open the door, and a paper crane flew in, landing in his palm. Immediately a piece of information rushed into his mind. Tao Master Realm. Venturing alone into the Kangmang Mountains. Zhang Jingfang received this information, and before he could feel delighted, his expression changed, and he turned to leave. After Suke descended from Longhu Mountain, he immediately summoned his magical power and slapped his forehead. Bang! His head shattered into pieces. What is the fastest way to travel? Self-immolation. Kangmang Mountain's inner area. This place was originally a blessed land for Taoists, full of beautiful mountains and rivers shrouded in mist. However, since the ground cracked, spiritual energy and Yin energy coexisted with ghosts rampant, this blessed land for Taoists ceased to exist. The Ghost King Hall is located in a massive chasm, completely dark and extremely cold, exuding a sense of pressure. At this moment, countless ghosts gathered densely outside the hall. Roughly estimated, there were at least hundreds of thousands. Among them, 80% were vengeful spirits, while the remaining 20% were ghost generals and ghost leaders. 5 Ghost Kings stood on the steps in front of the hall, gazing down at the horde of ghosts. In this world, the rise and fall of humanity have been determined since ancient times. But today this king shall make them understand who truly holds dominion over this vast land. What humans possess, we ghosts shall possess as well. Back then, when the heavens and earth changed, and 700 years ago, this king led the ghosts, traversing mountains and rivers, achieving great victory. 200 years ago, the ghost path suppressed the human path. Humanity was in decline, and the momentum was lost, yet it was the Taoists, led by the Tao Master's mansion, that defied the heavens. To this day, the talents of humanity continue to emerge like a centipede that remains alive even when injured. The Kangmang Ghost King scoffed, his gaze sweeping across the ghost generals and leaders below. I do not understand why everyone speaks of Suke with such trepidation, as if this Suke is a heaven-sent figure destined to end us. Regardless, in this battle we shall unleash all our forces, advancing step by step, and the advantage is ours. This battle, the first battle, shall determine the fate of the world. First destroy Hazao, then annihilate Dezhao. Only we of the Ghost Path shall command the 8 wildernesses. In an instant, the ghosts roared the cries of battle, shaking the heavens and the earth. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. The Kangmang Ghost King was quite pleased with the ghosts' reaction, and as he raised his hand to issue the order to march, his brow suddenly furrowed. Who is beating the drum? Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. As the sounds reverberated, the faces of the gathered ghosts changed dramatically. This drum sound, this commotion. Suke, it's Suke. Run. Woo woo. Just 3 short years have. The ghosts had a deep impression of the situation back then. They fled in panic and sought refuge in the Ghost King Hall. Now hearing this sound, the ghosts instinctively scattered. But before they could make any moves, everyone hold on, this way is blocked. Human Emperor step, pull back fully. Suke's figure had already appeared, his robes fluttering, unleashing magical power, a terrifying pressure sweeping down, the roaring sound incessant. Now he was already at the Tao Master realm, and his magical power was even deeper. Both in quality and quantity, it far exceeded that of the Earth Master. He stepped forward. Clang. A golden light circle as substantial as reality spread out, enveloping a radius of 10 miles in an instant. Oh, he is a Tao Master. No. The ghosts that were swept by the golden light screamed in horror. With just one move, the ghost leaders fell to become vengeful spirits. The ghost generals fell to become wandering souls. The vengeful spirits were instantly reduced to ashes. How could such divine might be resisted by mere ghost generals and leaders? Even the bodies of the 5 ghost kings trembled, their dark energy dissipating instantly. Although their cultivation levels did not decline, they were already injured. With this single step, Suke's magical power was instantly depleted. If he were an ordinary person, he would never dare to be so arrogant. With his magical power exhausted, he would be like a sheep ready for slaughter, left helpless. After all, the enemy would not give him the time to recover his magical power. And at this moment, the 5 ghost kings were thinking just that. Although they were also terrified of Suke's terrifying strength. With but a single step, even their soul bodies could hardly withstand it, nearly disrupting the Yin energy. But they also believed that the human emperor's step with such power must consume a tremendous amount of energy. Die for this king. Kangmang ghost trick open. Devour God. Endless nightmare. Soul capture. 9 nether ghost hand. In an instant, the heavens and earth were flooded with Yin energy. Dark clouds obscured the sun, and a bone-chilling coldness enveloped the ground, instantly freezing frost. Suke immediately felt his soul sway, as if something was pulling at his spirit, obscuring his magical sight and blinding his senses. This scene left the 5 ghost kings dumbfounded. Could it be that he is ill? What they thought was a master turned out to be a mere novice. The pressure brought by Suke's appearance was immense, and now it has only intensified. It was simply overwhelming. Truly, it was peak performance upon his entrance. Handsome for no more than 3 seconds. Boom. At that moment, the ghostly claw struck the ground, creating a deafening sound, and a massive pit with dust swirling around. The 5 ghost kings exchanged bewildered glances. Something's off, the situation is wrong. The Jinyo ghost king was the first to react, saying, he hasn't died, his soul hasn't manifested. Upon hearing this, the other ghost kings felt a heavy weight in their hearts. In this realm, ghosts roamed freely, and the Yin energy permeated every corner. Yin energy does not care whether you die a violent death or pass away naturally. As long as you dare to die, your soul will be immediately eroded by Yin energy, gradually transforming into a wandering ghost. Yet now, they had not found Suke's soul. Thump thump thump. The sound of drums echoed. Suke's figure suddenly appeared in midair. Without a moment's pause, he stepped down. Steps blossoming like lotus flowers, the golden halo expanded. The Emperor's step. Clash. In an instant, all the ghostly beings in the area except for the 5 ghost kings were reduced to ashes. These ghostly beings had already fallen to the level of vengeful spirits the moment the first step was taken. Naturally, they could not withstand the might of the second step. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Even the black mist surrounding the 5 ghost kings began to dissolve. The weakest among them, the Yuming ghost king, felt his soul tremble, the Yin energy forcibly stripped away, nearly causing his realm to plummet, instantly filled with horror. No, what kind of Tao technique is this? He was a dignified ghost king, corresponding to the human race's celestial masters. His Yin energy was thick, his soul solid beyond imagination. Even if Zhang Jingfang and those celestial masters came, at most they could only kill him. Yet this Suke with just 2 steps nearly stripped away his cultivation. What if he takes another step? The Yuming ghost king looked at Suke in horror, his pupils suddenly constricting. For he saw Suke raise his hand again, preparing to strike his own head. Not good. He wants to commit suicide. Hurry, stop him, interrupt his hand. But before the words could finish, a sound like a watermelon bursting rang out. Then thump thump thump. The golden halo expanded once more. The Yuming ghost king horrifiedly discovered that the Yin energy within him was rapidly dwindling, and in the blink of an eye, he had fallen to the level of a ghost commander. At this moment, it was not just him. The other ghost kings, including the Kangmang ghost king, were also filled with fear. They felt threatened. Golden lotuses blossomed, golden light swirling. Suke stepped forward again. Don't come any closer. Clash. The halo swept across the Ghost Kings. The Yumin Ghost King was dead, and the Yehua Ghost King's cultivation plummeted, instantly dropping to the level of a Ghost Commander. Quick, all retreat to the Ghost King Hall. The Ghost Kings were terrified. They were all afraid. After all, when had they ever encountered such a ferocious existence? Zhang Jingfang was powerful, but at least he followed some rules. However, Su Kei's Emperor's step was simply unreasonable. When he says to strip away your cultivation, he does it. And how come this guy's head exploded, yet he didn't die? Who is the real ghost here? Fortunately, they were just outside the hall. The remaining 4 Ghost Kings instantly transformed into black smoke, fleeing into the Ghost King Hall in disarray. Su Kei hovered in the air, his expression indifferent, raising his right hand, and his head exploded once more. His figure reappeared, stepping down, golden lotuses manifesting, the halo sweeping towards the Ghost King Hall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surface of the Ghost King Hall rippled. A barrier appeared, blocking a small portion of the golden light waves, but the majority of the golden light still penetrated through, sweeping across the main hall. Oomph. Su Kei, this Ghost King Hall is a supreme treasure of the Ghost Path. So noisy. Su Kei slapped his head. Waiting 100 seconds. That's too long. Su Kei stepped down again, his magic power being drained. Su Kei, give it up. I am within the hall. The recovery speed of the Yin energy far exceeds your imagination. You won't have a chance. Su Kei, let us each take a step back. How about? Su Kei, do you really want to fight to the death? Su Kei, spare me. I know I was wrong. Boo-hoo-hoo, you are not human. What exactly are you? This is too much bullying of ghosts. The heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. The voices within the Ghost King Hall grew weaker and eventually fell silent. As expected of a peak powerhouse of the Ghost King realm, he died after enduring 36 steps. Su Kei stood in place, slightly nodding. Just then the swirling black mist outside the Ghost King Hall surged, and the ground trembled slightly. The inscription on the plaque of the hall gradually became blurry, and a golden light flashed, suddenly changing the characters on the plaque. Fengdu Heavenly Palace. Su Kei gazed at the inscription on the hall, his eyes narrowing as he stepped inside. Ghost King Hall. Fengdu Heavenly Palace. Inside the Heavenly Palace, the walls were made of black jade, shrouded in purple mist with profound runes carved all around. Su Kei did not feel any suppression. His cultivation could still be perfectly exerted. Although it was his first time stepping into this place, there were plenty of records about the Ghost King Hall in the Celestial Master Mansion. The ghostly energy was chilling. Green candles flickered, whispering murmurs, bones as the foundation, flesh as the carpet, and there were 7 great thrones. But now it was all gone. The scene before him was completely different. The eerie sights described were nowhere to be found. Su Kei walked towards the profound jade throne at the front of the great hall and sat down. A surge of information flooded into his mind. 800 years ago, the world changed dramatically. The earth split open, the underworld was born, and the energy of the Yin spirits surged forth. The Fengdu Heavenly Palace manifested, obtained by the Kangming Ghost King, transformed into the Ghost King Hall. The human race's celestial masters fought against the Ghost Kings here, and their strength would be reduced by 30%. This was the manifestation of the Kangming Ghost King's initial refinement of the Heavenly Palace. This was merely a temporary acknowledgement of the master. If the Kangming Ghost King were to further his strength and break through to the Ghost God realm of refining spirit and returning to emptiness, he would be able to fully refine it. At that time, he would be invincible among peers, holding the heavenly mandate in his mouth. Don't say just suppressing strength. With a single word, he could slay strong individuals of the same realm. By then, even if Su Kei came, it would be of no use. Just one thought, and one would die without any flashy tricks. This is the power of authority. Unless one's strength exceeds the authority itself. I damn well said. This inner alchemy path, 5 demons, 6 thieves, and 3 corpses, each trial more bizarre than the last. A mere stage of refining chi into spirit, and you want to subdue them all. With such an insane requirement for mental state, how many can achieve it? Su Kei suddenly understood. The spiritual energy in this world was mixed with Yin energy, and the Yin energy was also interspersed with spiritual energy. When cultivators cultivate, they absorb spiritual energy. If one's mental state and cultivation are inadequate, lightly the Tao heart will be disturbed, leading to demonic deviation. Heavily the soul will be transformed, completely turning into a demon. And the mental state can maintain clarity in the spiritual platform. Similarly, when ghostly beings absorb Yin energy, they will also inhale spiritual energy. This is the reason for the difficulty in breaking through. Su Kei surveyed the Heavenly Palace, imprinting his soul within, and turned to leave. Currently, he could only achieve initial refinement. To fully refine it, he must break through to the stage of refining spirit and returning to emptiness. However, even with just initial refinement, with the strength of his current soul, no one in this world could forcibly take control of the Heavenly Palace. Thus he was completely unconcerned. As Suke stepped out of the inner area of the Kangming mountain range, he saw a massive group of fellow disciples, all armed to the teeth. Occasionally bolts of lightning struck down, obliterating the vengeful spirits and evil ghosts into ashes. "Senior brother, don't you dare die. We're here." Hurry charged directly into the Ghost King Hall. Inside the Maoshan sect, since the death of Shizhong and Master Huayang, the entire sect has been engulfed in sorrow, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the specters. As Mao Jiu, the junior disciple of Master Huayang, could not afford to be the least bit lax, he was diligently practicing his cultivation. "Master, I bring great news, truly remarkable news." A disciple rushed in with a face full of ecstasy. "Humph, such impatience, what kind of decorum is this?" Mao Jiu furrowed his brow and reprimanded, "Speak, what is it that has you so flustered?" "Master Brother Su from the Heavenly Master's mansion has broken through to the realm of Heavenly Master." "Oh." Shock flickered across Mao Jiu's face. "Indeed, this is truly remarkable news. With this, our human race has gained another Heavenly Master." "Master, that's not all. Just received news that Heavenly Master Su single-handedly infiltrated the Ghost King Hall in the Kangming Mountains, defeating 5 great Ghost Kings and returning unscathed. It is said." Mao Jiu immediately stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief, almost losing control of his Dao heart as he grabbed the disciple's arm. "What is it said?" "It is said that after Heavenly Master Su emerged, he was merely a bit dirty on the hem of his clothes." At that moment, Zhang Jingfang, Master Xuandu, and Zhao Wuji of the Dazhao dynasty were all left dumbfounded, exchanging glances. Their news had been slow to arrive. Integrating the disciples only further delayed them. Zhang Jingfang was filled with worry, praying that Su Ke would not act impulsively and would wait for them to regroup before taking action. However, they had not even reached the Kangming Mountains before hearing about Su Ke's tremendous feats. He had ventured into the Kangming Mountains and achieved overwhelming victories. This left them speechless, exchanging bewildered glances. Their mindset instantly crumbled. It was not that the outcome was unfavorable, but rather it was too good to be true, too incredible to comprehend. "What does this mean for us?" Zhang Jingfang's face turned slightly red, tinged with embarrassment. They had braced themselves for inevitable death, prepared to sacrifice themselves for a moment's respite for humanity. Each of them had been ready to face death. All were filled with anxiety about the future, uncertain if their plans would. Some had even made arrangements for their affairs. And now, you tell me Su Ke went to the Ghost King Hall alone and dispatched the Ghost Kings on the spot. And he even managed to slay over 100,000 vengeful spirits. What then was the meaning of their painstaking plans and the sacrifices they had made? "Master Zhang, has your disciple always been this ferocious?" Zhao Wuji spoke, stunned. Master Xuandu beside him shook his head with a sigh, filled with regret. "Alas, had I known, I should have descended the mountain back then. Oh, perhaps such an exceptional disciple would have joined my sect." As soon as he said this, Zhang Jingfang stroked his beard, appearing nonchalant. "Alas, this kid is truly unruly, striking without mercy." In the 17th year of Yongning July, a piece of news swept across the entire Dazhao. In the Kangming Mountains, 3211 ghost generals, 25414 ghost commanders, and around 100,000 vengeful spirits were all slaughtered by Su Ke's imperial step. With just 2 steps, none survived. The 5 great ghost kings were also obliterated by Su Ke's 36 steps. This battle instilled terror in the hearts of all ghosts. In this battle, there were no more ghost kings across the land. In an instant, the morale of all the sects surged, launching a massive purge against the specters. With the ghost kings gone, ghost commanders and generals were nearly annihilated. Although there were still some specters in the world, their power was not strong enough. The Maoshan Ghost Hunting Squad targeting the withered bones of the desolate mountains requires Taoists, at least at the Taoist level, with at least 30 points of gathered spiritual power, to join quickly. At the Misty Crossing, there are reports of a ghost commander and dozens of vengeful spirits. Our Heavenly Master's mansion has formed the Chaos Brothers squad. Who wants to join must have reached the true man level. At the Soul-Severing Valley, those heading there only need to be at the Taoist level. Hey, what are you doing? There are already people at the chaotic graves of Chongli County. You need to find another place. At this moment, the Kangming Mountains were bustling with crowds. Now, with the Ghost King extinguished, the malevolent energy had yet to dissipate. If left unchecked, this area would still remain a stronghold for specters. Aside from the necessary guardians, all other cultivators were preparing to team up to hunt ghosts in other locations. After this period of fermentation, nearly all the Taoist sects had arrived. The weaker specters were left for the lower-ranked disciples to practice against. The slightly stronger ones had already been mostly swept away by the advanced troops of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Most sects had only received some leftovers. The specters in the Kangming Mountains were rapidly cleared. However, within the Dazhao territory, there were still many places thick with malevolent energy, still inhabited by specters. These areas had long been marked by various sects. In the past, they had been cautious, not daring to act recklessly. But now it was time for reckoning. This led to a situation where in a short period the mountains and rivers of Dezhou, especially the more remote and sinister places, frequently showcased figures of cultivators in various colored Taoist robes. Oh my, it's all mine. Suke looked at the scene before him where the malevolent energy had dissipated, feeling an overwhelming urge to cry without tears. They are all livestock. Why did he leave the Kangmang Mountains? It was simply because he couldn't snag any monsters. The Imperial Steppe was indeed powerful, but there were just too many cultivators. He thought that once he came out he would be able to reap heads. After all, he mastered teleportation. Although there were many places he hadn't visited yet and couldn't teleport to. But surely his mobility should be an advantage. Yet he ended up running empty in several places. There were simply too many competitors. It's utterly ridiculous. Suke glared at the several disciples of the Sui Mountain sect in front of him, then turned and left. My life, this is all my life, how can you harm me? Unable to compete, he simply could not compete. The disciples of the Sui Mountain sect watched Suke leave, exchanging glances, and then showed expressions of admiration. Truly a peerless genius who has not emerged for millennia, Su Daoist's righteous disposition truly impresses me. He has already become a heavenly master, yet still traverses the world to purge specters. Exactly, he is indeed a model for our generation. But why do I feel like, when Su Daoist left, he seemed a bit displeased? Nonsense, you must have seen it wrong. Su Daoist is so handsome. I heard that the Heavenly Master's mansion belongs to the Zhengyi sect and allows marriage. Are you planning to defect from the sect's sister? The Heavenly Master's mansion does not prohibit marriage, but our Sui Mountain sect strictly forbids it. A nearby disciple shook his head and sighed, alas, what a pity. Upon hearing this, everyone subtly distanced themselves. Now all the Taoist sects across the land had emerged. In just a few months the world had cleared up significantly. But this was only a temporary solution. As long as the malevolent energy remained, specters would inevitably arise. Unless every time someone died a Taoist would immediately eliminate their soul. In the 18th year of Yongning in the Kangmang Mountains at the Fengdu Heavenly Palace, Suke finished his cultivation, raised 2 fingers, and pointed to his forehead. Whoosh. He felt himself floating, feeling as light as a feather. His vision slightly blurred, and he soared straight up, directly penetrating the Heavenly Palace and flying higher and higher. In the next moment sunlight shone down. Life 1, ouch, what the hell? Is this how I die, eh? The Een God is too weak, isn't it? Refining the spirit to return to the void. Within the Mud Pill Spirit Platform, one can unite the 3 souls and 7 spirits to condense into the nascent soul. The nascent soul is divided into the Een spirit and the Yang spirit. The Een spirit can travel at night, exploring perilous places that are invisible to the naked eye of ordinary people, yet fears the scorching sun. The Yang spirit can travel during the day, taking shape when gathered and dispersing into qi when scattered, unafraid of the blazing sun. With the divine will, various Tao techniques can be performed without the need for incantations, merely by willing it. Upon reaching this realm, one can fly and traverse the void. Suke had just broken through to refine the spirit and return to the void, and his strength surged at least tenfold. With his current power, if he were to face the 5 great ghost kings again, a single strike of thunder could obliterate them. If he were to employ the human emperor's step, with 1 step he could sever the opponent's cultivation, turning them into a vengeful spirit. Their cultivation would no longer be comparable. Breaking through to the 10th level and giving birth to the nascent soul also signifies the qualification to refine the Heavenly Palace. Let me see what this Fengdu Heavenly Palace truly is. Suke emptied his mind, and the nascent soul transformed into a seal, instantly embedding itself within the throne. As the nascent soul merged with the Fengdu Heavenly Palace, an aura of nether energy surged within, forming barriers that blocked the nascent soul from entering. Suke channeled his power to protect the nascent soul and began the gradual refining process. Time passed slowly. Crack. A faint sound seemed to echo within the Heavenly Palace, signaling the completion of the refining. First grade spiritual treasure. Suke was taken aback. The Fengdu Heavenly Palace emerged with the birth of this realm's nether beings, capable of suppressing the Een energy of heaven and earth used for combat, and also serving as a key. Since obtaining the Fengdu Heavenly Palace, the Kangmang Ghost King, due to insufficient strength, was unable to refine it, and could only employ some preliminary suppression methods. And now, once Suke took control of it, as long as he was within this realm, regardless of whether they were human, ghost, or deity, anyone who stepped into this hall could be subdued by a mere thought, summoning the power of the nether instantly. Fortunately, the Kangmang Ghost King hasn't broken through to the ghost deity realm, otherwise this world would have long belonged to the ghostly beings. Now that he had refined the Fengdu Heavenly Palace, Suke could naturally access all past events that occurred within it. The ghostly beings were formidable, and among them were undoubtedly those with outstanding talents. However, all these ghost talents had met with death. They were not eradicated by the human race, but rather by the Codenamed Ghost King. This was solely because they threatened the status of the Codenamed Ghost King. Some were lured into the heavenly palace and killed, while others, upon being discovered for their talents, were directly exterminated. Though the Codenamed Ghost King did not know what the Fengdu Heavenly Palace specifically was, he understood that this was a great opportunity and feared that other ghostly beings would covet it. However, this was normal. After all, the Codenamed Ghost King was truly lacking in qualifications. Suke shook his head, seemingly sensing something, and retracted his thoughts, gazing outside the hall. At that moment, a paper crane flew in from outside the hall. Is this the method of sending messages, by burning incense and chanting from the Celestial Master's office? Suke caught the paper crane in his hand, and a message surged into his mind, causing him to frown slightly. Longhu Mountain. Zhang Jingfang appeared, even older. His beard and hair had turned white, his face was lined with deep creases, and his body had a slight stoop. Master, what happened to you? After receiving the message from the paper crane, Suke immediately returned to the Celestial Master's office, and was somewhat confused upon seeing his master in this state. He had heard the elders guarding the true sun say that his master still had at least 10 years of lifespan left, yet now he looked as if he were on the verge of death. I am already in a state of decline, and after suffering some injuries, my obsessions have dissipated, and my spirit has followed suit. Zhang Jingfang naturally understood his disciple's thoughts, and explained with a smile, I've lived for 356 years, I've experienced everything that needs to be experienced, and have had enough of life. Back in the day, the world was dark, and ghostly beings ran rampant, wanting to annihilate my celestial master. At that time, your master ancestor was at the peak of the Earth Master realm, but was still one corpse away from completion. To save the situation, he forcibly broke through to the Celestial Master realm, and although he passed through the crisis, he was thus transformed into a demon, and ultimately I had to step in personally to slay him, and even I shattered your master ancestor's soul. Zhang Jingfang's murky gaze held reminiscence, as if the scenes of that year were still vivid in his mind. The nature of ghosts overwhelmed humanity. This is fate. Even for me, although I can persist for a time after death, I will ultimately become a ghost. Now that you have reached the Celestial Master realm, I can rest assured. So once I pass away, you must ensure that I am thoroughly obliterated. This is the common practice among the Taoist sects. Although it is deemed rebellious, such as the world, no one wishes to face their former masters in battle. Even if that ghostly being possesses memories of their elder, they are no longer that elder. Every seemingly absurd rule often has a bloody lesson behind it. Zhang Jingfang looked at Suke with piercing eyes, his expression solemn. Good disciple, since the establishment of the Longhu Mountain by our founding Celestial Master, every Celestial Master must carry the Zhang surname. I intend to have you succeed the position of Celestial Master and bear the Zhang surname. Me? Suke was left speechless. He had just arrived at the great real person's office and had barely said a word before Zhang Jingfang made his intentions clear. I refuse you. I will not change my surname. Nonsense. Bestowing a surname does not erase the original surname. This is a matter of Taoist lineage. Zhang Jingfang immediately became furious, his beard bristling. Within the Celestial Master's office, there were countless disciples who dreamt of being bestowed the Zhang surname, but could not achieve it. This reckless brat actually resisted. Master, I understand your urgency, but please calm down. Suke hurriedly spoke. After all, he was not a local, and did not place much importance on this so-called position of Celestial Master. Moreover, he would eventually leave. Was it merely to indulge in the title of Celestial Master? Furthermore, Master, have you not heard another saying? What saying? Divine nature outweighs ghostly nature. Suke chuckled lightly. Also, Master, you used to call me Celestial Master Realm, and I did not mind your words. But now that I have broken through to refine the spirit and return to the void, what should you call me? When these words were spoken, Zhang Jingfang was stunned, staring blankly at Suke for quite some time. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Hadn't Suke just broken through the Celestial Master realm less than a year ago? And now he had refined the spirit and returned to the void. How could it be that the higher the cultivation, the faster the breakthroughs? It was simply unprecedented and unheard of. Where on earth did this prodigy come from? Good. Truly worthy of being my excellent disciple, you must have the potential to become an immortal. Zhang Jingfang stroked his beard and laughed heartily, then frowned, and asked, Good disciple, what do you mean by divine nature outweighs ghostly nature? Of course it means sealing the gods. Suke walked to the edge of the cliff at the great real person's office, gazing out at the vast heavens and earth. Master, please take note. I will make the following arrangements. In half a year, I intend to gather the yin energy of heaven and earth in front of the Wanfa sect's altar at Longhu Mountain and establish the underworld, granting titles to the deities. At that time, we can invite the Taoist sects from all over the world to witness the ceremony. To be bestowed. While the various sects were still busy exorcising spirits, a message spread rapidly from Longhu Mountain throughout the entire Great Zhao dynasty. Suke has broken through to the realm of refining spirit and returning to void. As this news spread, it was like dropping a nuclear bomb, leaving the entire world of Taoists in a daze. Refining spirit and returning to void. The only one in the world. When spiritual energy first revived, the strongest was merely refining essence and transforming qi, with the true person realm being the pinnacle. As time passed, refining qi and transforming spirit appeared, giving birth to the human master realm. In the meantime, countless friends of the Tao perished due to the 5 demons issue. Until now, finally, someone has broken through to refining spirit and returning to void. In just a short time, the practitioners of the world have designated this realm with the name Tao Master Realm. It signifies being a master of the Tao, creating a new path. However, while the news of the breakthrough was shocking, what truly drove them mad was the news that followed. Suke plans to gather the yin energy of heaven and earth in front of the Wanfa sect altar at Longhu Mountain in half a year and establish the underworld, appointing deities. Gather the yin energy. Establish the underworld. Appoint deities. Each of these alone could stir up tremendous waves. Who doesn't know that in today's world everywhere is filled with yin energy, and there is no pure place left, not even Longhu Mountain? If he can gather the yin energy, it would mean that after death, people will no longer become ghosts. This would benefit all living beings, truly a great merit. After all, who would want to extinguish the soul of a loved one with their own hands? If the underworld is established, it would allow the living to be at peace in the world while the dead have a place to return, reshaping the order of yin and yang in heaven and earth. It could also establish laws, set up an official system, appoint deities, and wield divine authority, making sure that all spirits perform their duties, thereby constraining the ghostly beings in the world with divine positions. In this way, ghostly beings would no longer be a threat. So once one obtains a divine position, does it mean immortality? The Taoists of the world no longer cared about the 6-month period. Each one wished they had wings to fly immediately to Longhu Mountain. Year 18 of Yongning, the 6th day of the 6th month. Auspicious day for heavenly rituals and pledging oaths welcoming good fortunes. Longhu Mountain before the Wanfa sect altar was filled with people. The Maoshan sect, Gazao sect, Xinshao sect, Qingwei sect. Not only the Taoists from across the world gathered, but even the royal family of Great Zhao was present. Many had even stayed in Longhu Mountain for half a year. Although many were technically Suke's elders, no one dared to disturb him. After all, he was the current supreme Tao master. The respect due was indispensable. Instead, people were pulling Zhang Jingfang, filled with emotion. Master Zhang, I regret it. The aged master Xuandu cried heartbrokenly, his eyes reddened, wishing he could glare Zhang Jingfang to death. Years ago, that old fellow Zhao Wuji invited me too, but when I heard you, when I didn't descend the mountain. Yet you ended up benefiting, bringing back a prodigy. As Suke's strength grew, his deeds gradually spread. Though no one knew what had happened 8 years prior in Yongning, ever since he was brought back to the Tianshi mansion by Zhang Jingfang, his later experiences had already spread throughout the world. Even the common folk could talk endlessly about it. Many sect leaders couldn't help but think if it had been them who encountered Suke and brought him back to their sect, then how wonderful that would have been. Although the Taoists of the world were essentially one family, could the Suke of the Tianshi mansion be the same as the Suke of the Gazao sect? Zhang Jingfang stroked his beard, feeling a sense of unprecedented clarity in his Tao heart. It made him feel as if he only needed to meditate for a few months to break through his cultivation. Yet he held back. After all, his good disciple had promised him a good position. Just then a series of melodious bell sounds rang out. Friends of the Tao, the time has come. Oh, please follow this old Taoist to the Wanfa sect altar. Zhang Jingfang spoke, inviting them. Let's go, let's go. Walk, walk, walked. A group exited the great real man's mansion, heading towards the Wanfa sect altar. At this moment, the square in front of the Sanqing Hall had already been packed tightly with practitioners from various sects. Fortunately, the revival of spiritual energy had elevated the land, and the square had been expanded several times. Otherwise, it would be truly difficult to accommodate so many people. The 5 demons and 6 thieves are to test the heart state, so that when we break through, we won't be influenced by the yin energy, avoiding falling into demons. If Brother Su can truly gather the yin energy of heaven and earth, wouldn't we have no worries about insufficient heart state in future cultivation? Is this a blessing or a curse? Of course it's a good thing, but in this way we won't have to worry about falling into demons anymore. I doubt that without tempering, if the heart state doesn't keep up, a sudden surge of power could lead to disaster, and one can't guarantee that no one will take advantage of their cultivation to do evil. Your words are misguided. How can we abandon the essential because of the fear of choking? As long as order is established, everything can be controlled. If we hold back due to worries, how will we respond when facing ghostly calamities in the future? You are reasoning in bad faith. Your reasoning is flawed. Stop arguing. Oh, look, Brother Su is here. Flying. No spells. Only relying on the physical body. Crossing the void. Is this what refining spirit and returning to void looks like? Everyone turned their gaze toward the sound. They saw a figure flying in from the direction of the Sanqing Hall, swiftly landing atop the Wanfa sect altar. Suke stood at the altar's peak, his gaze sweeping over those below. His master Zhang Jingfang was there, along with Master Xuandu of the Gazao sect and Zhao Wuji of Great Zhao. Familiar faces filled his sight. This time he did not pretend to be mysterious as he had in the martial world with a lotus flower beneath his feet. After all, he had long since mastered it. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all beings as straw dogs for the purpose of resolving the ghostly issues. Suke got straight to the point, his voice echoing in all directions. Today I wish to open the netherworld, establish the underworld, gather the yin energy of heaven and earth, and appoint divine positions. After saying this, he did not speak further directly, starting raising his hand to summon. Come. A golden light shot out from his dantian, transforming into a miniature palace hovering before him. This is Fengdu Heavenly Palace. It is also a key. It is also authority. It represents the netherworld of this realm. Grow. Suke's magical power surged forth. The Fengdu Heavenly Palace expanded with the wind, instantly reaching hundreds of feet high, and as time passed it grew larger and larger. The practitioners below were left dumbfounded at this sight. When had they ever seen such a treasure? It actually expanded with the wind. But the next moment they were all stunned. Not enough. Suke thought inwardly. In just 2 breaths his magical power was completely depleted. Obviously, with his current cultivation, he was still not able to summon it without reservations. Suke slapped his head, then slapped his head again, and slapped his head once more. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Everyone was bewildered. What is he doing? Did I just see Brother Su commit suicide? Or am I seeing things? Just as everyone was in confusion, the Fengdu Heavenly Palace had already inflated to a height of 1,000 feet. Go! Suke didn't care how they thought. Urging his magical power, the Heavenly Palace crashed into the void. Fengdu City manifest. In a daze and a blur. Cultivators from all sects felt their minds sway, their gazes seemingly piercing through the spatial rift, glimpsing the scene within. Inky black, desolate, and barren. A streak of golden light rent the darkness, and the Fengdu Heavenly Palace descended upon a realm of the netherworld, its blinding radiance gradually spreading outward. In an instant, phantom outlines of countless structures flickered in and out of existence, their contours growing clearer, materializing around the Heavenly Palace. City of Unjust Death, 10 courts of Yama Judge's Mansion, 18 levels of hell emerge. The Bridge of Helplessness, the Stone of 3 Lifetimes, the River of Forgetfulness, the Path of Yellow Springs, the Gate of Ghosts. Palace after palace rose from the ground, row upon row, gradually coming into view of the assembled cultivators. Reality-altering words. Master Xian Du gasped, shock surging within him. Could this truly be the might of the refining spirit and returning to Void Realm? Opening Yin and Yang, establishing the underworld. The other cultivators were also deeply shaken by this sight, their eyes fixed, unblinking, afraid to miss a single detail. Suke let out a soft breath, his gaze sweeping over the expressions of the crowd. In truth, the refining spirit and returning to Void Realm possessed no such divine power. This was entirely the merit of the Fengdu Heavenly Palace, a key born together with the netherworld. Whoever refined it could establish the underworld. Of course, if another were to do it, they might need to break through to the refining void and harmonizing Dao realm. Due to insufficient spiritual power, it was a pity for the vast Nether Ghost King. Had he been strong enough, he might now be the lord of the netherworld. This was the authority of this realm. Fengdu Great Emperor. Underworlds exist across all myriad realms. Yet each underworld is independent, functioning as a connecting institution. Beings from other worlds can be reborn here, but the souls of this world, steeped in dense yin energy, turn into ghosts after death and naturally cannot reincarnate. This world is still in the stage of spiritual energy resurgence, with Qi slowly recovering. Currently, the refining spirit and returning to Void Realm is the limit, as the spiritual energy cannot support cultivators breaking through to refining void and harmonizing Dao. But as time passes and the world advances with spiritual energy growing denser, not to mention refining void and harmonizing Dao, even attaining immortality is not impossible. Suke waved his hand, and the yin energy of heaven and earth seemed to find its home. A fierce wind swept, drawing countless strands of yin energy from all directions. Wisp by wisp, thread by thread. The rift in the netherworld was like a Pishio taking in, but never letting out, greedily absorbing the yin energy. The once scorching weather now turned cool. Many cultivators felt a lightness in their hearts, as if a yoke had been lifted from their shoulders. Rumble. Am I about to break through? Shou Zhen's face was filled with astonishment. He had been stuck at the peak of the human master realm for a long time, unable to subdue the six thieves. And now he clearly felt the bottleneck loosening. In a sudden burst, spiritual energy poured down, winds surged, and clouds churned. Shou Jun's cultivation instantly broke through stepping into the Earth Master realm. At this moment, it was not only Shou Jun. Cultivators from all Taoist sects felt a resonance in their hearts. True Person realm broke through to Human Master realm. Human Master realm broke through to Earth Master realm. Then, spiritual energy pouring down Heaven Master realm break. Mao Jiao of Maoshan laughed heartily, his aura surging violently. Not only him, but two other formidable auras shot up from other Taoist schools. 3 beams of spiritual light enveloped them, their bodies suspended, and instantly 3 ascended to the Heaven Master realm. The 5 demons, 6 thieves, and 3 corpses that had plagued inner alchemy cultivators for years now seemed like mere ornaments. Though the importance of the mind heart was still acknowledged, the demands were no longer as absurd as before. A weak mind heart inevitably leads to disaster. What utter bullshit. No longer tormented to the brink by those 5 demons, 6 thieves, and 3 corpses. Excellent. I, Mao Jiao, on behalf of Maoshan, bow in gratitude to Lord Su Ke for his nurturing grace. Wu Ming of the Suishan sect kowtows in thanks to the Emperor for his fulfillment. Chen Yun of the Shenshao sect grateful for the Emperor's great virtue. We all bow in thanks to the Emperor for his fulfillment. We wish the Emperor eternal life and an early attainment of the immortal Tao. The Emperor rectifies the yin energy of heaven and earth, protecting the peace of all beings. May the Emperor's Tao fortune be everlasting and his great Tao eternal. The grateful voices of the cultivators soared to the heavens. Su Ke nodded slightly. As the master of the Fengdu Heavenly Palace and the founder of the underworld, this title was indeed fitting. Now, the underworld was established. The yin energy was gathered. It was time to appoint the gods. This was a process long announced to the world. The breaths of all cultivators grew heavy, their eyes fixed on Su Ke. Even Grandmaster Xian Du of the Gazao sect and Zhao Wuji of the great Zhao dynasty were no exception. To obtain a divine position, blessed by the divine path, eternal youth and immortality. The limit of refining qi and transforming spirit realm was 400 years. The limit of refining spirit and returning to void realm was 1,000 years. Though life seemed long, death was inevitable. Once one obtained a yin office, divine position, divinity could suppress ghostly nature, and from then on one could endure through the ages. With a thought, Su Ke summoned the Fengdu Heavenly Palace from the netherworld, shooting it back into his palm. Zhang Jingfang, the 35th Heavenly Master of Dragon Tiger, Mountain Inheritor of the Tao lineage, holder of the talismanic registers, slayer of evil and vanquisher of curses, protector of the people, cultivator and benefactor for centuries, diligent day and night, averting calamities and dispelling misfortune, his heart most benevolent, his path most righteous. I, who govern the order of yin and yang, today establish the underworld and appoint deities, proclaiming to all beings of heaven and earth. I hereby decree Zhang Jingfang as the Lord of Mount Tai, overseeing all life, death, fortune, and misfortune in the world, governing the yin court of the Eastern Peak, commanding all yin offices of the netherworld, and eternally enjoying the incense offerings of the mortal realm. Bestowing the honored title Great Emperor of the Eastern Peak. As the words fell, a beam of golden light shot from the Fengdu Heavenly Palace, instantly enveloping Zhang Jingfang, granting him the authority of the divine position. Zhang Jingfang immediately felt a refreshing clarity, his spiritual platform brightening, and instantly understood his own duties. Suppressing the turmoil within, he did not perform the grand courtly bow, but instead deeply clasped his hands in a respectful salute to Su Ke, his heart filled with emotion. He was already a decrepit body, his lifespan nearly spent. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that taking on a disciple would one day lead to being enfeoffed as the great emperor of the Eastern Peak. Indeed, a splendid position. Not only could he continue cultivation while alive, but after death he could return to the netherworld and wield the divine office. We pay our respects to the great emperor of the Eastern Peak. Cultivators from all sects bowed in unison. At this moment, regret, I truly regret it. Master Xian Du felt as though he had bitten into a lemon, had he not already subdued the 5 demons, 6 thieves, and 3 corpses securing his mind heart. He might have wished to strangle Zhang Jingfang on the spot and take his place. Su Ke paid no heed, his voice still resonant. I decree Xian Du as the Ghost Emperor of the East, governing all yin offices of the Eastern Realm and guarding the Gate of Ghosts. I decree Zhao Wuji as the Ghost Emperor of the West, governing all yin offices of the Western Realm and judging the souls of the dead. I decree Shou Qing as the First Court King Qin Guangwan. I decree Shou Zhan as the Second Court King Chu Jiangwan. I decree Jingxian to oversee the wheel of reincarnation at the bridge of helplessness, bestowing the divine position of Meng Pe. Divine positions were swiftly appointed one after another. Those who received them were overjoyed, while those whose names were not called were deeply disappointed. Fortunately, with the yin energy of heaven and earth just settled, most cultivators present had fairly stable minds. Disappointment aside, none felt it was unfair. We beseech the Emperor for mercy. We implore the Emperor's compassion. Everyone, do not be anxious. Suke raised his hand and pressed down gently, his voice carrying across the entire assembly. The positions appointed this time are all principal gods of the netherworld with limited quotas. Now that the underworld is newly established with much to be done, there are still many vacant offices in the Yin administration. In the future, the divine positions of local Yin offices will be assessed by the great Emperor of the Eastern Peak based on your virtue and merits, and appointed on my behalf. You need only diligently cultivate good deeds and accumulate Yin virtue, and there will be opportunities for enfeoffment. At these words, others felt nothing unusual, but Zhang Jingfang sensed something amiss. Was this world is ultimately too small. Even with the spiritual energy gradually becoming abundant, it has little effect on Suke. Had it not been for the unresolved issue of the world's Yin energy, which continues to give rise to new ghostly beings, he might have left long ago. Suke glanced at Zhang Jingfang, then at Jingxian. In a moment of daze, it seemed he could see the path he had traveled. He saw the red-clad ghost, and a flash of golden light. He saw pairs of hopeful eyes, expressions of trust, and figures rushing towards the ghosts. United in heart and spirit, they struggled forward. This world is sick, but the people of this world are not sick. That's good. I am not of this realm. I happen to arrive in this world, and along the way I have received the great kindness of my sect, and the sincere treatment of my junior brothers and sisters, as well as the trust from various sects. I feel unworthy of it. Suke spoke now. I have already ascended to divinity, established a doctrine, stabilized the order, and concluded my earthly ties. As his voice fell, the crowd reacted differently. Some were in disbelief, while others suddenly realized. No wonder there were no traces of Suke before the 8th year of Yongning. Suke looked at the familiar faces and smiled. I intend to ascend. I hope all of you, my friends, will diligently cultivate, refine your heart, ascend the great path, early remain true to your original intention, and forge ahead, not wasting your youth. The path to immortality is long. If we meet again, we shall surely drink and celebrate. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples of the Heavenly Master's mansion had complicated expressions. Some people's eyes turned red, filled with reluctance. Some looked at him with reverence and admiration. But more were the disciples of the various sects, all bowing deeply in respect. They did not care about Suke's origins, nor did they care who he was. They only knew that he was their nephew, their senior brother, their Su Daoyu. They only knew that it was Suke who had quelled the ghostly beings and contained the world's Yin energy. Without Suke, what would the fate of this realm have been? No one knew. Suke flicked his finger, and the miniature Fengdu heavenly palace transformed into a streak of flowing light, plunging into the netherworld, vanishing from sight. Then Suke deeply bowed to Zhang Jingfang and saluted the disciples of the various sects. The mountains are high and the roads are long, the green waters flow eternally, parting ways here. All of you, please take care. After saying this, Suke was about to use his talent to leave. At that moment, a golden light shot out from the netherworld. Wait for me, I haven't boarded yet. The Fengdu heavenly palace broke through the void and instantly entered Suke's Niwen palace. Even if you don't want to be the Fengdu emperor of this realm, you must take me with you. Suke sensed the aggrieved intent from the Fengdu heavenly palace, chuckled, and no longer insisted his figure, then disappeared without a trace. At the altar of the Myriad Laws sect in front of the Three Pure Ones hall, the disciples of the various sects all bowed deeply, their voices rolling like thunder soaring towards the clouds. We respectfully send off the Emperor, wishing him a path free of calamities and eternal Tao. We respectfully send off our senior brother, wishing him peace and freedom every year. We respectfully send off our Daoyu. In the records of the history's chronicle of the chaotic heavenly master, Suke, known as Chaos, is referred to as the Fengdu Dao ancestor. In the 8th year of Yongning, he appeared in the wild and encountered a fierce ghost. Master Zhang saw him, was amazed by his potential, and joyfully intervened to save him, thus taking him as a personal disciple and bestowing him the Dao title of Chaos. In May, he subdued 5 demons. Entering the Edict archives, he devoted himself for 4 years, thoroughly perusing the secret classics of the Dao. When a great battle was about to break out, he suddenly attained enlightenment and advanced to the Master Realm. He integrated the 100 energies, created the human emperor, walked upon Yin and Yang, and focused on refining his Dao. Wherever he passed, he slew 8 ghost commanders and 67 ghost generals, with the rest uncounted. The myriad ghosts trembled in fear, not daring to act recklessly. Later, observing the sea of clouds, he subdued 6 traitors, and his heart reached profound understanding. Upon hearing of the fallen talents of the Tao, he became unable to contain his anger, declaring retribution 100-fold, and advanced to the Earth Master. He independently traversed the vast mountain ranges, waged war for half a year, slaying 540 ghost commanders and 2,540 ghost generals, with the rest uncounted, becoming known to make even the mention of Suke induce fear. Peace reigned across the seas. After 3 years of silence, his Tao heart became harmonious, and he ascended to the position of Heavenly Master in one step. Suddenly hearing that Master Zhang intended to sacrifice himself for the Tao, he could not bear it, and re-entered the vastness, fighting fiercely against the myriad ghosts. The 36 human emperors stepped forth, annihilating the 5 great ghost kings, slaying 3,200 ghost commanders and 25,400 ghost generals, with the rest uncounted, causing the myriad ghosts to tremble in fear, and thus there were no more ghost kings in the world. After another half year, his cultivation advanced, and his Tao techniques reached profound understanding, breaking through to the return to the void stage, becoming the foremost Tao master in the world, shocking the Tao sect, and revered by all cultivators. He then refined the Fengdu Heavenly Palace, took control of the powers contained the Yin energy, opened the netherworld, established the underworld, conferred deities, determined the order of reincarnation, and provided peace for the souls of the deceased. Having completed his merits, he soared through the void. For hundreds of generations, both the human realm and the netherworld revered and feared him, eternally honoring him as the Fengdu Tao Ancestor Emperor. Who knows how many springs and autumns have passed? In the netherworld underworld, it is as dark as ink, and the winds of Yin howl. The Yin soldiers escort the souls of the deceased from the Yang realm into the city. At the Naiha Bridge, there is a shop with a Taoist priestess. The shop is Mengpa's cake shop. The Taoist priestess has her hair tied up with a round face, standing gracefully. The souls of the deceased line up in a long queue. Jing Xian hands over a piece of cake. The past is but a fleeting memory. Eat the Mengpa cake and forget the past. Come take a bite. After a long time, Jing Xian, during a moment of leisure, looked back. Inside the cake shop, there was an offering table. On the offering table there were cakes, and in the incense burner blue smoke curled upward. Hanging above was, in the painting, Suke stands atop the altar of the Myriad Laws sect, his face resembling jade, full of vigor, holding the heavenly palace, his form majestic. Countless cultivators stood solemnly in all directions, all looking up, their eyes filled with reverence. Jing Xian gazed at the portrait and smiled gently. Senior Brother Chaos, my name is Jing Xian. In the main world, Su Garden. In the living room, Suke's figure appeared, surveying his surroundings. 10 years in the spiritual realm, only 10 days had passed in the main world. The living room had gathered a layer of fine dust. Suke flipped his hand, and a cleaning talisman appeared, infusing it with magic and throwing it forward. A gust of fresh wind swept through, carrying away all the dust. In an instant, the living room was restored to its pristine condition. Suke then took a can of cola from the fridge, lay on the sofa, and began to drink. A decade in the spiritual realm brought immense gains. His attributes had also improved significantly. Now he possessed a total of 13 talents. If he stayed in the spiritual realm for another 4 years, he would be able to draw the 14th talent. However, he felt no attachment, as he would find out what the talent was sooner or later. It was nothing but values and mechanisms. The currencies circulating in the spiritual realm remained gold. Every day, he earned 5,000 taels of gold. After 10 years of accumulation, he had gained 1900 taels of gold, totaling 951. 5 tons. The capacity of his spatial pouch had also increased from 754 cubic meters to 16.6 million cubic meters. Suke finally set his gaze on the panel. Meanwhile, in space on the moon, a warning sounded. Warning: abnormal fluctuations detected in global energy levels, initiating highest level scan. A notification chimed. Life signs detected as humanoid entities, energy level assessed above level 9. Actively absorbing cosmic energy, possessing the potential to surpass the Starlock level. Another alert rang out. Severe imbalance detected in database comparison parameters. Abnormal target cannot be resolved. Significant unknown risks present. Initiating extermination protocol. Extermination program commencing. In Su Garden, Suke withdrew his gaze from the attribute panel, tossed the soda bottle into the trash can, burped, and turned to leave the living room, heading to the courtyard. 10 days ago I was only at level 7. You could defeat me in an instant, I admit it. But now I am at level 9 in physical body and level 10 in inner alchemy. Can you still defeat me in an instant? As Suke stepped out of the living room, he looked up. The weather tonight was fine, and he could see some starlight. At that moment, a beam of energy descended from the sky. The energy was formless and colorless, impossible to capture with the naked eye. But at that moment, golden light swirled in Suke's eyes, and he had activated his spiritual vision. Under the gaze of his spiritual vision, the beam of energy became incredibly distinct, imbued with tremendous power. The energy moved at an extraordinary speed, reaching him almost the instant he looked up, enveloping him in an instant. It tore and pulled as if countless hands were tugging at his body from all directions, gradually erasing all material existence. First his hair, then flesh and bones rapidly vaporized, returning to nothingness. Life won. Sukei's figure coalesced once more. Sustaining for 12 seconds against such an attack solely with my physical body. Is this being defeated or not? He remembered it clearly. Last time, he couldn't even sense where the attack was coming from and was defeated in an instant. But now he could see the trajectory of the energy. People fear the unknown. But now that there are traces to follow, he would no longer be passive. Then he'll set up some defenses first. Golden Light spell activate. Supreme Longevity Protection Talisman 6 Armored Guards Talisman 3 Lights Protection Talisman. Golden light surged around Sukei as talismans flew out from his sleeves, empowering himself. Dozens of defensive talismans layered upon each other, their various hues swirling, making him appear as if a celestial deity had descended. Sukei completed his defense and looked up again. Once again a beam of energy descended from the sky. The energy was vast, yet did not leak a single part. Large and sparse, small and dense, it did not bother with flashy tricks. Every strand of energy was aimed solely at annihilating the target. 3 seconds passed. The Supreme Longevity Protection Talisman shattered. For more seconds, the second talisman shattered. 64 talismans, some could not last 3 seconds while others held for 7 seconds. In total, they sustained approximately 5 minutes. 3 minutes passed. The golden light spell gradually dimmed, flickered a few times, and ultimately dissipated due to depleted magical energy. Life won 8 minutes. Very good, can't defeat me. Then it's my turn. Sukei resurrected once again, reapplying his defenses, golden light swirling around him as he soared into the sky. I can die countless times, but you only have one chance. Outside Su Garden at a residential building, Su Jinbang excitedly led the staff inside, carrying various precision instruments and equipment. Xiaoyan, come quickly and help set up the new generation energy detector. This model just arrived from the research center, capable of effectively monitoring a radius of 5 kilometers. Theoretically, it can even capture the energy fluctuations of level 9 warriors. This time it definitely won't malfunction. In Rome City, such an entity of unknown strength had appeared, whether for contact or observation, one must first ascertain the details. After all, there is a saying online. If the Xia nation truly enters the era of cultivation among the 1 billion people, at least 2 billion would likely be wicked cultivators. The emergence of strange beasts has already left the Special Management Bureau overwhelmed, and now there's an additional Sukei. Human nature is inherently complex. Power can inflate one's ego and lead to confusion. Especially since Sukei was only in his second year of college and had just experienced the upheaval of losing his foster parents in a car accident. At such a young age, he may be prone to impetuousness and immaturity. In case someone inadvertently provokes him, if the target were to become enraged, it could spell disaster. Team Leader Su, the equipment has been installed. The target is still in Su Garden, right? A staff member asked, can we test it now, eh? Yes, begin testing immediately. Su Jinbang hurriedly. At that moment, a startled cry came from by the window. Team Leader Sister Fei, come quickly. There's a celestial being in the sky. Celestial being? Su Jinbang and the others were taken aback, instinctively turning to look out the window. They saw a figure shimmering with golden light soaring into the sky, heading towards the clouds. Everyone was momentarily stunned, their minds blank. Holy crap, he flew away. What the hell, is he training martial arts or cultivating? Suddenly the energy detector emitted a piercing alarm. Zzz, black smoke billowed from the instrument, and the screen immediately went dark. The room fell silent. Su Jinbang and the others stared at each other, then simultaneously glanced at the technical staff. Perhaps the target is too abnormal, the energy levels exceeded the limit. Please understand, everyone. Su Jinbang sighed, and could only pull out his phone to dial a number. Captain Fong, I have something to report to you that you might not believe. The target we observed was radiating golden light and flew away directly. When Sukei's physical body was still at the 9th rank, his speed had already surpassed 1,500 milliseconds. Now that he had broken through to the early stage of refining spirit and returning to void, his flight speed had increased dramatically. Under full exertion, without regard for energy consumption, his speed directly soared to 500 meters per second. In approximately 30 seconds, he burst through the atmosphere. In about 2 minutes, he left Earth and entered the cosmos. However, reaching the moon would still require 21 hours. The moment Sukei flew out of Earth, all sounds of wind behind him vanished completely. The universe was boundless, like an abyss devoid of any glimmer of light. Yet from all directions, strands and threads of cosmic energy permeated the void. Suke was like a magnet naturally drawing this energy toward him. Part of it was due to his heaven-defying talent taking effect, actively absorbing and continuously strengthening his physical form. The other part, however, came shooting from the direction of the moon like a straight line. Is the opponent using cosmic energy for remote eradication? A flicker of realization crossed Suke's eyes. He glanced down at the earth below, then accelerated toward the moon. This method is powerful, yet not powerful enough. Calling it powerful was because the unknown entity situated on the moon could monitor the entire globe and condense an attack that traversed hundreds of thousands of kilometers, arriving on Earth in an instant to eliminate its target. Calling it not powerful enough was because the universe was filled with energy and Earth was no exception. If the opponent were truly formidable, perhaps a single thought would suffice to directly manipulate the cosmic energy around Earth for eradication. There was no need to launch an attack from such a great distance on the moon. Although both attacks arrived in an instant, their implications were entirely different. Suke charged headlong, resisting the formidable energy assault. Come on, is this all you've got? Do you think you can kill me? Life won. The next second his figure reappeared. He activated the golden light spell and quickly stacked his defenses. Again, the surface of the moon was pitted and scarred, covered with craters. In one of the hollows lay a crystal ball. Beams of energy invisible to ordinary people shot out from it. 8 minutes later, ding, elimination command executed. No remaining high-risk targets. Entering hibernation. The beams from the crystal ball vanished instantly. But in the next moment, ding, life form detected as humanoid. Immediately classified as elimination target. Eradication commencing. The crystal ball lit up again and another beam shot forth. As time passed, the light on the crystal ball's surface grew dimmer and the energy beam gradually weakened. Ding, eradication successful. Ding, commencing eradication. Ding, system restart. Restart failed. Beginning eradication. Ding, ding, ding. Data anomaly. Energy overdraft. Eradication failed. Target anomaly. Data error. Unable to parse. Target defies laws. Defies known rules. Data chaos. The energy beam completely disappeared. A few hours later, a figure flew in from the cosmos, rapidly descended onto the lunar surface, and began searching along the trajectory of the previous energy fluctuations. Soon Suke found the target and stood before a crystal ball. Is this the thing? From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary crystal ball, entirely crystalline and clear like glass. His gaze could easily penetrate it, revealing nothing particularly special. You only killed me a mere 67 times, little buddy. You're not up to par either. Suke shook his head slightly, casually stored the crystal ball into his sleeve universe, then struck his own head with a palm, shattering his skull. Earth Su Manor living room. Suke's figure appeared out of nowhere on the sofa. He had essentially marked the moon. The places he passed along the way could be teleported to directly next time, sparing him the arduous flight. He even planned to mark all the areas around Earth in the future. Suke took out the crystal ball and placed it on the coffee table. What exactly is this thing? He could be certain. The energy beam he encountered earlier was emitted by this thing. Now, even if he walked out of the living room and looked up at the sky or practiced the stance to absorb cosmic energy, he would no longer be attacked by the beam. But why had it gone quiet now? Just then Suke suddenly furrowed his brow. With a thought, the Fengdu Celestial Palace immediately flew out from his Niwen Palace and hovered in midair. Soon Suke perceived the will transmitted by the Celestial Palace. You can handle this. The Fengdu Celestial Palace trembled slightly. The palace doors burst open, directly swallowing the crystal ball on the coffee table, and a layer of golden light spread over the palace's surface. Before long, the golden light dissipated. The doors opened again, and the crystal ball was spat out. That was it. The whole process took less than a minute. At this moment, the surface of the crystal ball had regained some luster, and energy seemed to flow within. As soon as Suke picked it up, before he could examine it, a mechanical voice rang out. Sentient life detected. Please imprint a unique soul mark to complete authorization. Acknowledgement. Suke focused his mind, and his primordial spirit power enveloped the ball. The moment his primordial spirit penetrated the crystal ball, the acknowledgement process was complete. Soul mark imprint successful. Authorization binding complete. At the same time, a stream of basic information surged into his mind. Flame Wolf Clan. Monitor Unit 10086. The crystal ball contained quite a bit of fundamental data. Heaven and Earth are ruthless, treating all beings as straw dogs. The evolution of all things is fair, but the evolution of Earth was unfair. Rather than a spiritual energy resurgence, it was more like a demonic energy resurgence. Suke frowned. Earth is a farm. Yes, master. A faint light flickered on the crystal ball's surface as the voice sounded. The Flame Wolf Clan needs to refine bloodline potions from high-level aberrant beasts. Therefore, they spread Imperial Tribulation liquid to accelerate the evolution of aberrant beasts on Earth. It's like farming on Earth. The beasts are the seeds, the Imperial Tribulation liquid is the fertilizer. They just wait for the crops to ripen before harvesting. As for why humans evolved slowly, because this substance was never intended for humans. Although humans could gain some minor benefits, their absorption efficiency was extremely low, so their evolution speed was naturally far inferior to that of the aberrant beasts. Suke nodded, then asked, so what about the malice? Who does the harvesting? When is the harvest? Master, this is not malice. It is merely the instinctive predatory desire of a hunter for its prey. In the eyes of aberrant beasts, humans are food. The harvesting work is carried out by the stone statues on Earth that have not yet awakened. These statues have a primal cell implanted within them. Once awakened, they possess star-level strength and are tools specifically designed to harvest high-level aberrant beasts. When the harvest count reaches 100, as the monitor will transmit the information back to the terminal. Upon hearing this, Suke frowned slightly. From the basic information in the crystal ball, he had already learned about the division of realms. Levels 1 to 9 had no specific names, as this stage was just about laying the foundation. The focus was on strengthening the physique, tempering the physical body, and honing it to the extreme in preparation for withstanding cosmic energy later. For any flesh and blood life form, it was composed of cells. Taking humans as an example, the human body has approximately 37. After refining the physical body to its peak and breaking through the ninth, rank 1 must absorb cosmic energy to activate 1/10 of their cells, allowing each cell to nurture a strand of primal power. This breakthrough leads to the star level. Of course, if the physical body had not reached its peak and one forcibly absorbed cosmic energy, it would cause widespread cell necrosis and subsequent death. This was why Suke had felt pain when he first absorbed cosmic energy. The reason he survived was entirely due to his innate spring water taking effect. Once one breaks through to the 10th rank, the natural rate of cell death drops to 1/10 of an ordinary person's. Lifespan can reach 1000 years, and one can fly in space. The 11th rank planet-destroying level requires a second activation of cells. Cellular primal energy storage increases tenfold. The natural death rate drops to 1365th of an ordinary person's, and lifespan reaches 360 years, granting the ability to destroy Earth-like planets. The 12th rank Heavenly King level requires further compression of cells to create cellular black holes, granting a lifespan of up to 300 years. The 13th rank Primal level sees black hole cells transform into primal cells, allowing one to freely resize their body. Lifespan reaches 3 million years, and one awakens any one domain among metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, or yang. The 14th rank Law level involves opening up primal cells into microcosms and comprehending the power of laws. Lifespan reaches 10 million years, and even with only a few cells remaining, one can reshape their body. This information on realms came from the Crystal Ball's database. As for higher levels, the 15th rank World level and the 16th rank Eternal level, Suke only knew their names with no detailed records. So the primal cell inside the stone monkey on Mount E was from a primal level powerhouse. Yes, master. Suke nodded again. But since these stone statues are responsible for the harvest, why did you still try to eradicate? The stone statues are responsible for hunting. The crystal ball continued to explain. My duty is to lock down the upper limit of Earth's power and eliminate anomalous existences. Once an aberrant beast evolves the ability for interstellar travel and attempts to escape this farming planet, I will remotely kill it. I must ensure that all aberrant beasts remain within the planet and no star-level prey escapes to guarantee the stability of resource output. Upon hearing this, the corner of Suke's mouth twitched. No wonder he was fine when he first looked up at the stars. But upon returning from the martial world at merely the 6th rank, he was immediately targeted for eradication. No wonder he was also attacked when practicing the stance to absorb cosmic energy. So he was judged as an anomalous existence. Suke was silent for a moment. So all of this wasn't actually targeted at humans. Yes, master. In the eyes of the Flame Wolf clan, humans on Earth are an insignificant presence within the farm. Their life or death is entirely outside their consideration. The decline of human civilization caused by the rampant aberrant beasts is merely a side effect of this farming plan. Humans are just insects. What does it matter if they are annihilated? Damn it, there are always troublesome people trying to mess with my game. Suke couldn't help but curse. According to the information from the crystal ball, the Yanlang tribe governs a total of 23 star systems, with the Milky Way being the most remote one. In the Milky Way, the number of stars is estimated to be between 100 billion and 400 billion, with approximately 300 million potentially habitable planets. The Yanlang tribe has discovered nearly 5 million planets with intelligent life, but to date only around 600 have been developed. Currently, due to the tense conflict with the Centaur tribe, in order to acquire more bloodline potions, the Yanlang tribe has dispatched spaceships to various planets to sprinkle the Emperor's essence, hastening growth. The Earth is merely an inconspicuous planet among them. After the Yinlang tribe's spaceship arrived on Earth, they directly dispersed the Emperor's essence and original cells, leaving a crystal ball before departing, not even taking a second look. So whether human or beast, as long as they haven't broken through to level 9, even if all these statues awaken, they will only watch and not hunt. Yes, Master, as long as the strength mechanism is not triggered, they are merely puppets. What about the Tao of immortality and martial arts? Suke demonstrated his Tao technique. The surface of the crystal ball shimmered, and suddenly the entire sphere began to tremble violently. Unknown energy, detected energy, cannot be analyzed. Logical error, system error, does not conform to basic laws. Energy anomaly. Current energy manifestation violates the underlying logic of the world. Deduction resulted in error. System crash. Boom. The luster of the crystal ball instantly dimmed, becoming still. This. Suke frowned slightly. Why such a strong reaction? He remembered that when he flew from Earth to the Moon, he also used the golden light spell, and no anomalies occurred at that time. Suke carefully examined the crystal ball, and found that it had returned to the state it was in when he just brought it back from the Moon. Seeing this, Suke tapped his forehead. Suddenly, the Fengdu Heavenly Palace flew out from the Niden Palace, hovering in midair. Can you help me fix this? Just as the words left his mouth, the palace gates opened wide and swallowed the crystal ball in one gulp. A moment later, it spat it out. Just as Suke picked it up, sure enough, that mechanical voice sounded once again. Intelligent life detected. Please input the exclusive soul imprint to complete ownership authorization. This time, Suke did not proceed with the ownership, but instead activated his Tao of immortality powers again. Unknown energy, detected energy, cannot be analyzed. System crash. The crystal ball dimmed again. Before Suke could speak, the Fengdu Heavenly Palace had already swallowed it, and then spat it out again. So the Tao of immortality and meridian martial arts don't exist in this world at all, and cannot be cultivated. Suke pondered internally. No wonder there are so many Taoist texts circulating on Earth, yet no one pays attention to them. He didn't believe that the Daxia and some martial arts enthusiasts hadn't tried cultivating inner strength. He also didn't believe that no one had attempted to cultivate immortality. Yet up to now, no success stories had emerged, clearly indicating that this path was unfeasible. Although the crystal ball might not comprehend the entirety of the universe, but merely coming into contact with magical energy led to a system crash, which was enough to show that this power violated the fundamental laws of the current universe. So why am I fine? Why can I cultivate? Suke's gaze fell on the talent section. Is the Tao rewarding the diligent? All laws returning to one. One proof leading to eternal proof. Daxia Imperial Capital. Special Affairs Management Department. Elder Wang sat in his office, hands crossed on the desk, listening intently to the secretary's report. The subordinate provinces and cities of the Special Affairs Department have completed deployment, and residents of towns and counties have all orderly relocated to the urban area, while coastal populations have also been properly resettled. According to the guiding documents, the construction teams have completed surveys nationwide, and preliminary plans have been made to build 64 underground shelters divided into 5 major regions, with Shudu as the Southwest Division and Jin Province as the North China Division. Based on Daxia's current resources and manpower, if work starts in full swing, 11 shelters can be completed each month, and all of them are expected to be finished within 6 months. Now that spiritual energy has revived regardless of age or gender, everyone has greatly increased in strength. Yet before countries around the world can rejoice, they find that the evolution speed of animals far surpasses that of humans. In just a few dozen days, the casualty numbers have become difficult to count. Not to mention that once martial artists break through to level 1, they can sense the malice permeating the world. Many countries' situations have rapidly deteriorated, with heavy casualties turning into hell on earth. Looking around the globe, there are hardly any countries that can maintain basic stability. In response, various countries have successively established specialized response agencies. 6 months. Elder Wang immediately shook his head. Will the beast give us 6 months? That SS-level stone monkey in Rongqing and that SS-level giant python in Gan province, will they wait for us for 6 months? No. They will only swallow us alive, leaving nothing behind. Elder Wang sighed. Xiaozhang, how long has it been since the revival of spiritual energy? Replying to Elder Wang, it started on May 2nd of this year, and it has been 54 days since then. Yes, only 54 days. Elder Wang's tone was bleak, yet the number of sacrifices across the nation has already exceeded 5 million. With humanity's current technological level, we cannot produce interstellar spacecraft. We cannot escape, nor can we fight back. The only thing we can do is go underground. Therefore, underground shelters are our only retreat at the moment, and they must be completed within 3 months. In fact, the underground shelters are also a last resort. The advisory group has held several meetings on this, and they have come to a conclusion. Even if the shelters are completed, the probability of human survival does not exceed 2. This does not resemble an equal evolutionary competition, but rather it feels like they are coming to eliminate you. What you slash me once I slash you once, creating a tug-of-war for. What do you mean by the apocalypse arriving and humanity uniting to avert disaster? It simply does not exist. Just like when one sees a nest of ants. Either ignore them or deal with them easily. Who would bother to engage in back and forth with ants? Understood. The secretary quickly took notes and continued reporting. Elder Wang, the Sakura Nation and the West 8 nations have learned that we are constructing underground shelters and have officially submitted requests to Daxia, hoping we can take in their citizens. What is the reason? The Sakura Nation is surrounded by the sea on all sides, while the West 8 nations are bordered by the sea on 3 sides. Compared to inland countries, their situation has become precarious, with daily death tolls exceeding 1 million. The secretary handed over the documents. More importantly, there are 2 peculiar stones in the Sakura Nation, a rock ape on Mount Jiji, over 100 meters tall, and another 120-meter tall Godzilla rock statue, both confirmed as SS level. Hearing this, Elder Wang's expression tightened, and then he shook his head. Not allowed. Daxia's own shelters are insufficient, let alone theirs. How about this drafted document later? Express concern to them, but also indicate that Daxia is unable to assist, hoping they can hold on a little longer. At that moment, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Elder Wang waved his hand, signaling the secretary to leave. Once the secretary departed, he answered the call. What? Rome City. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Jingming sat in front of the computer, inputting the exclusive meeting key. After passing identity verification, the page automatically redirected to the main meeting interface. The screen was divided into multiple video windows with the main conference view at the top. The other parties were arranged in order, all labeled with real names and titles, and the imagery was synchronized in real time. As the situation worsened, many meetings had shifted to online formats. Chen Jingming, as the director of the Rome City Special Administration Bureau, had participated in online meetings before, but never with such strictness. Nevertheless, he was well aware of the specifics. At this moment, all participants had arrived. There were people from the military, the Aerospace Bureau, and other relevant departments. The figure of Wang Lao appeared on the main screen, getting straight to the point. The purpose of this emergency meeting is to discuss a single matter. Next, you may view the materials on the intranet. This document is classified. Downloading is prohibited, and it will be automatically destroyed after the meeting. Hearing this, Chen Jingming accessed the intranet, quickly locating and opening the document. The content indeed matched the information he had reported, but there was also a document from the Aerospace Bureau. Now I will give a brief introduction. Wang Lao stood up, walked to the back, and opened an electronic light screen that displayed a photograph. Su K, male, 20 years old, unmarried, a second-year student at Rome City University, residing in Sioux Garden, Rome City. He was adopted at the age of 3, and his adoptive parents passed away in a car accident 5 months ago. Investigations revealed this incident to be an ordinary traffic accident. Su K has a strong capacity for empathy, but his emotional expression is indifferent with a very strong sense of social boundaries. He habitually avoids excessive kindness from others. 22 days ago, a team from the Action Department of the Rome City Special Administration Bureau discovered him while tracking a mutated tabby cat. Due to limited corroboration and the energy detection device being unable to cover, he was initially speculated to be a first-grade martial artist. On that morning, he drove out, and his whereabouts became unknown. 13 days ago, the target returned to Sioux Garden. That night, the Rome City Action Department was deployed again, but the 6th-grade energy detection device was damaged. Just yesterday, the latest energy detection device from the Special Administration Department was transported to outside Sioux Garden. This device can detect 9th-grade energy, but it was also damaged. According to the description of Su Jinbang, the team leader, the target radiated golden light and soared into the sky. Subsequently, the Aerospace Department detected an unidentified flying object taking off from Earth heading toward the Moon. The lunar satellite and the Earth satellite fully captured the process, confirming that the unidentified flying object was Su K. Wang Lao paused for a moment, signaling to his secretary beside him. Immediately after, the electronic light screen began playing footage. Please look here. Wang Lao paused the video, pointing at the screen, saying 8 minutes after Su K left Earth, he suddenly died. But soon he resurrected, repeating this process 67 times before ultimately reaching the Moon and bringing back a crystal ball. At this moment, participants on various screens frowned. A representative couldn't help but speak up. Wang Lao, how does the Special Administration Bureau determine that the target is resurrected rather than just disappearing? Good question, look here. Wang Lao pointed to the light screen, continuing his explanation. After Su K used some unknown means to store the crystal ball, he immediately slapped his palm on top of his head, causing his head to shatter. He committed suicide. Afterward, the personnel stationed in Sioux Garden reported again that the repaired energy detection device was damaged, once more proving that Su K instantly returned to Earth from the Moon. After assessment by the Special Administration Bureau's strategist, the target's strength was determined to be at least 10th grade, with specifics unknown. He is capable of flying in a vacuum environment, suspected to possess resurrection and teleportation abilities, and whether he has other abilities remains unknown. Many representatives gasped at this point, struggling to comprehend. It was completely beyond imagination. In just 54 days, the strongest beasts are at most 5th grade and humans only reach 3rd grade. Can he actually fly? Not only can he fly, but he also possesses an immortal body. If not for Suke's clear history before the age of 20, they would truly find it hard to believe he is from Earth. Wang Lao stared at the screen, and then said, "Everyone, let's discuss your attitudes towards Suke. I suggest we take the initiative to contact him. If I had such strength, I would surely protect my homeland." "That's foolish, that's just your opinion. You have the concept of nation ingrained in you, but the other party has never received relevant education, lacking value recognition, and may not be willing to bear the burden. Reckless contact poses too high a risk. Nonsense. Without a nation, how can there be a home? Without a home, how can one discuss the individual? You are measuring a gentleman's heart with a villain's mind. I oppose this. One should consider defeat before victory. Without even understanding the target's attitude, if we hastily make contact and something goes wrong, wouldn't it be a joke with the lives of the masses? Who will bear the consequences?" For a moment, the representatives argued endlessly, each holding on to their own opinions, and no one was willing to back down. After a long debate, they still could not reach a conclusion. Wang Lao, feeling a headache, tapped the table. The argument quickly quieted down. "Chen Jingming, since Suke was discovered by your own city Special Administration Bureau, please share your thoughts." "Me?" Chen Jingming was taken aback, and upon seeing Wang Lao nod, he could only brace himself to speak. "Currently, all martial artists who have broken through the 1st grade in Rome City have reported and registered with the Special Administration Bureau." Upon hearing this, everyone frowned in unison. "You asked for opinions, why say this?" But soon some representatives seemed to understand, catching the implied meaning. "He didn't come to report." "Correct." Chen Jingming nodded. The room fell silent. After a long while, Wang Lao sighed and said, "Let's vote by raising hands. Those in favor of continuing observation, please raise your hands." In the computer screen, all representatives raised their hands. It passed unanimously. They were not fools. Although Suke had never taken the initiative to report, given his demonstrated strength, it was likely he could easily discover the comprehensive surveillance of the Special Administration Bureau. Yet he neither drove them away nor showed dissatisfaction. This already represented his attitude. All of this was recorded in the intranet materials. "Since you have all cast your votes, I announce that all matters regarding Suke must be kept strictly confidential and friendly signals will be released. To avoid information leakage, and due to the other party's strength being difficult to grasp, all unknowns being chaotic, we will assign a code name, which shall be Chaos." Wang Lao paused, and his voice suddenly became stern. "I warn you all, the target is extremely dangerous. Do not make rash contact. Anyone who initiates contact will be charged with treason and crimes against humanity." "Understood." Soon the Special Administration Department established a new file with a very high level of secrecy. Within the entire department, only high-ranking officials from various provinces could apply to review it. Of course, Chen Jingming was an exception. Name Suke, codename Chaos, file security, level top, secret danger level SSS. Observed ability list, incomplete statistics 1, specific strength unknown, physical body can traverse the void, preliminary assessment indicates current strength, can disregard all existing technological means 2, suspected to possess resurrection ability 3, suspected to possess teleportation ability 4, radiates golden light, suspected to have mastered the golden light spell 5. After dying 67 times, brought back a crystal ball from the moon. Preliminary judgment suggests this item is of extraterrestrial origin 6, suspected to possess independent storage space capabilities 7, suspected to have mastered talisman methods, activated talisman during the flight to the moon. Warning: the target is extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous. Do not make rash contact. Contact may easily trigger uncontrollable consequences. Recommendation: full monitoring. All proactive contact is strictly prohibited. Anyone who initiates contact will be charged with treason and crimes against humanity. Nightfall. Suke stepped out for a moment. Then he discovered something peculiar. There are actually many food vendors around Su Garden, with several tea houses, and even more fixed snack stalls lining the street, offering a variety of delicacies. Usually by late night, many vendors have closed, leaving only a few hot pot stalls still in business. Suke had owned Su Garden for some time now. He was somewhat familiar with the area. However, tonight, not only were the snack stalls still open, but even the vendors had changed. The auntie serving food was replaced by a young and graceful girl. The chef had also been replaced by a neat and skilled female cook. Each one was more beautiful than the last. Yet these girls were all focused on their tasks, not paying him any mind. Seeing this scene, Suke couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The actions of the Special Management Bureau were indeed swift. He had flown from Earth to the moon, and such matters could hardly remain hidden. Besides, he had no intention of hiding. Since his strength was already unmatched on Earth, why bother to conceal it? Should he wait for trouble to arrive before revealing his power? Why complicate matters? Being half-hidden was not his style. By revealing his strength in advance, he could make some people more aware and avoid misjudgments. Even if someone truly clueless stumbled upon him, there would be others to help him deal with it, so why not go for the easier route? After all, why not do things the easy way? Suke approached a barbecue stall, casually ordered some skewers, and found a seat. Just as he sat down, he noticed a blogger holding a phone filming in the direction of Sue Garden, mumbling to himself. With Suke's current hearing, he could hear it clearly. Folks who understands. Today the world is changing and exotic beasts are rampant, causing great losses to the Great Xia. People from towns and counties are flocking to the cities, and living space is so tight. I didn't expect someone to live in such a large manner. This is simply a waste of resources. I Zhang Wudi solemnly call on the government to reclaim this manor so that more people in need can. Before he could finish, several shadows rushed out from the dark, pinned him to the ground, and with a click handcuffs were placed on him as he was dragged away. This scene occurred in plain sight, and many customers curiously glanced over. However, the shop owners and the girls serving food didn't even lift their eyelids, continuing with their work. Suke smiled, nodded at the waitress, and began to eat. The other party didn't linger, turning back to continue their work. After eating his fill, Suke returned to Sue Garden, took a bottle of cola from the fridge, and sank into the sofa to browse on his phone. Upon entering the Douyin video page, the first recommended video looked very familiar. It had a blue background with white letters and official announcement. Recently, the authorities in Rongqing successfully captured the suspected spy Zhang Wudi. After investigation, Zhang, under the direction of foreign forces, illegally collected and transmitted intelligence suspected of espionage and has been subjected to criminal coercive measures according to the law. That was quick. It seems the government understands my stance. Suke glanced at the photo in the announcement. It was indeed the blogger who had just filmed Sue Garden. He didn't pay much attention, casually scrolling down. Previously, he often encountered various inflammatory videos filled with hostility. Nowadays, however, such content rarely appeared. Is it because they're afraid he'll see injustices in the world or extreme comments and become displeased? Suke roughly guessed the reason. This approach was relatively mild, not completely blocking related content. If he searched himself, he could still find it. This was fine. It meant someone was helping manage his Earth. Suke shook his head, turned off his phone, and took out the crystal ball. After completing a series of ownership procedures again, he asked, will the Yinlang clan notice the changes on Earth? Master, you will be detected if any of the following conditions are met. First, if you kill the statue, it will destroy the source cells within, and source-level powerhouses will sense it. Second, if most planets complete 100 hunting tasks, while Earth remains inactive, it will be marked as abnormal. Third, if I actively report the situation to the terminal, the source cells are extracted from source-level powerhouses, and once they die, their owner will surely be aware. So the statue can't be moved for now. Suke wasn't afraid. No matter how strong, what could they do? Sooner or later, he would scatter their ashes. But if that happens, my ball will likely be in jeopardy. I see. Suke nodded, suddenly leaning closer to the crystal ball, grinning mischievously. Come, let me show you something interesting. In the next second, golden lights swirled and lightning flashed. System crash, system crash. The crystal ball immediately dimmed, losing its luster. Suke smirked, tossing it back into space. He didn't understand this thing. It was prone to causing trouble, so it was best to let it crash. However, this trick would probably only work on low-level intelligence. After all, as a program, it couldn't comprehend content beyond logic, making it easy to crash. It's time to break through to the Startown level. In the depths of space, Suke gazed at the blue planet below, unable to suppress his admiration. It's so beautiful. Before reaching the Startown level, he was still in the foundational stage. At this point, he had yet to come into contact with cosmic energy, and his cells were in a dormant state. Suke's current cultivation in the immortal path was already at the level of refining spirit and returning to emptiness, equivalent to the 10th tier. However, his source martial arts were still at the 9th tier. Under normal circumstances, one must reach the 9th tier and break through 1024 tons of power to qualify for absorbing cosmic energy. This allows cosmic energy to soak into all 370 trillion cells, activating each one and yielding source power. This is the key to stepping into the Startown level. Suke gently closed his eyes and struck a posture of the Hunyuan stake in space. The cosmic energy seemed to be attracted, rapidly converging and enveloping him in a silvery glow. In an instant, it was both painful and itchy. His whole body felt like it had fallen into a frying pan, with no part being normal. Every single cell was devouring cosmic energy, awakening from dormancy and bursting with vitality. 1, 2, millions, tens of millions. Ordinary source martial artists must be extremely cautious during a breakthrough, activating cells one by one. Only after the body adapts can they gradually increase the speed. Cells are incredibly fragile. A slight mishap can lead to death, triggering a chain collapse and resulting in immediate demise. Therefore, above the 9th tier warriors there is actually a half-step Star Town level. At this stage, some cells have already generated source power. However, the numbers are too few and their power does not compare to true Star Town level warriors, yet they are far stronger than 9th tier warriors. Only when a substantial number of cells are activated and generate source power can one officially break through to the 10th tier. Of course, these difficulties apply to ordinary martial artists. But for Suke, what? He still needs to be careful during activation. Activate one by one. How troublesome. Self-sustaining spring heal. Your life is my life, let's go. Self-sustaining spring, what's going on? Never mind, woof 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 woof. Your life is my life, woof woof. 5,000 spirit stones a day. In space, Suke's figure darted like a streak of light, heading straight for a meteorite, delivering a punch with ease. The meteorite, several dozen kilometers in diameter, exploded with a thunderous roar, turning into a cloud of dust that scattered in all directions. Suke's speed did not wane, continuously changing positions in space, moving agilely and effortlessly, shattering meteorites with his fists, kicking one to pieces in an instant. In a mere moment, Suke shattered dozens of meteorites with the strength of his physical body alone, without even unleashing his magical powers or source energy. Then he turned his gaze towards a meteorite over 100 kilometers in diameter in the distance. It was an iron-nickel meteorite looming in the void, pitch black, with an extremely high density and hardness comparable to alloy. Suke extended a finger, and his cells instantly became active, surging with source energy. One finger opens the heavenly gate. In space, suddenly a finger hundreds of feet long materialized, charged with immense power, stabbing towards the meteorite. Boom. The entire meteorite exploded violently, instantly shattering into countless fragments. Prison of heaven. Following that, a gigantic hand appeared out of thin air, exuding terrifying pressure, grabbing all the scattered meteorite fragments. The palm contracted, fingers clenched. The meteorite, 100 kilometers in diameter, was reduced to dust in an instant. Strong. Truly formidable. Suke looked at the destruction he had caused, nodding in satisfaction. All the cells within his body had been activated, and under the nourishment of cosmic energy, each cell gradually birthed source energy. Star level. This is the power possessed at the star level, and upon breaking through, one reaches the peak. The source energy condensed within his cells. There were a staggering 37 trillion strands. Although each strand was weak, the combined explosive power was enough to obliterate a star. He could achieve this through sheer talent, unafraid of cell death. Even if his innate resource could not withstand it, he would simply sacrifice his life. If he died, he could just be reborn. It was precisely for this reason that he could absorb cosmic energy without hesitation. Unfortunately, although energy is everywhere in the universe, the absorption efficiency is too low for me now. Oh, it's like a drop in the bucket. Moreover, to break through to the annihilation level, I must compress the source energy by 10 times while expanding the cellular capacity. Just relying on absorbing cosmic energy would take far too long. This was still because of his outstanding talent. If it were someone else, it would be even more difficult. It's time to go. Suke shook his head, looking at the silent space before resolutely activating his talent. A thought traverses the heavens. On Earth, in the Special Management Department, Old Wong gazed at the astronomical telescope and the images transmitted from the satellites in orbit falling into silence. Previously, there were only estimations of Suke's strength, but now he had fully demonstrated it. With a casual punch, he obliterated a meteorite, using unknown energy to condense into a finger hundreds of feet long, then transforming it into a colossal hand. He effortlessly turned a meteorite over 100 kilometers in diameter into ash. Such terrifying power. How did he train? Is he really still human? Old Wong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In the azure blue realm, demons ran rampant. In this realm, the path of immortality was revered, while martial arts dominated. In the Great Han Dynasty, the first year of the era of peace. In Dian City, outside Chunfeng Tower, Suke stood at the entrance, hesitating for a moment. As if recalling something, he sighed gently. I didn't expect this world to also have Chunfeng Tower. I must go in and critique it. Li Laoj, what a pity. However, as he entered Chunfeng Tower, he sighed again. It was all the same name. In the martial arts world, one could still enjoy performances. How did it turn into a tavern in the azure blue realm? Nevertheless, since he was already here, he wouldn't turn back. Suke did not turn to leave, following the waiter to a private room on the second floor. He casually ordered a few dishes and a jug of yellow wine. Clap. The sound of a wake-up stick resonated. In the corner of the tavern, a storyteller with slightly closed eyes took a sip of tea. Half a month ago, demons besieged the city. General Wang Tiancheng of the Town Martial Division, with his martial arts cultivation at the external manifestation level, fought fiercely against a 7th grade major demon comparable to the celestial realm, successfully defeating the demon army. Speaking of that Wang Tiancheng, he comes from the Town Martial Division, well-built, and his actions are. Suke slowly savored his wine, eating and listening leisurely. The Azure Blue Realm has 3 major dynasties: the Great Han, the Great Tang, and the Great Ming. The 3 dynasties are powerful, occupying the fertile lands of the Central Plains, and often have friction among themselves. However, due to the rampant demons frequently invading and abducting civilians for food, the 3 major dynasties kept restraint and did not engage in large-scale conflicts. The rest are minor nations or tribes, mere trifles not worthy of concern. In this realm, both the path of immortality and martial arts coexist, and realms are divided into 10 grades, with the 1st grade being the lowest and the 10th grade being the strongest. The 1st is acquired, the 2nd is innate, the 3rd is master, the 4th is grandmaster, the 5th is earthly immortal. The 6th grade is the external manifestation level, the 7th grade is the internal manifestation celestial realm, the 8th grade is the golden body realm, and the 9th grade is the indestructible realm. This is no different from the martial arts system Suke once deduced. However, above this realm, there are 2 higher levels. The 10th grade is the martial saint realm. The 11th grade is the pinnacle martial god. When Suke first learned of this realm classification, he felt a bit embarrassed and awkward. Back when he was pretending to be a god in the martial arts world, he was merely a 5th grade earthly immortal and began to fabricate subsequent realms just to impress others and enhance the effect. He even concocted an understanding of the law of gold, claiming that the 10th grade was the martial ancestor. Now that he thought about it, he felt ashamed. What a sin, what a sin. Suke shook his head, hoping those martial artists wouldn't truly practice the wrong path. As for the path of immortality, it was not so complicated. Refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit. Refining spirit into void, also divided into yin spirit realm and yang spirit realm. Refining the void to merge into the Tao, comparable to the pinnacle martial god, also known as the immortal realm. Suke quickly finished his meal, casually tossing a couple of gold coins, and got up to leave. In the main world, he could earn 50 million great Xia coins daily. In the martial arts world and the spiritual fantasy world, it was 500 taels of gold. But now he had come to the Azure Blue Realm. His currency earning ability had changed. Father is very wealthy, talent activated. In the Azure Blue Realm, 500 top grade spirit stones daily. Indeed, it was 5,000 pieces, and they were top grade. He couldn't spend it all, simply couldn't spend it all. As Suke reached the entrance of Chunfeng Tower, he suddenly turned back and flicked his finger. A strand of magical power condensed into a speck of light, swiftly shooting out, directly targeting the storyteller, who was still chatting away. At that moment, Bai Yun was speaking at the climax, suddenly feeling a tightness in his heart. Refining spirit into void in spirit realm, he felt a horrific aura locking onto him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Originally, he was an 8th grade demon with strength comparable to the mid-stage of the immortal path, refining chi into spirit. Even if he encountered someone at the late stage of refining chi into spirit, he still had the strength to fight. Yet now he found himself unable to move. The air around him felt like a quagmire. Sizzle. The light instantly pierced through his head. His human form could no longer be maintained, revealing his true form, a 10-meter-long wolf demon corpse, crashing down, immediately collapsing Chunfeng Tower. This scene happened in the blink of an eye. The guests inside the building had yet to react when the wolf demon was already dead. The next moment, screams erupted, and everyone fled in panic. Murder! Run! Mom, there's a demon! Soon all the guests fled. A disaster without cause, a disaster without cause. The innkeeper stood alone in the wind, looking bewildered. This tavern was his hard-earned property, built with most of his savings. He never expected that it would be destroyed in an instant today, nor did he anticipate that the storyteller he invited was actually a wolf demon. The innkeeper wore a sorrowful expression, and then turned his gaze to the young figure beside the wolf demon's corpse. Fortunately, this senior intervened, propping up the collapsing tavern, preventing any loss of life. Otherwise, the compensation alone would have bankrupted me. Moreover, there was a demon in the tavern, and the demon suppression office would definitely investigate thoroughly. Although the innkeeper's aptitude was poor, he was still only at the 2nd grade innate realm. However, during his years of traveling, he had seen much, and just by observing the wolf demon's size, he could estimate its strength. This wolf demon was at least a 3rd grade demon or above. Suke stepped forward to the wolf demon's corpse and waved his hand, casually collecting the body. Demons eat humans and humans eat demons. This is quite reasonable. Moreover, demons are treasures in themselves. Their flesh can enhance vitality, their blood can be used in medicine and alchemy, their bones and skin can be crafted into artifacts, and even their fur is remarkably tough. Of course, Suke did not need these. His meridians had already reached the 9th grade indestructible realm, He only needed to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts to advance to the martial saint realm. But while he did not need them, there were always others who did. Suke stood up, looked at the innkeeper, and took out 100 taels of gold to toss it over. You as the shopkeeper must take responsibility even if you were unaware of the demon's presence in your tavern. Although the tavern was not intentionally destroyed by me, it did ultimately result from my actions, and this gold is compensation. Will it suffice? Sufficient, thank you for your great kindness, senior. The innkeeper received the gold surprised and delighted, his eyes instantly reddening, and he was about to kneel to express his gratitude. However, before his legs could bend, he felt an invisible force holding him up, making it impossible for him to kneel, causing his heart to tremble. Sure enough, he was a formidable figure. Enough. That's it. I'm leaving. Suke waved his hand impatiently. He did not like such formalities and turned to leave. Just as he was about to take off, he seemed to remember something. By the way, if you wish to continue operating the tavern, you should change the name. What kind of tavern is called the Spring Breeze? This is simply nonsense. With that, Suke moved, transforming into a streak of light and soaring towards the horizon. Nonsense. The innkeeper stood there in a daze, somewhat confused. Could it be that this senior was dissatisfied with the name? That shouldn't be the case. He had specially hired a fortune teller with 2 taels of silver to choose this name. It was clearly quite elegant. Just as the innkeeper was lost in thought, a group of martial artists dressed in black brocade robes quickly arrived. There were 10 of them, wearing insignias, exuding a fierce aura, their eyes sharp and radiating a murderous intent that warned others to stay away. Li Shaoqing, as the captain of the Demon Suppression Office, was only 40 this year and had outstanding talent, having already broken through to the 7th grade heaven-human realm. Upon hearing that demons had appeared within Dian City, he immediately led his men here. It is worth noting that to prevent demons from infiltrating the city, each city gate hung a demon detection mirror. These mirrors were crafted by the true masters of Haotian sects in God realm, and demons below the 7th grade could not escape their detection. Those who could enter the city must at least be of 7th grade strength. Although he had heard on the way that a powerful figure had already slain the demon, Li Shaoqing still did not dare to be careless and hurried to the scene. Keep an eye on him. Li Shaoqing instructed his subordinates and then walked into the tavern alone. As soon as he entered, his expression changed dramatically. Although the wolf demon's corpse was no longer visible, the air still carried traces of demonic aura. Just relying on these faint traces of aura was enough to make him feel alarmed, as if facing an immense terror. This is not a 7th grade demon. Li Shaoqing picked up a strand of wolf fur from the ground and swallowed hard. This is a wolf demon, and it is at least 8th grade. There are no signs of a struggle around, nor any bloodstains. 8th grade demons are powerful. If they were to engage in combat within the city, even if one could subdue them, casualties would be inevitable. Such events had occurred countless times within the Han Dynasty. Yet this time an 8th grade demon appeared, yet no tragedy ensued, even without casualties. If this were to be told, no one would believe it. Such events had occurred countless times within the Han Dynasty. Yet this time an 8th grade demon appeared, yet no tragedy ensued, even without. Speak the truth about what you saw and heard. If there is even a hint of concealment, do not blame this official for being ruthless. My lord, please judge fairly. I absolutely dare not conceal anything. The events unfolded like this. The innkeeper was instantly frightened, his face pale and legs weak, and he hurriedly recounted everything in detail. In fact, there was nothing to hide, as many guests were present at the time. It seemed he was only around 20 years old. He subdued the demon in an instant with a single strike. Then he flew away. Li Shaoqing continued to press. Did that senior leave a name? The innkeeper thought for a moment, then shook his head. No. Su Family Village. The village is located south of Dian City, situated on a plain with ample arable land and stable water sources. The entire village has about 400 households and over 1,000 people, most of whom share the same ancestry, with only a few outsiders and daughters-in-law. At the village entrance there is a large locust tree. In the supernatural world, locust trees are semi-yin and semi-yang, easily accumulating yin energy. However, in this azure realm, it is merely a good place to cool off, and also symbolizes shelter for the clan. At this time, under the tree sat some elderly men and women, all in their 70s and 80s, their teeth nearly fallen out, not knowing which family gossip they were discussing. Nearby, some children were playing. As Suke approached the village entrance, he caught the attention of the group of elderly, who quickly stood up respectfully. Greetings, ancestor. Long live the ancestor. Suke scanned the nearly buried elders and waved his hand. No need for such formalities, please sit and rest. He had been in the azure realm for a month. Initially, he had crossed over into a tomb, which just happened to be the resting place of the Su family's ancestor. Coincidentally, he encountered a ritual in the village where the clan elders were preparing to repair the ancestral tomb. Thus, when the tomb was opened, the entire village saw Suke standing up from the coffin. Everyone knelt down on the spot. Then he became the ancestor, and no matter how Su-Kei explained, the clan elders refused to listen, seemingly convinced of this matter. Even the few robust men who dug the grave patted their chests in assurance. The ancestral skills passed down were absolutely reliable. The Su family village's ancestral tomb had never been disturbed, and the soil was old. There were also no theft holes or secret paths in the tomb. It was quite secure. Without a doubt, he was the ancestor. Su-Kei, feeling helpless, proposed a bloodline test. It should be known that with his current cultivation, his life essence had long undergone a transformation. Even a single drop of blood contained power. Even though this method was not rigorous, it would certainly not merge with ordinary people's blood. And indeed, this was the case. Throughout the entire village, not a single person's blood could merge with his. Immediately, the elders, all in their 70s and 80s, began to wail and lament, heartbroken. Several nearly cried themselves to death. Who would have thought that the bloodline of the ancestor would be so thin by the time it reached our generation? Seeing this scene, Su-Kei initially intended to leave directly. After all, he was not truly the ancestor of the Su family. With his current abilities, no one present could stop him from leaving. But in the end, he chose to stay. I have seen the ancestor. On the way, the Su clan members greeted him respectfully. Su-Kei was already accustomed to it, merely nodding in response. Before long, he arrived at the village center. In this realm, demons roamed freely, and the practice of martial arts was prevalent. Almost every village had a martial arts arena, and Su family village was no exception. Stabilize your stance, sink your waist down. Go Dan, stand firm, don't stick your butt out. This is the tiger fist, not the falling goose. At the martial arts arena, the village's children of appropriate age were practicing their punches. Some were still young, not having wiped their noses clean, while others couldn't help but get distracted looking around. Remember the mantra, gather your chi in the Dantian punch, quickly retract steadily. Every punch must store power and exert force genuinely, practice seriously. Su Chong, as a third-grade master, had solid muscles. He executed a series of tiger fist moves that sent gusts of wind swirling, creating a crackling sound in the air. Su-Kei stood at the side, observing the dozens of children. There were both boys and girls. The youngest was only a few years old, while the oldest was merely in their teens. Everyone quickly noticed Su-Kei and halted their actions to salute. Ancestor. I have seen the ancestor. Su-Kei nodded, didn't linger, and turned to walk back to his courtyard. This courtyard was located in the center of the village, with blue bricks and old beams exuding an antique charm, covering about an acre, neither too big nor too small. There were 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms, and a large courtyard with an old peach tree. It was currently the season for ripe peaches. Su-Kei had picked 2 previously to taste. They were quite sour and a bit astringent. This courtyard was originally the residence of the village chief. After recognizing him as their ancestor, the chief moved out overnight with his belongings to find another place to settle. This made Su-Kei feel a bit embarrassed, and he had given him a handful of gold beans at that time. As a result, the chief felt embarrassed instead. Su-Kei returned to the side room, picked up a fishing rod, and turned to head out. Previously, he had done so to protect his ball. He had traveled through 2 worlds consecutively. In the martial arts world, it was somewhat better. At first, there was a brother Lee who shared his sentiments, making him reluctant to leave. But since he learned internal skills, things changed. He was either learning internal skills or on the path of learning them. Upon reaching the spiritual world, he was instantly trapped. Not daring to slack off for even a moment, he fought against ghosts and kicked ghost kings, working tirelessly. Now the crisis on Earth was temporarily resolved. As long as no one broke through the 9th tier, those stone statues wouldn't act. The Yin Wolf clan also wouldn't notice the situation on Earth so quickly. With all these factors, he no longer felt the urgency of the past. Moreover, with his talent, he enjoyed the early phase as a great ancestor, and the later phase even more so. The longer he lived, the more monstrous he became. Couldn't he enjoy himself a bit? Fishing. Su-Kei cast the rod and bait. The fishing line drew an arc in the air and gently sank into the water. Time quickly passed. As the sun set in the west, dusk fell upon the river, shimmering with light. Su-Kei reeled in the rod and returned to the courtyard with the fish basket. He killed the fish, scaled them, and pickled them. Then he took out the barbecue grill and charcoal from his space. With a flick of his finger, flames surged up. Before long, delicious aromas wafted through the courtyard. A little girl about 6 or 7 years old sneakily ran in from the door, staring at the grilled fish with drool. Ancestor, is this delicious? Su-Kei recognized her. The little girl's name was Su Ning, and she lived next door. Do you want to taste it? I want to, but you can only have a little. Su-Kei smiled and ruffled her hair. When you go back later, take a peach with you. Okay. Upon hearing this, Su Ning's eyes immediately lit up. She had eaten the chief's peaches before, which looked big, but tasted sour and astringent. However, since the ancestor moved in, the peaches had become fragrant and sweet. Before long, the two had eaten their fill. Su-Kei flicked his sleeve, and a peach gently fell from the tree, flying directly into Su Ning's hand. Thank you, ancestor. Hurry back, don't keep your mother waiting. Suke nodded, watching her run away, chuckling. The change in the flavor of this peach tree was entirely due to the spirit stone's influence. He had buried a spirit stone beneath the tree. Nourished by the spiritual energy, the peach tree flourished, its bark shimmering with spiritual light, and the fruits it bore contained a hint of spiritual energy. Regular consumption could improve one's constitution and prolong life. After cleaning the barbecue grill with a cleansing talisman, Suke turned and entered the bedroom. The first day of May. Fishing. Second day of May. Fishing. Third day of May. Fishing. 12th day of June. Tired of it, fishing became so boring, he changed his pastime and took a trip to Dine City. He met an interesting person named Li Shaoqing, but he was still not as interesting as Brother Li. 13th day of June. How many days has it been since Brother Li passed away? Thinking of him. 14th day of June. An old man in the village passed away, and it was said he left peacefully. A feast. Time flowed slowly. Before long, it was the end of the year. The world was draped in silver, snowflakes danced in the air. A horse-drawn carriage approached from outside the village and slowly stopped at the courtyard entrance. Li Shaoqing got off the carriage carrying a few wooden boxes in his hands. Brother Su. Brother Li, come in quick. Suke nodded and greeted him, welcoming Li Shaoqing into the courtyard. The air in the courtyard was fresh with strands of spiritual energy swirling around, and the surrounding flowers and plants were still blooming, showing no signs of wilting. As expected of Brother Su, this courtyard has such dense spiritual energy. If it continues like this, it may soon become a blessed land. Although it was not Li Shaoqing's first visit, he was still amazed. After all, the concentration of spiritual energy here was increasing day by day, stronger than ever. It's just a pity. What's the pity? Suke was slightly puzzled upon hearing this. Once they sat down, he asked. At this moment, Su Ning came from the side room, holding teacups, serving tea in order. Ancestor, please enjoy the tea. Senior Li, enjoy the tea. Although she was only 8 years old, she had already reached the second rank in martial arts, and had entered the initial stage of refining essence into qi in the immortal path. As for the Hunyuan post, this realm does not allow it. Su Ning completely could not learn it. Li Shaoqing smiled, gently nodded, and then sighed softly. It's a pity that the heavens are about to change dramatically. When that time comes, whether it is a blessed land or a cave, they will all enter the end of the law era. End of the law. That's right. Li Shaoqing nodded, saying, the Kanglan realm experiences a spiritual energy tide every 5,000 years. After reaching its peak, it will quickly decline. In just 30 years, it will enter the end of the law era, and no spiritual energy will remain in the world. Another 5,000 years later, the spiritual energy will revive again, reaching its peak, and then declining, repeating this cycle. This is the operation of the heavenly path. Just like mortals, one breath in and one breath out is a moment in time, while the breath of the heavenly path is 5,000 years for one exhale, and another 5,000 years for one inhale. The exhale breath is spiritual energy, and the inhalation will reclaim the spiritual energy. When the spiritual energy declines, even in blessed lands and caves, one can only watch the spiritual energy flow away until their lifespan is exhausted. As he spoke, Li Shaoqing quietly observed Suke's expression. However, he found that even after finishing his words, the other's face remained calm, as if he didn't care at all. Brother Su, aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? Why should one be afraid? Li Shaoqing was bewildered by Suke's question. Why should he not be afraid? At just 40 years old, he had already reached the 7th grade of the heavenly man realm in martial arts. At this age, he would be considered middle-aged among mortals. However, among martial artists, he still belonged to the youth category with at least another 200 years ahead of him. But this year marks the critical point of the spiritual energy tides in the Kanglan realm, where the atmosphere of spiritual energy has peaked. This means that in the next 30 years, the spiritual energy will rapidly decline. Once 30 years pass, he would be 70 years old, his cultivation would drop to that of a mortal, leaving him with little time left to live. Brother Su, you can easily slay 8th grade wolf demons. Your cultivation must have long reached the 10th grade, right? Li Shaoqing's tone was questioning, yet it carried a sense of certainty. Suke had often visited Dine City recently, and as a 1,000 household commander of the town martial division, he naturally noticed the other's movements. All the clues and the tavern keeper's testimony indicated that Suke was indeed the mysterious powerhouse who had slain the wolf demons. However, he never expected Suke to be the ancestor of Su family village. That's right, Suke nodded, not denying it. Upon hearing this acknowledgement, Li Shaoqing frowned, feeling even more puzzled. In this realm, a martial saint can live for 1,000 years. While I do not know how much lifespan you have left, judging by your steady aura, showing no signs of decline or weariness, you should still have quite a bit of lifespan remaining. In the past, those who could become martial saints were all those who endured long years of arduous cultivation to reach this state. After 30 years of depleting spiritual energy, Given your age, once your cultivation falls to the mortal realm, the lifespan granted by your realm will completely vanish, and ultimately, you will not escape the fate of death. Therefore Li Shaoqing could not comprehend it. Su Ke merely smiled, and did not respond, raising his hand to pour more hot tea for him, and pushing the teacup towards him. Here, have some tea. Li Shaoqing had already understood that the other did not wish to discuss further, so he could only smile wryly, and take a sip, finally letting out a light sigh. But in his heart he began to develop a degree of admiration for Su Ke. Truly a 10th grade powerhouse, he remained calm and unflustered in the face of life and death crises. Such a mindset was indeed that of a great sage. Unconcerned with all things, why should one mind, if all things revolve around them? In the midst of great transformations, neither joy nor fear. It seems I still have to practice. Li Shaoqing left without any hesitation, boarded his carriage, and returned to Dian City. At this moment, at a farmyard near the entrance of Su family village, a group of elderly men and women were gathered around a charcoal stove warming themselves. Seeing Li Shaoqing leave, they began to discuss among themselves, chattering endlessly. Did you see that? I told you this is our ancestor Su, yet some of the younger generations still don't believe it. The ancestral grave hasn't been disturbed, nor is there a secret path. If it weren't for the ancestor, could anyone just appear out of thin air? Exactly, even Li Qianhu of Dian City treats him with such respect. It seems our ancestor's cultivation is extraordinary and unmatched in the world. What? The ancestor wants to be emperor. What? The ancestor wants to become emperor. Spread the word, the ancestor wants to marry the emperor. No way, I must go and persuade the ancestor. How can he like men? Even if it's the emperor, it won't do. In the courtyard, Su Ke gazed at the sky where clouds rolled and snowflakes danced. Tides rise and fall, fortunes rise and wane, prosperity must eventually decline. Heaven and earth have limited capacity. For 500 years, spiritual energy flourishes, and for 500 years, it remains silent and depleted. This is a rule, and also a calamity. The Kanglan realm is undergoing a tribulation. The Little Sun's 906 tribulations. Su Ke had read numerous Tao texts, among which the Yunji 7 scrolls contained records. The Little Sun's 906 tribulations originally corresponded to a 3,300-year cycle. But in the Kanglan realm it transformed into 5,000 years. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is like tides, surging when abundant and receding when depleted. This cycle repeats, merely a minor tribulation of heaven and earth. It will not destroy the world, but will continuously alter the cultivation environment between prosperity and decline. If it reaches a 9,900-year cycle, it becomes the Great Sun's 906 tribulations. Passing through this tribulation, the world can ascend. It truly is impartial. Su Ke shook his head. This is simply the plus version of the human emperor's step. My human emperor's step is derived from the 100 gangs and can sever evil. However, the Kanglan realm indiscriminately eliminates everything. Nevertheless, the human race is still somewhat favored by heaven and earth. At most, their cultivation will be completely lost, reverting to mortals. At least they retain thought and consciousness. But the demons and monsters are different. Once their cultivation is stripped away, their intelligence dissipates, reducing them to ordinary wild beasts. They can only watch helplessly as their awareness gradually crumbles. Memories slowly fade, they gradually struggle to comprehend language, forget love and hate, and eventually are left with only the instinct to seek food. But what does it have to do with me? Su Ke retracted his gaze and took another sip of tea. Beside him, Su Ning filled his cup with hot water, her small face scrunched up in worry. Ancestor, since the spiritual energy will be gone in 30 years, everyone will eventually become mortals. What is the point in cultivating now? She had listened to the entire conversation between Su Ke and Li Shaoqing. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was about to deplete, and once the time was up, cultivation would disperse. No matter how hard one tried now, it would ultimately be in vain. If that's the case, why bother with arduous cultivation? Su Ke looked at the little girl in front of him, who was full of worry and couldn't help but smile. A mortal's life lasts but 100 years. No one can escape the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. All the splendor of the world eventually returns to dust. Since everyone must eventually die, do you know what the meaning of living is? Upon hearing this, Su Ning's mind nearly malfunctioned. She had not yet comprehended the meaning of cultivation, and now the ancestor was throwing her the question of the meaning of life. Isn't this making things difficult for her? Ancestor, I don't know. To live, Su Ke's tone was calm. For me, the meaning of living is simply to live well. Ancestor, I still don't understand. The more Su Ning thought, the more confused she became. Su Ke rubbed her head and said with a smile, "You don't need to understand it now. My insights ultimately belong to me. When you understand, you will naturally comprehend. So you don't need to rush to understand the meaning of cultivation. You only need to understand one thing. By cultivating now for the next 30 years, you will be strong, able to protect yourself, safeguard your family, and control your own destiny. But if you don't practice for the next 30 years, you will be but an ant subject to the whims of others. With that, Suke finished his tea and turned to walk toward the main house. The boxes sent by Li Shaoqing contained some insights from martial saint-level practitioners. Although most were incomplete, they could still provide indirect understanding. Even if incomplete, these insights were worth a fortune and were normally hard to obtain. However, who told Suke to have an abundance of spirit stones? Let me see what the so-called true meaning of martial arts really is. The ancestor truly possesses miraculous healing abilities. After suffering from deafness for decades, I never expected to hear clearly again. Suke, having mastered the 5 arts of the mountain medicine and fate reading passed down from the heavenly master's estate, found curing deafness to be a mere trifle with his current cultivation. Before long, he resolved the questions of the elderly one by one. Suke, with a helpless tone, said, "All right, next time do not spread rumors carelessly." They replied, "Understood, understood." One remarked, "I told you, how could the ancestor like men?" Another added, "Isn't that because you talk too much?" A group of old men and women bickered among themselves while leaving the courtyard. Suke watched their departing figures, feeling a wave of annoyance. He then closed the courtyard door and turned to walk towards the back mountain. The true essence of martial saints lies in following one's heart, applying mental pressure, and commanding power with intent. Beneath the martial saint, all are but ants. When a martial saint strikes, they bring forth true essence. Regardless of whether one is at the 8th grade golden body stage or the 9th grade immortal stage, they will feel fear and become stiff in the face of the martial way's true essence assault. Suke broke a branch and waved it lightly, instantly turning it into dust. In the next moment, a fierce sword radiance surged into the sky, resembling a rainbow, piercing the sun, the sword intent soaring in the air, capable of disturbing the mind and breaking mountains. A single sword could tear through the firmament. Boom. Where the sword light passed, there was no dust or trace, shooting straight up into the clouds, causing the clouds in the high sky to dissipate. Suke picked up another branch and sliced down effortlessly. A heavy mountain-like momentum surged into the sky, and the brilliant blade light flowed like a rushing river. This is power. This is aura. Whether sword intent or blade intent, they all represent a kind of force. The sword intent is light and ethereal, while the blade intent is majestic and solid. Suke did not employ true energy or magical power, only using pure true intent. Otherwise, not only this back mountain, but the entire Su family village would be affected. Immediately, Suke's eyes narrowed slightly, as terrifying killing intent surged from his body. Though he did not kill recklessly, he had not spared many lives. The killing intent, he gathered, could shake the hearts of men. One thought could intimidate thousands of enemies, one force could sever countless lives. This is the true essence of killing. Just then, the snakes, insects, and vermin hiding in the shadows seemed to see their natural enemy and fled in panic. Wasn't it said that the true essence of martial arts is extremely difficult to comprehend? Suke frowned slightly. This was mentioned in the incomplete martial saint insights brought by Li Shaoqing. The true essence of martial arts belongs to the realm of willpower. Techniques are forms, true energy is power, and true intent is the soul. Martial skills can be passed down from master to disciple, but true intent originates from within. Of it can only be grasped intuitively, not verbally communicated. Those who can comprehend true intent and break through to become martial saints are the rare prodigies among millions. Is it really just this? Suke shook his head with a light sigh. Then with a thought, he summoned several high-grade spirit stones from his universe sleeve, and rich spiritual energy immediately permeated the surroundings. A powerful momentum erupted continuously, and the spiritual energy circulated through the 8 extraordinary meridians. Moments later, he declared, "Martial Saint Realm Break." Suke's martial path in the meridians had long reached the complete state of immortality. This breakthrough came naturally and encountered no bottlenecks. Not enough. Suke did not stop gathering momentum as the pressure rose step by step. Initial stage of martial saint. Mid-stage of martial saint. Late stage of martial saint. Complete stage of martial saint. The waves of energy surged, causing all the grass and trees around to bow down, and a fierce wind howled endlessly. Just after breaking through, he continued to advance. Would it destabilize the foundation? Could it cause permanent damage to the meridians? Would it lead to a discordance between the mind and the cultivation? Just say that to my talent. Crack. The surrounding spirit stones were all turned to powder. Suke slowly exhaled, raised a finger to point at his brow, and his perspective instantly changed. The Yin spirit was out of the body. In an instant, it felt like being engulfed in raging flames. His primordial spirit was scorched, and the pain was unbearable. However, Suke's Yin spirit now could endure the scorching sun without being extinguished. The cultivation of the Yin spirit had reached its limit. After some time, it would attain completion. At that time, the Yin would lead to the birth of yang, life and death, would be cultivated simultaneously. The 5 energies would converge, and the spiritual energy would meld. Then he could step into the realm of the Yang spirit. In the second year of the Chongping era, on the second day of the second month, Sukei's cultivation had broken through and his mood was excellent. It was certainly a time for celebration. Spring Breeze Pavilion was open again. It was still the same shopkeeper, but with a changed approach. Ever since the shopkeeper discovered that Sukei often visited the pleasure quarters, he had an epiphany. It wasn't that the elder did not like the name Spring Breeze Pavilion. Rather, he disliked taverns. In the elegant pavilion, Brother Su, if you do not come these days, I was just about to look for you. Li Shaoqing leaned back on the soft couch and downed his cup of wine. Now the demons and monsters have gone mad. They don't care about life or death, continuously attacking the territories of the 3 great dynasties. The tides of the Kanglan realm have experienced countless cycles. Ancient texts from every era document this. Each tide brings a great calamity for humanity. The demons and monsters seem endless, wanting to drag humanity down to death with them. Even those who have reached the martial saint level do not dare to claim they can preserve themselves under such a great calamity. So are you going to the battlefield? Yes, Li Shaoqing nodded. I was born here, raised here, and as a court official I have a duty I cannot evade. Aren't you afraid of death? Sukei asked curiously. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Sukei suddenly felt a bit dazed. He remembered having asked the same question twice before. The first time was to the maid Chuntao in the martial world. Chuntao answered firmly, not afraid. As long as she could follow her young master, she was not afraid. The second time was to the person Si in the Linghuan world. Si answered, very afraid of death, but there was no turning back now. And now? He remembered that Li Shaoqing was very fearful of the future decline of spiritual energy. But now he was voluntarily going to the battlefield. Human nature is indeed complex. Afraid. Who isn't afraid of death? Li Shaoqing gave a bitter smile. But as 1,000 households of the Jinwu division, the court has issued orders to resist the decree is a death sentence, and it would implicate 9 generations of family. Upon hearing this, Sukei rolled his eyes. He thought he had encountered another stubborn person like his junior disciples. He had thought Li Shaoqing had volunteered to go to the battlefield. It turns out he was being forced. Brother Su, I have an unreasonable request. Let's hear it. Sukei remained noncommittal. He wanted to hear if this unreasonable request was excessive. Li Shaoqing naturally sensed the underlying meaning and quickly explained, rest assured, I am not trying to drag you down with me. Although my brother is unmatched in martial arts as a martial saint, the Han dynasty is vast, and now at the peak of spiritual energy. It is not that I disrespect, but even a martial saint cannot stir up much of a wave. I only hope that after my departure you can guard Dian City, and if the situation becomes dire, I kindly ask you to take care of my family. I see. Sukei suddenly understood. This world can be considered a high martial one. The territories of the major dynasties are vast and boundless. Not to mention the 7th grade Tianren realm, even a 9th grade immortal realm practitioner could easily find themselves without a burial place. This was a concern that he might perish and leave his family without care. Upon thinking of this, Sukei greeted him and jumped out of the window. Wait a moment. Li Shaoqing, seeing this scene, was puzzled and still in a daze. Then he saw Sukei return holding a branch. Sukei threw the branch to Li Shaoqing, saying, this branch has been infused with my true intent. If you encounter life-threatening danger, you can throw it out. It can slay an ordinary martial saint. You can rest assured. Your wife and children I shall take care of. You do not worry. To be honest, upon hearing Sukei's promise, Li Shaoqing felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. But after a moment's thought, he calmed down. After all, many were present during the incident at Chunfeng Tower when the 8th grade wolf demon was slain. Although Dian City was not particularly large, it was home to many influential individuals. These martial arts families observed how Li Shaoqing, 1,000 household officer, treated Sukei with great respect. They were secretly investigating Sukei's background. Before long, the news spread quickly. In order to curry favor with the martial sage, Sukei, each family put in a considerable amount of effort. But over time, Sukei's reputation remained stellar. Surely there couldn't be a young maiden who didn't harbor feelings, and instead only thought of Su Nyang, who was half-aged. Su Ning cultivation is all about refining the heart. Your body is like a furnace. The 3 fields serve as the cauldron. The spirit is the fire, and the breath is the wind. The primary goal is to refine oneself, to transform the physical body, seeking the unity of form and spirit, ultimately achieving the dual cultivation of life and essence. You little girl, where do you get such heavy thoughts? Your mindset, if placed in. Sukei was sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun, occasionally guiding Su Ning in her training, and shook his head as he spoke. This girl had decent talent, but she just couldn't calm her mind. If placed in the spirit realm, she would probably struggle her entire life to subdue the 5 demons and break through to the master realm. Old ancestor, old ancestor. At that moment, a series of shouts came from outside the courtyard. Sukei waved his hand casually, and the courtyard door opened automatically. A group of elderly men and women hurriedly filed in. Upon entering the courtyard, they all respectfully bowed. Old Ancestor, we heard that demons are launching a major invasion, and the court has issued a conscription decree summoning martial artists from all over to defend the borders. Currently, Dian City is recruiting soldiers, and we specifically came to ask for your opinion. My opinion. Suke looked at the elderly clan elders before him, his face a mixture of confusion. Do you wish to join the army? Are you preparing to serve as fodder for the demons? As soon as those words were spoken, the clan elders fell silent. What does it mean to be fodder? Isn't that too insulting? Old Ancestor, it's not that we want to go, it's the young members of the clan who wish to join. Let them in. Suke nodded slightly. With his cultivation, he had already noticed a group of young people waiting outside the courtyard, all looking anxious. Soon this group entered one by one. Among them were Su Chong, who was in charge of teaching children martial arts, and some local militia. There were a total of 12 people, each with martial arts cultivation. The weakest among them was at the 2nd grade innate realm, while the strongest had already reached the 4th grade grandmaster level. Judging by their foundations, it wouldn't be long before they broke through to the earth immortal realm. Do you all wish to go? Yes, Old Ancestor. What's your reason? Suke was somewhat curious. In a battle of this scale, let alone your shallow cultivation, even someone like me, a martial sage, would not be able to influence the outcome on the battlefield. With your strength, it's like a drop of water falling into the ocean. Likely you wouldn't survive 2 months. Even so, you still want to go. Everyone nodded and knelt in unison. Please, Old Ancestor, grant us this. Under a collapsed nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? They may not understand the grand principles of loyalty to the monarch and love for the country. But the reason they were willing to go might be because their family was here, their roots were here, and their loved ones were here. If humanity were to falter and demons surged in, the entire Su family village would not escape disaster. Suke looked at them seriously and sighed softly. Very well. What a troublesome bunch, always giving me. Although I, as the Old Ancestor, am a bit of a blunderer, I have been called this for quite a while. Everyone treats him with utmost respect. Other village priests bow before the ancestral tomb. But in Su family village, they all bow before him. When it's mealtime and he hasn't arrived, no one dares to touch their chopsticks first. Little girl, go fetch some branches. Yes, Old Ancestor. In a short while, Suke handed the branches to them one by one, explaining their uses. Su Chong and the others received them as if they were treasures, carefully tucking the branches into their embrace. They then all knelt down in unison and repeatedly bowed their heads. Originally they had come today just to seek the Old Ancestor's approval. After all, with the Old Ancestor still present, the young members of the clan needed Suke's nod to enlist. They were not here to ask for life-saving items. But no one expected that the Old Ancestor would have such means. A mere branch could actually slay a martial sage. Such a precious treasure, if sold, would surely be worth a fortune. But they had no thoughts of selling it. This was a gift from the Old Ancestor. How could they sell it? How could they show disrespect? Thank you, Old Ancestor, for your support. Go on, go on. Yes. Suke watched their departing figures, shaking his head helplessly. I don't even have a wife yet. I became an ancestor out of thin air, adding thousands of descendants. What is this all about? In the 2nd year of Qingping, on the 1st day of March, the wind was gentle and the sun warm outside Dian City. It was a sea of people. Over 10,000 martial artists clad in armor were bidding farewell to their families. The sides of the city were crowded with common folk. In this world where demons rampaged, even ordinary citizens understood the peril of this war. Some had tears in their eyes while others had reddened rims. For many, this parting might be the last. Among these martial artists, about 40% were from the garrison of Dian City, 30% from the town martial division, 20% from surrounding villages and towns, and the rest from various martial arts families. The entire army was ready to set out, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere of impending battle. Li Shaoqing gazed at the thousands of troops before him, waving his hand, his voice echoing around. Demons are rampant and reckless. No matter who they are or how strong, anyone daring to offend our Han dynasty shall be punished, no matter how distant. March forth, slay the demons. The deployment of so many martial artists to the borders would inevitably leave Dian City vulnerable. If the demons seized the opportunity to attack, it would be hard to defend with the remaining troops. However, Dian City lay in the heart of the Han dynasty. Although demons could breed within its territory, most were either weak or had been slain by the town martial division. As long as the border defenses could hold, the demons that strayed in would not pose much threat. Moreover, this was a war of races. There would be no negotiations, no concessions, and no bottom line. This was the great calamity that humanity had to face with each tidal wave in the azure blue realm. Suke quietly watched the vast army gradually move away, waving his sleeve, sending several streams of light toward the 4 gates of Dian City. After completing all this, his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Time flowed slowly, and soon it was the 3rd year of Qingping. Perhaps it was because Li Shaoqing had been in cahoots with Su Ke for so long. No matter how good Su Ke's reputation was, he still found it hard to trust his character. Every month, he would write a letter to his wife, fearing that his son would change his surname to Su, proving that he was still alive and breathing. Su Ke naturally received the letters. Brother Su, upon reading this letter, I think of our last parting often, and I still remember the joyful times we had at Chunfeng Tower, drinking and chatting, reminiscing every time. Su Ke tossed it aside after reading. Li Shaoqing had reached the celestial realm at such a young age and held the position of 1,000 household officer, so he naturally had backing. Meanwhile, Su Chong and the others had become Li Shaoqing's personal guards, temporarily avoiding danger. Clearly this was due to his influence. However, the current situation was not optimistic. The borders of the major dynasties were simply too long to defend every pass. There would always be demons breaking through the defenses, causing casualties. Faced with this situation, the three major dynasties could only shrink their defenses, abandon vast territories, and relocate the common folk to the inner regions. The longer the front line, the more dispersed the troops would be, making it impossible to sustain. Only by pulling back the fist could they strike better. Furthermore, humanity did not need to attack. They only needed to defend, waiting for the spiritual energy to dissipate, and the demons would crumble on their own. The demons clearly understood this principle as well, becoming increasingly frenzied in their attacks. Humanity would retreat 1 step, while the demons advanced 10 steps. The three major dynasties could only continue to retreat. At night, Su Ke was seated inside meditating. He had reached perfection in 3 aspects. His foundational martial arts had already reached the peak of the star-settling level. Within 370 trillion cells, a thread of primal power had emerged. With each refinement, the primal power would compress slightly, and his physical body and strength would grow correspondingly. Currently, the successfully compressed cellular primal power was approximately 300 million. After a long while, Su Ke opened his eyes slightly, then slapped his head as his yang spirit emerged. The yang spirit, pure and untainted, takes shape when gathered and disperses into qi when scattered, having transformed from the virtual to the real. To break through to the realm of refining the void and merging with the Tao, it no longer required deliberate meditation. He just needed to roam the mountains and rivers to eliminate the barriers between the physical body and the primordial spirit, comprehending the operation of the heavens and earth with the perfected yang spirit. Just as Su Ke was about to retract his yang spirit, he suddenly furrowed his brow. With a thought, he immediately traversed the world, flying towards the distance. The night was dim and all was silent. Dian City had already implemented a curfew. Rumble. Dust flew and the ground trembled slightly. A horde of demons, their forms like mountains covered in scales and armor with fangs bared, trampled forward. The guards on the city walls, who had been nodding off, were startled awake by the commotion. They opened their eyes and were horrified, immediately blowing the alarm. Woo woo woo. As soon as the alarm sounded, the city guards and martial artists lined up, rushing to the walls. Looking at the endless demons in the night, their faces turned pale. Soon the entire city was awakened by the alarm from all sides, and everyone hurried to the city walls. What's going on? Where did these demons come from? What should we do now? This is the heartland of the Han Dynasty. How could so many demons appear? Quick, go to Su family village and summon old ancestor Su. Elder Su is a martial sage. Oh, as long as he comes, Dian City will be saved. On the city walls, the officials and martial artists who arrived looked extremely anxious. Zhang the governor looked at the demons gathering from all directions, furrowing his brow. There's no time. Quickly activate the formation and buy as much time as possible. As long as we hold out until dawn, the news of Dian City being surrounded will spread. Or, wait for Elder Su to visit Chunfeng Tower at dawn. He will naturally know. Everyone was rendered speechless upon hearing this. What kind of talk is this? How could waiting for Elder Su to visit Chunfeng Tower save the situation? What if he doesn't come? At that moment, a light screen unfolded from the center, instantly enveloping the entire Dian City. The 4 symbols Great Formation. This formation was arranged by a true practitioner from the Haotian sect, based on the 4 divine beasts with extremely strong defenses. As long as there were enough spirit stones, even a martial sage would take several hours to forcibly break through. Soon countless demons approached the city, halting a few miles from the gates. Many demons retreated, clearing a path. From within emerged a 5-tailed blue fox, a howling moonwolf, and a sun-white tiger. These demons were surrounded by green light, transforming into human forms. The blue fox became an elegant woman, the moonwolf turned into a stern man, and the white tiger morphed into a burly man. The 4 symbols Great Formation. The 5-tailed blue fox Tushan Xiu gazed at the light barrier before her and chuckled lightly. Let's begin here. Sangsong Bai Chong, go break this formation. Yes, my lord. Sangsong and Bai Chong nodded slightly, then soared into the air, looking down at the distant Dian City. Damn it, is that a 10th grade demon? Or 3 of them? Upon seeing this scene, Governor Zhang couldn't help but curse, his face filled with despair. While many of the demons were born with the ability to fly, these 3 definitely were not included. Their ability to fly meant they had already broken through to the 10th grade. Although the blue fox hadn't flown, yet being able to command the 2 10th grade demons spoke volumes about its power. The 4 symbols great formation of Dian City could not withstand even 1 10th grade demon. How could it handle 3? In such a situation, even if Suke, a martial sage, arrived, it would likely be futile. Not to mention that there were tens of thousands of demons lurking around. At this moment, not only Zhang the governor felt despair, but others did too. Many martial artists slumped to the ground, their faces as pale as paper. It's over, I regret it now. Had I known, why did I come to Dian City? 3 heads equivalent to martial sage-level demons. How could such a small city attract such formidable foes? I fear only the peak martial god's presence can resolve this crisis. They couldn't fathom why the demons had silently approached Dian City. Had all the martial artists at the border been wiped out? Sangsong looked at the despairing martial artists on the city walls and sneered, eagerly flying towards Dian City. Just as he reached within 100 meters of the city gates, Sangsong's demonic power surged, ready to attack the formation's light barrier. Clang! From a crack in the city wall, a branch turned to dust. A sharp sword intent shot up into the sky, the white sword light resembling a rainbow, piercing through the sun, a 100-foot sword intent hovering in the air, shining brilliantly in the night. Sharp. Terrifying. Sangsong felt as if a horrifying presence was fixating on him, causing his mind to become disordered. A chill spread throughout his body, and he turned to flee. This sword is solely for slaying demons. Amidst his panic, there seemed to be a sword ringing. The sword intent enveloped him, striking down. No fancy tricks, just speed to the extreme. Splurt. Kangsong's body froze in midair. The next moment, his transformed form dissipated, his 100-meter body severed in 2, blood splattering everywhere, and he lost all breath. With one sword strike, a demon comparable to the martial sage realm fell on the spot. The scene fell into silence. Even Bai Chong, who was about to follow, froze in place, drenched in sweat. If he had followed Sangsong, would he have been cut down by this sword intent as well? On the city walls, soldiers and martial artists all widened their eyes. A 10th grade demon, comparable to martial sage level combat power. It just died so effortlessly, not even able to resist. Only a trace of martial Wei's true intent left behind. Zhang the governor was left dumbfounded. Is this the true intent of martial arts? Who left this sword intent? Revise. This chapter is 4,000 words. It's been almost 12 hours. I originally wrote the character setting incorrectly, deleted it. The plot dragged on, deleted it. I'm exhausted. I really tried my best. It can only be like this. Tu Shan Xiu's expression hardened as she sensed the aura of danger emanating from the sword intent. Even she, facing such terrifying sword intent heat-in, would likely find it difficult to escape calamity. This feeling was utterly absurd, yet exceedingly real. How is this possible? Tu Shan Xiu furrowed her brows. She had reached the pinnacle of the 10th rank as a demon, approaching the limits of her realm. With just a step away from uniting her body with heaven and earth, manipulating the primordial energy of the cosmos, mastering the rudimentary form of her domain, and refining the demon god's manifestation, she could step into the realm of the demon god. Tu Shan Xiu's gaze wandered among the many demons and pointed at a bear demon. You go try it. The bear demon was taken aback, wanting to refuse, but under Tu Shan Xiu's cold gaze had to swallow back its words. It knew well that should it dare to refuse, it would face certain death. With that thought, the bear demon could only muster all its demonic power, the air rippling as it charged toward Dian City like a cannonball. O demon god above, this little bear does not wish to die. The bear demon quickly landed outside the city, shutting its eyes tight, seemingly awaiting the arrival of death. But a moment passed, and the surroundings were calm with no sign of danger. It was as if the overwhelming sword intent before was merely an illusion. Seeing this, Tu Shan Xiu let out a cold laugh. Even if the true meaning of martial arts could be preserved, it would only be a consumable. It was a pity for the Tsang Song to have lost a life in vain. Bai Chong, you go. Yes, my lord. Bai Chong's previously tense heart finally relaxed as he soared into the air. The wind and waves gathered, the demonic energy surging like a tide. Bai Chong was a 10th rank demon, radiating demonic energy that felt like a dark cloud pressing down, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. He soon arrived outside the door, glancing at the trembling bear demon below with disdain, and immediately shouted, "Get lost." Yes, I'll get lost right away. The bear demon dared not say more and hurriedly retreated. On the city wall, the martial artist fell into despair once again. Although a true meaning of martial arts had taken down a 10th rank demon, it was still of no help. The 4 symbols' great formation ultimately could not withstand the onslaught of such a strong foe. Insignificant human race, overestimating yourselves. Bai Chong looked down at the people on the city walls, and with a wave of his hand, the demonic power coalesced into a massive black hand pressing down from above. Break! In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted. The devastating power collided with the light shield of the four symbols' great formation, creating ripples. The mid-grade spirit stones sustaining the formation shattered in an instant, dozens of them. Such might caused everyone's hearts to sink to the depths. Boom, boom. Baichong unleashed his demonic power, his assault, like a tempest. The ripples in the formation's light shield surged, and the glow gradually dimmed. If graded, the four symbols' great formation could be considered a 10th rank. If the coverage area were smaller, let alone a martial saint, even a martial god would find it difficult to break through the formation in a short time. However, the current formation covered too large an area, significantly reducing its defensive capabilities. No wonder it's the four symbols' great formation. It truly resembles a turtle shell. Seeing the formation still holding, Baichong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Is it really this laborious? Why not let tens of thousands of demons break the formation at once? Wouldn't that be faster? Or I could lend a hand. Just then a voice suddenly echoed in Baichong's ears. Who? Baichong was startled and turned around. He saw a figure radiating pure yang energy, hovering in midair, looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. When did you appear? Baichong instantly broke into a cold sweat. He was a 10th rank demon. Had it not been for the other party speaking first, would he not have sensed someone approaching? Baichong stared warily at the suddenly appearing figure. Who are you? Suke did not rush to answer. He glanced down at the tens of thousands of demons, then looked at the nearby, five-tailed blue fox before returning his gaze to Baichong. Who am I? I am the pioneer of martial arts, the ancestor of the great Qian martial arts, the first to exorcise demons in the great Zhao, the first Dao master, the Dao ancestor emperor of Fengdu, the leader of Earth, a villager of Su family village in Dine City, Suke. Upon hearing this, Baichong was dumbfounded. Tu Shanxiu was also taken aback. Even the martial artists on the city wall were left in astonishment. What is this? Such arrogance. The ancestor of martial arts. The Dao ancestor emperor of Fengdu. And what is this leader of Earth? What does that even mean? This place is a forbidden zone. I am tasked by a friend, and within Dine City demons must stop. Suke chuckled lightly, extending a finger and lightly poking at Baichong. Behave, please die first for me. Stunned. Terrifying. Baichong's pupils constricted as goosebumps erupted all over his body, unable to move, as if frozen in place. Clearly Suke's finger moved slowly. Clearly he felt no power. Yet he sensed the aura of death. Unable to resist, unable to evade. Baichong's head, like tofu, was easily pierced by a finger. Terrifying thunder spread from the finger, and he instantly lost all traces of life. Bang! Baichong transformed into a 100-meter tiger form, plummeting straight to the ground, his body still crackling, with lightning wafts of meaty fragrance wafting out. Su Senior, this is a yang god. How is this possible? Governor Zhang and the other martial artists gasped in disbelief. Many knew of Suke being a martial saint. Otherwise Li Shaoqing would not have been so eager to curry favor. But no one expected that Suke was not only a martial saint, but also an immortal yang god. Both immortal and martial arts had reached the 10th rank. It was extremely rare for cultivators in this world to practice both paths. Unless one had already broken through to the martial god realm, only then would they spend some time to comprehend another path. But this was merely for the sake of cross-referencing. Few could advance in both paths simultaneously. Yet now they were witnessing it. It was simply terrifying. The previously despairing martial artists were now filled with excitement, all gazing reverently at the figure in the sky. Suke paid no heed to the astonishment of these martial artists. He had merely been cultivating in Su family village when he sensed the prearranged true meaning of martial arts being triggered, prompting him to come. Previously, he had left a branch at each of Dine City's four gates, each containing the true meaning of martial arts, which would automatically activate if any demon above the indestructible realm approached. Suke looked toward the horde of demons outside the city. Since you've come, then all of you shall remain. Heaven and earth, mystical sect, root of all energies, cultivate, through countless tribulations prove my divine power. Golden whip. Countless golden rays burst forth from him. He had already reached the yang god realm, able to command various Taoist techniques and thunderous divine powers merely by thought, unbound by the flesh. This is something the Yin god could never achieve. Streams of golden whips shot forth. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to myriad whips. In the darkness of night, golden light illuminated the vast earth, bright as day. Powerful. Incredible. Suke resembled a celestial being, and the countless golden whips left no room for resistance. Tu Shanxiu's face turned pale with horror. Is this really the yang god of the immortal path? 10,000 golden whips. Even the old masters of the Haoyan sect are not this terrifying. Tu Shanxiu's heart was ringing alarm bells, already contemplating retreat. At that moment the sound of breaking air echoed continuously. Countless golden whips descended like homing missiles with unstoppable momentum. Roar, roar, roar. Monsters filled with fear desperately unleashed their full demonic power. Storm Star Cloud Crack. Heavenly Fiend Demon Barrier. Burning Heaven Phoenix Fire. Ice Sealing Breath. A storm surged and demonic energy coalesced. Crimson demonic flames and extreme cold mist. The heavens and earth changed, color waves of energy surged, and the sound of trembling echoed endlessly. Quick, quick, quick. Use all your strength to maintain the four symbols Great Formation. Governor Zhang's face changed drastically upon witnessing this scene. Even within the formation, they could feel the earth-shattering tremors outside the city. They knew Su Ke was strong, but never expected him to be this powerful. They initially thought Su Ke's appearance would make these monsters retreat, thus resolving the crisis of Dine City. No one anticipated that Su Ke would directly unleash his full power. In an instant, the golden whips, imbued with unparalleled might, swept forth. One whip scattered the storm clouds, another dissolved the demonic energy. One whip extinguished the demonic fire, another withdrew the icy tide. The terrifying waves surged outward, a deafening roar resonating through heaven and earth. Dust obscured the sky, and the spreading aftermath carved countless chasms into the earth. Soil flew and boulders were turned to dust. Demons below the 6th rank were struck by the golden whips, exploding into blood mist, leaving no bones behind. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of demons were reduced to mere thousands. Even those fortunate enough to survive were gravely injured. Tu Shanxiu's face turned ashen, spitting out a mouthful of blood, unable to maintain her human form, revealing her true form as a 200-meter-long five-tailed azure fox. Su Ke's expression remained calm, his heart undisturbed. In his 8 years in the martial world, he had accumulated nearly 100,000 lives. In the spirit world, he had slain over 100,000 ghosts and extinguished millions of evil spirits. He was not a merciful person. He had his own bottom line. Yet this bottom line was not particularly high. Su Ke's thoughts stirred slightly. Thunder Mother, Lightning Lord, swiftly descend, divine powers, rumbling thunder flames at my side. 5 thunders, decree, sever the evil and wicked. By the command of the Emperor of Fengdu, hurry as the law commands. 5 thunder, righteous law. Boom. Between heaven and earth, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, deafening. Countless lightning snakes darted through the clouds. Fall. The words acted as a decree, executed immediately. Streams of purple lightning descended with a thunderous crash. The orthodox 5 thunders were divided into 5 colors: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Common Taoists mostly revolve around these 5 colors. However, if one cultivates the 5 thunders to an extremely high level, merging the 5 organs and 5 chi, they can master the innate primordial thunder of the purple sky. Damn it. Who the hell is this person? With such strength, why have I never heard of him? No, I can't die here. I must live to return and report to my grandmother. Tu Shanxiu's fur bristled, resembling a huge agitated creature, her eyes filled with panic. Realizing this, Tu Shanxiu dared not hesitate further, desperately channeling her demonic power to expel a mouthful of vital blood. Soothing and guiding the ethereal, borrowing the path of the mysterious wind, transforming into flowing shadows, moving 1,000 miles in an instant. Immediately, Tu Shanxiu's body turned to mist, transforming into wisps of azure smoke, escaping into the distance on the surging waves of energy. Boom. As she vanished, thousands of demons were completely obliterated, their bodies turned to powder by the thunder. Countless lightning snakes burrowed into the earth, spreading along the veins, hissing incessantly. Wanna leave? Late. Su Ke gazed at the escaping Tu Shanxiu, chuckling softly and slightly closing his eyes. The world is clear, the sun and moon separate the essence, the eye conceals the 5 chi, reflecting the profound and dark. The energy of heaven and earth lay before him. Found it. Su Ke opened his eyes, golden light flickering, and his figure vanished from the spot. 1,000 miles away in a certain valley, a wisp of azure smoke drifted in quickly, turning from illusion to reality, landing on the ground. Tu Shanxiu's fur was singed by the purple lightning, large patches burnt her breath, weak, looking miserable as she struggled to rise. She glanced at her appearance, feeling utterly humiliated. From beginning to end, she had never truly fought Su Ke. She even felt that he had never regarded her as an opponent. Disdain, contempt, as if viewing an ant. She had to know that she was a peak grade 10 demon. Among the Azure Fox clan, she was considered a well-known powerhouse. How could she have ever faced such disregard? Damn it, the human race is so untrustworthy. When I return, I will definitely seek an explanation. Tu Shanxiu dared not heal her wounds for fear of Su Ke pursuing her. Just as she was about to leave, the sound of drums echoed. Boom, boom, boom. Who is beating the drum? Boom. Countless golden lotuses appeared, filling the sky. Immediately, a terrifying pressure descended from above. Bang. Tushan Xiao was horrified, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on her, unable to withstand it, collapsing to the ground, unable to move, only her eyes could still turn. Friend, please hold on. Sukei's expression was calm as he stood with his hands behind his back, suspended in midair. Fear. Tushan Xiao was filled with terror, trembling all over. Impossible, this is impossible. The escape technique of my Azure Fox clan is unparalleled in the world, allowing me to flee 1,000 miles in an instant. How could you possibly catch up and locate my position? Who exactly are you? She knew that the secret method of escape from the Azure Fox clan had a great cost, was extremely fast, and was hard to trace. Even a peak martial god would find it difficult to immediately detect her position and pursue her, let alone a martial saint. Is it difficult? Sukei descended from the sky, standing before the five-tailed Azure Fox. This scene was highly contrasting. After all, the human body is so insignificant when compared to the 200-meter giant beast. Have you heard of tracking the aura of mountains and rivers? Have you heard of tracing the earth veins by following the aura? As long as your aura has been exposed before me, I have at least 37 ways to find you. Now tell me, how did you infiltrate the heart of the Han people under their very noses? Tushan Xiao was taken aback, her face filled with confusion. What tracking the aura of mountains and rivers? What tracing the earth veins? She had never heard of it. Even the Haoyan sect, the foremost sect of the Han, did not have such techniques. Wait, how did we infiltrate the heart of the Central Plains? Why is this human asking such a question? This shouldn't be. Tushan Xiao suddenly widened her eyes, her expression filled with suspicion, quickly followed by disbelief, as she blurted out. You don't know? You actually don't know? You seriously know nothing? Tushan Xiao finally understood. She finally realized why a martial saint would come to block her. It turns out Sukei is a wild martial saint. Shouldn't I know something? Sukei squinted slightly. There is more to this than meets the eye. But Tushan Xiao did not respond, instead bursting into laughter, looking at him with a gaze of pity. Huh, you're done for, you're dead. No matter where you escape to, there will be no place for you in the entire Azure. The Azure realm is vast and boundless, stretching across billions of miles. This land has produced countless heroes throughout history. The Central Plains have witnessed many unifications, yet they ultimately succumb to the fate of fragmentation. The larger the territory of a dynasty, the harder it becomes to effectively convey edicts. Over time, this can lead to regional divisions. In this cycle of cosmic tides, there once existed a unified dynasty, the Great Zhou Holy Dynasty. Yet as the number of peak martial gods increased, the vastness of the territory became increasingly difficult to govern. Faced with the rebellion of the three major forces, even the contemporary prodigy, the Holy Emperor of the Great Zhou, could not turn the tide, and ultimately fell to the current three dynasties. Nonetheless, the territories ruled by each dynasty today remain exceedingly vast. In such circumstances, the human race suffers continual setbacks, losing vast tracts of land. The entire Azure realm is in chaos. Time flows slowly. In the fourth year of peace, Sukei sat in the courtyard, gazing at the notice in his hand. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. The territory of the Han spans millions of miles, where the common folk live in peace and contentment, yet demons encroach upon the borders, slaughtering the populous, burning cities, with countless deaths and injuries, making it intolerable for heaven and earth. Today it is proclaimed to all under heaven, all citizens of the Han may enter the demon lairs, slay the demons, and burn their strongholds. I have resolved to send the martial saint to lead the soldiers into the demon lairs for proportional retaliation. I must clearly inform the demons. If they can invade, so can I. Those who offend the Han, even if far away, shall be punished. This decree is quite lengthy, and it is very imposing. Any warrior with a semblance of courage upon seeing such an edict would surely feel their blood boil. Sukei set down this decree and picked up two other notices beside it to examine. These two notices came from the Tang and Ming dynasties respectively, with similar content. Demons from all directions, those who dare to offend the Tang shall have their clans exterminated, their descendants annihilated. Even if our Ming faces extinction, we shall not coexist with the demons. How could we allow others to sleep soundly beside us when we lie on our beds? The edicts of the three great dynasties spread across the entire Central Plains in a very short time. They recorded numerous painful events. Any warrior who read the notice was filled with a burning desire to immediately take up arms against the demons. What a clever tactic. Sukei set down the notice, tapping his forehead. The Fengdu Heavenly Palace transformed into a beam of golden light, flying out from the Niwen Palace, hovering before him. Immediately, a piercing scream echoed around like the wailing of vengeful spirits. Sukei's gaze fell upon the minuscule Fengdu Heavenly Palace, penetrating the palace walls to see the scene within. Inside the hall, it was dark and cold, filled with a ghastly aura. The ghostly soldiers conjured from the Heavenly Palace were using iron pincers to grasp the root of Tushan Xiao's tongue, forcibly pulling it out. Following that, various tortures were inflicted successively. This Fengdu heavenly palace is the key to opening the underworld and is the only inferior innate spiritual treasure of the spiritual illusion world. Moreover, it represents the lofty status of the Fengdu Emperor, its might vast, and its methods boundless. Simulating an 18-layer hell is merely a trivial matter for the heavenly palace. Since Su Ke acquired this treasure, it was the first time he used this method to torment a demon. After all, in his view, killing was just a matter of hitting the ground. Why make it so complicated? But Tu Shanxiu was different. Her mouth was tough, and her soul was equally resilient. Still unwilling to speak. Ha, you think you can kill me? You will definitely die. Although Tu Shanxiu was still enduring torture, she laughed loudly, showing no sign of fear. This not only concerns the secrets of the entire demon race, but also relates to their future. How could she easily divulge such information? Of course, even if Tu Shanxiu wanted to speak, she would be unable to do so. Because all those who know the secrets have been placed under restrictions by powerful beings of the divine realm, making it impossible to leak any information. Once revealed, their souls would instantly vanish. During this period, Tu Shanxiu had considered using the restrictions to commit suicide. But in the end, she still gave up, holding on to her last hope. As long as the ancestors of the Qing Fox clan discover her disappearance, they would surely launch an investigation, thereby finding clues. By then, as long as she could kill Su Ke, she could survive. Moreover, Tu Shanxiu believed that as long as she did not reveal any information, she would still hold some value to Su Ke, and he would not kill her. It's really noisy. Forget it, since I can't get anything out, I might as well kill her. Su Ke shook his head, his thoughts shifting. With a flash of golden light, the heavenly palace gently trembled. Tu Shanxiu didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy before her soul was extinguished. In truth, Su Ke didn't need to make it so complicated. Given his personality, he could have simply charged in. Why bother with all this roundabout? He had always done it this way in the past. Whenever faced with indecision, he could ask the spring breeze, and if the spring breeze was uncertain, he could ask destiny. The only reason he did not act immediately was entirely because the citizens of Dian City have all been relocated. Now, there is only an empty city left, and the nearby villages and towns are also gradually evacuating. Now only our Su family village remains. Every household is ready. Oh, when shall we set off? Currently, demons run rampant. For some unknown reason, the border troops are unable to stop the demons from infiltrating. During this time, martial saint-level demons have been rampaging, and countless cities in various states have been slaughtered. Even a city like Dian, located in the heart of the Han, is not spared. Had Su Ke not intervened earlier, Dian would have likely followed the same fate as those cities. In this situation, the families and commoners in the city have either fled or run away, and by now the place is deserted. Those who could take something have taken it away. In doing so, he has fulfilled Li Shaoking's request. Of course, Li Shaoking's wife is also currently in Su family village, planning to relocate together. Inform everyone. Oh, we will set off tonight. Yes, ancestor. The village head respectfully replied, hesitating for a moment. Then, ancestor, where shall we go? Where shall we go? Su Ke smiled. To a place of heavenly fortune, to a place to avoid calamity. Peach Blossom Spring. As soon as the words fell, at that moment a mechanical voice rang out. Ding, would you like to draw a talent? Only 3 days had passed since the residents of Su family village moved away, yet demonic creatures surged from all directions. The tale of Su Ke slaying the invading demons at Dian City had long spread like wildfire. Although shocking, it did not attract much attention. Whether among the demons or the human high ranks, they merely remembered the name without taking it seriously. In their eyes, he was just a wild martial saint without any backing. The Kanglan realm was vast and full of wonders. With the thriving cultivation in various dynasties and the emergence of numerous prodigies, it was quite normal for a few martial saints without a background to appear. The ancestor of Su family village, Su Ke. How interesting. Some wild martial saints are somewhat sensible, but some dare to obstruct the tide of fate, truly ignorant of their own limitations and not afraid of losing their lives. Goei Ming, you have already slain 3 human martial saints. It's my turn this time. I just wonder if this Su Ke can entertain me as I wish. In the air, 2 martial saint-level great demons soared. One was the 9 nether black python, and the other was the Xuanjia giant turtle, accompanied by a group of demons below them. Xian, you do not underestimate the enemy. The sacred fox of the Qinghu clan, who came to Dian City before, was Tu Shanxiu, who has already cultivated 5 tails, possessing overwhelming demonic power, just a step away from breaking into the demon god realm. Goei Ming's expression turned serious. Moreover, beside the sacred fox were Bai Chong and Song Song, yet they all died, which proves that this Su Ke is not someone to be trifled with. If it weren't for the elder of the Qinghu clan issuing a death order forbidding alliances and mandating a kill, I truly wouldn't wish to be his enemy. They were specifically sent to eliminate those wild martial saints among the human race who did not recognize the situation. The 9 nether black python excelled in offense and tracking, while the Xuanjia turtle boasted unparalleled defense. Together the two demons were invincible. If they encountered a sensible martial saint it would be fine. Let the human celestial realm experts inscribe prohibitions. If they do not recognize the situation, then there is no need to leave any survivors. Humph, the sacred fox. Just a troublesome fox, how could it be compared to me? Xianyu looked down on it. Gui Ming merely sighed lightly, no longer trying to persuade. Shortly after, a group of demons arrived at Su family village. Have they already run away? At this moment Su family village was silent, completely devoid of any human presence. Seeing this scene, the two great demons took no notice. They had encountered this kind of situation before, yet no one had ever escaped their tracking. Among the demons, there were many clans skilled in pursuit. Coincidentally, Xianyu was one of them. Go search for everything that carries their scent. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I will slay him. Yes, Demon King. A group of demons immediately rushed into the village to search. Before long, many demons emerged carrying items tainted with the scent. They were all discarded remnants. Old clothes, broken bowls, and torn shoes. However, when these items were both Xianyu and Gui Ming were taken aback, their hair standing on end. Not good. Damn it. Suke, you bastard. You truly deserve to die. Xianyu immediately swore and turned to flee without hesitation. In that instant, dazzling white light began to erupt from these discarded items. Killing intent permeated the air. The sword intent was sharp. The knife intent was thick. Various martial truths erupted violently. The dazzling white light spread outwards in an arc like the sun, with terrifying energy radiating in all directions. It was akin to a nuclear explosion. Instantly, a mushroom cloud rose, various truths intertwined, resembling a cataclysmic destruction. In the distance, Xianyu and Gui Ming seemed to hear a singular word. Heaven and earth share the same lifespan. Boom, boom. The terrifying explosion erupted from Su family village, instantly engulfing a radius of several dozen miles. It crushed everything, the wind sweeping away the clouds. Heaven and earth shook. Any demon caught in the explosion, whether at the 9th or 10th rank, was vaporized, vanishing entirely from existence. After the explosion, a pit dozens of feet deep and several miles wide was left behind. Countless rocks were vaporized and numerous houses and fertile fields turned to ashes. Meanwhile, from the direction of Dian City came a thunderous roar, and the entire city similarly vanished without a trace in the explosion. In a certain region of the Han Dynasty, Su Ke moved like lightning, seemingly shrinking the distance as he took strides of thousands of meters. Suddenly, he paused, sensing something, and gazed towards the direction of Dian City. The true intent has been triggered. Demons at the martial saint level. Su Ke smiled lightly, no longer paying attention, and set off again. Everyone from Su family village had gone to a safe place. Using the techniques from the mountain medicine skills to observe the mountains and veins, it was not difficult to find a place to settle down. Of course, if a great calamity descended upon heaven and earth, even the most skilled divination would be useless. Su Ning naturally stayed in the village. After all, he was about to cause some trouble. He wanted to understand what schemes lay behind this. As for talent, the talent bar displayed longevity, wealthy family, heaven's reward for diligence, universe in sleeve, thoughts across the heavens, self-sustaining spring, your life is my life, all laws return to one, eternal proof, immortal, soul, heaven-defying, aptitude, heaven-defying, insight, perpetual motion, machine, weapon, enhancement scroll, day 8192. The 14th talent. Acquired talent, weapon enhancement scroll, weapon enhancement scroll. You can earn 1 upgrade point daily, which can be accumulated and used to upgrade weapons. The higher the item level, the more upgrade points required. As long as you are willing, even a lump of dung can become a treasure. When Su Ke saw this talent, he nodded slightly. In the martial Dao world, he had merely used a metal long knife, which was ultimately just an ordinary weapon. Upon arriving in the spirit illusion world, he did not rely on treasures. He single-handedly conquered the entire realm with his human emperor steps. However, as his strength continued to rise, and he ventured into more worlds, the importance of treasures would only increase. If he were to go to the primordial world in the future with only a low-grade, innate spirit treasure, the Fengdu Heavenly Palace, wouldn't anyone be able to pin him to the ground and hammer him? Now it was different. As long as he lived long enough, the Fengdu Heavenly Palace would one day be upgraded to the level of a Chaos Supreme treasure. Treasures are divided into ordinary weapons, magical weapons, precious weapons, and spirit treasures. If he wanted to enhance an ordinary wooden stick into a top-grade spirit treasure, it would only require 500 days. Above that are acquired spirit treasures, innate spirit treasures, acquired supreme treasures, innate supreme treasures, chaos spirit treasures, and chaos supreme treasures. 2 days later, outside Tianfeng City, Su Ke stood in the outskirts, gazing at the majestic city in the distance. This place was located to the north of the Han Dynasty, also within its heartland. At this moment outside Tianfeng City, demonic energy surged and dark clouds loomed over the city. The four symbols' great formation had already activated, enveloping the entire city in a protective barrier. Tens of thousands of demons were recklessly unleashing their demonic power, with various attacks crashing against the great formation, creating ripples. Thunder half-moon slash, soul-rending claw, blazing storm, fire featherblade strike, iron tail mountain crash. The offensive waves came one after another, formidable and intimidating. Two martial saint-level great demons hovered in the air, their demonic powers surging as they formed gigantic fists to strike against the great formation with overwhelming force. The deafening roar was unending. This scene caused despair among the citizens of Tianfeng City, cries ringing out in succession. Suke noticed this and was about to step forward. Wait a minute. This aura, isn't there more than two? The four symbols' great formation was merely a defensive array without any concealment effect. Suke squinted his eyes, his divine sense extending. In Tianfeng City, within a tea house, three individuals sat facing each other. Two of them, one on each side, flanked Feng Xiu, blocking all his escape routes. Feng Xiu, you have been gifted since childhood, and at merely over 300 years of age reaching martial saint realm is indeed remarkable. Have you thought this through? Meng Yi, dressed in a dark embroidered robe with a handsome face, took a sip of tea and smiled as he spoke. They specialized in dealing with rogue martial saints. They were known as the embroidered robe envoys. This was a special institution of the Han dynasty rarely known to the public. To become an embroidered robe envoy, one must possess at least a 9th rank Undying Realm strength. The different colors of the embroidered robes distinguish ranks the Undying Realm, whereas blue robes martial saints wear black robes, and peak martial gods wear red robes. Each stage is divided into 3 tiers. Among them, blue robes are merely the reserves, all gathered from the talented. Meng Yi was a tier 3 black robe of the embroidered robe envoys, his cultivation reaching the peak of martial saint. As for the martial supervisory office, that is merely a public facade tasked with overseeing martial artists and demons across the land. Other major dynasties also have institutions similar to the embroidered robe envoys. In the Great Tang, they are called the Plum Blossom Guards, and in the Great Ming, the Brocade Guards. They were all established to deal with rogue martial saints. Consider it. Feng Xiu glanced at Meng Yi, then at the burly man next to him, who was eyeing him closely, giving a bitter smile. I am merely a fledgling martial saint. How could I possess the virtue to warrant the personal attention of a peak martial saint and a latest-stage martial saint? That would be overly elevating me. Very well, it seems you have made your choice. Meng Yi clasped his hands and laughed heartily, admiration evident in his eyes. Brother Feng, you still have at least 600 years of lifespan left. In today's world, the spiritual energy is gradually diminishing. At your age, you have already surpassed the limits of lifespan. Once the spiritual energy is depleted, death is inevitable. As the saying goes, if one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. One must plan for their own future. In the martial saint realm, lifespan extends to 1,000 years. Any martial saint with a long lifespan would not wish to fall as the spiritual energy fades away. Although they could not reveal the truth to the unbound martial saints, they could still hint at vague matters. Feng Xiu sighed softly and suddenly cast his gaze outside the tea house, pointing. Lord Meng, do you see that old man in the tavern across the street? Meng Yi followed his finger to look. At the counter of the tavern across from the tea house, an elderly man with white hair was curling up in fear, his hands clasped together as if in prayer. His father was Chun Dong, his grandfather Chen Su, and his great-grandfather Chen Ju. During the great drought in Tianfeng City, when the land was parched and corpses littered the fields, I nearly perished, saved only by a bowl of rice soup from Chen Ju. Look over there, that little girl, and that small boy over there, their ancestors have all shown me kindness. Feng Xiu's tone was calm. Tell me, can I simply watch as they are slaughtered by demons? Upon hearing this, Meng Yi's gaze sharpened, a dangerous aura emanating from him. The embroidered robe envoys frequently interacted with rogue martial saints and had seen all sorts of people. There were those who feared for their lives as well as those who valued loyalty and righteousness. It seems you intend to. No, Feng Xiu shook his head. I merely wish for Lord Meng to grant me leniency, allowing me to take these people away. As for the other common folk, they are merely ants. What do they have to do with me? Meng Yi looked seriously at Feng Xiu and chuckled. What if I do not agree? Silence. The tea house fell into a hush. After a moment, Feng Xiu spoke indifferently. Then I shall obey your orders. Meng Yi laughed heartily, about to nod in agreement. However, he suddenly noticed lightning flashing across the sky, dark clouds rolling, and the entire sky darkening. Countless common folk on the street cowered in corners, trembling, while the barrier above the city shimmered with ripples. But between heaven and earth the clouds were thick, and lightning danced within the clouds, carrying an overwhelming pressure of destruction. What is happening? Meng Yi's expression tightened, and before he could comprehend the situation, a voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Heavenly thunder rumbles faintly divine, thunder booms, dragon thunder roars, water thunder surges. Boom. Countless purple lightning bolts fell from the clouds. Meng Ye's pupils constricted, his entire body trembling. He saw two purple lightning bolts as thick as barrels striking the bodies of two great demon beasts at the martial saint realm. In an instant the two demons were reduced to ashes. Immediately after, a palace appeared out of nowhere, expanding with the wind, reaching a height of 1,000 feet, in an instant crashing onto the city defense formation. Crack. Even the formation, which stood firm against the countless attacks of demons, shattered in response. Who is it? How can it be so terrifying? How dare he act against the demons? Meng Ye's mind was flooded with questions. Blessings of the infinite heavenly sovereign. A calm voice suddenly sounded from behind him as a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Several gentlemen, I have a question in my heart. I wonder if you can enlighten me. When did he arrive? Meng Ye's body stiffened, a cold sweat immediately breaking out on his forehead as he swallowed, hard feelings of turmoil rising within him. So fast, he couldn't even perceive it. If the other party wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Run! Fang Xiao and another embroidered robe envoy, seeing this scene, were even more frightened, channeling their true energy to escape. Alas! Damn it, the local martial artists are truly rude. The Taoist is so humble and courteous, yet they not only fail to reciprocate, but dare to run. Golden light spell. Sukei's feet glowed with golden light, transforming into a long whip that shot out, instantly binding the two, and one of them received a lash. A large bump immediately appeared on their foreheads. So strong. It was understandable that Fang Xiao couldn't escape, as he was merely at the early martial saint stage. But that embroidered robe envoy had long stepped into the late martial saint stage, yet even he couldn't withstand a single move. Meng Ye's eyes widened as he turned his head stiffly. Unfamiliar. In front of him was a strange face. May I ask, Senior, what question do you have? As long as the younger generation knows, I will certainly speak without reservation. Very well. Sukei nodded in satisfaction. Tianfeng City is besieged by demons, and the leaders are merely two 10th-rank demons. With your cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with them. Why not take action? As soon as these words were spoken, a pin drop could be heard in the tea house. Meng Yi was not a fool and quickly understood. The person before him was a rogue powerhouse. In today's Azure Blue realm, a martial saint either knows the secret or is already dead. The fact that this person knew nothing about it was sufficient to indicate his identity. Because it's not allowed. Why is it not allowed? That's the rule. What rule, eh? Martial saint-level cultivators are forbidden from engaging in combat. And who established this rule? And upon hearing this, Meng Yi fell silent. It was not that he refused to answer. It was that he could no longer speak. And should he utter even a single word more, the sealing restriction would activate instantly. Sukei gave a slight nod, then suddenly raised his hand and struck. And boom. And Meng Ye's head exploded. In Tai Guang Shuang Ling Yu Jing Su Chang. Sun, moon, heaven, earth, water, fire unite. 3 souls, 7 spirits be seized. Sukei channeled his arcane energy, swept his sleeve, and willed the invocation. In the Fengdu celestial palace manifested and swallowed Meng Ye's soul whole. In this spectacle instantly petrified Fang Xiao and the other cultivator. Such ruthless severity. And from where had this formidable figure emerged? And at that moment Sukei turned to face them. And, esteemed sirs, might you enlighten this Taoist on a matter? It seems answers cannot be drawn from a martial saint. And, those who know remain mute, those who do not know offer no insight. Then we must seek the martial god himself. And across the desolate wilderness, and Sukei soared aloft upon the wind. And Fang Xiao had only recently broken through to the initial realm of martial sainthood when imperial embroidered robed envoys approached him. Yet he, standing at the absolute pinnacle of martial saint cultivation, peerless and unrivaled, had received no contact whatsoever. And how absurd. And preposterous. And who precisely did they think they were slighting? I may refuse, but you dare not fail to appear. And what kind of protocol is this? And special treatment. Indiscriminatory distinction. And of course, should an embroidered robed envoy truly arrive, Sukei would strike before the words sealing restriction even left their lips. He would obliterate them utterly. Reduce their very ashes to dust. An irreconcilable enmity existed between them. Into the embroidered robed envoys, every martial saint in the realm faced but 2 paths: submission or death, and no third path existed. And unless, of course, one possessed the strength to shatter the entire Kanglan realm's martial god, then all rules dissolved. Only now did he grasp why Tushan Xiao had deemed him doomed. And within the Han dynasty's borders, martial saints were strictly forbidden from acting against demons and monsters. Then, did similar edicts exist within demon-occupied territories? And for instance, were 10th-rank demonic beings likewise prohibited from attacking human martial saints? Sukei remained ignorant of this decree. And not only did he refuse to stand idle as demons slaughtered the Yin city, he intervened first, slaying 3 demons outright, thus violating a sacred taboo. There remained no room for reconciliation. Neither the demonic forces and the ruling elites of the 3 great dynasties would perish, or he would. In Baiyun, Immortal City lay south of the Han Dynasty. Majestic and awe-inspiring, its ramparts soared vast and grand, shimmering with spiritual radiance, and inscribed talismanic runes glowed softly across its walls. Even the gate sentinels stood at no lower than 3rd rank Grandmaster cultivation. And within the city prosperity reigned. Martial cultivators thronged every street. A single brick dropped at random would strike a 4th rank cultivator. Martial god guards patrolled regularly, towering figures fierce and disciplined, each attaining 5th rank outer chi profundity. And centuries ago this city bore the humble name Qingxi City. A modest settlement, unremarkable in every way, until it produced a martial god. And the Baiyun martial god Ensu-K stood before the city gates, gazing upward at the colossal metropolis, silently nodding in approval. Grandeur is virtue, grandeur is beauty, and truly worthy of the title Immortal City. And the towering rampart struck with visceral force. And compared to the citadel, the Yin city resembled little more than a mound of earth. Suke had already arrived at Baiyun Immortal City a month prior, yet he delayed entering. And instead he traversed every corner within thousands of li surrounding the city. Baiyun martial god, 11th rank peak martial god at initial ascension. His body harmonizes with heaven and earth. He commands ambient chi to manifest his martial god avatar. His lifespan spans 36,000 years, and Suke shook his head faintly. And under ordinary circumstances, a peak martial god endures 5 full cycles. Each cycle comprises 5,000 years of tide surge and 5,000 years of tide recession. Yet since antiquity, not a single peak martial god has survived the age of dwindling Tao. None have died peacefully of natural causes. Who among them could accept such a fate with equanimity? Ensu-K paid the gate tax and stepped inside. Crowds bustled within. Martial cultivators were everywhere. At the city's heart rose a magnificent palace complex, the Baiyun Palace, residence of the Baiyun martial god. And soon thereafter Ensu-K stood before the Baiyun Palace gates, pausing briefly to contemplate the structure. The martial god guard stationed at the entrance, seeing someone dare gaze directly upon the palace, an act of profound disrespect, immediately bellowed a stern rebuke and advanced to subdue him. At that instant Ensu-K willed the Fengdu celestial palace into his palm. And grow, and the palace launched from his hand, swelling rapidly. Within a blink it towered over 1,000 zhang tall. This spectacle seized the attention of everyone nearby, and they froze mid-step, mouths agape. And what artifact was this? What did this man intend? And go. Ensu-K pointed. The celestial palace plummeted toward the entire Baiyun Palace. And outrageous. How dare this brat? A thunderous roar erupted from within the Baiyun Palace. The Baiyun martial god, meditating in his quiet chamber, sensed a terrifying aura surging forth, and burst forth without hesitation. Emerging, he beheld the 1,000-zhang celestial palace suspended in the sky, and his eyes bulged with fury. And with both palms he slammed downward. Martial god avatar, arise. In that instant ambient chi churned violently, converging with cataclysmic speed. And clang. Martial god avatar materialized. 10,000 meters tall, its crown piercing the clouds, its feet crushing the earth, its colossal form dominating reality itself. At the avatar's manifestation, all martial cultivators bowed their heads. Its oppressive aura radiated outward. Countless cultivators trembled inwardly, lowering their gazes in involuntary reverence. Nearby pavilions within the Baiyun Palace collapsed under the avatar's sheer presence. Numerous clansmen and disciples perished in the devastation. The avatar's eyes blazed with wrath, radiant light swirling about its form. Its right arm swung upward, bearing world-shattering force, and delivered a titanic fist toward the descending celestial palace. Boom! And the fist collided violently with the palace. Deafening thunder echoed across the land. Wild shockwaves tore outward, scouring sand and stone for dozens of li. The blast wave razed countless structures and reduced the entire Baiyun Palace to rubble. What a magnificent martial god avatar! Ensu-K tilted his head upward, nodding appreciatively. And though merely 3,000 zhang tall, dwarfed by the primordial divine form technique, it remained breathtakingly sublime. After all, even the most rudimentary divine form technique attained 10,000 zhang in height. Yet this avatar, truly magnificent. And his reaction was swift indeed. Suke shook his head dismissively, then activated the Sovereign Emperor's step, his figure streaking toward the city's outskirts. And behind him. And wait for me. Ha! And how selfish you are. In the Fengdu celestial palace shrank, rapidly transforming into a golden streak, chasing after him. In halt, villain. From the ruins of the Bayou Palace of Bayun retracted his avatar and roared in fury, launching pursuit. And had he not summoned the avatar in time to intercept the celestial palace, his descendants residing within would have perished utterly. Two figures raced, one ahead, one behind, swiftly vanishing beyond Bayun immortal city's boundaries. In countless cultivators within watched in stunned silence, drawing sharp breaths. I had believed the Bayun martial god invincible across the realm. And yet someone dares confront him so boldly. Who is this man? That is a martial god avatar. Truly terrifying. Never witnessed such a sight in life. Never shall I die regretting this moment. Word spread swiftly, an unknown sovereign had assaulted the Bayou Palace, reducing it to ruins. And though many knew they could never catch up, they still surged toward the city gates exhilarated. To witness such a battle firsthand would suffice for boasting across an entire lifetime. Thousands of li away above the barren wilderness, into figures hovered motionless in midair. A mere martial saint dares challenge this sovereign, truly courting death. Bayun's eyes burned with incandescent rage as he locked on his Su-Ke voice glacial. Today you shall learn. Na martial god is not to be disgraced. Beneath a martial god, all others are but insignificant insects. Bang, bang, bang. Shadows intertwined, fists connecting with flesh. In the wilderness, the two figures constantly changed positions. Each clash shook the air, sending shockwaves radiating outward as the ground erupted with flying soil. The speed had reached a point where it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, relying solely on the terrifying ripples generated by each collision to gauge their positions. The scene was akin to a world-destroying catastrophe, crushing everything in its path. The residual might emanating from the center of the battle was extremely daunting. Ordinary, unextinguished realm martial artists dared not approach, lest they be met with death or injury. In the distance, martial artists arrived one after another. They didn't dare to come any closer, merely standing at a distance to observe. This destructive power is simply terrifying. With such might, even a 9th-grade martial artist would probably perish instantly, wouldn't they? Who was that person? To be able to contend on equal footing with the martial god of Bayun, not falling behind. Further away, even several martial saints were watching the battle. Should we intervene? Intervene. In such a battle, are we just looking for death? This is beyond the participation of mere martial saints. Hey, why does that person look somewhat familiar? Su-Ke, it's Su-Ke. The embroidered robe envoy has issued a bounty. This person has slain 3 martial saint monsters in Dian City, and before leaving set traps that caused heavy losses to the monsters. I heard he appeared in Tianfeng City not long ago, and then the 3rd-level black-clothed Meng Yi from the embroidered robe envoy went missing, which must be related to him. Hearing this, the several people beside showed expressions of shock. Su-Ke's strength is actually this formidable. No wonder he can contend with the martial god of Bayun. Look quickly, Elder Bayun is unleashing his Dharma form. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, Bayun clasped his hands together, his aura surging as the world's spiritual energy rapidly gathered. Martial god Dharma form activate. Clang. A martial god Dharma form towering 10,000 meters suddenly took shape. Ants die. With a thunderous boom, a voice resonated through the heavens and earth. A gigantic finger emerged from the clouds, scattering the cloud cover as wisps of pale clouds flowed between the fingers. The finger was extraordinarily thick, radiating light stretching up to 100 meters, with even the fingerprints clearly visible. In an instant, the world dimmed, filled with a sense of oppression. Su-Ke gazed at the 10,000 meter Dharma form not far away, then looked at the descending finger. This scene resembled a giant attempting to crush an ant. Indeed, bigger is better. Grandeur equates to strength. What technique is this? What true meaning? All show and no substance. Not concerned at all. What he desired was this pure power. Here goes. Su-Ke focused his mind, and the Fengdu heavenly palace appeared in his hand, akin to a basketball, tossing it skyward. He had not yet fully refined this heavenly palace. After all, it was a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure containing 12 innate restrictions. Su-Ke was currently at the peak of the refining spirit, returning to void stage, having only initially refined 8 restrictions. But that was already sufficient. The tip of a needle facing the awn of wheat. Clang. The heavenly palace trembled slightly at this. I wonder if I can withstand this. Then it transformed into a beam of golden light, shooting up into the clouds, directly confronting that enormous finger. Swish! The world seemed to freeze, and all martial artists' gazes were locked in midair. The heavenly palace pierced through the finger, bursting forth with golden light, unleashing terrifying power. Boom! The massive finger of the martial god Dharma form instantly shattered, transforming into the world's spiritual energy, but soon reformed once more. Big, big, big. Suke focused his mind, and the heavenly palace expanded with the wind swiftly reaching 1,000 feet, crashing down from the sky towards the martial god Dharma form. 40 for the small hammer, 80 for the large hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Baiyun swung his fist towards the heavenly palace. With each collision, the air trembled and the shockwaves swept around. In just a moment, the heavenly palace had struck several hundred times. At this moment, the martial god of Baiyun's Dharma form slightly bent his feet, sinking into the ground by 100 meters, with dirt already covering the tops of his feet. Suke raised his right index finger, and the heavenly palace continued to rise, then swiped downwards as it crashed again. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of collision were continuous. This scene was extremely impactful, leaving the surrounding martial artists dumbfounded. They had never witnessed a martial god Dharma form being smashed into the ground. This is a martial god. Audacious. Baiyun's anger surged. He had broken through to the peak martial god for hundreds of years, holding a revered position. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? To actually be suppressed and beaten by a martial saint. If this were to spread, he would likely become a laughingstock. Heavenly fist of the cracked sky. The martial god Dharma form suddenly blazed with light, terrifying pressure coalescing around his fist as he roared angrily and unleashed a punch. Boom. The heavenly palace was sent flying, and one of the martial god Dharma form's arms dissipated as well. A powerful arc-shaped shockwave spread outward, directly leveling a mountain peak several miles away. Massive rocks tumbled down, clouds of dust filling the air. I am the martial god. You a mere martial saint, how could you harm me? As long as the world's spiritual energy persists, the Dharma form shall not perish. Baiyun martial god took this moment to pull his legs out from the ground. I admit, among those who have fought with me, no one can compare to you. You may be called invincible among martial saints. But today you still must die. At this moment, the heavenly palace had transformed into golden light, flying back into Suke's mud pill palace. Martial god Dharma form. As long as the spiritual energy does not diminish, the Dharma form does not perish. Suke looked up at the towering Dharma form, suddenly shook his head, slightly bowed, and clasped his hands in salute. Thank you for your guidance. Allow me to observe the Dharma. The 10th Ascend Dharma form is truly an eye-opener. In places of trouble, I can only thank you with my muddy hands, locking, reading, and clearing the mind. Honored to express thanks. Dare I bear your high sentiments, too profound for words. So, Suke brought his palms together. The heavens rumbled. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violently. A martial god Dharma form rose from the ground, crowned with clouds, and standing upon the earth. The divine might of the Dharma form enveloped the heavens and earth. Fierce winds howled, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. I await the epiphany. What do you await? At this moment, the surroundings fell silent. All martial artists widened their eyes, disbelief etched across their faces. Martial god Dharma form. He has broken through to the peak martial god. How is this possible? Even those several martial saints were utterly astonished. To break through to the martial god requires the body and mind to merge with the heavens and earth, controlling the world's spiritual energy and coalescing the martial god Dharma form. This is a sign, a leap in the level of life as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet at this moment it was unfolding before their eyes. Suke's perspective soared to 10,000 meters, clouds swirling around him, mountains appearing as mere mounds of soil. The surging spiritual energy of the heavens and earth filled the air, the Dharma form radiating with terrifying power. Suke gazed at the still shocked Baiyun martial god, and once again clasped his hands. I am a Taoist of chaos, commonly known as Suke. I thank you for your guidance. Today I invite the Baiyun martial god to death. Heaven and earth, the profound ancestor, the root of all chi, cultivating for countless eons, certify my divine powers. Golden light spell activate. In an instant, the golden light surged around Suke's towering 10th Ascend Dharma form, illuminating the entire world in a golden glow. Take my strike. Suke bent his right arm back, the vital energy reverberating as a golden glow emerged from his fist, crashing forward towards the Baiyun Wushan. Damn it. Seeing this, Baiyun Wushan could not afford to hesitate, and could only brace himself to meet it head-on. The two fists collided, erupting in a deafening explosion. The ground instantly shattered, dirt flying as fissures opened, plunging deep into the earth. The violent shockwaves swept across, leaving the battlefield in utter chaos. At this moment, Baiyun was filled with extreme shock. This person has only just broken through. How can he be so strong? In just one clash, his entire arm disintegrated into vital energy, unable to withstand even a single punch. Suke observed this scene and could not help but nod slightly. The Wushan Dharma form golden light spell, is there potential in it? Of course there is potential, and it is very strong. He felt as if the opponent's Dharma form was as fragile as paper, unable to withstand a blow. Refreshing, let's do it again. Sukei's fists imbued with golden light continued to strike. Each punch left cracks on Baiyun's Dharma form. In just a moment, the overwhelming force forced Baiyun to retreat step by step. He could only constantly gather the world's vital energy to repair the cracks in his Dharma form. I can't keep wasting time like this. Baiyun's eyes hardened, deciding to no longer maintain the integrity of his Dharma form, instead channeling all his strength into his ultimate techniques. Sky-vanquishing fist. Great mountain overturning palm. Indestructible golden body of the Wushan. Star-treating leg. True intent of martial Tao manifesting fist intent. In an instant, waves of offensive fists shook the heavens, palms extinguished the universe, legs shattered the mountains. Each move contained the true intent of martial arts. The sound of sonic booms erupted continuously. The might was terrifying. But Sukei did not unleash any techniques. It was all pure numbers, all sheer power. No matter how many changes you make, no matter how exquisite your techniques. Take my punch first. If one punch is not enough, then here comes another. Boom. Baiyun's attacks landed on Sukei like mere tickles, unable to even break through the golden light. Every punch Sukei landed caused Baiyun's Dharma form to tremble, his aura weakening. Before long, Baiyun's Wushan Dharma form began to dim. Crack. With a crisp sound, the Dharma form finally could not hold on any longer and shattered. At this moment, the battlefield was desolate for 1,000 miles, not a trace of green in sight. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy of the Kanglan realm, all things nourished by it were exceptionally resilient. Otherwise, it would not have been able to withstand the devastation from a Wushan. Such might could be called a human disaster, leaving destruction in its wake. As for the observing martial artists, they had long fled when the two began their confrontation. Such earth-shattering power was not something they could merely watch. Even those Wushan strongmen retreated time and again, afraid of being affected. Fortunately, the Dharma forms of the two Wushan towered 10,000 meters high, allowing them to be seen clearly even from 1,000 miles away. A gentle breeze swept across the battlefield, dispersing the surrounding dust. In a giant pit among the rubble, Baiyun's face was pale, lying on the ground, his aura weak, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. He could not comprehend. How could a single person reach such a monstrous level? Even during the Wushan period, he was on par with him. Having just broken through to Wushan, yet he could crush him. Who exactly are you? Before Baiyun could finish his words, he suddenly saw a Fengdu heavenly palace manifest. Following that, radiant light, swift spirit, heaven and earth, sun and moon, fire and water interlink, 3 souls and 7 spirits seas. With a thought, Sukei commanded a wild boar from the palace to charge. Baiyun's head exploded on the spot, his soul devoured in one gulp. Then Sukei's figure vanished from the spot. The surroundings returned to silence. As time passed, not long after, martial arts experts cautiously arrived. At the forefront were several Wushan. Soon, they discovered Baiyun Wushan. But everyone fell silent, because at this moment Baiyun Wushan had become a corpse. In the 4th year of Qingping, the news of Sukei breaking through to the peak Wushan and Baiyun Wushan dying in battle quickly spread throughout the entire Kanglan realm. Before this, many had never even heard this name. But now he was famous overnight. Although Baiyun had only just broken through to Wushan for a few hundred years and still remained in the early stage of Wushan, he was after all a Wushan. Wushan cannot be insulted. This is not an empty phrase, because there is another saying. Wushan cannot be killed. Wushan undergo inner and outer fortitude, condensing the golden body in indestructible existence. Their essence of life undergoes a transformation. Their physical bodies become extraordinarily tough, capable of regrowing severed limbs, and even if the heart is pierced, they will not die. Of course, if the head is blown up, they will still fall. But if you can cultivate both immortality and martial arts and refine the Tao to the Yang God realm, even if the head is blown up, you can still survive. Even now, when Sukei pats his own head, he must first use his power to extinguish the soul. Wushan cannot be insulted. Wushan cannot be killed. The former symbolizes status, the latter proves strength. It is precisely because of this that Sukei could slay Baiyun right after breaking through to Wushan, causing such an uproar. Countless martial artists began to inquire about Sukei's news. Alas, I wonder what kind of enmity exists between Sukei Wushan and Baiyun Wushan. It would be great if they could turn hostility into friendship. Indeed, in the present chaos with demons rampant, each dynasty retreating, having one more Wushan would mean a stronger force. Who can say otherwise? The realm of Wushan truly makes one yearn for it. Meanwhile, at a certain inn, Sukei has broken through to Wushan. Should we still go? Inside the room, 10 people all dressed in black appeared, shocked. They were the Wushan of the embroidered garment envoy. This operation was to track down Sukei's whereabouts and capture him. After all, Sukei had slain so many Wushan-level great demons, which had made the demons very displeased. The emperor even issued an order. If the other side resists, they are to be killed without mercy. They only need to provide an explanation to the demons. But now, this is a Wushan. I have been stuck at the peak of Wuxing for 45 years unable to break through my shackles, and I never expected to be surpassed by a mere child. With a lifespan of 36,000 years, everyone's faces were filled with yearning. Only Wuxing has the qualification to dine at the table. Let's go back to report first. Since Su Ke has already broken through to Wuxing, he is no longer someone we can deal with. Understood. In a certain desolate wilderness, a palace stood tall with the plaque reading Fengdu Heavenly Palace. Inside the hall, Su Ke sat on the throne gazing at the soul imprisoned in midair. This is a method of the immortal path. To forcibly extract the soul, you must at least be in the Yin God realm. Cultivating both immortality and martial arts could actually reach such a terrifying level. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose? Baiyun surveyed his surroundings filled with horror. If he were still alive, even if a deity came, they would not be able to forcibly extract the soul of a Wuxing. But he was dead. Yet even so, it would require at least the 10th tier Yin God realm to accomplish. Who am I? Su Ke chuckled lightly at this. Just an ordinary person. Ordinary person. Baiyun was taken aback, not yet comprehending. Then he suddenly heard. Across the world, those who can reach the heavens. In the azure realm at the summit of Ta Peak, streams of light rushed in from afar and swiftly landed on the mountaintop. Brother Xiong, it's been a long time. I trust you have been well. Ah, it's the mighty Qin Fengwu. A pleasure to see you all as well. Not long ago, I just visited your human territory and devoured an entire city of its populace. Surprisingly, a little martial saint dared to intervene, but unfortunately, he was lacking in strength. Ha, Brother Xiong, you are as straightforward as ever. By the way, last month a junior from your clan insulted me, I couldn't help it, and roasted him. You won't hold that against me, will you? A trivial matter. If Brother Qin Feng desires after this discussion, I will personally send 2 juniors. You are too polite, Brother Xiong. In that case, I will also invite you to my territory, where the populace is at your disposal. There were men, women, and children equally divided between humans and demons. In just a moment, the number of people on Ta Peak had swelled to over 1,000. All were peak martial gods, or those with divine immortal cultivation. The crowd exchanged pleasantries, chatting amicably with friends, the atmosphere friendly, with no signs of tension. The notion that humans and demons could not coexist, that they would fight for a lifetime, seemed like a joke here. Among them, many were even close friends. Of course, this situation did not arise overnight. When the spiritual energy of the Azure Realm first revived, the demons awakened their intelligence, and there was indeed animosity, almost leading to catastrophic conflict. However, as time passed, more and more peak martial gods emerged. They discovered an issue: martial saints have a lifespan of merely 1,000 years, while martial gods can live for 36,000 years. With such lengthy lives and formidable strength, merely leaking their aura could be enough to kill any martial artist below the 7th rank, let alone ordinary citizens. Given this, why should they still protect the populace? Why fight to the death over a bunch of ants? And then they attained enlightenment. I've heard that there's been some amusing news among the humans recently. A martial saint managed to slay the beloved descendant of the 2 mountains' ancestor. It seems I've heard of this as well. The person is named Su Ke, who right after breaking through to martial god, killed the useless Baiyun. I wonder if this will be mentioned in today's discussion. We will know when the time comes. Silence, the 8 great martial gods have arrived. Suddenly, Ta Peak fell into silence. All eyes turned towards one spot, as 8 figures gracefully descended upon the mountaintop. We bow to the 8 supreme ones. Welcome, 8 supreme ones. At that moment, whether demon gods or human martial gods, everyone bowed respectfully. These 8 individuals were the most powerful beings in the Azure Realm. The first martial god, Lu Tsang of the Great Han Dynasty. The second martial god, Li Xian of the Great Tang Dynasty. The third demon god, Tu Shan Miao Miao of the Qing Fox clan. The fourth demon god, Ao Zhan of the Canglong clan. The fifth demon god, Song Wu of the Xuanwu clan. The sixth martial god, Zhu Wanchuan of the Great Ming Dynasty. The seventh martial god, Ling Xiao, the ancestor of the Haotian sect. The eighth demon god, Kong Shun of the Zhuke clan. All 8 had reached the pinnacle of martial god perfection, enjoying long lives and esteemed status, collectively known as the 8 Supreme Ones. You may rise. Lu Tsang raised his hand to gesture. The 8 turned simultaneously, each forming a seal, their marks merging in the air to form a complete rune. Crack! The space tore open, revealing a scenic view inside. It was filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, rich in spiritual energy. Lu Tsang was the first to step and followed closely by the others. This place was the Hutian secret realm. It was jointly opened by the 8 Supreme Ones, containing a palace known as the Hall of Martial Gods. From ancient times to the present, anyone who breaks through to the pinnacle of martial god will be invited and awarded a martial god order, allowing them to participate in the martial god discussions. In the past 5,000 years, excluding those who have fallen, there were a total of 1123 peak martial gods. As the crowd entered the secret realm, one after another D-top peak returned to its previous calm. Inside the Hall of Martial Gods, it was resplendent and imposing. Above were 8 thrones, while below were numerous seats arranged in order. The martial gods took their seats according to their strength, with the stronger sitting closer to the front and the weakest at the end. To advance in seating, one must challenge the opponent and take their place. The Hall of Martial Gods was extremely quiet. No one spoke, all gazing at the 8 supreme ones. Lutsong's expression was solemn as he surveyed the room, slowly opening his mouth. The first matter concerns martial god Suke. I have lived for 4,300 years, weathered many trials, and have never encountered someone so arrogant. This person hails from the Great Han territory. Even as a martial saint, he committed taboos by slaying Tushan Xiao and annihilating our Xiao envoy. Furthermore, he shows no respect for heaven and earth nor fear of imperial power, openly slaughtering martial god by Yun, a crime that cannot be forgiven. You may first peruse this dossier. As Lutsong finished speaking, he waved his hand. Streams of light shot out from his storage treasure, swiftly landing before the many martial gods. The crowd took the dossier to review. In the 29th year of Yong Li, he appeared in Su family village. In the first year of Chengping, he slayed an 8th-rank wolf demon at Chunfeng Tower. In the second year of Chengping, he was entrusted by the 1,000 households Li Shaoqing to guard Dian City. In the third year of Chengping, he killed the martial saint-level great demon by Cheng Song outside Dian City, and Tushan Xiao went missing. Celestial Dao Yang God Realm. Upon seeing this, the martial gods felt no ripple in their hearts. After all, it was merely the slaying of a martial saint-level demon. It was not worth concerning themselves. Such events had become commonplace over the years. They could simply deal with it gradually. Sure enough, within less than a year, Xian Yu and Gue Ming were then dispatched to eliminate Suke. Xian Yu, the 9 nether black python, had slain 38 martial saints and was unmatched in slaughter. Gue Ming, the Xian armor giant tortoise, had slain 25 martial saints and endured 3 strikes from a martial god without dying. Upon seeing this, the crowd nodded slightly. Such a lineup should be more than sufficient to deal with Suke. This had always been the arrangement and had never gone wrong. But the result? He died. A large area within dozens of miles was devastated. A month ago, this person appeared in Bai Yun Xian City, broke through to the pinnacle of martial god, and killed Bai Yun. Upon seeing this, the martial gods frowned, their expressions grave. This person's origins are unknown, and the source of his strength is a mystery. Since he has violated the Hall of Martial Gods taboos and defied the rule against martial saints intervening in various territories, it is clear that Suke is a wild martial saint with no restrictions in his divine sense. Moreover, as he is of the celestial Dao Yang God realm, it is highly likely he will soul extract and interrogate martial god Bai Yun, forcing him to reveal our plans. However, this person has only just entered the early stage of martial god. Though powerful, he remains merely a slightly stronger ant. I propose we send 2 martial gods to eliminate him. I agree. This person has already sealed his death warrant. I second this. This fellow has openly provoked the Hall of Martial Gods and has no path of retreat. He must be killed to serve as a warning. It should be so. What you say is true. Granted. Lutsong merely nodded lightly without objection. In his eyes, Suke was nothing more than a minor nuisance. He could crush him with a flick of his hand. The second matter concerns the 8 supreme treasures. The depletion of spiritual energy is imminent. Let us all report on our progress. As these words were spoken, a profound silence fell within the martial god hall. Everyone understood what the 8 supreme treasures were and what they signified. There were 8 divine artifacts in total. The calamity-cleansing heaven ruler, the misfortune-reflecting mirror, the resentment-sealing seal of all beings, the malice-wielding human sword, the malevolence-bearing demon blade, the death-infusing absolute life cauldron, the blood-raging heaven banner, and the soul-commanding heaven-earth pennant. These artifacts were forged under the leadership of the 8 paramount supremes. All martial gods within the martial god hall were compelled to obey commands unconditionally and gather the necessary materials. Everyone, the time we have left is running short. There is no escape. When the time comes, the cave heavens and secret realms will collapse and the world will be bereft of even a wisp of spiritual energy. Our only way out is to rebel against the heavens, within the Fengdu celestial palace. After Suke subjected Bai Yun to over 100 cycles of the 18 hells, the latter finally confessed everything. He was even inferior to Tu Shanxiu. Tu Shanxiu had at least endured a year, but Bai Yun couldn't even last a month. The Emperor's step peaked, the gourd heaven secret realm, the martial god hall. 1,123 transcendent martial gods. They sought to distort the heavenly Tao, alter the laws of heaven and earth, and thus survive by rebelling against the heavens. Suke asked with doubt, "Can this truly succeed?" "I don't know." Bai Yun shook his head. "But we have no retreat. If we do not wish to die, we can only risk everything. As for the demons and the lower echelons of humanity, they are nothing but expendable resources like wild grass by the roadside. Cut down one crop, and another grows in its place. In the eyes of a transcendent martial god, what are mere mortals? Even if we sank the entire Kanglan realm, what of it? To these long-lived, transcendent martial gods, humans and demons below the martial sage realm had long ceased to be considered their kin. Suke, if you were merely at the martial sage realm, you would have only two fates: submit and be implanted with a restraining seal, or die. Because you killed the most beloved descendant of the Azure Fox ancestor, because you broke the rules. Regardless of demons or the three great dynasties, they will dispatch martial sages to kill you. If one martial sage is insufficient, then 10, 100, 1,000. If even that fails, then martial. But now that you have broken through to the martial god realm, in our eyes martial sages are mere ants. Killing them is of no consequence. Moreover, I have not truly perished. There is still room for redemption. Otherwise you would be doomed. You could kill me, but can you slay all 1,123 martial gods? Furthermore, I can plead for mercy on your behalf. Bayun advised earnestly. The reason he had revealed everything in less than a month. Apart from being unable to bear the torment of the 18 hells, he also did not wish to die. He believed that by revealing the true power of the martial god Hall, Suke would surely yield. After all, anyone facing over 1,000 martial gods could only feel despair. Plead for mercy on my behalf. Suke was non-committal, letting out a light chuckle. You mean to say I trained through the bitter cold of winter and the scorching heat of summer, relying entirely on my own arduous cultivation, and finally managed to break through to become a transcendent martial god? And in the end, I still have to bow to the martial god Hall. I have to beg them for the chance to be their dog. Isn't that just kneeling and begging for scraps? Even with Suke's current state of mind, he was nearly infuriated into laughter. Such actions were truly overbearing to the extreme. Bayun's expression turned slightly awkward upon hearing this. Though the words were crude, the logic was undeniable. Suke, you may not yet understand the might of the martial god Hall. Even if you have just entered the martial god realm, even if you were at the pinnacle of martial gods, you would still have to accept reality. Besides, a living dog is better than a dead lion. We martial gods have long lifespans. Why risk everything for a moment of pride? Once you grow stronger in the future, you will naturally be able to stand without kneeling. Upon hearing this, Suke rose from the throne and walked over to Bayun. What if I refuse? He hadn't felt this surge of adrenaline in a long time. Back in the martial world, the situation of being surrounded by rivals and facing the entire world as an enemy was still vivid in his memory. Why, upon arriving in the Kanglan realm, did it seem like this place would become his burial ground? No matter how you look at it, this battle is 1 against 1,123. The advantage is mine. Refuse. Bayun was stunned. He simply couldn't fathom why the other would refuse. Was he truly unafraid of death? Why, I don't like being anyone's dog, even if it costs you your life. Indeed, Suke smiled faintly. My thoughts are simple: either I kill you all, or you kill me. But why is that? Bayun pressed further. This was already the second time he had asked in such a short span. Because at 11234 and 26 milliseconds 418 days ago, Tu Shanxiu offended me in a small ravine located 627012, 915 meters outside Dian City. She said that even if I fled to the ends of the earth, there would be no place for me. I didn't believe her, so I wanted to test it. Of course, I'm not one to hold grudges. I've long forgotten these matters. My main intention is to rid the you martial gods dare to slaughter the innocent so wantonly. As a righteous cultivator, how can I tolerate such recklessness? He was dumbfounded. Bayun was dumbfounded. Though he hadn't fully understood, he could guess the gist of it. To hold a grudge this deep over a single sentence. Bayun was utterly despairing, gnashing his teeth in hatred, and could only let out a roar towards the heavens. Tu Shanxiu, I curse you. At the border, Jinqing City. The city stood majestic, the sounds of soldiers drilling ceaseless. Inside a military tent, Li Shaoking's face was full of worry. Brother Su, oh brother Su. I can't sleep a wink. I've read through every past letter, and the more I read, the more anxious I become. I fear the next letter from home will be filled with talk of my son wanting to change his surname to Su. Please, for heaven's sake, keep yourself pure. Several months ago, he had lost contact with his wife. After the last letter was delivered, there had been no news. All he knew was that his wife had moved away with Suke's clan. Where had she gone? How was her life? He had no idea. How could he not be worried? How could he not be anxious? Li Shaoqing let out a long sigh. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard outside the tent. Su Chong lifted the curtain and strode in quickly. Generally, something terrible has happened. Our clan's ancestor, he. What? Is he really going to change his surname? Li Shaoqing shot to his feet, his face ashen. Change what surname? Su Chong was taken aback, completely confused. Li Shaoqing coughed awkwardly, quickly composing himself. What exactly happened to Brother Su? The ancestor has broken through to the transcendent martial god realm. That's excellent news. Li Shaoqing's spirits lifted. A martial god. A being of supreme power in the Kanglan realm. If others knew he had such a formidable backer who would dare to offend him lightly. He could already envision a future of meteoric rise. Su Chong continued, the ancestor slaughtered the demons of Tianfeng City. Bravo. But the ancestor also killed 3 martial sages of the embroidered envoys. I heard the embroidered envoys have already issued a wanted notice. What? Furthermore, the ancestor has slain the martial god Bai Yun. Bloody hell. Su Chong, hurry, notify everyone to pack their things and flee. Otherwise it will be too late. Li Shaoqing immediately stood up, his face a mix of emotions. Damn it. Su, this troublemaker. The trouble he has stirred up is not small. Originally, he thought that with Su Ke breaking through to the martial god realm, he finally had a solid backing. Wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the great Han dynasty from now on? Who would have thought that Su Ke not only killed the demons, but also struck down the embroidered robe envoy along with the martial god Bai Yun? What kind of background does the embroidered robe envoy have? As the captain of the town guard, Li Shaoqing was more than aware. Those who could enter the embroidered robe envoy were at least in the undying realm, and even then they were just reservists with no active missions, solely aiming for a breakthrough. Being hunted by the embroidered robe envoy felt like the sky had collapsed. Isn't this asking for one's life? Who in Dian City doesn't know that I'm Zus #1 lackey? Who doesn't know that I am always looking up to Su Ke? If not now, then when? Half an hour later, Li Shaoqing led a few hundred people stealthily slipping out of Townstar City. Just 100 miles outside of Townstar City, everyone suddenly felt a few powerful pressures looming over them. Li Shaoqing's heart sank, and turning back he saw 6 figures flying in the air, their presence overwhelming. Even though he had stepped into the 8th grade golden body realm, he still felt immense pressure. His subordinates turned pale, barely able to stand. I am Zhang Bei of the 3rd grade black robe of the embroidered robe envoy. 2nd grade black robe Wang Shi. 2nd grade black robe Qin Lai. The voices rolled like thunder. Li Shaoqing's heart sank, despair etched on his face as he touched the branch he carried. This was a gift from Su Ke before leaving, imbued with the essence of martial arts capable of slaying ordinary martial saints. But the Zhang Bei before him was a 3rd grade black robe at the peak of the martial saint realm. Not your ordinary martial saint at all. Even using this item would likely do him no harm. Moreover, there were 6 martial saints opposing them. This time it seemed truly over. Zhang Bei hovered in midair, looking down with a cold smile. Li Shaoqing, you have quite the nerve to collude with the demon Su Ke, intending to. But before he could finish, he was, damn it, dare to insult the ancestor, die? Brothers, throw the branches, let's fight. In an instant, terrifying martial intent surged into the sky, creating an overwhelming presence. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, goosebumps rising all over. Zhang Bai's expression changed drastically as he unleashed his martial intent, a tempest swirling around him. Break for me. The others also stiffened, unleashing their full strength without reservation. Is this really martial intent? How could it be so terrifying? Clang. Streams of sword intent soared into the air, transforming into a 100-foot blade, cleaving down. Boom. Zhang Bei and the others had no chance to resist, instantly turning into a blood mist. Even the ground behind them was carved out into a deep chasm dozens of miles long. Silence. Quiet. Li Shaoqing stiffly turned his head, glancing at Su Chong, then at the distant chasm. Can one slay an ordinary martial saint? A 3rd grade black robe peak martial saint. Does that count as ordinary? What then is extraordinary? Li Shaoqing felt numb, his mind blank, bewildered, and shocked. Originally, it was already outrageous that Su Ke could seal the martial essence into a branch. How could an ordinary branch withstand such powerful martial essence? Most mediums used by martial saints are made from rare materials. Moreover, sealing it once would consume one's spirit, requiring months of recovery. If not, the descendants of martial saints wouldn't consider it a life-saving trump card. But now Li Shaoqing saw 5 members of the Su family, each pulling out a branch. How do you have so much martial essence? A lot. Su Chong scratched his head. We each only have 1 piece each. Li Shaoqing stared wide-eyed at the 5 remaining members of the Su family, each producing a branch, his eyes nearly popping out. The artifacts for sealing martial essence are extremely difficult to craft. So you must have accumulated these over many years to give such precious items to you all, is truly considerate of the juniors. Difficult to craft. Accumulated over many years. Su Chong and the others looked puzzled. General, is it really that hard? We remember the ancestor just had Ninger snap off a few branches, and with a casual wipe the martial essence appeared. Yeah, I was right there. Don't say it, the ancestor is truly miraculous. Even branches he gives can't be blocked by martial saints. You're not speaking nonsense, the ancestor is now a martial god, how could he not be strong? I heard that martial gods can manifest a 10th Dharma form. Ooh, I wonder if it's true. Definitely true. If the ancestor sealed his martial god Dharma form into a branch, could we also manifest a Dharma form? Su Chang and the others began chatting among themselves, completely lacking the tension of being pursued by the embroidered robe envoy. Li Shaoqing was utterly numb. Looking at these Su family members who understood nothing, he felt exhausted, but also envious. Su, I can also talk. I can also take the surname Su. In the 4th year of Chengping November, the Tianling territory. This is the garrison of the embroidered-clad envoy of the Han dynasty. Continuous high walls surround the area, each side equipped with a camp gate. Within the garrison, many people are present. Su Xing is one of the green-clad members. After he broke through to the immortal realm at the age of 76, he was favored by the embroidered envoy marked with prohibitions and officially joined. During this phase, the green-clad members have no tasks and only need to focus on their cultivation. The so-called 3-tier assessment is based on innate talent. Breaking through to the immortal realm before the age of 80 qualifies for Tier 3. Breaking through before the age of 90 qualifies for Tier 2. Breaking through before the age of 100 qualifies for the lowest tier. Su Xing broke through at the age of 76, possessing excellent talent, and was deemed to have a 50% chance of advancing to Martial Saint, thus classified as a Tier 3 green-clad member. Of course, if he has not broken through to Martial Saint by the age of 150, he will be downgraded to Tier 2. If he has not broken through by 200, he will be lowered to Tier 1. If he still has not broken through to Martial Saint by the age of 250, he will be directly expelled from the embroidered envoy. However, as long as one can join the embroidered envoy, the resources are abundant. There are often peak martial gods who come to impart teachings, and any questions regarding cultivation can be consulted. Therefore, those who are truly expelled are quite rare. At this moment, the hall of transmission was already filled with people. The lowest cultivation level among those present was the immortal realm, with a few in the martial saint realm in black clothing. Today is the day of the martial god Lu Hong's teachings. Su Xing arrived early, hearing the surrounding. Alas, it's almost the 5th year of Chengping, and in just over 20 years the spiritual energy will be exhausted. I say, why bother with those lowly people? Just unleash a massacre. Indeed, as long as we survive, humanity will not perish. That's right, these lowly people are so selfish. If I were them, for the greater good of humanity, I would willingly give my life. The fact that they can contribute to the extermination of the heavens is already a great blessing. I truly do not understand what the 3 great dynasties are thinking, insisting on letting the demons kill humanity and humanity kill demons. Why complicate things so much? With the strength of the martial god hall, what can those lowly people do even if they know our plans? Can they resist? Exactly, that Su Ke is also ungrateful. He actually broke the rules for a few lowly people and even killed martial god Bai Yun. It's simply nonsensical. What you don't understand is that other magical artifacts like the Chinkoan mirror are fine, they only need to collect misfortune and resentment. But the Heaven Slaughter ruler is entirely different. The Heaven Slaughter ruler requires calamity energy. What is calamity energy? When heaven produces killing intent, stars shift. When earth produces killing intent, dragons and snakes rise. When humanity produces killing intent, heaven and earth reverse. The tides of heaven and earth signify the world's advancement. Only through a great war between humanity and demons can calamity energy be generated, thus refining the Heaven Slaughter ruler. Humans killing humans and demons killing demons will only breed resentment and malevolence, but will never produce calamity energy. Alas, we can only hope the plan goes smoothly. With our esteemed identities, how can we end up like those lowly people? Indeed. Su Xing listened quietly, his heart feeling no waves. The so-called one must act for oneself, or heaven will strike down. He is already 76 this year. Once the spiritual energy declines, death is certain. He does not want to die. The ones who should die are the others. He has seen those who tried to plead for the people. He has also seen attempts at resistance. But the outcome was invariably the same. They all died. Who can contend against the martial god hall? Moreover, there is nothing wrong with that. What are billions of lives worth? In the 5,000 years of spiritual energy decline, countless dynasties have fallen and many have risen. The number of dead lowly people is simply uncountable. They died before, and they cannot die now. For the future of humanity, for the greater good, their deaths can be justified. Su Xing's gaze suddenly fell on a figure within the hall of transmission, and his pupils shrank. He saw that person stand up and clap their hands. Boom. The ground trembled. The entire hall of transmission collapsed and shattered. A colossal Dharma form towering 10,000 meters stood between heaven and earth, holding a palace 1,000 feet high. Su Ke's eyes sparkled with golden light as he looked down from the clouds, gently shaking his head. He was not here to judge who was right or wrong, nor did he have that qualification. He came today merely to kill. Su Ke suddenly smashed the heavenly palace down towards the ground. The wind howled. The immense power caused the space to explode. Martial God. He is the martial god. Is he Suke? Damn it, run. I don't want to die. Wah, spare me, I was just talking. I am the descendant of a martial god of noble status. How can— In an instant the ground shook violently, cracks formed, and terrifying power surged around. A series of screams erupted from within the hall of transmission. The entire garrison of the Tianling territory transformed into ruins in an instant, countless casualties. Even martial saints would find it difficult to survive under such destructive power. Impudent. A furious shout resonated. Immediately afterward, a martial god Dharma form towering 20,000 meters appeared. Suke's Dharma form could only reach the chest level of the opponent. Lu Hong's eyes turned red, nearly bursting with rage. As a red-clad member of the embroidered envoy, he had been guarding the Tianling territory for this month. And at this moment, Suke had actually slaughtered all the embroidered envoys within the Tianling territory. How could he explain this to the ancestor Lutsong? Lu Hong condensed a long chi blade over 100 feet long in his hand, striking down with a world-destroying force. Suke, you dare to destroy my Tianling territory. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. What a mess. Suke thought as the Fengdu Heavenly Palace met the attack. Clang. The 100-foot battle blade clashed with the Heavenly Palace, sparks flying the air, exploding and distorting, and the entire Tianling territory collapsed in an instant. Big. The Fengdu Heavenly Palace roared and surged, breaking through several thousand feet in the blink of an eye. Suke lightly tapped his fingers up and down. The Heavenly Palace struck down on Lu Hong's head like a game of whack-a-mole. Bang, bang, bang. On the first strike, Lu Hong blocked with his battle blade, which shattered and disappeared. On the second strike, the Dharma form began to crack. On the third strike, the Dharma form was completely obliterated. Pooh! Lu Hong spurted a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper, his heart filled with extreme horror. How could this be possible? He was the 865th ranked martial god of the Martial God Hall. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of martial god. He was certainly not comparable to the likes of Bai Yun. Yet in just 3 moves, his martial god Dharma form was completely shattered. This level of power probably rivaled that of a later-stage martial god. Lu Hong's heart was filled with despair. He understood that he was no match for Suke, and today he would undoubtedly die. His eyes gradually turned crazed. Suke, you have forced my hand. Ha, let's die together. In an instant, the spiritual energy around Lu Hong surged violently into his body, crashing and obliterating within, causing his body to explode from the inside out. The violent shockwave of spiritual energy swept in all directions, the space trembling violently. All the spiritual energy around was detonated, unleashing terrifying power. In an instant, the vast land shattered, mountains turning to dust, and rivers evaporating completely. The air was filled with intense heat, and a massive pit several thousand feet deep appeared at the center of the explosion, the underground rocks completely crystallized. At this moment, for a radius of 10,000 miles, all life was extinguished. Even Suke could not withstand this blow. He was instantly evaporated, dead, without a trace. Not long after, Lu Tsong's figure descended to this place, looking around at the devastation with a grim expression. Who on earth? Who could force Lu Hong to self-destruct? He never even considered Suke. After all, in his eyes, Suke had just broken through to martial god. How could he force Lu Hong to self-destruct? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Hello, were you looking for me? Who? Lu Tsong's heart trembled, feeling a chill run down his spine, a tempest rising in his heart. In the current Azure realm, he was the #1 martial god. His cultivation was extraordinary, unparalleled through the ages. If it were an unknown fight under heaven, he could kill anyone he wanted. Even if the second martial god Li Xian and the third demon god Tu Shan Miao Miao teamed up, he could handle them with ease. Yet now someone could approach him unnoticed, and he had not even detected it. How could he not be startled? You are Suke. Lu Tsong stared at Suke, immediately recognizing him, his heart filled with shock. This person not only forced Lu Hong to self-destruct, but also survived at the center of the self-detonation. It was simply inconceivable. Correct. Suke nodded slightly, then produced a stack of images, flipping through them one by one. These images were drawn by Bai Yun. The other party was initially unwilling, but later agreed. Suke could guarantee that he definitely did not threaten him with the 18 levels of hell. Not this one, definitely not this one. Found it. Lu Tsong, the first martial god ancestor of the Han Dynasty, peak martial god, perfected, late stage of the immortal realm. At this moment, Lu Tsong's face was ashen. Since he broke through to martial god, it had been a long time since anyone dared to criticize him like this. Seeking death. Lu Tsong immediately reached out with a grab. Without even activating his Dharma form, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge. The entire sky darkened, the wind and clouds halted, and the ground trembled. All the spiritual energy around was completely extracted, and in midair a giant hand covering dozens of miles materialized. The palm radiated immense pressure, merely hovering in the air caused the ground to collapse in layers, countless fragments floating up. In the next moment, the giant hand crashed down towards Suke. The force of the palm descended, swallowing the heavens. The power was overwhelming. Suke, upon seeing this, showed no fear, his garments fluttering, smiling lightly. Junior Suke has just learned a move. Please allow the first martial god to critique it. As soon as the words fell, his body began to swell violently. Art is just a big star. Where did this reckless fool come from? Are you out of your mind? He'll smash you. Lutsong panicked. He had never encountered such a scene before. In all his past battles, who would resort to desperate measures right from the start? Wasn't it only when one was cornered facing certain death that they chose self-destruction to take the enemy with them? Yet this man before him unleashed his ultimate move the moment they met, treating self-destruction like an ordinary attack. Fortunately, Lutsong was no ordinary being. With his peak cultivation and over 4,000 years of life, he was a master of all trades. His escape skills were also top-notch. In the blink of an eye, he had already darted hundreds of miles away, and his speed was increasing, seemingly about to escape the epicenter of the self-destruction. Suke, stepping with the human sovereign step, pursued relentlessly. Senior, wait for me. Don't come any closer. Lutsong's eyes nearly split with fury at the sight. Not daring to hold anything back, he fully activated his true chi, flashing another hundreds of miles in an instant. Boom. A force that could annihilate heaven and earth erupted violently. Within 10,000 miles, all was reduced to scorched earth once more. The shockwave swept in all directions, plunging the world into darkness. 10,000 miles away, Lutsong spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura slightly disordered. Gazing at the desolate land shrouded by the self-destruction, he felt a lingering fear. This madman, he deserves to die. Self-destruction was essentially a large-scale, devastating technique. It unleashed all of one's power in an instant. It could be called a strike that shares the lifespan of heaven and earth. With such power, even he, if caught at the epicenter, would be severely wounded, if not killed outright. Trying to drag this old ancestor down with you? How utterly naive. Lutsong, after all, was the foremost martial god of the Kanglan realm. How could he lack life-saving trump cards? Though the self-destruction was powerful, if one could outrun it, it was only a source of frustration. Moreover, this technique could only be used once. Once self-destruction was initiated, the user had absolutely no chance of survival. Lutsong steadied himself, circulated his true chi, and his complexion gradually regained some color. Though he had just escaped the epicenter, he had still sustained minor injuries, which would require a few months of recuperation to heal. It's just a pity about Lu Hong, a pity about the embroidered envoy. That man was loyal to me, yet met such an end. This villain is truly detestable. While the embroidered envoy can be rebuilt, as long as I live, I can eventually form a new one. Lutsong was about to leave. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed through heaven and earth. Meng si tu lo meng ka meng si si, tu lo meng si ka. Immediately after, an intense sense of crisis struck, making his hair stand on end. Danger. Extreme danger. Flee. Lutsong had no time to think, his body reacted, instinctively vanishing from the spot in an instant. Boom. Boom. The earth-shattered magma surged. 10,000 miles away. Lutsong's face was deathly pale, his eyes filled with horror. How is this possible? How is he not dead? Self-destruction should annihilate both flesh and soul, leaving no chance of survival. Lutsong's composure began to crack. Even after living for thousands of years, he had never encountered such an absurdity. He had clearly self-destructed and died. Yet he could get up and self-destruct again. It was utterly unbelievable, unheard of. At the same time, Lutsong felt an immense frustration. Suke was merely at the early stage of the pinnacle martial god realm. If they were to fight Heiden, Lutsong was confident he could defeat him with one hand. But now, all his skills were rendered useless. Suke refused to fight him, instead resorting to self-destruction right from the start. Who could endure that? Meng si tu lo meng ka meng si si, tu lo meng si ka. Danger. Lutsong's heart tightened, and he desperately fled once more. What kind of incantation is this? Does reciting it allow one to avoid death from self-destruction? An irresistible force erupted again. Rocks melted, leaving 10,000 miles of ruins. Lutsong spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, his face as pale as paper. His once dignified visage was now filled with terror. His robe and crown were all at the spiritual treasure level, extremely defensive and priceless. But now they were all on the verge of shattering. Frustration, anger, resentment. All kinds of emotions surged within Lutsong, making him unable to hold back a long roar to the heavens. I am the foremost martial god. How dare you, how dare you? Meng si tu lo meng ka meng si si, tu lo meng si ka. The incantation pierced his ears like demonic sound. You brat. Damn you. Lu Tsang shuddered, despair gripping his heart, leaving him no choice but to flee again. You flee, I pursue, with wings you cannot escape. The booming sounds echoed through heaven and earth time and again. Before long, Lu Tsang crashed to the ground covered in wounds, his aura weakened to the extreme. Numbness, confusion, humiliation. Why doesn't he die? Why won't he fight me, Heathen? I am the foremost martial god. How did I end up in this state? Lu Tsang lay sprawled on the ground, a pitiful sight, staring at the figure slowly approaching from not far away. Are you a man or a ghost? He couldn't understand. How could a person be so unscrupulous? You guess. Suke walked up to Lu Tsang, his gaze filled with admiration. You are formidable, truly worthy of being the foremost martial god. Although you dodged the epicenter each time, merely bearing the aftershocks, you still endured my self-destruction 37 times. In terms of sheer skill alone, you far surpassed the Kangmang Ghost King. Hearing this, Lu Tsang was momentarily stunned, his face full of bewilderment and confusion. He was in a terribly wretched state now, all his meridians severed, his flesh and blood mangled, nearly half his body gone, with his internal organs exposed, and his breath as faint as a thread. After a long while, he finally managed to speak. I don't want to die. I understand, and no one wants to die. As long as you spare me, I can swear an oath, and I can make you the foremost martial god of the Martial God Hall. I refuse. Why? Because I don't hold grudges. Don't hold grudges? Yes, because all my enemies are dead. Lu Tsang was taken aback by this, then let out a cold laugh. A fine don't hold grudges, a fine sharp tongue. Truly ruthless and venomous. Venomous. Suke shook his head, and with a thought, his heavenly palace flew out from his Niwen palace, shattering Lu Tsang's skull on the spot, and devouring his soul as well. Boundless heavenly lord of fortune and virtue. I am a true ascetic who subdues the 5 demons, eliminates the 6 thieves, and severs the 3 corpses. A bodhisattva's heart. How can you slander my innocence without cause, eh? This realm is truly strange. Martial gods have strength, but lack cultivation of the mind. All are deceived by inner demons spouting nonsense. Enough. If I don't enter hell, who will? I shall follow the example of the sages and undertake a 60-year demon purge. In the 5th year of the Qingping era, a piece of news spread like a hurricane across the world, plunging the entire Azure realm into silence. Liu Kang was fallen. When this news broke, no one believed it. Who is Lu Tsang? The founding ancestor of the Great Han Dynasty, an ancient being who has lived for over 4,000 years. A peak martial deity at the later stage of the immortal realm, ranked as the first martial deity of the Martial Deity Hall. Since the fall of the Holy Emperor of the Great Zhou, Lu Tsang has reigned alone in the world, suppressing countless martial deities who dared not raise their heads, with unparalleled strength, deemed invincible. Recognized as the foremost figure in the Azure realm, martial Dao practitioners and immortal Dao cultivators alike regard Lu Tsang as their target to pursue. Such a figure, how could he suddenly die? For a moment, all martial powerhouses were astonished, and all immortal powerhouses were alarmed. Whether demon or human, upon hearing this news, they were utterly stunned, standing there in disbelief. Before the crowd could regain their senses, a second piece of news followed closely. The killer is Suke. I, a humble Taoist, wish to emulate the ancients and embark on a grand quest to eliminate demons. Moreover, I wish to challenge the martial deities of the world for guidance. Let us determine our strengths and decide life and death. I hope the martial deities of this realm will not hesitate to impart their teachings. As these words were spoken, the entire Azure realm was thrown into chaos. Whether martial saints or martial deities from the demon side or the human side, all were left with blank minds. Who among the martial deities in the hall had not witnessed Lu Tsang's strength? They understood well that the power of this founding ancestor of the Great Han had reached the limits of this realm. In the same realm, no one could rival him. Even if the 2nd to the 8th martial deities of the Martial Deity Hall joined forces, they could only defeat Lu Tsang, but not kill him. And Suke, though recently gaining notoriety, was only famous for having slain the White Cloud martial deity upon entering the ranks of martial deities. In the eyes of many, Suke was merely at the early stage of the peak martial deity. So what if he cultivated both immortal and martial paths? Among the top 100 powerhouses of the Martial Deity Hall, who was not a dual cultivator? In the eyes of many, if Suke joined the Martial Deity Hall, he would only rank at the bottom. Now he had actually killed Lu Tsang. This was utterly absurd. However, half of Lu Tsang's corpse still lay in the wilderness. On the nearby boulder were carved several powerful words. What is impossible? I admit Suke is strong, but no matter how you speak of it, he has just broken through to martial deity, absolutely cannot be Lu Tsang's opponent. Indeed, I do not believe it either. What kind of figure was Lu Tsang? How could he be compared to Suke? This is clearly a trick of the demons. They must have gathered several martial deities to ambush the ancestor and frame Suke. The demons have always been ambitious, trying to exterminate our human race. We must retaliate fiercely. In the three great dynasties such discussions arose. These martial artists below the immortal realm, unaware of the truth, were willing to believe this was a plot by the demons rather than that Suke had the capability to slay Lu Tsang. But any powerhouse who had stepped into the martial saint realm knew the truth. This could not possibly be the work of the demons. After all, the current structure of the Azure realm was driven by the martial deity Hall. The demon side had no reason to ambush Lu Tsang. Even if they truly wanted to act, they would wait until the heaven executing plan was successful. Acting now would be akin to self-sabotage. In the Great Tang Dynasty, within a quiet chamber, Li Xian frowned slightly, feeling unsettled, unable to calm his mind, and soon opened his eyes. As the second martial deity of the Azure realm, his martial arts reached completion, and his immortal path had advanced to the later stage of the immortal realm. From a cultivation perspective, he stood on par with Lu Tsang. However, in terms of combat power, it was 1 against 9. In a quarter of an hour, he would die 9 times. This illustrates just how terrifying Lu Tsang's true strength was. Why do I feel so restless today? It feels as if a great disaster is approaching. Li Xian furrowed his brow. With his current cultivation, once he sensed an omen, it was likely not groundless, and would most likely come to fruition. But how can this be? Lu Tsang is dead. There are few who can threaten me now. At least dozens of martial deities would need to join forces to kill me. The demon side. Even less likely. I am currently in the Imperial capital's forbidden ground. Even if they truly wanted to turn hostile, they would never dare be so blatant. Li Xian pondered, but still could not understand. Just then a deafening sound echoed from afar. Even in the quiet chamber, Li Xian heard it clearly. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot. In the skies above the palace, Li Xian hovered, gazing into the distance. Behind him, 8 martial deities from the Li family appeared in succession. We pay our respects to the ancestor. No formalities. Li Xian raised his hand to signal, and then fixed his gaze. That direction. Is it the Plum Blossom Guard's base? The Plum Blossom Guard and the Embroidered Robe Envoy serve similar roles, responsible for searching and cultivating talents within the Great Tang, with martial deities sent to guard and teach monthly. At this moment, such intense battle fluctuations were emanating from the direction of the Plum Blossom Guard. Not good. Little Gio is in danger. Li Xian's expression changed just as he was about to move. He heard a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens and earth. Suke, die. Let's die together. Explode for me. Even though the Imperial City and the Plum Blossom Guard's base were tens of thousands of miles apart, the sound could be distinctly heard. This voice pierced through the heavens and spread far and wide. Ignoring the mountains and rivers in between, it stretched for miles without end. Boom. The earth shook as if a dragon was turning over. Countless citizens living in the Imperial City were filled with terror. Suke, the martial deity self-exploding. Li Xian was furious, and his figure directly vanished from the sky. The other 8 martial deities, seeing this, did not dare delay, immediately channeling their true chi, transforming into golden light, and hurried towards the Plum Blossom Guard. In a short while, deafening booms echoed from afar. Boom, boom. In the 5th year of Chengping, Suke appeared in the territory of the Great Tang Dynasty, annihilating the Plum Blossom Guard, forcing martial deity Li Yunxing to self-destruct. On the same day, Li Xian led 8 martial deities, all of whom fell with none surviving. As the news spread, it shook the heavens and chilled the world. All martial deities hearing this felt their scalps tingle with fear. He is really coming. If there was still doubt about Lu Tsang's fall, there was no longer any about Li Xian's demise. A martial deity was stationed in the Plum Blossom Guard, but was forced to self-explode. This was something countless citizens of the Imperial City had heard with their own ears. For a time, countless powerhouses gasped in shock. Although Suke's rise had been short, his achievements were increasingly terrifying. The number of martial deities who had died at his hands had reached as high as 13. Moreover, among them were the first and second martial deities. Thus, many martial deities felt a sense of dread, both determining rank and deciding life and death. Just recalling this phrase made them shiver with fear. Many martial deities were filled with terror. If Suke could slay both Lu Tsang and Li Xian, what about them? Anyone targeted would likely face a dead end. What does he want to do? What exactly does he intend to do? Does he want to kill us all? Arrogant, courting death, he is seeking death. It's rebellion, it's rebellion. We must band together to eliminate Suke, otherwise there will be endless troubles. He must die. As long as we rush him together, Suke cannot possibly kill us all. Will he truly come? And he certainly will. And did he not claim he wished to learn from us? And we are already here, waiting for his instruction. The Ming Dynasty, the Jinhui headquarters. And most of the Wushan Hall had gathered here. And due to the demise of Lu Tsang and Li Xian, the Wushan rankings had shifted accordingly. Xianyuan Blue Realm's current supreme powerhouse was Tu Shan Miao, the former 3rd-ranked Wushan, now known as the Demon God. 7th-ranked Wushan, Lu Yu, grandson of Lu Tsang, fully realized at the apex Wushan realm. In 8th ranked Wushan Lin Xuyan also fully realized that the apex Wushan realm. Lin Xuyan hailed from the Tang dynasty and had previously ranked 10th in the Wushan Hall. And now that Li Xian had fallen in battle, 10 Liklin Wushan perished, leaving their strength drastically diminished. Lin Xuyan thus became the paramount sovereign of the Tang dynasty. A regime change was merely a matter of time, delayed only by Su Kei's presence. Who could have imagined a mere village, Su family village, would produce a Wushan? And how did this man cultivate? How could his power be so terrifying? Even elder Li Xian leading 8 Wushan failed to subdue him. That is utterly horrifying. Rumors say Su Kei is the ancestral patriarch of Su family village. With his strength, were he to join the Wushan Hall, our heaven subjugation plan would stand a far greater chance of success. What a pity. Those lower-tier Wushan are utterly incompetent, tasked with tracking down Su clan members, yet all they report is wind or rain. Still no leads. Within the Grand Hall, numerous Wushan stood solemnly, their aura thick with murderous intent. And some weaker Wushan had earlier trembled with anxiety, fearing Su Kei might single them out for slaughter. But now, over 800 Wushan converged upon the Jinui headquarters, and even a Deluo golden immortal would meet his end here. Thus their trepidation gradually eased. Once Su Kei is eliminated, we must accelerate our preparations. The remaining 7 divine artifacts are soon to manifest, yet the heaven-slaying ruler remains only 1/10 complete. Indeed, calamitous Qi is the ultimate weapon against the heavenly Tao. Only thus may the Tao itself be severed. May our plan proceed without hindrance. May we attain eternal longevity. Immediately thereafter, all Wushan raised their voices in unison. May our plan proceed without hindrance. May we attain eternal longevity. And the chant reverberated through the hall, thunderous and resplendent. Yet many still harbored deep misgivings. And this was heaven subjugation itself. And no one knew whether the plan would succeed, nor what the aftermath would bring. Nor could anyone foresee their own survival. All remained uncertain. Yet retreat was impossible. If they refused death, they had no choice but to stake everything. He has arrived, and he actually dared to come. And at that moment, Ling Xiao Immortal, the 7th-ranked Wushan, rose abruptly. Nas patriarch of the Haotian sect, he mastered all 4 arts of cultivation, especially formation arrays. He had long since laid down a vast formation across tens of thousands of li surrounding the Jinui headquarters, the prison dragon Kuan Heaven Formation. It comprised 81 formation nodes, each requiring at least a low-rank spirit treasure to anchor. Alternatively, an apex Wushan could serve as node guardian. This formation combined both defensive and entrapment capabilities. Once entered, none could forcibly break free. Their strategy was to lure Su Kei into the formation and annihilate him collectively. Each assume your designated post. 81 apex Wushan spirit treasures in hand, guard the formation nodes. Yes, fellow cultivators, let us go. Let us witness firsthand the nature of this newly ascended Wushan. Let us go together. Su Kei soared through the air, crossing a stretch of land. Resonant hum. Prison dragon Kuan Heaven Formation activated instantly. 81 nodes blazed with radiant light, their beams interweaving into a luminous net. A colossal dome of light erupted, enveloping tens of thousands of li of heaven and earth. Trapping a turtle in a jar, Su Kei remained calm, unfazed. First he eradicated the showy envoys, then slew the plum blossom guards. He had made no effort to conceal his path. Even the dullest mind could discern his target, the Ming dynasty's Jinui. This was precisely his intention. Otherwise, with over 1,000 Wushan scattered across the Wushan Hall, how long would it take him to hunt them down one by one? However, is this not inviting the wolf into the fold, binding oneself in self-woven silk? Without this prison dragon Kuan Heaven Formation, the Wushan would have scattered. He would never have been able to pursue them all. Thus, swift resolution is imperative. Su Kei shot forward like lightning, appearing in an instant above the Jinui headquarters. At that moment, the sky above the headquarters darkened, a dense roiling mass like storm clouds. Wushan hovered midair, eyes sharp with lethal intent. A careful count revealed 744. Another 81 were sustaining the formation. Tu Shan Miao Miao gazed coldly at Su Kei. This was her first sight of him in person. From his aura alone, he appeared to be at the early stage of the apex Wushan realm, with a Yangshan-level cultivation in the Taoist path. No matter how closely observed, he seemed utterly unremarkable. Then how had he slain Lu Tsang? What secret did he conceal? Though baffling, they cared little. Capture Su Kei and truth would be pried forth by any means necessary. Tu Shan Miao Miao let out a disdainful snort and spoke. Su Kei, I must admit your audacity is extraordinary. Knowing this place marks your grave, you dare still. But her words were cut short. Enough noise. In first taste this strike from this humble Taoist. In Meng Si Tu Lu Meng Ka Meng Si Si Tu Lu Meng Si Ka. In with that. Suke lunged forth, and his body swelled violently. In what the? In you bastard. In madman. He's insane. Run and don't come near me. In mommy. Naviri Wushin recoiled in shock. In, are you even playing fair? Was this combat, or suicide? In what kind of fighting style was this? In where was the exchange of blows? In where was the face-to-face confrontation? In witnessing this spectacle, the Wushin scattered in panic, fleeing helter-skelter. In some frantically slapped talismans onto themselves, or summoned spirit treasures. In Sung Wu, the patriarch of the Xuanwu clan, retracted his head entirely into his tortoise shell. Others instantly manifested their Wushin Dharma forms. And it wasn't that they were weak, and on the contrary, they were immensely powerful. In each was an apex Wushin. Even the weakest among them could effortlessly slaughter countless Wushin. Measured by primordial martial principles, each Wushin possessed stare-annihilating might. In were they transplanted to the primary world, not a single Wushin could reduce Earth, a fragile little sphere, to rubble. At full power, shattering a planet would be trivial. And even within the vast, spiritually rich expanse of the Xianyuan Blue Realm, where energies were suppressed and matter unusually resilient, their unrestrained devastation would rival natural cataclysms. And not a single one among them was feeble. And yet all things hinge upon the word but. Suke denied them even the chance of direct confrontation. Nay charged in and detonated himself immediately. Utterly unreasonable. In quick, Lingxiao immortal. Open the prison dragon Kuin heaven formation. We must escape. In, release us at once. In, seal the formation. Puff, puff. The spiritual treasure shattered, and the Dharma image collapsed. In a radius of 10,000 miles the world was destroyed. Several early and mid-stage martial gods perished on the spot, and only a few with defensive spiritual treasures managed to survive by luck. Even so, they were all severely injured. Even the grand ancestor of the black tortoise, known for his defensive prowess, was in a dire state. His shell was cracked with countless fine lines, and his face was as pale as paper. Under the self-detonation, all beings were equal. Lin Shuyan and the other 8 martial gods had ashen faces. Each one of them was injured to varying degrees. It all happened in an instant. The martial god hall had lost 235 martial gods. It was a great humiliation. This was an unprecedented disgrace for the martial god hall. What deep hatred does Suke have against us? Lin Ziyan's voice was cold. He actually wants to drag everyone down with him. They were all puzzled. What was the point of this? Did he think that since he couldn't win, dragging one down wouldn't be a loss, and dragging 2 would be a profit? No matter what, this matter has finally come to a close. Although we lost more than 200 martial gods, at least Suke is dead, and there will be no one to stir up trouble again under the heavens. Immortal Lingxiao let out a long sigh. At this moment he could not directly close the formation. To close it, he had to either destroy the formation or remove the spiritual treasures and the martial gods maintaining the formation. Suddenly a series of sounds erupted. What sound is that? Why does it sound so familiar? Lin Shiyin and the others were momentarily stunned, and then their faces changed dramatically. Danger! A strong sense of crisis surged in their hearts. Everyone was frozen, seeing horror and disbelief in each other's eyes. How is he not dead? Whoosh! The grand ancestor of the black tortoise reacted the fastest, retracting his limbs and head into his shell, driving it to flee swiftly into the distance. The others were not slow either, retreating with all their might. Boom! The deafening sound of explosions rang out again. Even from 10,000 miles away, Lin Shiyin could still feel the heart-stopping aftershocks. Another self-detonation. This is unreasonable. I understand now. I've finally figured it out. Immortal Lingxiao came back to his senses at this moment. Look at the devastation around us. It resembles the place where Lu Tsong fell. They all died from the shockwave of the self-detonation. Suke has mastered a secret technique that allows him to survive even self-detonation. Does reciting a spell allow one to evade self-detonation? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. No wonder Lu Tsong, despite his unparalleled cultivation, still perished in the end. So that was the crux of the matter. Under heaven, how many can withstand self-detonation and survive? At this moment, Suke's second self-detonation led to the martial god hall losing dozens more martial gods. This situation made everyone's faces extremely grim. If they were facing a self-detonation of a martial saint, then no martial god would be afraid. As long as they unleashed their Dharma images, they could easily defuse the power of self-detonation. But Suke is a martial god, unless someone among them breaks through to above martial god. Otherwise, no one would dare to ignore such a level of self-detonation. Just then a figure flew towards their direction. Accompanied by the figure, a familiar voice followed. Cough up the card. Immortal Lingxiao's expression changed dramatically. Not good, he is going to recite the spell again. Quick, tear his mouth apart. Stop him from self-detonating. As soon as this was said, no one dared to step forward. Didn't they see Suke's body had already begun to swell? If they rushed up now, wouldn't that be seeking their own death? Who can survive at the center of a self-detonation? One by one, the martial gods were so scared that they turned and fled. Seeing this, immortal Ling Xiao did not dare to step forward, not even to cast spells. He feared that if he delayed casting, he would ultimately be unable to escape. In an instant, immortal Ling Xiao flashed hundreds of miles away, his eyes filled with terror, not daring to look back. The formation they set up to trap Suke was intended to prevent his escape through teleportation. But now, they had become the fish in a barrel. The formation had instead become a tool for Suke to slaughter the martial gods. Lin Shuyan fled the fastest and soon rushed to a formation. Close the formation, quickly close the formation. I am the 8th martial god Lin Shuyan, you all quickly close the formation. Each formation, I was the strongest defensive position of the large formation maintained by martial gods holding spiritual treasures. Huang Ting was one of them. Upon hearing this, he frowned and immediately shook his head. Immortal Ling Xiao ordered that no matter who shouts to close the formation, I will not close it. Many martial gods gathered here, each with their own thoughts. If someone let Suke go, would that not be releasing a tiger back to the mountain? Therefore, immortal Ling Xiao had strictly instructed that no one could close the formation. At this moment, a disheveled figure suddenly appeared. Quick, I am Ling Xiao, you all quickly close the formation, hurry up. At this moment, immortal Ling Xiao's face was pale, heavily injured, and his expression was filled with fear and panic. Any spell, any martial art, even the martial god Dharma image. In the face of self-detonation, it was all powerless. Unless someone could break through to above martial god. Otherwise, if they stayed any longer, they would all die. Close the formation. Huang Ting was taken aback, then widened his eyes, looking behind the two, as if he saw something, and couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Immediately, Huang Ting unhesitatingly grabbed the spiritual treasure and turned to flee outside the formation. Cough up the card. The sound was like a demonic echo. Lin Shuyan and immortal Ling Xiao stiffly turned their heads, their faces filled with despair. A scorching beam of light erupted like the sun, carrying the power to annihilate everything sweeping towards them. Hot horse. In an instant, the bodies of the two disintegrated inch by inch in the terrifying energy. Flesh, blood, and bones all turned to ashes. Then, crack. One of the formation eyes lost its spiritual treasure, and no one was guarding it. The large formation could not withstand the power of self-detonation and shattered in response. This battle shook the heavens and the earth. The martial god hall surrounded Suke with 825 martial gods, ultimately losing 557, with only 268 escaping. Among the top 8 martial gods of the martial god hall, 4 perished. The grand ancestor of the blue fox, Tu Shan Miao Miao, the grand ancestor of the azure dragon Ao, Zhan, the immortal Ling Xiao of the Haotian sect, and the 8th martial god Lin Shuyan. The slaughter instilled fear in the demon martial gods, and the human martial gods were alarmed. Each was like a startled bird changing color at the mention of Suke. When these news spread, the entire azure blue realm fell silent. The martial god hall, the demon martial gods and human martial gods allied to hunt down Suke. Infinite self-detonation, mysterious spells. Then, the lower beings of both the human race and demons were all dumbfounded. The martial god hall, the demon martial gods and human martial gods allied. How could they possibly ally? Haven't the two races been at odds since ancient times? Why is this happening? But soon, due to the fall of many martial gods, the restrictions inscribed in the souls of the martial saints dissipated. Without the shackles, the secrets of the martial god hall quickly spread throughout the azure blue realm. To defy heaven, the 8 great treasures, slaughtering trillions of demons, slaughtering countless humans. All 23 members of my Qin family died on the battlefield against the demons, thinking they were defending the country. But the truth turned out to be like this. So ridiculous, truly ridiculous. On the battlefield, flesh and blood flying, while the martial gods were toasting and celebrating. Is there truly hope for this world? We were all fools. We were killing each other while they only cared for their own immortality. It's all fake, I don't believe it. Many demons broke down. Many humans went mad. No one could accept such a fact. In Sangshi City, in a small courtyard. Husband, where are you going? To die. I wish to follow you. Good. This world was originally very good, but if there is a next life, please don't let me be reborn here. This world should not be like this. Seek revenge. We must avenge ourselves. At the same time, more and more voices arose. These voices came not only from the human race, but also from among the demons. The demons were not a united front, nor were they in solidarity. Those clans under the protection of demon gods might fare a little better, but those without demon gods were no different from livestock easily slaughtered. Earlier external conflicts had shifted the focus away from internal strife, diverting attention toward outside enemies and shelving internal disputes. In the past, the human and demon races had been locked in perpetual conflict, all manipulated by the martial god palace. But now things were different. The so-called irreconcilable enmity, the so-called racial opposition, appeared utterly ridiculous. In an instant, the entire world was filled with resentment. If this resentment were used to forge the seal of all beings, it could probably yield two pieces. Yet despite the anger, countless beings despairingly realized, even if they understood the truth, their strength was simply insufficient to resist. In the Kanglan realm, all great power belonged to oneself. If it weren't for the desire to incite war between the two races leading to mutual slaughter, to stir up tribulation energy, the martial god palace truly did not care. Even with the birth of a new martial god, nothing would change, because all those who harbored justice were dead. And now all beings could only think of one person, Suke the martial god. We still have Suke the martial god. He went to the meeting alone, piercing through the entire martial god palace. As long as he strikes, these martial gods are doomed. Indeed, kill them. Kill them. Kill us. Some wretched beasts, some lowly commoners. What audacity! At this moment, in a hidden place within the Kanglan realm, all the martial gods gathered here. They dared not approach the Imperial Steppe Peak, nor did they dare to unlock the Hutian secret realm. Fearing being caught by Suke, they were even more afraid of him self-destructing and taking them all with him. They could only seek another hidden place to congregate. Originally 123 martial gods, now only 553 remained. Of the once 8 supreme beings, only 3 were still alive. The elder of the Black Tortoise Song Wu, the elder of the Vermilion Bird Kong Shun, and the elder of the Da Ming dynasty Zhu Wangchuan. The rest were dead, killed by one person. If someone had said months ago that Suke could penetrate the martial god palace, no one would have believed it, and would have considered it madness. But now the truth lay before them. Suke, someone suddenly murmured. His voice was small, but in the silence of the martial god palace, it sounded like thunder. The 268 martial gods who survived the self-destruction all changed their expressions, fear flashing in their eyes. Instantly the atmosphere became oppressive. One by one they drooped their heads, devoid of any thought of resistance. This shows just how great the shadow Suke cast upon them. Bang! The elder of the Deming, Zhu Wangchuan, slammed his palm on the table, the sound resounding loudly. Gentlemen, the Kanglan realm should not be like this. Martial gods live for thousands of years, but now at most 5,000 years, and the heavens will make us die. We only wish to survive, we do not wish to die. No one can deprive us of our right to exist, no one. Even if it is the heavenly path. We forge magical artifacts, slaughter beings not for power or desire, but to oppose the heavens, to fight for a sliver of survival. Seeking life is the instinct of all beings. We are not in the wrong. The error lies with this heaven and earth, with the Kanglan realm. We are merely correcting the wrong. We are paving the way. Upon hearing this, the tightly furrowed brows of the martial gods slightly relaxed. Indeed, the tides of heaven and earth are approaching, with only about 20 years left. Among the martial gods in the hall, who does not still have thousands of years of lifespan? Why should we only wait for death? Seeing the atmosphere slightly ease, Zhu Wangchuan nodded and continued, you need not fear. Even if Suke kills us all, it is merely a loss of a few decades of life. Even if I were given another chance, I would not regret it. I always believe that if one does not fight, one is destined to die. Moreover, as long as we succeed in opposing the heavens, as long as someone breaks through above the martial gods, as long as we avoid Suke, we can live. These words rang like thunder, awakening deaf ears. All the martial gods lifted their heads, their eyes reignited with fierce fighting spirit. Indeed, we have not lost. Besides, even if we do not resist, once the spiritual energy is depleted, it leads to death. What difference does it make to die a few decades earlier? But now the plan has been exposed. Even with threats, the human and demon races will not easily go to war again. Furthermore, once we reveal ourselves, we may very well be discovered by Suke and eliminated one by one. In this way, the tribulation energy cannot continue to accumulate. Now, there is only 20% of it, which is likely insufficient to unleash the true power of the Heavenly Slayer's staff. After hearing this, the martial gods fell into deep thought. The 906 tribulations of the Little Sun are the ascension of the Kanglan realm, and they are also undergoing tribulation. Since it is a tribulation, there must be calamities. They are this calamity. The Heavenly Slayer's staff must gather the tribulation energy of heaven and earth to be forged. It can slay the heavenly path. The Qian Kuan mirror condenses the ominous energy of heaven and earth, able to obscure the heavenly secrets. The seal of all beings gathers the unwillingness of billions of life forms to be born, capable of breaking the shackles of the heavenly path. The 8 magical artifacts each have their own functions. Now that the 7 great artifacts have been successfully refined, only the Heavenly Slayer's staff remains. If only Suke were not here. Though the thought was left unfinished, everyone understood its implications. Without Suke, the power of the martial god palace could easily plunge the human and demon races into chaos. The Heavenly Slayer staff would surely manifest perfectly. Time is running out. There are no more opportunities. Song Wu shook his head, letting out a sigh. Take it out. If we do not succeed, we shall perish. In the 5th year of Changping, during the 6th month, 2 figures streaked across the sky, their speed generating sonic booms that echoed with deafening intensity. At that moment a voice rang out. Meng si tu lu meng ka meng si tu lu meng si ka. You leave me no choice. Ha 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 die. The words had barely faded when the heavens darkened, and a formidable shockwave swept in all directions. 10,000 leagues of territory instantly turned to scorched earth bereft of life. Countless boulders crystallized magma, churned, and waves of heat billowed. The dust and smoke gradually dispersed. A figure materialized out of thin air. What's going on? Why do these martial gods all seem insane? Suke scratched his head, gazing at the desolate expanse before him. It wasn't him who had just self-detonated. It was a pinnacle martial god he had been pursuing who had done so. But why did he have to shout a rap before exploding? This wasn't the first time. 2 other martial gods had done the same before seeing no escape. They chanted a rap as they self-detonated. Could it be they think this is a spell, eh? That shouting it out will let them survive the explosion? No way. Damn it, I've taken another loss. The self-detonation doesn't count as my kill. The more Suke thought about it, the angrier he became. What were these martial gods thinking? How could they believe such an absurd notion? How could shouting a rap during self-detonation avert death? Forget it, he'll find the next one. Heaven and earth are clear and tranquil. The sun and moon distill their essence. The eyes harbor the 5 energies within, reflects the profound darkness. Suke shook his head, a golden light flickering in his eyes as he activated the art of aura seeking and trace tracking. The prisoner dragon Kuan Earth Grand Formation at the former embroidered uniform guard headquarters was indeed formidable. It had withstood several self-detonations. If not for the martial god Huang Ting, who was guarding the formation's core, fleeing and destabilizing it, he could have slain all the martial gods. Alas, once the formation broke, over 200 martial gods scattered in all directions. He couldn't manage them all alone. Fortunately, he had memorized their auras. As long as he employed this technique, he could track their traces. Of course, this was only possible if the target was not too far away. Moreover, if they hid within a formation that could conceal auras or possessed a treasure that masked their presence, he couldn't track them. Searching one by one was time-consuming and laborious. Sigh, if only these martial gods would set up the prisoner dragon Kuan Earth Grand Formation again for another siege, it would be so much more convenient. Otherwise, with the way these martial gods were behaving, they would eventually drive the Kanglan realm to ruin. Even if the Kanglan realm collapsed, Suke wouldn't be in danger. But as the saying goes, since he was already here, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Unfortunately, these martial gods were too good at hiding. With over 500 martial gods still alive in the Kanglan realm, exterminating them all in a short time was nearly impossible. Found them. A golden glint flashed in Suke's eyes, followed by a slight furrow of his brow. That direction. Emperor's Tread Peak. At that moment, on Emperor's Tread Peak, the wind and clouds suddenly shifted, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Rumble. A torrential downpour poured down and bolts of lightning coiled around the mountain peak. Instantly, all the martial gods who had arrived at Emperor's Tread Peak felt a heavy weight in their hearts, as if a great stone was pressing down on them. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire scene. In midair, 8 treasures hovered silently, a ruler, a mirror, a seal, a sword, a blade, a cauldron, a banner. Except for the heaven-slaying ruler, which was still a supreme-grade spiritual treasure, the other 7 had all reached the lower-grade acquired spiritual treasure level. The essence of an acquired spiritual treasure also contains restrictions, but lacks the primordial, indestructible light. It cannot nurture and repair itself. Once damaged, it must rely on heavenly materials and earthly treasures to recover. In contrast, a primordial spiritual treasure possesses the primordial, indestructible light, requiring less energy to activate. As long as its restrictions are intact, it can slowly enhance its grade. The comparison between the two can be simply understood. The one with more restrictions is stronger. Of course, if it is a meritorious acquired spiritual treasure, that is a different matter. Rumble. Thunder rolled across the heavens and earth as if the heavenly Tao was enraged. Various foul auras permeated the entire Emperor's Tread Peak. Hundreds of martial gods stood in the air, gazing at the treasures before them, letting out a soft sigh. Originally, according to their plan, the heaven-slaying ruler should also have been a lower-grade acquired spiritual treasure. If that were the case, the heaven-severing formation they formed would have possessed an unpredictable and fearsome power. Unfortunately, they were out of time. Fellow Taoist, success or failure hinges on this one move. The heavens set rules, the cycle of calamities turns, treating us like weeds. The end of the Dharma is near, and we face utter doom. Today I pinnacle martial god of the human race, Zhu Wanchuan, rebel against the heavens. I pinnacle demon god of the demon race, Song Wu, rebel against the heavens. I pinnacle martial god of the human race, Lu Yu, rebel against the heavens. I pinnacle demon god of the demon race, Kong Shun, rebel against the heavens. We have no regrets, we only seek eternal life. We have no regrets, we only seek eternal life. Rebel against the heavens, rebel against the heavens, rebel against the heavens. On Emperor's tread peak the roars were like thunder. Hundreds of martial gods shouted in unison, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. Heaven-severing formation arise. Amidst the roar the heavens and earth changed color. The 8 treasures blazed with lights of various hues, countless runes swirling. Grayish-white, blood-red. Filthy, polluted air surged forth, ghostly wails were mournful, and eerie winds howled. Thunder rumbled across the sky, the heavenly Tao enraged. These acquired spiritual treasures could not recover on their own, every operation consumed their essence. The martial gods continuously poured their own cultivation into the treasures. The heaven and earth banner unfurled first, billions of remnant souls wailing as they surged from the banner's surface, blotting out the sky and darkening the heavens, madly charging towards the celestial dome to pollute the heavenly Tao. The Qiankuan mirror hung high in the formation, spreading a vast miasma of impurity that obscured the celestial secrets and blinded the heavenly Tao's perception. The heavenly fury banner fluttered wildly, a surging tide of blood energy shooting into the sky, disrupting the flow of heaven and earth's energy. The absolute life cauldron spewed death energy, sealing the 4 directions. One by one the treasures revealed their power. At this moment, anyone who dared to step out of the heaven-severing formation would be corroded by the endless foul energy and instantly fall into demonic possession. At that moment, at the formation's core, the heaven-slaying ruler radiated streams of calamitous light, gathering all the foul energy within the formation. I have a ruler that can sever the heavens and shatter realms. Hundreds of martial gods surged their true chi simultaneously, their faces gradually turning pale as they gritted their teeth and activated the heaven-slaying ruler. Go! The heaven-slaying ruler swelled in the wind, black light flickering, and a beam of calamitous light shot straight into the clouds, striking down with a resounding crash. The sky trembled violently, space shattered, and golden-purple heavenly punishment thunderbolts exploded in succession, raining down from the heights upon the martial gods in the formation. Clang! The living being seal radiated brilliantly, transforming into a 10,000-foot giant seal, colliding heat-in with the purple thunder. Amidst crackling explosions, the purple thunder was completely blocked. Second strike split the heavens. The calamitous light of the heaven-slaying ruler surged again, striking down, fiercely cleaving through the void. The sky split open, revealing a vision of another space, with rich spiritual energy rushing forth. This place was the lesser heavenly realm. The greater heavenly realm, lofty and supreme, colorless and rootless, with majestic clouds. The lesser heavenly realm, a world of clamor and dust entangled below, with karmic filth cycling through 10,000 reincarnations. Seeing this scene, the hundreds of martial gods were greatly invigorated, their expressions fervent. They immediately activated the heaven-severing formation and charged together into the lesser heavenly realm. Within the lesser heavenly realm, all was pure white. The heavenly Tao was inherently formless and intangible, yet omnipresent. Just as I thought, just as I thought. Such rich spiritual energy merely circulating my technique has fully restored my depleted true chi. Ha ha ha. Man can conquer heaven. Our plan was right, all of this is real. Without these 8 treasures, Suke absolutely cannot enter. We are safe. As long as we wait for the spiritual energy of the world to dry up, no matter how strange Suke's secret arts or how vast his abilities, he can only watch helplessly as his spiritual energy runs out and he dies. Our path is not lonely. One by one the martial gods appeared, revealing expressions of ecstasy. The spiritual energy within the lesser heavenly realm was truly abundant. Boundless and endless spiritual energy had liquefied. Not to mention a few hundred of them. Even if tens of thousands of martial gods were here, the spiritual energy they absorbed would be but a drop in the ocean. It was inexhaustible, absolutely inexhaustible. But just then a vague and majestic figure slowly materialized within the lesser heavenly realm. The figure had no outline, no flesh and blood, its features blurred with the laws of order swirling around it. This was the incarnation of the heavenly Tao of the Kanglan realm. The heavenly Tao knew neither joy nor anger, nor did it speak. This was the lesser heavenly realm, the origin place of the Kanglan realm, bearing the order of heaven and earth. Upon detecting the intruders, the heavenly Tao instinctively moved to suppress them. This was unrelated to emotion, it was merely an innate self-preservation mechanism. In an instant, countless chains of order coalesced, winding towards the assembled martial gods. Not good. Damn it, the heavenly Tao forbids anyone from entering the lesser heavenly realm. Anyone who sets foot here will be suppressed. We can't just sit and wait for death. Quick, activate the heaven-severing formation. Oh, we absolutely cannot be trapped by the chains. Otherwise we will still die. The 8 divine artifacts were born solely for the purpose of slaying heaven itself. The establishment of the martial god hall likewise served this singular, celestial-defying objective, except for the heaven-slaying ruler. For the remaining 7 artifacts, the turbid chi required for their forging must be gathered over centuries. Only then can a heaven-slaying spirit treasure be refined. Not just any spirit treasure can wound the heavenly Tao. Take Su Kei's Fengdu Heavenly Palace, for instance, a primordial spirit treasure imbued with indestructible divine radiance. In rank and power, none of these 8 artifacts can even compare to it, not even worthy of holding its sandals. Yet even the Fengdu Heavenly Palace cannot slay the heavenly Tao. Thus the absolute heaven-severing formation activated. Clang. Heaven's binding chains dissolved instantly like frost beneath a scorching sun. Yet mortal strength is finite, while the heavenly Tao flows eternally. So long as this world endures, its celestial laws shall persist without cease. Each shattered chain instantly replaced by countless more. Within the Shao Luotian, all was blinding white. Thick, terrifying chains materialized, coiling through every corner of the realm. Their destructive might was staggering without the absolute heaven-severing formation, and without the 8 divine artifacts. Not merely these hundreds of martial gods before us, but even tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands would be instantly bound and crushed. Any being born within this realm resides under the dominion of heaven's laws. No escape is possible. It is like a swarm of ants confronting a single human. No matter how numerous the ants, they remain powerless. A single gesture from that human could extinguish countless lives. There exists no parity between them. Yet now, the swarm has coalesced into a hand gripping a firearm, finger poised upon the trigger. We cannot merely defend. We must strike back. These 8 artifacts are not primordial spirit treasures. They lack the indestructible divine radiance to sustain them. Each activation erodes the foundational restrictions embedded within them, a degradation that cannot self-repair. Over time, their power will wane, their spiritual essence fade, until one day their post-creation restrictions collapse entirely, reducing them to mundane objects. I refuse. I utterly refuse. How dare this petty heavenly Tao impede our path to immortality? It is said that the heavenly Tao governs the cosmos with compassion for all living things. The great Tao operates in harmony, yin and yang, in perfect balance. Yet now heaven shows no grace. It decrees rigid cycles of flourishing and withering, imposes arbitrary limits upon prosperity and decline, and shackles all sentient beings. Spiritual energy surges and recedes in 5,000-year cycles, eternal, unyielding, like an inescapable prison. We have cultivated to the rank of martial gods. Our natural lifespans should span 36,000 years. Yet heaven's decree binds us when spiritual energy wanes. Even martial mastery, transcending heaven and earth, cannot spare us from death's final embrace. This heaven is unjust and indifferent, regarding all life as mere weeds, treating martial gods as sacrificial dogs devoid of mercy. Heaven is unfair, the heavenly Tao blind, its laws heartless. The ancient, unbroken deadlock culminates here. The martial god hall refuses submission. We vow to cleave open heaven for future generations, to unite all martial gods across the realm, forge the 8 divine artifacts, and activate the absolute heaven-severing formation. Heaven curtails lifespans with stingy, graceless decrees, arbitrarily sealing fate. Now is the hour to rise and slay heaven itself. Hundreds of us cast our lot upon this single throw, to shatter celestial law, sever heaven's shackles, and seize but a sliver of survival. With the 8 divine artifacts as foundation and the absolute heaven-severing formation as root, we shall rend the Tao and slay heaven. This life's cultivation of the martial Tao shall not be in vain. Today, I Zhu Wan Chuan, the martial god of humanity, Xuan Wu King Wu, Zhu Kong Shun, humanity, Lu Yu, by the righteousness of humankind, and the names of demons and monsters, we summon the heavenly Tao of the Kanglan realm to meet its end. Bang! The ants have fired their gun. From the heaven-slaying ruler erupted torrents of tribulation light, coalescing into a single beam of heaven-slaying radiance, hurtling straight toward that colossal sovereign figure. The entire Shao Luotian convulsed violently. Spiritual energy disintegrated upon contact with the tribulation light, then crashing into that towering form. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly Tao trembled, space itself boiled. The heavenly Tao possesses no physical form. or rather the Shao Luotian, is the heavenly Tao. Wherever the tribulation light struck, it struck heaven itself. In that instant, the Shao Luotian heaved violently. Spiritual energy spiraled into chaos, clouds recoiled backward. The rule-bound chains that once saturated the realm shattered one after another, vanishing into nothingness. Across the entire Kanglan realm, crimson rain began to fall, droplets staining the sky, filling every horizon. A voice choked with lamentation echoed across all seas and lands. A deep, resonant hum filled the heavens and earth. Mu-wu. Great sound bears no voice. Though no audible tone reached their ears, every martial god felt that sorrow resonate within their very souls. Thus the scene within the Shao Luotian turned profoundly uncanny. Inside the absolute heaven-severing formation, hundreds of martial gods wept simultaneously. Yet even as tears streamed down their faces, they continued channeling their cultivation into the heaven-slaying ruler. They were born of this realm, so when the heavenly Tao suffered injury, all life grieved as one. Spurt, spurt, and at that very moment, one martial god after another suddenly spat blood, cultivation fluctuating wildly, faces paling. What is happening? Why has my cultivation regressed? Why am I wounded? Why do I sense impending doom? All were stunned, momentarily paralyzed, unable to comprehend. But they were not fools. Soon suspicion crystallized. The heavenly Tao had been wounded by the tribulation light, and they too were wounded, their cultivation diminished. If this connection remained unclear after millennia of cultivation, those years would have been utterly wasted. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe. Why should we suffer when heaven is wounded? How is this possible? A dreadful realization seized every martial god's mind. If heaven is wounded, they are wounded. Then, if heaven dies, do they perish as well? At this thought their eyes glazed over. Madness flared, pupils burning crimson. To resist is death. To relent appears equally fatal. After centuries of meticulous scheming, was it all but an illusion? Who could accept such an ending? Impossible. This must be an illusion. Yes, an illusion. Surely it is. Ha ha ha. It cannot be so. It simply cannot be. All of it is false. Every shred of it. This is heaven's ruse designed to terrify us. It knows it is dying. It fears. We are martial gods. How could we possibly die? At that moment hundreds of martial gods contorted, eyes bulging, bodies trembling, laughter hysterical, utterly unable to accept it. None could accept it. Trapped between ruinous choices, neither advance nor retreat offered salvation. To flee meant death at Su Kei's hands, to remain invited heaven's instinctive counterstrike. And slaying heaven would cost them their own lives. In an instant reason crumbled, too great a blow for even martial gods to bear. They all went mad. My fate lies in my hands, not heaven's. You deny us life. Then let us all perish together. Ha ha ha. The absolute heaven-severing formation blazed with searing brilliance. Every martial god poured forth their entire cultivation without reserve. The heaven-slaying ruler swelled to 10,000 zhong. Waves of tribulation light, erupting skyward, flooding the Shao Luotian. Die, die, let all die. The Tao knows no boundary. How could it ever reach an end? Hundreds of martial gods bared their ferocious visages, their eyes brimming with madness, as they recklessly drove the heaven-severing array. Die. Countless tribulation lights flooded the entire lesser heavenly realm. The entire space quivered and quaked as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth sundering. These tribulation lights, born solely to slaughter the heavens, surged in all directions, intent on shattering the lesser heavenly realm and slaying the heavenly Tao itself. At this critical juncture, a rift suddenly tore through the space, and a colossal figure stepped in. The martial god's Dharma aspect trod the sovereign's step, bearing the Fengdu heavenly palace in hand, his form imposing and majestic. Su Kei advanced a step, lotus blossoms blooming beneath his feet, as ripples spread outward, sweeping in all directions. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. The infinite tribulation lights struck by the ripples instantly transformed into countless golden lotuses, fluttering and drifting through the air. In a flash, innumerable golden petals filled every corner of the space, dyeing the entire lesser, heavenly realm a resplendent gold. Su Kei gazed down at the hundreds of martial gods within the heaven-severing array and smiled lightly. You sure know how to hide. Now I've found you, tribulation lights, capable of severing even the heavenly Tao. Sorry, I am not the heavenly Tao. The function of tribulation lights is to tear apart the rules of the heavenly Tao, damage its essence, bearing a heaven-defying nature that targets only the world itself. But when used against martial gods, their power is greatly diminished. Moreover, the sovereign's step treads the path of utmost righteousness, enough to suppress all evil and malevolence. In the illusory spirit world, it could dispel energy and weaken cultivation. And now within the Kanglan realm, its might remains formidable. What are tribulation lights? They are turbid energy, born from the gathered filth of heaven and earth. The tribulation chi heaven-slaying ruler, the obscurity chi universe mirror, the resentment chi all beings seal, the malice chi human race sword. The cruelty chi demon blade, the death chi life-severing cauldron, the blood chi heaven wrath banner, the soul chi heaven earth banner. No matter how you look at it, the various advantages of the heaven-defying tribulation lights become glaring weaknesses before the sovereign step. This is utterly sinister and evil chi. Once the sovereign step is activated, it's like an adult beating a child. Absolutely dominant beyond measure. How much had it been weakened? At this moment, the hundreds of martial gods stared blankly at the golden lotuses filling the sky, disbelief etched on their faces. Where had our massive tribulation lights gone? Gone just like that. Even if the tribulation lights weren't meant for combat, they shouldn't be so pathetic. And Suke didn't possess the 8 great artifacts, so how did he even get in? How did you appear in the lesser heavenly realm? Suke, what kind of technique is this? How can it dissolve the tribulation lights? One by one, the martial gods stood stunned, gradually snapping out of their madness. They simply couldn't comprehend it. It was as if Suke was their natural-born nemesis. Originally, the martial god Hall held a favorable position, yet this man's appearance had led to heavy casualties, forcing the premature unveiling of the heaven-slaying ruler. Having finally entered the lesser heavenly realm, they discovered they were one with the heavens and earth. In despair, facing death either way, they resolved to drag the entire Kanglan realm down with them. But Suke didn't even grant them that chance. Using some unknown method, he too entered the lesser heavenly realm. The overwhelmingly fierce tribulation lights were effortlessly neutralized by him, transforming into golden lotuses. Wasn't that insidious? How did you get in? Simple, just like this. Suke said, lightly flicking the heavenly palace. The Fengdu heavenly palace immediately crashed into the void, tearing open a rift in the air. Beyond that rift lay the Imperial Steppe Peak. Originally, the world barrier of the Kanglan realm was extremely sturdy, and even the Fengdu heavenly palace alone couldn't break through space to enter here. After all, the Fengdu heavenly palace was merely a key to the illusory spirit world. It wasn't native to the Kanglan realm. But since these martial gods had wounded the heavenly Tao, he naturally found a way in. The hundreds of martial gods witnessing this scene stood dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. Was it that simple? What kind of artifact was this? How could it possess such power? Moreover, given Suke's skills and strength, he should have been renowned throughout the world long ago. Yet no matter how they investigated, they could only trace his appearance to Su family village in the 29th year of Yongli. His past was a complete blank. This defied all reason. How can you dissolve? Many martial gods tried to ask Suke how he neutralized the tribulation lights, but before they could finish, the entire lesser heavenly realm suddenly trembled violently. Chains of rules materialized out of thin air. The lesser heavenly realm was by nature a forbidden land. No living being was permitted to set foot here. Once someone intruded, it triggered the heavenly Tao's instinctive counterattack. Even if Suke came to save it, the result was the same. It had no reason, no joy or anger, no speech, no distinction between good and evil. It treated all equally. The heavenly Tao is supremely just, yet also supremely unjust. The heavenly Tao is merely a vast self-operating collection of rules devoid of self-awareness, acting solely according to its principles. Thus, Suke naturally noticed the upheaval in the lesser heavenly realm. He saw a thick chain hurtling toward him and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it. Trash heavenly Tao. If it weren't for me, you'd have been slaughtered by these martial gods long ago. A real case of biting the hand that feeds you. Did you really think I wanted to bother with you? I'll forget it. It's just a few lives after all. Since I'm already here, and it's something I can handle on the way, they'll give them. Suke shook his head, and with a thought his body began to expand. Winds surged, and clouds gathered the atmosphere, thundering. Within the heaven-severing array, the hundreds of martial gods saw this. No, he's going to self-destruct. Stop him. Damn it. They instantly recalled the incident months ago at the Great Ming Embroidered Uniform Guard headquarters. The memory rekindled their terror, their expressions shifting repeatedly. The heaven-severing array blazed with light, a beam of tribulation, light shooting straight at Suke. At the same time, the all-being seal was summoned to block the front of the array. Rumble. Overwhelming, devastating energy expanded, shockwaves sweeping outward. Crack. The all-being seal absorbed the full force of the self-destruction, its surface instantly riddled with fissures. Yet the chains of rules pervading the lesser heavenly realm remained unscathed by the self-destruct impact. Only one chain, having lost its target due to Suke's demise, paused midair. As the saying goes, a triangle is the most stable shape. The martial gods could use tribulation lights to easily shatter chains of rules, break space, and slay the heavenly Tao. And Suke could effortlessly annihilate the tribulation lights and slay hundreds of martial gods. But the heavenly Tao's chains and space could easily withstand Suke's self-destruction. It formed a perfect logical loop. The next moment the chains in the lesser heavenly realm stirred again, as if locking onto a new target moving in a certain direction. Suke, having been resurrected, saw this, and burst into laughter. Ha 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 again. Meanwhile, in the Kanglan realm, the heavens wailed in sorrow, the skies weeping blood. A torrent of blood rain poured down, dyeing the entire world a deep crimson. Countless living beings involuntarily looked up, tears streaming down their faces, their hearts filled with grief. Someone is attacking the heavens. Our home is about to be destroyed. In the depths of their consciousness, all living beings sensed it. An inexplicable palpitation gripped their hearts, leaving them restless and uneasy. All creatures grew agitated, unable to find peace. Beasts fled in all directions, birds circled endlessly, livestock wailed without cease. Every living being fell into despair, feeling their connection to heaven and earth being severed. One by one they spat blood, their faces pale. Martial and immortal cultivators watched helplessly as their cultivation levels began to plummet. The sky cracked, the earth split, disaster struck without end. Lightning serpents danced wildly across the heavens, the ground fissured layer by layer. Gale force winds swept across the land. The heavenly Tao is collapsing. How dare they?